In the midst of steam, the neon lights shimmer hazily, while shadows of the company lurk within. Figures, like zombies, are driven forth, bewildered and dazed, yet upon awakening, I shall undoubtedly reclaim my agency. Regardless of whether I face firearms or blades, technology or sorcery, whether my adversaries are living beings or specters in this realm or the next, I shall embrace life amidst death, transforming darkness into light. With a punk melody, I shall cover them with a handful of earth. Chapter 1. Prologue: An Explosive Beginning. Once the company masqueraded as a nation, now it no longer conceals its true nature. In the year 7702 of the Elven calendar, on June 23rd, precisely at 10 p.m., a Tuesday, the night following the rain is dim, hazy, and permeated with a foul odor. The despondent city of Peicheng approaches its inevitable conclusion. This cycle shall continue into tomorrow. In a narrow alley devoid of passers-by, a brand-new automobile remains idling, its steam engine emitting a slow, labored breath. 6 surrounding electronic lights illuminate the curling steam, causing the raindrops clinging to the vehicle to glisten like dew. In the shadow of a towering building nearby, 2 security guards clad in black leather vigilantly scan the streets, seemingly awaiting something. "It's past the time we agreed upon with the young master," Paul remarked, glancing at the dimming steam lamp outside the alley. Shifting the cigarette to the other side of his mouth, he urged, "Shall we check on the young master's situation? Are you worried, or is it the young master who instills fear in you?" Wind asked with a faint smile. Paul, unwilling to fall into a verbal trap, had navigated the bodyguard profession for 30 years, becoming quite the veteran, having protected hundreds of individuals. After all, the young master is merely a man, and he's encountered all manner of men, whether good or evil, alive or dead. It is a bit chilly here indeed. A noxious mist wafted from the steam vent, and Wind futilely attempted to disperse it with his legs. These underground pipes, sprawling like a spider's web, transport steam from the Peicheng suburbs thermal station to every corner of the city, providing power and convenience. However, the persistent stench of blood in the steam inevitably evokes unpleasant associations, lending a sense of foreboding and danger to the atmosphere. It's just as cold 4 blocks away. Their affairs do not concern us. As for the young master, I trust he is quite warm and won't be cold at all. Can you ascertain his location and condition? Paul inquired curiously. Have you acquired a new shadow tether? When did you change it? I was unaware. Do I have the funds for that? No matter how good a shadow tether is, it pales in comparison to a sharp mind. When pointed to his head and continued, every time the young master visits the Hu Tong building in District 8, it involves a woman, and he always strives to appear capable and resilient, so he inevitably lingers longer. If we were to go find him, he would become irate, feeling we underestimate him, and next time he would take even longer. Besides, even if he stayed longer, those women wouldn't dare demand more money from him. Why rush? Let's wait. You seem to know quite a bit about this. Because I am curious about what those women in the Hu Tong building are like, aren't you? But they are far too expensive and only cater to individuals like the young master. I've heard many of them are not human. Why are you suddenly lowering your voice? That's an open secret. Why be so cautious? You truly lack courage. Wind scoffed. He glanced around in the narrow passageway between buildings. It was just the 2 of them, and not even a rat was present within the illuminated area of the car's electronic lights, ensuring no one would overhear their conversation. Not everyone is human. I've heard they are referred to as vessels. Vessels? That sounds rather eerie. What does it mean? It's said to be related to the inferior products of the shadow realm. You know, the quality of shadow tethers varies greatly. Many scraps remain unsold, and someone has set their sights on these flawed products. They bring them in, mix a bit. When gestured with his finger, swirling in his palm, then raised an eyebrow and said, "To do this requires vessels, do you understand?" Disgusting. Engaging in such heinous acts, those afflicted by inferior shadow tethers cannot possibly fare well. Keep your voice down. After all these years as company security, have we not seen such things? Wind sighed. To put it bluntly, one either becomes the young master or is merely expendable. And we are standing on the precipice. A single misstep could lead to our doom. This cursed day, this cursed place. Paul angrily extinguished his cigarette against the nearby wall and threw it aside. Indeed cursed, but depends on who you compare it to. Wind licked his lips, nodding, and said, "Paul, Do you know what the commotion is about over there? Not exactly, I just know some are protesting. I'm unaware of the specific grievances. To excel in this line of work, one must stay informed. Your ignorance is unacceptable. Allow me to enlighten you. Wynn beckoned his companion closer and said, "Do you know about our crystal factory in the East District? The one that was closed due to lack of profit?" Lack of profit? Nonsense. Business was thriving. The closure was merely a means to tidy things up for a sale, involving a benefit exchange between our Crimson Company and the Today Group, all orchestrated from above. But that's not the crux of the matter. When continued, the key is that it closed too swiftly, leaving many without jobs. Ideally, there should have been severance pay, but the funds have more pressing uses, naturally flowing to more significant places like the pockets of individuals such as the young master. Just think, how could those below not stir up trouble? Another one of these ridiculous matters. How many times has this happened? Regardless, it's the PCPD Patron Police Department that handles the rioters. We need not concern ourselves with it. It seems the young master has arrived. A series of light footsteps echoed from the depths of the alley, approaching the back entrance of the Hutong building, a door more suited to the young master's preferences. Wind and Paul glanced that way, confirming his presence, and quickly straightened their collars, adopting an appearance of readiness and loyalty. Minimo Dix, the young master, hails from wealth, being the son of a director at the Crimson Company headquarters, ranked 16th among a multitude of siblings. While this ranking may not be significant, it allows for certain freedom, categorizing him as one born with a silver spoon. Despite his apparent intellectual and emotional shortcomings, it does not hinder his ability to wield considerable influence, often dwarfing those around him with his mere pinky finger. Setting aside his lineage, Minimo Dix is a striking young man, tall and slender, resembling a blade, with a pale complexion, long hands, a clean-shaven face, and clad in a luxurious black leather coat, his golden boots clattering rhythmically. At just 20 years old, he embodies a perfect blend of youthful naivety, ambition, and mediocrity, evident in his tousled curls, weary gaze, mocking smile, and the fluttering hem of his long coat. His gait is unforgettable, characterized by a precarious sway that suggests he might topple at any moment, yet somehow maintains balance. His limbs flail about, as though collecting the surrounding debris, yet his chest remains hollow, exuding an undeniable air of emptiness and hunger. He may be summed up as arrogant and insufferable, yet with layers of untouchable implications. This fashion is currently in vogue in Pachin. Imagination and two hands? Then your device must be rather grand. The young master laughed heartily, but his expression quickly soured. I do not appreciate hearing such jokes. Is the car secure? We've been keeping watch. No one has approached, and we won't let any stray dogs or cats near it. Best to keep it that way. If anything happens to the car, even just a scratch, you shall lose your heads. The young master huffed, stuffing his hands into his pockets, sauntering towards the vehicle. This is a T400 model steam-electric hybrid six-wheeled luxury vehicle, the latest in its class, with a public market price of 265,000 yuan. The gentleman's vehicle is enhanced with additional armor to withstand direct impacts, and features an energy transfer rune layer that neutralizes the energy from the shadow beings it may encounter. The interior has also been transformed by a master craftsman, achieving a perfect blend of luxury, safety, and comfort. These modifications can at least double its price, making it an understated yet upscale gift. This evening, there's a matter that requires your assistance. The gentleman adjusted his belt and approached the rear of the vehicle. Open the trunk. The special key for the trunk is with you, Paul replied. Oh, yes indeed. The gentleman rummaged through his coat and eventually retrieved a silver key from the third pocket. With a gentle twist of the key in the lock, accompanied by a crisp click, the trunk opened, revealing a square, silver-white metal box at its center. The box measures approximately 1 meter on each side and a quarter-meter thick, its rounded edges adorned with rib support structures for added strength. Esoteric runes are intricately etched across the box, with complex lines interspersed with slow-moving dark red luminescence. At the center of the front face lies a brass plaque inscribed with 2 lines. The larger black text reads Box of Light number 623, while the smaller red text states property of the Crimson Group, Department 6. The Box of Light? Paul gasped, his heart racing. He clutched his chest and asked, Sir, does this contain a shadow being? Is that even a question? A shadow being obtained from the shadow realm must indeed be contained within the Box of Light. as it has yet to be tamed, the gentleman caressed the box, his movements reminiscent of how he might stroke the body of a woman he desires. Department 6 requested my assistance, and I reluctantly obliged to resolve their issues. Haha. Only because of your prowess, sir. Does Department 6 seek your aid? Winder replied with a sycophantic smile, though his thoughts wandered elsewhere. The Crimson Group stands as one of the 4 largest conglomerates, having remained within the top 10 for over a century, often occupying a position among the top 5. Its primary ventures include biopharmaceuticals, organ modification, living therapies, and shadow being transplants. Most existing individual powerhouses are inextricably linked to the Crimson Group. Department 6 of the group is responsible for research and development, operating under the highest levels of secrecy, and is one of the most enigmatic departments within the conglomerate. The items produced by Department 6 are often dangerous, untested, and immensely powerful, particularly when related to shadow beings. Shadow beings resemble phantoms, taking on various bizarre forms, predominantly mist-like, and are energy entities from the shadow realm. Once tamed, they can merge with humans to bestow a plethora of extraordinary abilities, including flight, fire breathing, and ice projection. They can also integrate with electronic devices to manipulate currents and produce various functions. The stronger the shadow being, the more challenging it is to tame, and the box of light serves as the device for their containment and taming. Indeed, it is one of the most powerful devices of its kind. The box of light from Department 6 of the Crimson Group can be regarded as the most perilous container for shadow beings in the world today. How it ended up in the gentleman's possession is perplexing. Is he truly unfit for such responsibility, or have those researchers lost their sanity? This gentleman possesses little skill besides his striking appearance, and should not be handling such high-stakes matters. Winder sensed something amiss, yet he dared not voice his concerns. He knew well the gentleman's temperament. One misstep would lead to a barrage of insults and likely a demotion. His 3 previous colleagues had met similar fates. Such a fall from grace would severely impact his income, and he had a family to support. This was not a matter to question. He needed to navigate the situation carefully. He exchanged a knowing glance with Paul and inquired, "Sir, this is indeed a valuable item. Where are we headed next?" "Rest assured, we will exercise utmost caution." The gentleman snorted, stating, "Caution is wise. Should you fail to perform adequately and mishaps occur, I would not hesitate to flay you alive. But do not worry. I shall handle the operations of the box of light. You need not lift a finger. It is precisely because you will be operating it that we are concerned." Paul and Winder exchanged resigned glances, instinctively shrinking their necks. "Look at you two, quaking in your boots. There is a fundamental truth in this world. To obtain what you desire, one must pay a price. The more formidable the shadow being, the more conspicuous its weaknesses. Even if difficult to tame, containment is not insurmountable. The box of light is entirely secure. Even if you were to strike it, nothing would happen." With that, the gentleman raised his fist and struck the box of light with force, prompting Paul and Winder to intervene. "We trust you, sir, completely. Our lack of experience has left us apprehensive, but your words offer us reassurance." The gentleman gradually lowered his hand, and the newfound deference from his attendants finally elicited a satisfied smile. "Tonight's task is simple. We will circle the area of the disturbance, allowing the box of light to fulfill its purpose. You two need only to drive." Though anxious, the two had no choice but to proceed as instructed. They secured the trunk, one opening the car door for the gentleman, while the other raised the steam pressure. The finest pure black coal ash, combined with whale oil-derived accelerants, was sent through the pipes into the combustion chamber, igniting into a roaring flame, further boiling the water tank. The resonating sound of high-pressure steam within the pipes is often referred to as the harmony of water and fire, a prideful mastery over this otherwise contradictory force. The vehicle quivered briefly before it began to move forward slowly and steadily. Paul and Winder, seated in the front, exchanged glances and nodded in unison, instinctively reaching into their pockets. They retrieved 2 silver shadow guns, sliding them onto their fingers. The shadow guns resemble Halfinger claws, featuring rings for the index and middle fingers. They are weapons that utilize shadow beings to fire spectral energy projectiles with basic tracking and lethal effects. The power and size of shadow guns vary, with the smallest being the type worn on 2 fingers. Due to their portability, they are also referred to as handguns. Approaching a near-chaotic crowd with their valuable cargo, the presence of weapons offered a semblance of security. Paul and Winder donned their Halfinger claws, a sharp sting radiating from the guns, first pulsating through their hearts before piercing their minds. They gritted their teeth, bearing the sensation. Those shadow beings possess great potential. They're captured from another realm and are perpetually restless and rebellious. Utilizing them comes with a cost. This sting is merely the mildest of symptoms. It only occurs intensely upon initial equipping, but soon fades. However, continued use leads to increasing fatigue, reducing physical resilience and susceptibility to illness, and in severe cases, impairing mental relaxation and leading to significant personality and psychological issues. To mitigate the dangers posed by the shadow entities, particularly their detrimental effects on the psyche and personality, it is imperative to tame them, effectively eradicating their wildness. The shadows within Paul and Wynn's firearms have been domesticated. According to their assertions, these entities merely inflict a single bite during the armament process, drawing a modicum of blood, and certainly do not induce insanity. These firearms, manufactured through legitimate methods and distributed uniformly by the Crimson Syndicate, assure quality. In contrast, the illicit firearms circulating on the streets present a far greater potential threat. However, often the use of such weapons is a matter of survival, even if complications arise subsequently. One must endure. The two men anxiously donned their handguns, the silver semi-fingered grips gleaming with metallic luster, while the young master in the back seat observed with disdain. He perceived them as ineffectual, devoid of courage, utterly unworthy of undertaking significant endeavors, especially when compared to himself. With such limited ambition, you might as well settle for the position of security chief for the convoy, he remarked. To obtain rewards, one must be willing to make sacrifices. Everything is a matter of exchange. The young master, leaning back with an air of superiority, declared, the more advanced the shadow entity, the simpler the taming process. Its rage mirrors human emotions. As long as the burden is shared among enough individuals, it will be satisfied and yield to domestication. The notion of utilizing crowds to distribute the burden of the shadow's impact and diminish their wildness has long been established. Paul and Wind had heard that many shadows on the black market were tamed in this manner. As for the results, countless examples exist of individuals using such shadows, leading to physical decline and mental breakdowns, which speak volumes. Even if unsafe, this primal and irresponsible method proves effective, at least rendering the shadows sufficiently tame for use, thereby allowing non-syndicate shadow products to be sold on the black market. However, these black market shadows are rudimentary, lacking significant wildness, making them manageable through such means. Can the same primitive and unreliable approach be applied to super shadows that require the light box for suppression? Paul and Wind, filled with trepidation, endeavored to maintain their composure as they parked the vehicle in a narrow alley behind Jinshin Road. From the 3-meter-wide alleyway, they could view the protesters from a diagonal angle. Positioning the rear of the vehicle towards the crowd, they extinguished all lights, allowing shadows to cloak their presence. Numerous protesters jostled together, either standing or seated, casting furious glances towards the Crimson Syndicate's Paching branch office across the way. Several members of the PCPD established a perimeter, shielding themselves with shields while aiming batons and various firearms at the protesters. The situation appeared to be under control. The crowd refrained from breaching the barricades or clashing with the PCPD, creating a temporary truce that afforded the young master the opportunity to utilize the light box. Lighting a cigarette within the vehicle, he inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke as he descended, leaning against the cold concrete wall, squinting to survey the scene across the alley. Today, the Crimson Syndicate's Paching branch had communicated with the PCPD to avoid violent dispersal. There was no need for fabrications. Allow the protesters to express their discontent peacefully. May your after effects be impotence, he chuckled to himself, amused by his own jest. His laughter sent shivers down Paul and Wynn's spines. Their hands trembled slightly as they transported the light box from the trunk. Hey, did you see that fellow? Quite conspicuous. The young master pointed towards the distant crowd. Wind quickly turned his gaze, scanning the throng of protesters for the individual noted by the master. He soon spotted an intriguing young man, likely the one deemed conspicuous. The rainbow coat, yellow shirt, green pants. And is that a coat hanger he's holding? Wind inquired. The young master nodded, affirming, indeed, well observed. He raising a work uniform above his head. At first glance, I thought he was holding a living person. I wondered if he had used a shadow to enhance his strength, but alas, I was mistaken. He is merely a mannequin. Paul also identified their target among the crowd. The protester holding the work uniform appeared to be around 20 years old. From a distance, he could discern his slightly yellowish skin and well-defined features. Handsome, by most standards. Place the box at the rear of the vehicle, the young master instructed, flicking his fingers as the glowing cigarette but arced through the air before plopping into a puddle by the roadside, extinguishing immediately, akin to the last remnants of his compassion. There are 2 doses of universal resistance-enhancing medicine in the fridge of the back seat. Each of you should consume one to mitigate the shadow's effects. And you, young master? When queried. Fool, I've certainly already taken mine. He waved dismissively, seizing the opportunity while the 2 departed to fiddle with the light box, pressing buttons. The light box, an advanced electrical runic device, was intricately constructed with numerous tightly packed runic components surrounding a transparent central chamber. The chamber was made of specially designed layered glass, containing nearly invisible silver conductive filaments. Under the control of the runic circuitry, electric currents flowed at a unique frequency within the glass, creating a confinement barrier that ensnared the central shadow entity. The shadow entity imprisoned within Lightbox 623 resembled a fist-sized mass of swirling black and white mist, slowly coiling and forming a vortex at its center. The trio gazed intently, each seeing their own pupil reflected in the swirling depths. Within that identical orb lay both flame and frost, clashing and exploding violently, seemingly intent on obliterating everything around it. Research indicated that this shadow was of minimal power but possessed a volatile temperament, making it exceedingly difficult to tame, a peculiar specimen, to say the least. I suspect those researchers have grown dull from their endless confinement in the lab. Wildness must be tamed with wildness. With sufficient manpower, no shadow is beyond domestication. The young master asserted as he manipulated the internal mechanisms of the light box, altering its confinement state. With a low hum of electric currents, the light box released some of its restraint, liberating the shadow's wildness. In an instant, the 3 felt an icy chill envelop them, a sense of foreboding rising from the nape of their necks, surging through their bodies and penetrating deep into the earth. Phew! Exhilarating, the young master stammered, his teeth chattering as he spoke. The influence of Shadow 623 expanded, a faint shroud creeping through the alley, enveloping the PCPD and the protesters, obscuring their faces. The steam mingled with the moonlight, fatigue cloaked the illumination. Except for the instigator, no one was aware of the shadow's advance. The atmosphere at the protest site shifted ominously. Under the shadow's influence, tempers flared, leading to curses, shoves, and an aggressive advance towards the PCPD's barricade. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, spiraling beyond control. The work uniform mannequin that had been held aloft fell to the ground with a thud, followed by the sound of the barricade being breached. Protesters clashed with the PCPD. Chaos erupting as shouts and curses filled the air, fists collided, and metal clanged in a cacophony of disorder. The young master lit another cigarette, preparing to indulge in a moment of leisure. Suddenly, the light box began to tremble violently, bouncing within the trunk like a fish flung ashore. Shadow 623 writhed frantically, and the shadows it released grew ever denser. Wind and Paul, their eyes aflame with fury, cried out and turned on each other. The young master, struggling, lunged for the light box, slapping his palm against the red button indicating an emergency halt. He believed he had succeeded in pressing the button, only to find his vision obscured by a warm, crimson liquid. The chaos triggered by Incident 623 has intensified, igniting the emotions of everyone involved, with the fervor for battle overwhelming all else. The protesters share a singular objective. The office building of the Crimson Group looms tantalizingly close, and breaching its defenses promises the reclamation of all that has been unjustly taken. In response to this surge of unrest, the PCPD has not only deployed weaponry but has also summoned riot control units for support. Amidst the tumult of flashing red and blue lights, the clash of fists and clubs, the thud of boots, and the spattering of blood, a young man sits on the ground, vacant eyes fixed upon the escalating chaos of combat. Energy projectiles whiz past his ears, shattering bricks and sending shards flying, leaving streaks of blood across his face. Yet he remains motionless, as if a lifeless husk. Ever since the model uniform slipped from his grasp, Zhuang's shooting has succumbed to a daze, as if detached from the world before him. He is jostled, struck, and tumbles beside a toppled trash bin, narrowly escaping the heart of the riot with only minor injuries. His mind incessantly urges him to flee this place of turmoil, yet his body feels devoid of strength, refusing to respond. He suspects he may be paralyzed, possibly due to an injury to his cervical spine. Otherwise, he cannot rationalize his current state. It resembles a past experience of being a zombie, a perilous side venture of relinquishing one's body to another. Only now the roles have reversed. His mind is intact, yet his body remains inert. He watches helplessly as those around him engage in fierce combat, blood flowing profusely before turning to a chilling silence. He observes a swirling mist of crimson enveloping limbs, sinking beneath the skin. An explosion erupts in a nearby alley, prompting numerous figures to rush in. Zhuang shooting coughs up blood, gradually regaining sensation in his limbs, feeling the stirrings of movement return. Just then, the riot control unit arrives, clad in black and fully armed. They descend from above, unleashing a barrage of spectral energy projectiles with each raised arm, swiftly asserting control over the chaotic scene. Cold handcuffs clasp Zhuang shooting's wrists tightly, biting into his flesh. He, along with many others present, is taken away, as accountability for the day's events, including the explosion in the alley, must be assigned. Chapter 2. You have awakened not long after, in the temporary holding cell of the PCPD interrogation center. Hey, you. You've finally awakened. A wave of dizziness washed over him, as if the very fabric of reality was spinning. Zhuang shooting pressed his hands against his head, desperate to keep the muddled thoughts within from spilling out, and after a while, the sensation of vertigo began to subside. The voices he heard seemed to drift from some distant realm, creating an illusion that he was still ensnared in a dream. Yet the fiery sting on his face was undeniably real, as if someone had just struck him. Still not awake? Was I not forceful enough? The previous voice returned. It became evident that when a new, more painful sensation emerged in the body, the prior discomfort was swiftly overshadowed, allowing one to quickly regain composure from the dizziness. Zhuang shooting ceased cradling his head, forgetting to rub his face, and instead wrapped his arms around his right leg, vigorously rubbing it. Why did you kick me? Who are you? He strained to open his eyes. Shadows danced before him. The distant lights and the nearby floor swayed incessantly. What has happened to me? Zhuang shooting had experienced hangovers, been struck on the head, and had unintentionally inhaled hallucinogenic gas, but never before had he struggled to control his consciousness to such a degree, nor felt such overwhelming dizziness. No, this simply cannot continue. There are others here, unfamiliar faces, which signifies potential danger. Peicheng has always been a place where the weak are devoured by the strong, and he bore numerous reasons that should not be consumed. Now at the very least he needed to ascertain the situation. He pressed his palms against his eyes, and gradually, the swaying shadows began to diminish, coalescing into the figure of a stout man with a round face. This man was broad-shouldered, with thick arms and hands, bushy eyebrows, and a wide nose that, paired with his round eyes, resembled a bull, while his thin lips curled into a smile reminiscent of a corgi. Who is this man? Do we have a history? Who are you? Zhuang shooting gasped, seeking guidance. I am Gu Gongdao, though everyone refers to me as Gu Halian, for nicknames are often more memorable than one's true name. The burly man smiled briefly, his lips twitching. Just now, someone attempted to pilfer from you while you were asleep, and I have little tolerance for those who take advantage of the vulnerable, so I roused you. He was in the 9th District Detention Center, sharing a cramped space of less than 100 square meters with 20 other criminals. He ended up here for participating in a march advocating for his legitimate rights, and after an explosion occurred, he was apprehended alongside others, certainly not a criminal. At least not like the rest of his cellmates. Looking around, what manner of individuals are these? Tattoos signifying records of motorcycle gang robberies, chains indicating victories in underground boxing, hands missing fingers likely due to gambling debts, while the remainder were either bruised and battered or grotesquely disfigured. Across from him, four tattooed youths from the motorcycle gang leaned against the bars, their eyes filled with menace, their jittery legs revealing their boredom, clearly unconcerned about provoking a commotion. They were likely the ones intent on robbing him. In contrast, this Gu Gongdao appeared rather amiable. Thank you, Zhuang shooting nodded. No need for thanks, Gahalian replied. You were apprehended during the March explosion, and so was I. With this connection, I ought to look out for you. Especially since it was I who found the situation distasteful. By the way, who are you with? What is the going rate on your side? You have many questions. Allow me a moment to collect myself, I'm still feeling a bit dizzy. Then I shall wait for you. Zhuang Shooting rubbed his eyes, yawned to loosen his jaw, twisted his neck, and gradually moved his entire body. He carefully examined himself, as if treating the most significant gift of his life. He remembered being paralyzed during the riot after the protest, then feeling something strange enter his body, after which he gradually regained his ability to move. He suspected that whatever had overtaken him was a shadow of sorts and wished to investigate further, but given the current environment, it would be unwise to act rashly. The recent dizziness and faintness were a result of the interrogation. The PCPD had been utterly ruthless. In addition to their fists and clubs, they employed instruments and drugs, presenting an intimidating display he had never previously encountered. He had survived the interrogation, yet he remained uncertain whether there would be another round or when he might be released. Zhuang Shooting firmly believed he had committed no crime, merely caught in the unfortunate whirlpool of events, and that he would eventually be set free. However, before his release, he must endure the interrogation and the current confinement. In his innocence, he had no means to extricate himself from the detention center. Should he possess money, the PCPD would gladly accept it as evidence, using his release from the cell as a receipt. In Peicheng, the wealthy are seldom mistaken, or rather, money is never an error. This principle could be slightly expanded to state, one must never err when devoid of wealth. Only calmness and reflection could improve his current predicament. Calmness and reflection advised him. It would be wise to make friends, at the very least avoiding the creation of enemies. The imposing figure beside him seemed a promising ally. He appeared amiable, willing to assist others, and could serve as a deterrent to petty thugs, precisely the sort of individual Zhuang Shooting believed he should cultivate a rapport with. I feel much better, thank you. Zhuang Shooting straightened his posture, tilting his head to express gratitude once more to Gugongdao. You are a kind-hearted individual. Surely fortune will smile upon you. Fortune? There is no such thing as luck in the detention center. I shouldn't even be here. So who compelled you to join the march, and how much were you paid? Gahelian began, but paused mid-sentence, quickly covering his mouth, lowering his voice. Oh, I see. You weren't hired to fill a quota. I am a worker from the 21st Magic Crystal Factory, dismissed and seeking the wages owed to us. Wait, you're in work attire too. I had thought you were a friend I hadn't met before. Now I understand. You were hired to fill a quota. Zhuang Shooting lowered his eyelids, muttering, They feast and indulge while I am denied even a morsel. What did you say? I didn't catch that. It's nothing. I just have a bit of a stomachache. It's rumbling. Zhuang Shooting waved his hand. While Guhalian had indeed offered him assistance, he was still a hired soldier. And judging by the work he undertook, he belonged to the lower echelon. Such individuals held no favorable reputation among ordinary citizens, often regarded as synonymous with trouble. It is said that these folks lack morals and conviction, only recognizing monetary gain, aligning with whoever offers the highest payment. As for right and wrong, much like the attire of women on billboards, it diminishes with time, rendering it as good as non-existent, perhaps even worse than having none at all. Though reluctant to engage with hired mercenaries, as an ordinary person, one cannot avoid crossing paths with them. In Peicheng, if your pockets are empty, no one will advocate for you, no one will support you. Those gangs and mercenaries might just be your last hope. Despite the troubles they bring, they often replace a major nuisance with a minor one, allowing individuals to muddle through and continue living. From a different perspective, if not for the buffer provided by gangs and hired soldiers, anyone encountering those large corporations or powerful forces would be utterly crushed. In such times, merely surviving would be a luxury. Hey, friend, you seem rather taciturn. Are you still not fully recovered? Just now, when you were taken away. What did the police ask you? Guhalian, after a lengthy circling conversation, finally broached the topic of genuine concern, perhaps also his sole true intention to assist Zhuang Shooting. By the way, friend, I still don't know your name. Do you wish to know my name? Or are you more curious about what the police questioned me about? Zhuang Shooting raised a finger, waving it before Guhalian, stating, choose one. He wished to see which option this man would select, to discern what manner of person he was. I would like to know. Guhalian rubbed his scruffy chin, hesitating momentarily, though he wore an expression tinged with discomfort. He resolutely declared, your name is Zhuang Shooting. The surname is bestowed by my parents and is linked to our family as profession. As for my given name, it signifies the hope that I will continue to soar. Zhuang Shooting lifted his gaze, turning to face Gu he directly, and inquired, why do you wish to know my name? If one remains unaware of another's name, the prospect of gaining a friend is forever lost. Even if we part ways after this encounter and never meet again, we shall have at least shared a moment of acquaintance. It is through such connections that life intertwines, sparking illumination, which lends significance to our existence. Ah, that is beautifully articulated, almost poetic, Zhuang Shuting remarked with interest. Are you a poet? I cannot claim such eloquence as my own. I have merely absorbed these words from others because they resonate with me, came the reply. Even if not originally your own thoughts, the ability to retain them is commendable. Zhuang Shuting pondered briefly before asking, what compels you to inquire about the police's questions? The crime resolution rate in Peiqing is notably high, yet. Zhuang Shuting recalled his father's adage, one cannot merely suppress the crime rate. A FAA of resolution is meaningless, and the PCPD is akin to a useless entity. In such circumstances, it is imperative that everyone takes care of themselves. All right, I understand. I shall recount to you what transpired within those walls. Initially, Zhuang Shuting would have certainly divulged the details, but now he found himself more inclined to share. Chapter 3. Consider who you are. Zhuang Shuting, a native of Peiqing, was born and raised in Huicheng City, the 7th alliance town of Peiqing. His father worked at a protein farm, bent over the nutritional pools for breeding mealworms, overshadowed by a greenhouse of steel and glass. Illuminated by the radiance of growth lights throughout his life, his daily labor was dedicated to supplying raw materials for the food factories in Peiqing. His mother also worked at the same farm, performing various tasks while simultaneously serving as a correspondent, secretary, accountant, and doctor, all for the meager salary of a single person. The family's income was stable yet low. In their lives, his parents were quite harsh on themselves, devoting all their energy to raising their children, ensuring that all three went to school, which entailed considerable expenses that drained their health. Fortunately, after graduating, his elder brother found a job at a company researching a certain type of oil, with a decent income that significantly supplemented the family finances. He assured Zhuang Shuting, leave mom and dad to me. I will find a way to help them recuperate and secure comprehensive treatment. In the meantime, you must take good care of your sister. She is closer to you. As the second son, Zhuang Shuting was 5 years younger than his brother and 5 years older than his sister, making it natural for him to shoulder this responsibility. Compared to his brother, he was not academically inclined, destined for neither higher education nor a white-collar job. Gritting his teeth, he barely graduated from a mechanical training school and finally secured a position on a production line. The 12-hour shifts and inexplicable overtime left him physically and mentally drained. At times, he longed to sleep directly in the Crimson Crystal factory, unwilling to take a single step further. Yet, he chose to rent an apartment far from the factory, close to his sister's school, which was cheaper than the school dormitory and avoided the risks of sharing living space with others. For people like them, the lower class, danger lurked at every corner, and a moment's carelessness could lead to demise, a common occurrence in Peiqing. His fingers glided across his facial skin, feeling some pain on both cheeks, though nothing serious. His left cheek bore a cut from a splintered brick, which had long since stopped bleeding thanks to the diligent work of his platelets, and a new scab had begun to provide protection. His right cheek had been slapped by a factory supervisor, a minor injury in the grand scheme of things. Without a job, one would face great risks in Peiqing. Zhuang Shuting was likely to be evicted for failure to pay rent, and without a stable address, finding new employment would be impossible, plunging him into a vicious cycle. This predicament would not only harm him, but also adversely affect his sister's education. He had to seize every opportunity to earn money, including odd jobs, and of course, the compensation he was owed. On June 23rd, his co-workers organized a protest, and he felt compelled to participate. However, none anticipated that the situation would turn so bloody. Including the PCPD, a total of 271 people perished, with the injured numbering 4 times that. This shocking toll left the citizens of Peiqing reeling. Yet, what truly stirred the higher-ups was the death of a significant figure, an utterly unacceptable occurrence. Upon realizing this, all survivors were apprehended by the PCPD, each subjected to interrogation. The PCPD sought to unravel the events of that day, and from their words, Zhuang Shuting was convinced that a crucial individual had perished in an explosion, inciting their ire. In a hushed tone, only audible to 2, Zhuang Shuting remarked, Guhalian, this incident involves the Crimson Group. Of course, we were protesting against the Crimson Group. It must be related, Guhalian replied. No, you misunderstand me, Zhuang Shuting clarified. In the interrogation room, aside from the PCPD personnel, I noticed someone else. He wasn't in uniform, merely clad in a plain blue shirt and black trousers. With a brownish-yellow coat beside him, he sat silently in the corner, but he was the most dangerous presence, for I caught a glimpse of a red and white striped shadow from his wrist. Gohalion shook his head, pressing for details about this shadowy wristband. That particular wristband is only equipped by the Special Operations Team of the Crimson Group's headquarters. A skilled worker once told me the protocols. One must show utmost respect and caution to those who wield such equipment. To put it plainly, no one in the Peicheng branch of the Crimson Group holds more authority than the user of that wristband. Such a person was personally involved in the interrogation? Gohalion gasped, anxiously touching his cheek, murmuring, "Goodness, this is going to get very complicated." Zhuang Shooting nodded, saying, "The PCPD is in a hurry." They placed a book on my chest and began beating me with a stick, repeatedly asking the same questions. Who am I? What am I doing here? What did I see? Later, the man in the blue shirt blinked twice, and the PCPD produced a syringe, administering some murky substance into my arm. What the hell did they inject you with? It's nothing. You were right to wake me, Zhuang Shooting reflected. Gohalion, I believe the PCPD and the Crimson Group do not truly care about the protest itself. Whether you are a protesting worker or merely a hired thug, it matters not. As long as you are uninvolved in the explosion or the death of any significant figure, you should be fine. I have a suggestion. Just tell the truth. That you are a hired hand, paid to bolster the crowd, and then things escalated. That is a delicate matter, although I'm not one of them. Some hired hands are killers, and if they suspect anything, it could spell trouble. Hired hands often carry the burden of unfounded suspicion. In Peicheng, they do not enjoy a good reputation. They are viewed with disdain, often labeled as spineless thugs chasing after money, scavengers, or the cockroaches of the sewers. Yet, hired hands are undeniably useful, especially in the eyes of the PCPD. Often, they act as the PCPD's eyes and expendable resources, serving as buffers between the various gangs that dominate the streets. The PCPD, in name, strives to maintain order in the city, but in reality, their capacity and willingness to fulfill this goal are lacking. The true power lies with the gangs entrenched in the 7 primary districts of Peicheng, often with the shadow of corporations looming behind them. The city government dares not provoke the corporations, and the PCPD is subservient to the city government. Both are enforcers, yet the city government's enforcers pale in comparison to those of the corporations. Naturally, the PCPD finds itself at a disadvantage before the gangs. At this point, hired hands, who do not belong to any gang, become natural intermediaries. With a little financial incentive from the PCPD, hired hands can resolve troubles or create advantageous situations, far less troublesome than direct conflict. There exists a peculiar camaraderie between hired hands and the PCPD. As long as hired hands do not threaten the PCPD's interests, the PCPD will continue to utilize them as valuable tools. Thus, Gohalion firmly believed, if the corporations intervened, aligning with the PCPD would be the safer route. Thank you. I shall seriously consider your advice. He gently patted Zhuang Shooting on the shoulder in gratitude. Their encounter was fleeting, and this gratitude represented merely a slight elevation above the level of strangers. They had formed a simple acquaintance, yet Gohalion would not divulge his inner decisions. Zhuang Shooting smiled and nodded, feeling he had done all he could. With his head bowed, he gazed at his empty hands. How would these hands provide food for both him and his sister? What would he do tomorrow to mend the injuries inflicted by years of toil? His brother was fully funding their parents' spiritual healing. There would be no surplus left. Zhuang Shooting must take good care of his sister. This was a promise between brothers. A promise, once made, must be fulfilled. This conviction has never wavered in the heart of Zhuang Shooting. However, the present situation is undeniably more dire. Following the chaos of last night, it is certain that the Crimson Group will handle this matter with utmost diligence, which signifies their unwavering refusal to pay compensation, even if they are morally obligated to do so. The company's rationale operates under a distinct standard, one that diverges from conventional thinking. If one were to offer money in response to every disturbance, it would invite an endless stream of upheaval. Zhuang Shooting has heard numerous tales about the Crimson Group and understands their nature well. They expect one to plead earnestly for their favor, maintaining a semblance of decorum. Yet, should one dare to lose their temper, they resort to brute force. The imperative to earn money is pressing. Securing the rent is the most significant expense looming on the horizon. Should he resort to becoming a zombie once more? Perhaps that would be too perilous. The last time he lent his body to another, He awoke precariously close to the banks of the Pei River, merely 5 centimeters away from plummeting through the railings. The surging waters would have whisked him away to the toxic wasteland beyond the city, a realm where all life is grotesquely transformed, slowly succumbing to a torturous demise. Danger aside, the crux of the matter lies in the meager earnings. Zhuang Shooting received only 500 yuan from his last zombie escapade, and the individual who commandeered his body, nearly bringing about his demise, vanished without settling the remaining balance. What a scoundrel! Zhuang Shooting sighed, acutely aware of the underlying reason. Without guarantees, such predicaments are inevitable. In this line of work, one cannot operate in isolation. One must have someone to care for them when consciousness and bodily control are relinquished. Each instance of becoming a zombie has relied on sheer luck, and this has occurred thrice already. It is unwise to presume that fortune will always favor him. This cannot continue. Casting a glance at the contemplative Gugongdao, a thought dawned upon him. Having more friends could yield more opportunities. Why not inquire whether mercenaries could provide a swift influx of cash? Before he could voice his thoughts, the door to the holding room swung open. 2 officers clad in black protective gear from the PCBD entered, brandishing electric batons, ushering the others aside while pointing at Gugongdao, proclaiming, "Hey, it's your turn for questioning." "Me? Very well." Gugongdao sprang to his feet, a sycophantic smile adorning his face as he asked, "Having been here for quite a while, may I have a sip of water?" "Go drink from the sink. You have 15 seconds. In reality, he was afforded merely 10 seconds. Gugongdao leaned over the faucet, gulping down several mouthfuls of water before being escorted away. Hearing the sound of running water, Zhuang Shooting licked his lips, feeling a twinge of thirst himself. Chapter 4. The Pink Skull. As Zhuang Shooting gazed at the retreating figure of Gugongdao being led away, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a formidable individual!" The impression was not so pronounced when he sat beside him, but now, flanked by the PCPD officers, it was starkly evident. The 2 men together barely matched his breadth, each one a head shorter. His broad shoulders and muscular arms exuded an air of intimidation, and it was no wonder that the petty thieves in this vicinity were cowed by him. A few pairs of feet passed by, including some belonging to those who had previously attempted to pilfer his wallet, which set Zhuang Shooting on edge. He held his breath, clenched his fists in silent resolve to protect himself, and made sure to avert his gaze, avoiding any direct eye contact, as he had heard that such a gesture was seen as a provocation among gang members. When those feet finally moved away, he exhaled in relief. His mind focused solely on escaping this perilous place. These gang members shared a common trait: black motorcycle tattoos adorning their necks. The more motorcycles one bore, the higher their standing within the gang. Rumor had it that they were not only brutal but also insatiably greedy, often resorting to violence over trivial gains. Utterly lacking in restraint, they had previously set their sights on him, but Gugongdao's imposing figure had temporarily deterred them. In that moment, Zhuang Shooting could only rely on himself. The best course of action was he pulled out the contents of his pants and shirt pockets, displaying them openly to the gang members: 2 keys, a piece of synthetic sweetener gummy, and a handkerchief. The bulging pocket of his trousers had been due to the handkerchief, not a wallet. TCH, the sound, laced with disdain, signified the gang's loss of interest in Zhuang Shooting, granting him a temporary reprieve. Cautiously, he stowed away the candy and keys, clutching the handkerchief as he made his way to the adjacent washroom. The holding area comprised 2 rooms, a larger one furnished with benches and prisoners, and a smaller one equipped with a toilet and sink. Both rooms were exposed to the outside, allowing the PCPD to observe everything through the bars. A wall separated the 2 rooms, and washing his face there would at least help him evade the gaze of the Black Bat gang members. Zhuang Shooting needed this brief respite. He also wished to assess his own condition. Unsteadily approaching the sink, he washed his face, took a few sips of water, and then turned to the aluminum mirror embedded in the wall. Aside from some shallow scratches on his face, he appeared to be in good shape. His complexion was rosy and healthy, his eyes bright and alert. Yet, a frown creased his brow. Something felt amiss. He was acutely aware of his state the previous night, when he had been nearly paralyzed, helpless. At one point, he had thought he was done for. Even if he survived the chaos, he would undoubtedly become a burden to his family. Death seemed a more favorable option. In that moment, his muscles had been weak, entirely reliant on the PCPD to lift him from the ground and unceremoniously toss him into the police car before depositing him in the holding area. Afterward, his body had miraculously begun to recover, feeling returned to his limbs, and his heart resumed a strong rhythm. He struggled to rise from the bench. But before he could even sit down or assess himself, he was pulled away for questioning by the PCPD. Could it have been that thing from last night? An entity, shadow-like, had invaded his body. He believed it to be some form of living shadow, yet he dared not be certain. The chaos surrounding him had been overwhelming, with sounds of conflict echoing in his ears, and the sheer volume of information had been disorienting, coupled with his paralysis, blurred vision, and sheer panic. It was entirely plausible that he had misinterpreted what he had seen. But what if my suspicion is correct? Zhuang Xuting stared into the mirror, a singular thought swirling in his mind. Other than the shadow, nothing else could account for my rapid recovery. Many who wielded shadows possessed the ability to heal rapidly from injuries, even regenerating limbs or surviving grievous wounds. Such miraculous effects could only be achieved through shadows, far beyond the reach of contemporary medical science. Shadows are powerful, enigmatic, and omnipresent. They exist within all electronic devices, including the washroom of this holding area. The fluorescent lights overhead and the surveillance cameras in the corners are all connected to the core of the shadow, obeying its commands. Only a living shadow can bestow such formidable restorative abilities, and the kind that can penetrate the body must be alive. This is common knowledge. Simultaneously, another piece of knowledge cautioned him. Without specialized surgical procedures, a living shadow entering the body would inevitably lead to immediate death. Thus, with this analysis, Zhuang Xuting's understanding had become paradoxical, leaving him more uncertain than ever. If it is indeed a shadow, there should be signs on my body. He meticulously examined himself, including his limbs and torso, searching for any marks of the shadow. An entering shadow would leave traces once it began to exert its influence, manifesting as changes in skin texture, typically taking the form of variously colored geometric patterns. Common examples include crimson hourglasses, blue-green mismatched pupils, and rows of teeth biting a purple tongue. These marks often appeared on the limbs, with some lingering on the chest and abdomen, most manifested in a tattoo-like form, though some resembled scar tissue. These marks cannot be healed by regenerative abilities. They only become more pronounced with the use of shadows. It was said that Badenberg, the legendary shadow warrior and captain of the Crimson Group's security team, was entirely covered in shadow marks, rendering his original appearance unrecognizable. After a thorough search of his body, Zhuang Xuting found no new marks, and another thought occurred to him. When he had been immobile, the shattered wall had scraped his cheek. That wound remained, not yet fully healed. If his paralysis had indeed subsided, then this superficial injury should have healed much sooner. Could it be that there was no shadow attached to him, nor any paralysis at all? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a swirl of pink mist materialized behind him, extending like tendrils. The base of this entity was thinner than a pinky finger, while its tip was approximately the size of a thumb, semi-transparent, with a surface that cast shadows in the vague semblance of a skull. What on earth is this? Zhuang Xuting recoiled in shock. He had entertained fantasies of sudden wealth, suspecting he had become possessed by a shadow. Yet when confronted with such an extraordinary phenomenon, panic overwhelmed him. What should I do? What should I do? He realized he was ill-prepared for this. He had concocted numerous elaborate plans for spending his newfound wealth, but for the first step, how to attain wealth, or, more accurately, how to deal with the shadow, he had given it no thought. How to cultivate a shadow, how to tame it, how to wield a living shadow. These were not lessons imparted by schools or discussed by society, and Zhuang Xuting was at a loss. A living shadow had taken residence within him, and he had somehow survived. An event defying all logic had occurred, and now was not the time to ponder its rationality. He must first determine his course of action. Stay calm, Zhuang Xuting, stay calm. He spoke to his reflection in the mirror, reminding himself earnestly, no matter what, do not lose the shadow, otherwise, everything will be lost. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he extended a trembling hand toward the pink skull. Do not be afraid, little one, I will not harm you. And please do not bite. Yet the shadow did not respond to his soothing words. The entity felt cool and smooth, reminiscent of jelly. However, this jelly was not a true solid. With the slightest pressure, he could pierce it without causing any harm. Can a living shadow be so vivid? Zhuang Xuting felt as though his mind was racing to keep pace with the unfolding mystery, regardless of how this entity came into existence. As long as it is a living shadow, it must be exceedingly valuable. That is the crux of the matter. To whom shall it be sold? Who possesses the means to purchase it? Furthermore, there lies an essential question: how to ensure that the shadow complies obediently. The company undoubtedly knows how to handle such matters. Yet Zhuang Shooting hesitates to approach them, unless he can guarantee his own safety and interests. The very thought of this leads him to realize that such an idea is indeed unreliable. The company still owes him severance pay and compensation. How could he trust them? The gang and the company are in cahoots, and even more ruthless. Thus they are not an option either. Perhaps the municipal government's agency could be worth a try, provided he can ascertain the depths of the situation. Similarly, mercenaries, some of whom are users of shadows, might have a solution, yet he currently lacks the connections. The dilemma between the municipal government and mercenaries remains. Zhuang Shooting finds himself unable to make a definitive decision, so he resolves to take one step at a time. Could it be related to the mercenaries? Did they infiltrate for ulterior motives? If that is indeed the case, he certainly cannot affiliate with them. Moreover, selling the shadow is merely a distant prospect. It cannot quench his immediate thirst. At present, aside from the mercenaries, are there any other expedient ways to earn quick money? Yet, he cannot resort to joining a gang to commit nefarious deeds. He muses, even if being a mercenary proves challenging, it is certainly better than having no path forward. First, he must find a way, and then consider amassing wealth. Possessing a shadow signifies a promising future. The only question remains, where is this birthmark? Ah, it must be on his back. He gazes into the mirror, searching for it, and discovers, at the center of his back, a faintly visible pink skull grinning enigmatically, roughly the size of a thumb. It appears this shadow is not particularly strong. It likely won't fetch a high price. Alas, he has forgotten something crucial. He neglected to inform Gehefen about the matter concerning the instrument. After a moment's contemplation, Zhuang Shooting ultimately shakes his head and states, it is of little consequence, merely a lie detector, and it does not affect the grand scheme. As long as he refrains from speaking indiscreetly and entangling himself in unnecessary troubles, he should be able to see him soon. Zhuang Shooting is dragged into the interrogation room, his body limp and his heart filled with trepidation. In stark contrast, Gugongdao strides into the room with his head held high, smiling as he enters. He raises his handcuffed wrists, which jingle with the sound of chains, greeting the officers of the PCPD inside. You all have worked hard. There is no need for such formality. His demeanor immediately captures the attention of a blue-shirt officer in the corner. The officer glances at Gugongdao twice before lowering his eyelids, rubbing his fingers together as he ponders. Enough with the nonsense. Sit down in the chair. 3 officers in black uniforms press down on Gugongdao's shoulders, forcing him into a restraint chair. They then thread the chains of the handcuffs and leg irons through a fixed loop on the floor, tightening them so he is rendered completely immobile. Ouch, be gentle. That hurts. Gugongdao looks around, feigning familiarity, and with a smug expression, he declares, you needn't go through all this trouble. Save your strength. I will cooperate fully. Whatever you ask, I shall answer. I am merely a mercenary, enthusiastically serving everyone. None of the PCPD officers smile. Instead, their expressions grow even graver. At this moment, the blue-shirt officer in the corner speaks up. Let's put him on the instrument directly and see what his true nature is. Chapter 5. The quality in the cramped room. A pungent and mixed aroma of tobacco pervaded the air. A spotlight cast a glaring beam upon Gugongdao's face, momentarily lightening his dark complexion. 3 officers from the PCPD sat across the iron table, their eyes wide open with fury, relentlessly applying pressure with their stares. Meanwhile, another trio of officers brought in instruments, affixing wire-connected electrodes to Gugongdao's head and limbs. What is this? Can you enlighten me? The dark-skinned man squinted and spoke. I'm Gugongdao, nicknamed Guhaizi, a mercenary. My intermediary this time is. Suddenly, a blow struck his abdomen, wielded by a rubber-coated iron rod. He let out a muffled groan, whimpering, I'm being forthcoming. Why must you strike me? Speak, and no more blows. The assailant barked. If you fidget and loosen those electrodes, you'll be in for more punishment. Just ask, don't hit me. My kidneys are still functioning. Please don't be so brutal. Noticing the man raising the rod again, Gugongdao promptly sealed his lips, biting down on them. Despite his efforts, the rod still fell upon his arm. Gugongdao clenched his mouth shut, glaring at the assailant, his face devoid of mirth. The sound of polished shoes echoed on the floor as a man in a blue shirt approached Gugongdao directly. He emanated an aura that was either fearsome or repulsive, causing the PCPD officers to instinctively step back. In terms of appearance, the blue-shirt man possessed a handsomeness that seemed harmless. He would not induce discomfort nor would he feel unapproachable. Many who laid eyes on him would experience a sense of trust akin to that of a neighborly older brother or childhood friend, a quality evidently advantageous for his interrogation work. I am Castor, here to assist the PCPD in investigating this case. Despite witnessing the helplessness and mockery reflected in the officer's eyes, Gugongdao understood that the term assist was sheer deception. Nevertheless, he resolved to comply entirely. He nodded slowly and firmly, adopting a demeanor of acquiescence. Do not be anxious. I disdain barbaric methods. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Castor extended his hand, pressing his fingertips slowly and deliberately onto the electrodes, sending a chilling sensation coursing through Gugongdao's skin. You may speak freely. There is no risk of disrupting the device. Ah, thank you. I can finally breathe easy. Gugongdao resumed his previous smile. What is this device? It appears quite mysterious. This is the PY5B Special Ability Detector, capable of identifying your bloodline traits or shadowy traces. Castor activated the machine, and tingling currents surged from the electrodes, racing chaotically through Gugongdao's body. Some cunning villains blend in among ordinary people. Only by testing everyone can I ensure I am not deceived by shadowy abilities or bloodline traits. Gugongdao scrutinized the device, allowing him to avoid direct eye contact with Castor. Maintaining a relaxed and friendly demeanor, he remarked, "Oh, so this is the kind of equipment you have. Just ask me directly." My grandfather possessed werewolf blood, enabling him to morph his hands into elongated claws. I must have inherited the werewolf lineage, albeit in a diluted form, rendering transformation impossible. Werewolf lineage? No, your bloodline is canine, exceedingly diluted, to the point that the specific breed is indiscernible. This peculiar ability of yours to foster closeness with others, while simultaneously evoking a sense of intimacy, is likely the last legacy bequeathed by your bloodline. How absurd. My family is of werewolf descent. If canine blood grants such abilities, then you must be the king of dogs, the ultimate embodiment of canine lineage, Gugongdao internally scoffed. Castor fiddled with the device for a moment before nodding. Aside from this, you are an ordinary individual, having never utilized shadowy abilities. I've always wanted a ghostly energy bullet handgun. Castor maintained his habitual smile, replying, the convergence of shadows mirrors the encounters between individuals. Where there is fate, there is possibility. In a sense, you and I are quite alike, but I need to know more to ascertain whether our fates align. Gugongdao shivered. His instincts warned him of the latent danger residing within this blue-shirt man. A palpable aura of bloodshed and menace emanated from him, a scent that slowly seeped from his flesh. Zhuan Xueting had been right. One must never provoke the special operations team of the Scarlet Company. While conflict with such individuals is hazardous, forming a bond with them carries its own significant risks. That would be splendid. Gugongdao spoke with tremors, striving to suppress his quaking. I am a mercenary, Gugongdao, ever ready to accept assignments, provided they are within my capacity. My contact information. The PCPD knows how to reach mercenaries, so I am aware, Castor interjected. Very well, should fate permit, we shall meet again. Of course. Castor entwined his fingers around the wires and yanked forcefully, tearing off the electrodes, inflicting Gugongdao with sharp, fleeting pangs of pain. He meticulously removed all 28 electrodes, his eyes shifting hues from red to blue, fixating on Guhaizi, and with a measured tone, he queried, I have previously examined 40 individuals. You are the first with a bloodline or shadow. Really? Just me? What does that signify? It indicates that, including you, all are inept, incapable of causing significant trouble. You are merely a pawn. No, not even a pawn. At best, you are mere scrap on the periphery of the backdrop. He struck Gugongdao's cheek lightly with the back of his hand. Your worth is minimal, easily discarded. Personally, I detest mercenaries, and the PCPD is in urgent pursuit of the perpetrator or a substitute. Your sole option now is to divulge everything you know, or else, even if you didn't threaten me, I would willingly disclose. Gugongdao endeavored to maintain a smile as he began narrating how he entered this line of work, the nature of his current assignment, the identity of his intermediary, and the intermediary's past exploits. He repeatedly expressed his readiness to offer mercenary services, as long as the remuneration and task difficulty were appropriate. His words flowed quickly and fluently, save for a hint of rambling, fully meeting the interrogator's expectations. Castor posed questions, and the PCPD meticulously sifted through the responses. They exchanged knowing glances, leading Gugongdao to believe the interrogation was concluding when Castor produced a syringe filled with a gray substance. Are you injecting me? I have an aversion to needles, a fear since childhood. Gugongdao's legs began to tremble as he stammered. Is there any chance you could forego the injection? Furthermore, may I use the restroom first? I can barely hold it. His pleas went unheard. 2 officers firmly restrained his arms, while another swiftly administered the injection. Initially, the puncture site throbbed painfully, then transitioned to itching, and finally to numbness. This numbness spread up his arm, inducing bouts of dizziness as it reached his brain. Zhuang Xueting had not been mistaken, Gugongdao mused. At this moment, he felt immense gratitude toward the handsome young man for the intelligence he provided, which had granted him a measure of preparedness. He noticed his pants gradually dampening, a pungent odor of urine wafting through the air, startling the PCPD officers, who instinctively recoiled. Castor too furrowed his brow, moving slightly away, unwilling to sully himself with the filth of the lesser sort. Such a large man, and you frightened yourself to the point of wetting your pants. One interrogator scoffed, then turned to Gugongdao, inquiring, how did you develop such a condition? I was startled by a sneeze when I was 3 during an injection and wet myself. Since then, this affliction has persisted. The PCPD noted Gugongdao's glazed expression, his head swaying, his voice feeble, evidently under the influence of the drug. Seizing the moment, they resumed their questioning, meticulously verifying his previous responses to ascertain whether he was lying or concealing information. Gugongdao remained drowsy but, unlike Zhuang Xueting, he had not entirely lost control. Urine seeped through his trousers, flowing onto the iron chair and the cement floor, inviting the mockery of onlookers, yet secretly alleviating the effects of the gray substance. You are of the canine bloodline? He scoffed. Nay, it is you who bears that lineage. The Go family has always been of the werewolf bloodline. By the time it reached his generation, the werewolf lineage had significantly weakened, losing the ability to transform, yet it still bore other advantages. Firstly, he possessed slightly more strength than the average person, making it easier for him to develop a robust physique. Secondly, his metabolism was remarkably swift, particularly in detoxifying through urination, provided he consumed enough water. Consequently, his testimony could be seamlessly woven, leading others to believe he was merely an overly zealous and bothersome mercenary, with no one drawing connections to the bombing incident. Not this fellow, he bears no clues. The man in the blue shirt, now devoid of a friendly smile, lifted his foot and forcefully kicked the interrogation chair, sending it, and the Go family member crashing to the ground. The clanking of chains and handcuffs echoed as the large man slumped into his own urine. No one exhibited a semblance of sympathy or compassion. They remained engrossed in their discussions about the case. The investigation into the June 23rd bombing must continue, questioning every individual within a 3-block radius, leaving no stone unturned. I mean, even if one spots a mouse passing by, if it is unfamiliar, it is suspect. The PCPD wore expressions of bitter resignation, acutely aware that this was a thankless task, a dismal chore, yet they dared not voice their frustrations. What about those already interrogated? That is your concern at the PCPD. I care not how you report to the city government, the man in blue replied. I shall persist in my investigation until the truth is unveiled. And you must continue to cooperate. Chapter 6. Making a friend. Gugongdao lay motionless on the ground, appearing lifeless. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that he was indeed alive, his body subtly rising and falling with each breath. A few nearby criminals approached, quickly pinching their noses as they involuntarily urinated in their pants. Disgusting. The PCPD had truly struck hard this time. I hope they don't come after me. He could not leave Gugongdao there unattended, as the members of the motorcycle gang were already taking notice of him. Zhuang Xueting hurried over, straining to lift the hefty upper body of Gugongdao off the floor. After considerable effort, he finally managed to move him onto a chair. Before he could catch his breath, 3 members of the motorcycle gang surrounded them. These individuals exuded a pungent aroma of metal and kerosene, mingled with the stench of sweat and body odor, a truly offensive combination. Zhuang Xueting had no desire to engage with any gang. Yet, that did not imply he would be free from their troublesome attention. Kid, I'm giving you a chance to admit your mistake and make amends. You seem skilled at picking pockets. Now, empty that guy's pockets and hand over what you find to us. No, I will not do that, Zhuang Xueting replied, lifting his gaze towards the 3 gang members, attempting to muster a smile in hopes of securing a final chance for peace. He positioned himself between them and Gugongdao. saying, "We are all in the same boat, having been captured by the PCPD. Why not be friends? Besides money and loyalty to the motorcycle gang, we have no desire for friendship." One of the gang members sneered, flicking his tongue against his lip ring while raising a hand dismissively. "You're a broke loser. Utterly worthless. I suggest you step aside and let us take this guy off your hands. Do not underestimate him. Although he appears unconscious and has soiled himself, he will awaken eventually," Zhuang Shooting warned. The gang members laughed in response. "You are indeed correct. Thus, you are a fool for defending him. Leave him to us, and you may witness whether he dares to confront the motorcycle gang upon awakening." Avoiding trouble is undoubtedly wise, yet striving to forge friendships is an even wiser course of action. Zhuang Shooting was not one to provoke conflict, never one to meddle in matters involving mercenaries and gangs. However, circumstances had changed. He might require the friendship of a mercenary, and perhaps wealth could spring forth from the alliance with Gugongdao. For the sake of profit, through calculated risk, Zhuang Shooting firmly stood his ground, continuing to shield Gugongdao from the motorcycle gang. "I will not allow you to bully him," Zhuang Shooting declared loudly. He thought to himself that even if Gugongdao was in a state of unconsciousness and could not hear him, those around them certainly could. His words might eventually reach Gugongdao's ears. "He has helped me before, thus he is my friend. I shall aid my friends. This is my principle." The three gang members chuckled mockingly, their expressions swiftly darkening, as if they had suddenly lost their sanity. One of them clenched his fists, glaring as he declared, "Your principles are about to encounter the taste of my fists." Before he could finish his exclamation, Zhuang Shooting struck first, delivering a powerful punch. He had been taught by his father, strike first and never hesitate. One must advance relentlessly. Bang! Zhuang Shooting's kick landed squarely in the rival's groin. His hard-soled work boot crushing down mercilessly. This feigned attack aimed at the groin was a fundamental principle of close combat. Crack! "My precious," one of the motorcycle gang members groaned, clutching his groin and trembling as he collapsed into a fetal position. At that moment, the other two members began to rain down punches and kicks upon Zhuang Shooting with equal ferocity. Zhuang Shooting had no formal training in fighting. His sole reliance lay in his composure, strategic thinking, and opportunistic strikes. He shielded his head with his arms, hunched over, swaying left and right, shouting at the top of his lungs, "A brawl! A riot! Charge! 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 This guy is slippery," one gang member shouted, only to find Zhuang Shooting charging directly into him. Those unfamiliar with martial arts resort to grappling, and Zhuang Shooting was no exception. He understood the necessity of maximizing his grappling skills. He dove into his opponent's embrace, continuing to press forward, allowing his back to absorb the blows. Meanwhile, he would strike with his knees or fists, relentlessly aiming for the groin. The opponent curled up to protect his vital areas, and soon they found themselves in a wrestling stance. This wrestling proved disadvantageous for Zhuang Shooting, especially since he had to worry about another gang member who had circled around, preparing to strike at his groin and the back of his knees. In that moment, Zhuang Shooting let out a furious roar, summoning all his strength to push forward, crashing the gang member into the crowd. The holding cell erupted into chaos, screams, insults, and the cacophony of punches and kicks blending into a singular uproar. Zhuang Shooting and the gang member tumbled to the ground, their limbs entangled, becoming inseparable. He felt his hair being pulled. Yet he seized the opportunity to grip the gang member's groin. "Let us release each other, shall we?" Zhuang Shooting heard the gang member plead, and the tone of that voice echoed in his ears just as it had entered. Generally, he was a mild-mannered individual, but when provoked, he could unleash a ferocity that was ruthless. He tightened his grip, twisting his wrist, and then struck down with all his might. "Ah!" the gang member screamed, his body shaking uncontrollably, frothing at the mouth, his eyes bulging as he clearly reached the pinnacle of agony. "Release him!" The last gang member charged at Zhuang Shooting, delivering a kick, followed by several more. Zhuang Shooting gritted his teeth, enduring the blows as he struggled to free his trapped legs. At this juncture, the cell had descended into utter disarray, with everyone seeking to take advantage of the turmoil, settling scores, and if there was profit to be gained. Now was the time to act. On the other side of the bars, the PCPD noticed the chaos within the holding cell and promptly summoned reinforcements. They were indifferent to the lives and futures of those inside. They simply wished to avoid cleaning up the mess left by these scoundrels, particularly to evade the burdens of tedious paperwork. Unless they achieved a numerical advantage of 3-1, the PCPD would not rush into the cell. The occupants were well aware of the PCPD's nature. Rather than ceasing their altercations, they seized the opportunity to gain the upper hand. Zhuang Shooting continued to wrestle free, but he found himself pinned down by the gang member, while others from the motorcycle gang were trampling and kicking him, presenting considerable challenges. Suddenly, the kicks ceased, prompting him to break free, crawling and glancing back. He beheld the last motorcycle gang member suspended in midair, his neck ensnared by a powerful arm. As a massive fist rained down repeatedly on his side. The side ribs might not be a fatal target, but they certainly could incapacitate an opponent, especially when the blows came from Gugongdao. Standing like a giant, he swung his fists with the force of a titan, albeit a bit unsteady, yet delivering a decisive impact. "Are you all right?" Zhuang Shooting and Gugongdao spoke simultaneously, sharing a brief smile. Gugongdao casually discarded the gang member he had held, swaying forward as he extended a hand to Zhuang Shooting. "Shall I help you up?" "No, get down quickly." Zhuang Shooting grasped Gugongdao's large hand, pulling him downward. "Crouch down." "Why?" "Trust me, the PCPD is coming in." Zhuang Shooting urged urgently, pulling Gongdao close. The big man, drooling and grinning foolishly, clearly still in a daze, was quickly positioned into a defensive posture, mirroring Zhuang Shooting's stance. "Now, mimic me and avoid attracting the PCPD's attention." Zhuang Shooting nudged Gugongdao with his elbow, saying, "Thank you for coming to my rescue." Gugongdao chuckled lightly, furrowing his brow while straining to focus his gaze. The medication they administered was potent, akin to the sensation of inebriation. A wave of nausea washed over him. "I feel like I might retch." "Stay still, don't speak." "Hold it in," Zhuang Shooting urged hastily. At that moment, the PCPD had assembled their numbers and stormed into the cell, shouting commands and striking each individual with electric batons. They showed no inclination to discern who bore responsibility or who was innocent. Their sole concern lay in identifying those who would submit and those who required reprimanding. The electric shocks pierced through to the marrow, eliciting a cry of anguish from Zhuang Shooting, who immediately gritted his teeth, silencing himself and maintaining a crouched posture with his arms around his head. Gugongdao endured a blow as well. Perhaps the effects of the drug still lingered as he appeared unaffected by the pain, continuing to wear a foolish grin while swaying slightly, holding his original position. The PCPD exhibited no interest in those silently enduring the blows. Those who disobeyed the command to crouch and shield their heads, or dared to complain or resist, whether intentionally, forcibly, or reflexively, were all categorized as instigators, accountable for the preceding chaos. This time, they leaned against the wall, shoulders brushing against one another, each bearing a faint, relaxed smile of foolishness on their faces. Chapter 7. Release. Zhuang Shooting rolled his eyes and remarked, "That was quite the act. Please refrain from doing that again. I heard everything, and I am grateful for your intervention. I never anticipated you would step forward. Initially, I intended to glare at them when they rifled through my pockets, hoping to frighten them into submission." Gugongdao gently patted Zhuang Shooting's chest with the back of his hand and chuckled. "I believe that would have been quite entertaining. What do you think?" Zhuang Shooting scrutinized him once more and replied, "Even if you weren't unconscious at the time, your physical condition was still rather compromised, wasn't it? Look at you now. Your legs are still trembling slightly. You are correct. At most, I could have suddenly opened my eyes to scare them. I truly lacked the strength to engage in a scuffle. So, thank you for buying me time. They must have given you quite a beating, right? Does it still hurt?" "I'm fine, nothing serious. Thankfully, they didn't hit my face." "Indeed. Although not as handsome as I am, your face possesses a modicum of charm that deserves protection. It is best not to mar it." Zhuang Shooting scoffed slightly and shook his head before inquiring, "Why did you pretend to be unconscious? As long as you could walk, those motorcycle gang members would never dare to cause trouble, and I wouldn't have had to intervene. My pants got wet. If I feigned a more pitiful state, it might mitigate the embarrassment." Gugongdao offered a premeditated excuse to veil his true intentions, at least partially. Avoiding embarrassment was indeed a valid concern. A werewolf who wet his pants while walking was hardly a figure of fear, and losing control only after enduring repeated torment was more likely to elicit sympathy. He was also eager to gauge everyone's reactions in the cell, particularly Zhuang Shooting's. Those keen, discerning eyes left a profound impression on him. What impressed Gugongdao even more was Zhuang Shooting's analytical prowess. He once stated, "From their words and demeanor, I am convinced that a significant figure has perished, succumbing to an explosion." Gugongdao could not derive this information from interrogation and torture alone. It was only after feigning unconsciousness during the questioning and eavesdropping on conversations between the blue-shirt individuals and the PCPD that he gleaned some clues. Moreover, by the grace of the divine, how had Zhuang Shooting deduced that an important figure had died in an explosion? Zhuang Shooting did not glance at his soiled trousers. Instead, he fixated on Gu Gongdao's eyes, momentarily believing his thoughts had been uncovered. Fortunately, Zhuang Shooting remarked, "Your head is far too large. There are no trousers here that would fit you. You might as well wash them. They will still be damp, but at least the odor will be lessened." "That is a good idea, but I do not wish to complicate things. I have a change of clothes." "Another set? Where?" "In the PCPD's warehouse, confiscated upon entry. A bag about this size." Gu Gongdao gestured with his hands, stating, "When we depart, the PCPD will return my belongings." The speaker may have been oblivious, but the listener was certainly attentive. Zhuang Shooting quickly discerned the implication of this statement, leaning in closer and lowering his voice to ask, "Are they preparing to release us?" "I believe that is the case." Gu Gongdao reaffirmed the impressive observational and analytical abilities of his companion, eagerly continuing, "When were we incarcerated?" "The PCPD arrived on the scene around 11 last night. After some delay, I entered the holding room just before midnight. It is now 6 in the afternoon. Under normal circumstances, incarcerated individuals would receive their sole meal of the day around 8 in the evening." Gu Gongdao grunted, adding, "The corrupt officials are always looking to save on meal expenses for their own pockets, often releasing individuals before 8. That does not guarantee that we will be the fortunate ones." "Trust me, it will be so," Gu Gongdao replied cheerfully. He thought to himself, "I heard them on the way. Those corrupt officials were unable to extract anything from us and were eager to rid themselves of the individuals they had captured. After spending a day in the police station, the Crimson Company would pester them for 24 hours, 1,440 minutes, over 86,000 seconds. For the PCPD, the 623 riot incident was easily resolved, as they had ready scapegoats. They could confidently assert, thanks to the collective efforts, the criminals who orchestrated the riot and attempted to endanger the city have all been eliminated, and investigations into their masterminds are ongoing. Let us mourn the innocent citizens, and let us condemn the wicked rioters. We urge the public to further support the work of the PCPD. As for the explosion and the death of the significant figure, let the Crimson Company investigate. After all, they had no faith in any findings from the PCPD. May your words be prophetic. I yearn to leave this place." Zhuang Shooting nudged him with his elbow, seemingly innocently asking, "Gahalian, how much do you earn for hiring thugs to hang around here for a night? What is the pay for instigating chaos?" $150 is what you take home. There is no difficulty with such tasks. Merely stand there and shout a few times. Doing whatever others do, just there to make up the numbers, no need to take the lead. Gu Gongdao shrugged, finally divulging the part Zhuang Shooting was most concerned about. "I do not know how much it costs to incite that kind of chaos. We hired thugs do not directly confront the PCPD. Those tasks are typically handled by gangs." Zhuang Shooting nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Gu Gongdao had no connection to the tragic deaths of his comrades from the previous night, alleviating his psychological burden regarding their collaboration. Disrupting peaceful protests to incite conflict between demonstrators and the PCPD was undoubtedly profitable for the company, resembling the work of a gang. The only aspect Zhuang Shooting could not fathom was who was responsible for the explosion and the death of the significant figure. Thus, the urgency to sell Shadow became almost the sole option. $150 is quite a sum for merely standing around for a night, Zhuang Shooting mused. "Gu Halian. My friends prefer to call me Dao Gu. You can address me as such since you appear younger than I." He touched his face and added, "Halian is a name my parents gave me. Dao Gu is earned through my own merit." "Very well, Dao Gu. I wish to inquire, do you think it is possible for me to become a hired thug for some income? That would be splendid. Cough, I mean. Take your time to consider before making a decision. From my perspective, you might just scrape by." Gu Gongdao chuckled before continuing. "Being a hired thug is hardly a stable profession. It lacks the consistency of factory work and often necessitates putting one's head on the line. The industry is rife with both good and bad, making it difficult for novices to find a good path, prone to exploitation. If I were to follow you as a hired thug, would you take care of me?" "Absolutely." Gu Gongdao's hidden thoughts were instantly revealed. "To be honest, I am in dire need of funds. The situation with the magic crystal factory has made things exceedingly challenging for me." Gu Gongdao placed his arm around Zhuang Shooting's shoulder and shook him gently, speaking in a comforting tone. "Do not worry. I promise to keep an eye out for you. Hey, look, the corrupt official has arrived. I have a good feeling. We are about to be released. Gugongdao waited by the roadside just outside the main entrance for him, and they nodded to each other before drawing close together. You have already changed your clothes. Why keep dirty pants? Besides, I have completed the task. By the way, I need to ask him for more money. After all, this ordeal in jail was not part of the agreement. Are you going to find? How should I refer to him? Is it called an intermediary? Yes, it is called an intermediary, but do not worry. I will take you with me. Zhuang shooting, are you hungry? I have not eaten since last night. So I am certainly famished, but I have no money on me. Not to worry, I still have. Gugongdao rummaged through his wallet and only extracted 3 bills, cursing immediately. Had it not been right outside the PCPD, he would have ranted for an hour. Damn PCPD. They even picked my pocket. Look, I initially had 300, but now I am left with merely 50 yuan. Zhuang shooting rummaged through his pocket, producing the last remnants of his possessions. I have but a single piece of candy left. Let us share it equally to sustain ourselves for the moment, and then we shall each seek our own means of sustenance. Chapter 8. Sua's fishball wontons at the entrance of the PCPD interrogation center. There exists a bus stop where one can embark on the suburban line number 2 for a mere 2 yuan. This journey traverses a considerable expanse of Peicheng, culminating in the northern district of Hedeku. Once the most bustling area of the city, it thrived on the convenient and lucrative water transportation along the Pei River, supporting the livelihoods of thousands. However, over the past 30 years, the rain that has fallen from the heavens has been imbued with an inexplicable fury, manifesting in extreme torrents that render the river perpetually tempestuous. The senseless, frenzied waves and the intermittent, lethal whirlpools have claimed numerous lives and wrecked countless vessels, leading to the neglect of this once favored waterway. Hedeku has since fallen into decay, now resembling a dying camel collapsed upon the ground, its once mighty frame reduced to little more than withered skin and bones. Swarms of buzzing flies hover around it, while avaricious vultures cast greedy glances, eager to partake in the spoils. Yet, the area still struggles to breathe, with the remnants of warehouses and loading docks standing under the flickering glow of steam lamps, surrounded by hundreds of stalls selling distinctive yet inexpensive snacks, alongside several small eateries catering to appetites beyond mere sustenance. The entire locale desperately attempts to mask the faint stench of decay emanating from its depths with an abundance of stimulating aromas, delaying the inevitable arrival of death. A mere 200 paces from the Hedeku East station of the suburban line number 2, the neon sign of Sua's fishball wontons emits a dim and unstable glow. It is a stationary 4-wheeled cart, featuring a coal-burning iron stove that supports 4 steaming pots, alongside trays of fish balls, meat fillings, and wrappers, as well as an array of 7 or 8 condiments. 3 crooked little round tables accompany 12 stools, while 4 solitary bar stools sit empty opposite the stove, seldom occupied. Consequently, there is no need for additional staff. The entire operation relies solely on a portly middle-aged man tasked with cooking the wontons. He possesses a rotund figure and a smile that endears him to all, with his beard and hair impeccably trimmed, clad in an oversized, slightly cumbersome chef's robe. He serves as a living advertisement for the fishball wontons. This is the place. Gugongdao plopped down onto a bar stool, patting the seat beside him for Zhuang shooting to join, while calling out to the proprietor, "Boss Saw, the usual, but double this time." "Do I know you?" "What usual?" "I don't know." The wonton vendor fixed a piercing gaze upon Gugongdao, creating an awkward tension until it was shattered by their shared laughter. The two exchanged a fist bump in camaraderie. 2 servings that do not suffice cost a total of 26 euros. Operating on a tight budget. Payment is required up front. No credit extended. Not even to regular customers? Gugongdao inquired. "I'm a bit short on cash at the moment. Regular customers can least afford to run a tab. I'm afraid that if I allow debts to accumulate, my old friends might never return," Boss So remarked briskly, as he skillfully wrapped wontons and tossed them into the boiling pot, immediately commencing the preparation of the broth without so much as glancing down. His attention primarily focused on Zhuang shooting. "This is my new friend who bravely shielded me from my adversaries." "Really? This lad must be rather foolish," Boss So replied, shifting his ample frame closer to Zhuang shooting. "Next time, don't do that. That guy is the boxing champion of this area. There's no need to assist his opponents in finding their teeth on the floor." "You're a boxing champion?" Zhuang shooting exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh, I nearly forgot," Boss Sua said, retrieving a small bottle from his coat pocket and producing 2 rice-sized white pills, which he offered to his 2 patrons. What are these for? Zhuang Shooting asked. To aid digestion and enhance flavor, Boss Suo winked. Don't listen to him. Those are just anti-diarrhea pills, Gugongdao chuckled. Boss Suo's culinary skills are beyond reproach. Soon you shall savor delightful fishball wontons. But he isn't a fishmonger. He uses whatever is available at the docks. And those fish, well, that's another story altogether. In short, take a pill for your own good. He tossed the pill into his mouth, washing it down with the broth. Zhuang Shooting shrugged and followed suit. The wontons arrived, steaming and aromatic. Gugongdao first sipped some broth, then used a spoon to scoop up a wonton, biting it in half, blowing on it as he ate. This is real fish meat, not some synthetic protein-flavored substitute. Zhuang Shooting nodded, giving a thumbs up. Nowadays, such meat is hard to handle. You've truly mastered the art of eliminating the taste of dust and coal oil. I'm glad you are satisfied, Boss Suo replied, wiping his hands on his apron while smiling. Meanwhile, Gugongdao had already begun to feast heartily, seemingly unfazed by the heat. He swiftly polished off an entire bowl of wontons, leaving no broth behind. With a contented sigh, he patted his belly and pointed at Zhuang Shooting, casting a glance at Boss Suo. Do you have any leads on commissions? Do you know who might be in need of help lately? What do you think of him? What you need right now is to keep your feet on the ground. There hasn't been much activity lately, considering the chaos from last night. Everyone needs to lay low for a while. I'll inquire and let you know by tomorrow morning. Don't rush. Zhuang Shooting looked at Boss Suo, then at Gugongdao. Brother Dao, what's the situation? This hefty fellow has worked as a mercenary and a middleman, but he loves the culinary arts more, which is why he left that world to run this wonton stall. I trust his judgment. If he says you aren't suited for mercenary work, I'll advise you to pursue another path. Boss Suo shook his plump fist and said, I'm robust, not fat. Get that straight. However, my dear child, being a mercenary is not as glamorous as it seems. You will encounter all sorts of troublesome matters. Can you earn money quickly? Zhuang Shooting asked. Is it more lucrative than working in a factory? If you're not picky, there's a possibility of earning money every day. If you have the skills to make a name for yourself in this line of work, you will undoubtedly earn more than in a factory. Boss Suo replied with a smile. Working in a factory will gradually deplete your life, while being a mercenary burns life rapidly, producing a more dazzling flame. I urgently need work. Otherwise, I won't be able to pay my rent and will be thrown out. Haha, don't say such things in the future. It makes you vulnerable to manipulation by middlemen. Always remember, mercenaries and middlemen are not allies. They resemble parties in debt. Moreover, Boss Suo shook his head slightly. I am not a middleman, nor do I issue commissions. I merely have some friends I can contact from time to time. Right? Boss Suo has long since stopped being a middleman, Gugongdao remarked to Zhuang Shooting. In the future, I will handle discussions with the middlemen. You need only listen and protect my back. Zhuang Shooting nodded, apologizing. Being obedient and eager to learn will lead to a bright future. But I must ask, Brother Dao, are you planning to partner with him? Of course. Isn't it obvious? Then how do you split the earnings? Boss Suo squinted, inquiring. Half and half. Whatever I earn, he earns as well. We will each bear our own costs. I am Gugongdao, and I assure you of fairness. I have nothing of value to sell, just a handkerchief and a piece of synthetic candy. Zhuang Shooting sighed. Oh, and an old work uniform. That's not mine. It was forced upon me by the PCPD. It's worthless. Work uniform? The one you've been carrying along the way. If I'm not mistaken. That's the official uniform of the Crimson Group factory, isn't it? Boss Suo remarked. Do not dismiss its value. This work attire is insulated, flame retardant, electrically insulated, and capable of slowing down corrosion. Not to mention it emits a glow at night. Many individuals in the riverbank area are in need of such garments. If you have no use for it, bring it over for me to inspect. Here, take it. How much can it be exchanged for? Understood. I shall remember this. Now, let me examine the condition of this clothing. With a swift motion, Boss Suo shook the garment open, probing and inspecting its various parts. Soon, he exclaimed in surprise, retrieving several bills from the inner pocket of the work uniform. There are nearly 300 yuan here. You are far too careless. Always inspect items intended for sale. One must not be so negligent. He huffed, slapping the money onto the table and pushing it towards Zhuang Shooting. Young man, being careless can lead to dire consequences. Do not let this happen again. Chapter 9. Zhuang Feifei in the Riverbank District. At the bus stop, a light rain began to fall once more, likely causing suburban buses to be delayed longer than usual. 6 50-euro notes were clutched in Zhuang Shooting's hand, which he held to his nose to inhale their scent. Observing this peculiar action, Gu Gongdao chuckled beside him. What are you doing? Is this some sort of quirk of yours? Or are you simply bored waiting for the bus? The aroma carries a hint of synthetic flavoring. It's Boss Sua's money, and I didn't misread it before. His hands were quick, and while retrieving his clothing, he tucked the bills into his pocket. Zhuang Shooting sighed, furrowing his brow as he remarked, should I perhaps? You ought to focus on your work and stabilize your life first. Don't foolishly return the money. He wants to acknowledge it. He enjoys mingling with newcomers. It gives him a sense of remaining relevant in the circle. Gu Gongdao continued. He has faith in you, which is why. Thank you, Dao Gu. It's primarily due to your connections. About the 50-50 split, have you reconsidered? I lack any experience. The most I'll give you is half. Don't expect more. This matter is settled. If you desire additional funds, then you ought to devise a strategy to secure larger contracts. It's like a loaf of bread. No matter how we divide it, we both remain hungry. We need meat, broth, and wine. Though his words were somewhat crude, the underlying truth was undeniably solid. Zhuang Shooting nodded in agreement. That is settled then. At 10 o'clock, I will take you to complete the hiring procedures for the workers. Gu Gongdao elaborated. There's no interview. Simply inform the intermediary that a newcomer has arrived in the city and that we're partnering up. We might also scout for any commissions. I will arrive punctually at 10. The steam elevator ascends only when it has gathered 13 individuals. Otherwise, a fee must be paid, with each vacancy requiring each person to contribute a small coin, specifically 10 cents. Outside the apartment, a throng of vendors eagerly offered to help exchange currency, turning euros into sufficient coins, provided one remained vigilant to prevent their hands from straying towards one's wallet. In today's world, the euro has lost its former glory. The emperor who unified the empire and rejuvenated its fortunes 2,700 years ago seems to have exhausted his blessings bestowed upon the currency. The once fortunate euro must now yield to the time coin, a new currency forged from titanium and gold, capable of purchasing additional life, colloquially known as the white gold coin. Zhuang Shooting had only encountered time coins in books and advertisements. He had never touched one. The 500-euro note represented the highest denomination he had ever held. Yet he required 9 more 500-euro notes to exchange for a single white gold coin. He currently needed 1/5 of a time coin to pay the rent and another 1/5 to secure his sister's tuition for the next semester. A girl with red hair styled in twin ponytails stood breathlessly at the door. Her eyes were glistening, lips trembling, on the verge of tears. Yet, in the next moment, her fury erupted as she raised her fist and struck Zhuang Shooting's chest, exclaiming, "Brother, you scoundrel! Where have you been? I thought you were dead." Zhuang Feifei, Zhuang Shooting's sister, exhibited the heavy and practiced force of a true sibling. At 19, she embodied youthful vigor, and despite the deep circles under her eyes from academic pressure and extreme concern for her brother's safety, her radiant complexion and charming freckles revealed her vibrant youth. The 3 siblings, Zhuang Tung, Zhuang Shooting, and Zhuang Feifei, suggest a hierarchy in their names, with Tung being the core of the family, while Shooting merely plays a supportive role. In academics, Zhuang Shooting lacked the diligence of his elder brother and the intelligence of his sister, barely managing to enter vocational school and graduate, whereas Zhuang Feifei excelled as a top student at Peking University. Upon hearing the news of the riots, I rushed to the PCPD to inquire about the casualty list. They ignored me, so I went to various hospitals nearby. I searched for you for so long, fearing I might not find you and dreading seeing your name on that list. Zhuang Feifei wiped her tears, sniffling as she added, "The thought of possibly delivering bad news to Mom and Dad terrifies me. I'm sorry for worrying you. It's all the PCPD's fault. Brother, I don't blame you. It's just that eldest brother and Mom and Dad are unaware of your job loss, and they will inevitably notice what happened last night. It was the night before last." Zhuang Shooting glanced at the clock, realizing it had already passed midnight. Don't mention it unless they directly ask. If they inquire in detail, it means they already know and are merely giving us a chance to be honest. I dislike hiding things from everyone. Be good and listen. You are well aware of our family's situation. Dad has used too many growth lights. His back is in disarray and must be realigned immediately, or else the treatment will be lengthy and costly. Eldest brother has done his utmost to support us, even if he can muster a bit of strength. He wouldn't relinquish the responsibility of caring for you entirely to me. I wish I could earn some money. You should focus on your studies and not follow in my footsteps. Once you excel and earn a substantial income, I will shamelessly let you treat me. Zhuang Shooting retrieved 300 euros from his pocket, keeping 50 for himself and handing the remainder to his sister. I'm assigning you a task. Tomorrow, take this money to the building manager and explain that it's part of the rent. This isn't enough. I am well aware, which is why I'm asking you to sweet-talk her. That plump old lady holds a grudge against me, and I can't persuade her. Zhuang Shooting wished to alleviate his sister's worries, adding, if you don't want to go, that's fine. We can wait until we gather enough to go together. Is there any news about the compensation? Not yet. Zhuang Shooting's expression dimmed as he replied, many of my co-workers have perished, and organizing protests has proven difficult. It's quite possible I won't receive compensation. I'm currently juggling odd jobs while searching for work and have made some progress. I will certainly gather the funds. All right. Zhuang Feifei frowned slightly, gazing at her brother. What if I also look for a part-time job? No. You must devote all your energy to your internship project. The time is urgent, if I recall correctly. Zhuang Shooting asserted, July and August are crucial months for you. You must give your all to the projects assigned by your school, as they pertain to your future development. I made mistakes in this area, and you must not repeat them, but I think it will be difficult. Indeed, it is quite challenging, but it's merely a challenge. Just as Dad often says, we shall overcome it. Zhuang Shooting gently tapped his sister's forehead with his finger, stating, I cannot assist you academically, but I possess greater strength in securing employment. If you involve yourself, it will only diminish efficiency. You focus on what you excel at, your studies, and I will handle what I excel at, work. By not complicating each other's paths, we stand a better chance of overcoming difficulties. Fine, brother, you must promise me not to hesitate to ask for my help when you need it. If a problem truly cannot be resolved, I won't stubbornly drag it out. I will seek eldest brother and our parents. I feel ashamed, but even if reluctant, I cannot let pride lead to failure. As for you, your name is still far down the list. Don't think that turning 18 means you're an adult. Only when you achieve results in your studies and begin earning will you truly be an adult. I understand. Regarding my studies, I will ensure you have no worries. Zhuang Feifei stretched out her hands, attempting to pinch her brother's cheeks. Such attempts to alter familial dynamics would surely be met with resistance. I've eaten. A friend treated me to fishball wontons. I have an interview tomorrow, and you need to study, so hurry off to bed. I'll wash my face and head to sleep shortly. I shall prepare a cushion for you and fetch a pillow. You may take a moment to refresh yourself. Zhuang Feifei gently ushered her brother into the bathroom, deftly closing the door behind him. He splashed his face with water, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at his back in the bathroom mirror. The faint outline of a pink skull remained where the birthmark resided, a sight that allowed Zhuang Shooting to exhale in relief. He lingered in the sanctuary of the bathroom for a while, contemplating his reflection and meticulously organizing all his pending tasks before finally emerging. Upon his exit, he discovered Zhuang Feifei, cradling a pillow, sprawled on the floor and fast asleep. Clearly, she was utterly exhausted. Once she let her guard down, such a state was entirely to be expected. With utmost care, he lifted his sister and gently transported her to the bed in the inner room. Chapter 10. Visual memory at 5:30 in the morning. Zhuang Shooting was abruptly awakened by a nightmare, leaving him wide awake. He rose from his bed and retrieved the third-to-last packet of dehydrated meat cubes. Boiling some water to prepare a bowl for Zhuang Feifei's breakfast, he discreetly relocated one packet to create the illusion that he had already consumed it, aiming to alleviate any concerns Feifei might have. Regardless of whether his sister was awake, Zhuang Shooting would play his part with meticulous dedication. After waiting for 10 minutes, he washed the empty bowl, feigning satisfaction from a meal, and then changed his clothes before heading out. Departing at this hour allowed him to catch the shuttle bus for Hanwha Commercial. These buses meandered through the city, collecting patrons for the shopping center. Although Zhuang Shooting had no spare change, he possessed ample time. He felt no anxiety about the bus's route, for he knew he could not be late. This was an opportune moment for him to close his eyes and rest briefly. He dared not fall asleep, however, fearing the possibility of a thief boarding the bus. His hunger was one reason, while the haunting remnants of the nightmare lingered as another. There exists a belief that dreams are the cries of the spirit and soul, reflections of self-examination. If we were to rewind 2 millennia before the deities ascended, nightmares were often viewed as divine warnings, necessitating consultation with a temple priest for interpretation. Even in the absence of gods today, the tradition of valuing dreams endures. Haunted by nightmares, Zhuang Shooting possessed keen powers of observation and memory. He perceived more and remembered with greater clarity than others. In his dreams, he was besieged by torment, witnessing the tragic demise of his loved ones, helpless to intervene. Ultimately, death approached him, lingering and slow. He had initially believed that this ultimate demise would bring a rewarding release, only to find himself resurrected, enduring an endless solitude filled with profound sorrow. In his dreams, he was acutely aware that this was a dream, yet the intensity of the experience immersed him entirely, ensnaring him in a vortex of grief and regret, oscillating between despair and reflection, unable to break free. He felt as if he had lingered within this dreamscape for years. Throughout this ordeal, he was both observer and participant, oscillating between first-person and third-person perspectives, gradually merging to create an immense psychological burden. A splitting headache finally jolted him from the dream. Upon reflection, his parents acknowledged Zhuang Shooting's significant deficiencies in memory aptitude. He could effortlessly memorize a page of his textbook as a singular image, yet when attempting to retrieve the text from his mind, he found the words altered, misaligned with reality. His observational skills were intact, but the textual content stored alongside the visual memory was distorted by his brain, transforming into coherent yet irrelevant phrases. Simultaneously, his ability to memorize pure textual content lagged far behind his peers. Zhuang Shooting's academic performance suffered considerably due to this peculiar phenomenon. He excelled in visual tasks, yet faltered in reciting textbook material. He yearned to become a detective, yet his grades did not permit such aspirations. In the dream, he found himself within a grand hall, firmly affixed to a dilapidated stone pedestal. Outside, thick black mist shrouded the area, obscuring all visibility. Inside stood 72 black stone pillars adorned with bizarre patterns, the floor awash in a sea of corpses, submerged in blood up to his ankles. The corpse nearest to him, and the most vivid, was Fei, lying supine and silent. Other bodies lay scattered, indistinct faces obscured, yet he felt in his heart that they were his elder brother, parents, teachers, classmates, and both distant and close relatives. A mournful wind howled through the hall, and spirits wept. Thus it became clear. This dream was likely the result of that entity's influence. Zhuang Shooting furrowed his brow, quickly identifying multiple corroborating signs. Had it been his own dream, he would not have forgotten the faces of his loved ones. The entity only knew Zhuang Fei's appearance. It had never encountered his parents or elder brother. In the dream, only Zhuang Fei had a discernible visage, while the others remained faceless yet evoked strong emotions. Indeed, the dream was undoubtedly conjured by the entity. It is well known that an untamed entity can drive a person to madness, often affecting emotions that feed back into the body, leading to mutual destruction in a vicious cycle until the individual ultimately collapses and dies. Zhuang Shooting was uncertain whether this approach would prove effective, but it was the best solution he could devise at that moment. If you seek to influence me through nightmares, then I shall delve into those nightmares to glean your secrets. A faint smile crossed Zhuang Shooting's lips as he patted his back. Pale skeleton, should you attempt to affect me, you will inevitably reveal certain information. Dreams, for me, can be as lucid as reality. I shall uncover your weaknesses and devise a means to subdue you. A wave of heat emanated from behind him, which Zhuang Shooting perceived as the entity's stubbornness, insecurity, and ongoing struggle, further solidifying his conviction in his assessment. At that moment, the bus arrived at Hongyue Square, and Zhuang Shooting disembarked, seeking a place to sit beside a statue, focusing intently on the revelations the entity had disclosed within the dream. The patterns on the 72 stone pillars were diverse, each set composed of countless intricate designs and hues. Zhuang Shooting endeavored to extract every detail from memory, yet each attempt rendered his recollections increasingly hazy, accompanied by a dull throbbing in his head. It was as if he were severely myopic. From a distance, while wearing glasses, the view was acceptable, yet upon drawing near, the glasses were snatched away, plunging his vision into confusion. Humph, do you think this will deter me? If one attempt fails, I shall make many more. I will gradually sketch and reinforce my distant impressions. Zhuang Shooting shook his head and made another attempt. I will first identify your weaknesses, pale skeleton. His struggle with the entity unfolded entirely in his mind, while onlookers regarded him as an eccentric, contorting his face in concentration, gritting his teeth, engaged in a battle with himself. Passers-by at Hongyue Commercial Square cautiously navigated around him, wary of the potential madness that the entity might inflict upon him. What are you doing here? A familiar voice, an imposing shadow enveloped Zhuang Shooting. It was the unmistakable style of Ge Gongdao. Huh, are you rehearsing lines in your head? Dao Ge. Zhuang Shooting quickly stood, glancing at the clock by the entrance of the shopping center. You arrived early too, didn't you? Ge Gongdao waved his hand, beckoning Zhuang Shooting to follow him, inquiring as they walked. So, what lines have you been contemplating? Lines? What do you mean by that? Those rather ostentatious lines. For instance, I am your Grim Reaper, unless you pay tribute. Why wasn't he thinking about that? Zhuang Shooting rubbed his face. It was no wonder that passers-by reacted the way they did. He realized he needed to exercise more control. Then, a thought struck him, and he asked Dao Ge, what lines did you think of when you first became a hired soldier? Ge Gongdao's face flushed, his gaze evasive, quickly steering the conversation away. Zhuang Shooting, do you remember what to be cautious of when meeting the intermediary? You speak, I'll listen, and keep my ears open to safeguard your back. Indeed. The most crucial aspect is to keep your mouth shut. Only speak when I prompt you. I've heard that today we are registering and simultaneously receiving tasks, meaning we'll soon be able to collect a deposit. Ge Gongdao chuckled, asking, at this moment, what should you say? Just as Zhuang Shooting was about to speak, he suddenly realized. He pointed to his mouth, then to Ge Gongdao, gesturing politely. Such vigilance suits you well as a hired soldier. But don't be so tense. You only need to keep quiet when on a task or meeting the intermediary. When it's just the two of us, there's no need to be formal. Don't forget, we share the profits equally. All right, partner, Zhuang Shooting replied. Our intermediary, Lucy, resides at 76 Punk Street. You will undoubtedly notice her figure, undeniably captivating. Yet she detests being stared at. You may glance at her only twice before you must avert your gaze. Otherwise, she may become irate and regard you with disdain, perceiving you as lacking self-control. Ge Gongdao remarked, I have undertaken 6 tasks from Lucy, and our collaborations have been quite pleasant. She prefers endeavors with minimal risk. Although such tasks yield little profit, they are well suited for novices. Brother Dao, won't taking on such tasks with me hinder your earnings? It does have an impact, so you must strive to mature swiftly. Ge Gongdao waved his hand and continued, opportunities for significant operations are rare. One must wait for the right moment and always be prepared. Once an opportunity arises, one must seize it with unwavering determination. Understood, I shall endeavor to do so. You will undoubtedly succeed. No doubt about it. Ge Gongdao patted Zhuang Shooting's shoulder and added, while any intermediary can facilitate registration, I find Lucy to be particularly trustworthy. Moreover, she possesses a comprehensive array of resources to assess your skills and specialties. When intermediaries seek mercenaries, they consider reputation, capability, and cost. Reputation is paramount, yet capability influences cost. And one cannot afford to be careless in either regard. Brother Dao, I have made no preparations. Do not fret. You can approach an intermediary at any time to evaluate your abilities and register subsequently. While capability is indeed vital, the most crucial aspect remains the opportunity. One must never let an opportunity slip away. As Ge Gongdao elaborated on the essentials for novice mercenaries, they soon arrived at the base of Building 76. This antiquated apartment complex, adorned in black and yellow hues, boasts a history of at least 30 years, appearing dilapidated due to a lack of maintenance. It lacks a proper entrance, with several homeless individuals setting up camp beside the entrance, leaving only a third of the width accessible for entry and exit. The belongings of the homeless have formed a small mountain, primarily comprising cardboard, carts, and tarpaulins. In one corner of this makeshift mound, the apartment's bulletin board stubbornly continues to serve its purpose, layered with advertisements. Ge Gongdao leaned in to inspect, then confidently proclaimed, she is on the 4th floor. Room 420. Correct? Indeed, you have discerned it accurately. Ge Gongdao chuckled, knowing that Zhuang Shooting's keen observational skills would certainly allow him to notice the yellow moon on the bulletin board and the arrow pointing towards the number 420. Chapter 11. The intermediary Zhuang Shooting possessed an uncanny ability to remember the beauty of a woman with a mere glance, ensuring that his reputation in the eyes of intermediaries remained untarnished. Yet, he conceded that while his memory served him well for appreciating beauty, he was nonetheless captivated by Lucy, nearly succumbing to the temptation of stealing another glance. Her figure was indeed exceptional, perfectly balanced between natural allure and exaggerated form, accentuated by her silver yoga attire that clung to her body, enhancing her lethal appeal. It was evident that her parents had endowed her with a splendid foundation, and her dedication to rigorous training had cultivated a body that harmoniously combined beauty, sensuality, strength, and agility, a truly deadly charm. Yes, a deadly charm. After careful contemplation, Zhuang Shuding believed that if Lucy were to assail him, his only chance of survival would hinge upon his ability to plead for mercy in time. It was certainly impolite to fixate solely on her physique, but the woman offered no glimpse of her face, leaving him little choice. Even disregarding the advantages of her figure and overall impression, her facial contours were exquisite, though obscured by a metallic mask. The surface of the mask shimmered with a beguiling luminescence, possessing a significant capacity for deception and concealment, likely functioning as a cloaking device. Despite openings for her mouth and eyes, the strange lights hindered any clear perception. "You are the newcomer, aren't you?" The mask seemed capable of altering her voice, which floated disjointedly, as if emanating from a distant place. "Gu Gongdao wishes to register you as his partner. Do you have any objections?" "I am asking you." Gu Gongdao gently nudged him. They found themselves in a quaint, vintage-style apartment, a modest 60-square-meter one-bedroom unit with a standard bathroom. The living room featured a sunken design, its edges lined with a circular sofa. Such a design had been all the rage in its time. Yet the sunken floor diminished the space available for sleeping on the ground, rendering it less desirable compared to Zhuang Shuding's smaller apartment, despite identical rent. 3 walls of the living room were adorned with shelves. One was cluttered with an assortment of magazines and comics, while the other 2 displayed an array of crafts and models. Her collection was eclectic, encompassing items that lay beyond the appreciation of the average person, some even appearing somewhat macabre, likely sourced from disreputable underground organizations. However, what truly left Zhuang Shuding speechless was not the aesthetic choices, but the price tags lingering on some items, clearly indicating that Lucy had acquired them without payment. Curious, yet taciturn, an admirable quality as long as it did not signal slowness of thought. Lucy scrutinized Zhuang Shuding and remarked, "You have a decent physique and appearance, with no overtly distinguishing features, which is advantageous for executing tasks. As for Dao Ge, he is unfortunately too recognizable. With advantages come disadvantages, and vice versa." Dao Ge flexed his arms, showcasing his biceps. "Huh, you always find a way to justify yourself." Lucy lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a ring of smoke. "Newcomer, there's no need to be so tense. Let's sit here and chat for a while. Feel free to browse the books on that shelf. There's food and drink in the fridge, just help yourself. Don't allow yourself to be bored." Zhuang Shuding nodded in gratitude but remained tight-lipped. "You should have teamed up long ago. A lone wolf can take on fewer tasks, and the risks are higher. It simply isn't worth it." Lucy held her cigarette, gazing through the swirling smoke at Gu Gongdao. He shifted the conversation. "Any news on the Viper recently? What do you wish to know?" "Ah, still the same situation. After that initial commission went awry, he left no loose ends. Clearly a cunning individual. If such a person were to betray you, he would be exceedingly cautious of your retribution, perhaps even laying traps in wait. Regardless of whether he has new information, you should refrain from seeking him out." Lucy took another drag from her cigarette and continued, "He is quite popular now, a favored mercenary of Fatty D, having completed numerous tasks, and reportedly enjoys a close relationship with the Bloodbat gang. A mercenary should not be mingling with gangs." Lucy nodded slowly. "I share your sentiments. But this industry lacks strict regulations, and no clear lines have been drawn. When he is riding high, no one will speak against him. In fact, they might protect him. So we must wait. Besides, if you trouble him, it will inevitably impact your earnings. He's a despicable, duplicitous scoundrel. He made me suffer losses, almost rendering my efforts futile. And now he's flourishing? Damn it." Gu Gongdao scoffed. "I will eventually expose his true nature and make him pay for his treachery." "Indeed." Lucy nodded, ready to continue the conversation, when Zhuang Shuding approached her, holding a comic book. "May I take this book?" "Oh, sure, it's just a comic book. By the way, may I inquire how old you are? What draws you to these?" "No need for thanks, it's unnecessary. Your smile is pleasant. I like it." "Oh, don't misunderstand. It's useful to possess a smile that conveys goodwill, approachable yet devoid of remarkable features during surveillance or infiltration tasks. In industry jargon, 1 share signifies 1/10 of a white gold coin, equivalent to 500 euros. 500 euros for reconnaissance? Typically, such tasks earn only about 100 euros for a night's work. I find this rather suspicious. Are we targeting someone? This doesn't seem like a routine task." "Lucy, Are you certain this is suitable for a novice? I've mentioned, I too am awaiting specifics. For now, I can reveal one detail. This task has no deductions. No deductions is also a term of their trade. If a task fails, one certainly won't receive remuneration, if no additional compensation to the client is required. It is termed as having no deductions. Lucy, do you know where this commission's roots lie? Lucy cast an unmistakably exasperated glance at Gugongdao, her mask failing to conceal her irritation. If I divulge information about other intermediaries today, tomorrow you will abandon me and become someone else's foolish lackey. Do you not understand the rules, or do you no longer desire the protection of intermediaries? Don't be upset. I misspoke. I acknowledge my mistake. Your attitude is merely passable. It does not satisfy me. Lucy extinguished her cigarette, propping her arm up, her long fingers waving like a conductor's baton between them. She emphasized, I have looked out for you all this time, haven't I? This time will be no different. Forget that scoundrel. Focus on the commission and perform your duties diligently. You are still the Wolf King. I've stated numerous times, my lineage is not that of a wolf, but a werewolf. Besides wolves, I also have human traits. Gugongdao gritted his teeth, displaying a look of helplessness. That's sufficient. Without the human traits, no one would mistake you for a four-legged creature. Lucy laughed. Her laughter likely melodious, yet the mask distorted it, rendering it somewhat hoarse and dry. Zhuang Shooting leaned against the shelf, perusing the comic while attentively eavesdropping on their conversation. He did not comprehend the value of one share, but he certainly grasped the significance of 500 euros. Having it yields 250 euros, which would significantly alleviate his financial woes. He must secure that sum. Oh, and there might be bonuses, which would mean even more money. How to execute the task and address unforeseen circumstances would be Dao Ji's concern. He merely needed to perform well and meet Dao Ji's expectations. This was akin to working in a factory. A newcomer must not only strive, but also avoid misguided efforts. A good attitude coupled with solid abilities is essential for standing firm in the field. Regrettably, today's performance could not be deemed flawless. He had spoken without prior greeting. Yet he could not restrain himself. Driven by a compelling and inexplicable reason, he had discerned patterns on the cover of the comic that bore an uncanny resemblance to the motifs on the stone pillars from his dreams. He has been endeavoring to reconstruct his dreams, his mind filled with hazy impressions of stone pillar patterns. Consequently, the similar designs in the comic book immediately struck a chord within him, capturing his attention. This series of comic books, titled The Fearless Detective Evans and the Three Witches, is priced at $1 each, with printing quality and content that are far from exquisite. Its essence lies in the crude marketing of an abundance of salacious, violent, and ostentatious material, presented in a haphazard manner. Engaging with this material requires no cerebral effort, nor does it necessitate any consideration of context. It can be grasped and read instantly, providing a fleeting sense of enjoyment, an ideal means to pass the time. Due to the repetitive nature of its content, the creators have sought various methods to minimize production costs. When backgrounds are needed, they resort to several sets of stock materials for direct application, often resulting in redundancy. Within this compilation, there happen to be patterns reminiscent of those seen in Zhuang Shooting's dreams. Zhuang Shooting can entertain the notion of a shared dream, suggesting that a certain artist, influenced by these shadows, envisioned the same scene and subsequently rendered it as inspiration, incorporating it into the stock library. While this idea may appear somewhat implausible, its possibilities, at least, seem to hold a modicum of credibility. Chapter 12. The Hall of Blackstone's strange occurrences unfolded. The air surrounding Zhuang Shooting grew languid, and the smoke from the incense coalesced, resembling flowing water before solidifying into a gelatinous form. The light dimmed. The sunlight streaming through the window was muted, akin to the dark cumulonimbus clouds that suddenly engulfed the sky before a torrential downpour. Gugongdao and Lucy entered a state of slow motion, seemingly oblivious to the peculiarity of the situation. Confronted with this bizarre phenomenon, Zhuang Shooting felt a surge of fear. He extended his hand toward Gugongdao, intending to call out, only to discover that his own body had also succumbed to an excruciating slowness, nearly coming to a halt, while his mind and spirit remained alert and operational. How could this be? What? No, it must be the shadow trying to frighten me, to drive me insane. This thought, though not necessarily accurate, became a pillar of calm for Zhuang Shooting. He continually reminded himself, despite the uncertainty of the danger lurking in the dark, he remained unscathed, thus there was no need for panic. Observe, listen, smell, feel. The unknown has always been the norm for everyone, so what is there to fear? As he regained his composure, he began to hear sounds emanating from the darkness. The noise fluctuated in proximity, at times seeming to originate from the ends of the earth, while at other times it felt as though it whispered directly into his ear. The sounds varied from sharp and piercing to deep and guttural, interspersed with laughter, weeping, roaring, and sighing. Amidst these layers of murmurs, an emotionless phrase resonated repeatedly. Zhuang Shuting strained to listen, the voice reciting, "Heaven exists, earth exists, gods exist, I exist, life exists, death exists, all does not exist." What does it mean? Zhuang Shuting pondered, unable to comprehend, yet he found the voice alluring, as if imparting profound truths, urging him to listen more intently. At that moment, a faint glimmer appeared in the darkness. It was the luminous stone pillar from earlier. The intricate designs upon it began to swirl, enigmatic and mysterious. The green light gradually dispelled the darkness, allowing Zhuang Shuting to finally discern his surroundings. Before him stood a battered black marble throne, as though it had been struck by a hammer countless times, now marred with scars. Fragments of various sizes lay scattered around the chair, marking a space untouched by the black mist. Beyond the throne and the debris, the rest of the hall was enshrouded in black fog, a stark contrast to the scenes from his dreams. The mist barely reached his ankles, its heavy texture imparting a feeling of stickiness. The fog avoided the throne and Zhuang Shuting, forming a circle around him at a distance of 1 meter, while also carefully steering clear of the 72 stone pillars supporting the hall, remaining half a meter away from them. Zhuang Shuting gazed at the pillars, noting their weathered and damaged surfaces, akin to the throne, subjected to human destruction. The intricate patterns were severely compromised, their forms lost, making it difficult to ascertain whether they had ever existed. As thoughts began to shift, a transformation occurred. Zhuang Shuting found himself walking toward the throne, effortlessly seating himself, then lifting his right hand to pat the armrest twice. This was merely a series of phantoms, events that had not yet transpired but were on the verge of doing so. Zhuang Shuting moved, mimicking the actions of the phantoms he had just witnessed. He could not control his body, yet each step felt resolute as his feet met the ground. The fragments beneath were sharp, sending jolts of pain through him. The sensation was startlingly vivid, leaving him incredulous that this could be fabricated by a dream. He could see, hear, speak, and touch. The ground and the throne radiated warmth and texture. This dream felt overwhelmingly real. Now he began to grasp why so many had succumbed to the Shadow's madness. The line between reality and illusion truly became indistinguishable, allowing one to enter such phantasms while standing. If this continued, his mind would surely fracture. Zhuang Shuting twisted and turned upon the throne, experimenting with various postures, meticulously searching every corner, yet finding no mechanisms or clues. Habitually, he scratched his head with his right hand, poised to lower it when he suddenly remembered. He had yet to mimic the phantom's gesture of patting the right armrest twice. To pat or not? After a moment's contemplation, Zhuang Shuting realized there was little else to do. Thus, he straightened his posture, emulating the phantom's movements, raised his hand, patted down, lifted his hand, and patted again. A pink radiance erupted from his shoulder, enveloping his head and transforming his appearance into that of a pink skull. The rosy light cascaded down, prompting him to glance at his body, which was now draped in a long robe of blue and purple hues. The robe was adorned with patterns akin to those on the stone pillars, embellished with resplendent gemstones that proclaimed its extraordinary nature. How he adored gemstones! What fortune could they yield? The pink light flowed from his crown to his toes, continuing downward until it converged before the throne, surging into the black mist. Wherever the pink light traveled, the fog receded, only to reassemble around it, encasing the pink luminescence in layers. The pink radiance exhibited no haste, it gracefully paused, splitting into 2 swirling vortices. As they spun and expanded, they each took on perfect circular forms, connected by a sandglass-shaped beam of light. Within the vortex to Zhuang Shuting's left, a glowing pink skull twinkled, while the right vortex housed 2 green glimmers. At that moment, the 2 green lights swiftly approached the pink skull. Within the hall, the chaotic murmur subsided. The repetitive incantation faded, replaced by the sound of bells resonating from above. Initially, only 1 bell chimed, soon joined by more, until the cacophony crescendoed, akin to a torrential downpour. Zhuang Shuting felt his head spin from the clamor, his consciousness wavering. No matter how he struggled, he could neither silence the bells nor vacate his seat. He was on the verge of being driven to madness. Meanwhile, in the capital city of the Republic of the Third Era, Constitution City, within a research institute located 200 meters beneath the pedestrian park, recent graduates from the Scarlet Academy were naively grappling with the obscure truths of light and shadow. Did they believe that mastering the light box and capturing shadows equated to prowess? The true secrets lay within these artifacts, imbued with the reasons behind the former might of the demigods. He was examining a fragment of parchment, its high-dimensional script worthy of study. To date, no standard existed for translating this language, with many possessing their own diverse understanding and methodologies. Dr. Booker, while inspecting the preservation of the remnants, muttered incantations to unveil the secrets hidden within. Suddenly, the fibrous texture of the parchment shimmered with green light, forming a vague and arcane pattern. The doctor was taken aback, hastily focusing his gaze while contemplating summoning a colleague. Yet, he found no opportunity. Time seemed to freeze in an instant, and he felt himself being drawn into the parchment. At the very same moment, at the research headquarters of the Dingxin Magic Creation Group in Peak City, a researcher named Hill Li, following directives from superiors, stifled a yawn while cross-checking inventory. She set aside the warehouse list and extracted a small vial from the pocket of her white dust coat, propping open her eyelids with one hand while applying the liquid with the other. Check, what a farce. Did they not merely wish to observe me through the surveillance? Hill, a striking beauty, particularly captivating in her company uniform, was required by the warehouse supervisor to wear a form-fitting skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and black high heels. Such attire, especially the heels, was evidently ill-suited for prolonged walking or standing tasks. Yet, the warehouse supervisor assigned her a plethora of repetitive inspections, retreating to the monitoring room to spy on her through the cameras. What a creep. Hilly frowned, silently venting her frustrations. She longed to transfer from this position, to escape the lecherous gaze of her supervisor, yet she lacked the connections to do so. To this end, she is diligently studying the language of runes and lizard folk, aspiring to become a translator for the exploration team. Although she has heard that the work of the exploration team can be perilous, it is free from the prying eyes of perverts. As she resumed her task, having taken only a few steps, Hill noticed an unusual green glow emanating from the shelves. She turned to investigate the source of the light and beheld a peculiar statue, depicting a human body with the head of a crocodile, radiating luminescence while quivering incessantly. Just as she was about to call out to her colleagues, she felt a tightening grip around her throat, her body ensnared. In that moment, it appeared as though the crocodile opened its jaws wide and devoured her whole. Chapter 13. Divide and conquer. When Hill was swallowed by the crocodile, her first instinct was to close her eyes and await death. Yet, the thought of such resignation left her unsatisfied. She felt the need to struggle. After all, wouldn't it be embarrassing to simply succumb? Thus, she immediately began to scream in panic. To her surprise, her own cries startled her, prompting her to hastily shut her mouth once more. It was only then that she realized she felt no pain. The crocodile had not used its teeth to tear into her. Finally, summoning her courage, she cautiously opened her eyes. She discovered herself in a peculiar grand hall, enshrouded in dark shadows, with numerous stone pillars supporting a ceiling soaring over 30 meters high. At her feet lay swirling black smoke, flowing languidly. No matter how she attempted to disperse it, it would swiftly return, never revealing the ground beneath. Turning to glance behind her, Hill gasped in shock. She beheld a shattered stone throne occupying a smoke-free area, upon which sat a skeletal figure clad in a lavish robe adorned with jewels. The skeleton remained motionless, a colossal pink skull perched upon its shoulder, fashioned from a material reminiscent of jade or perhaps amber. The eye sockets of the skull were pitch black, devoid of any semblance of the cranium within, exuding an unsettling aura. Beneath the skeletal throne, on the fragmented ground, lay an elderly man in a white lab coat, his silver hair a stark contrast to his pallor. He lay on his back, trembling hand pressed to his chest, mouth slightly ajar as he struggled to utter two words, "Help me." To Hill's astonishment, he spoke in the common tongue, with a distinct accent reminiscent of the capital. Gathering her courage, she approached him and followed the trembling of his hand to discover a vial nestled in his coat pocket. It seemed he wanted her to administer the medication. Upon inspecting the vial, she realized it contained emergency medication for cardiovascular diseases. What was all that shouting for? "You nearly scared me to death," the old man exclaimed, annoyance lacing his tone. If it weren't for the fact that you saved my life, I would have ensured your ruin. Hill felt a pang of injustice, irritation brewing within her. I was being devoured by a crocodile. Am I not entitled to scream? Moreover, I saved you, and not even a simple thank you? She scrutinized his disheveled appearance, concluding he was likely no saint himself. Help me up. Dr. Buechel extended his hand. Hill's disdain for him deepened. Yet the ingrained habits from her workplace compelled her to assist, and she reluctantly pulled him to his feet. Sighing, she found herself not only disliking the old man, but also beginning to resent her own compliance. As she discreetly wiped her hands on her clothes, she felt an urge to distance herself from him. However, her curiosity led her into the area occupied by the throne's remnants. Ouch! She exclaimed, suddenly clutching her stomach and retreating a couple of steps, stumbling and losing a shoe in the process. What's wrong? The old man inquired. Don't mind me. I'm fine. Just a sudden stomachache. I've always had this problem. Hill waved him off, swaying slightly to regain her balance. Oddly enough, the moment she exited the debris-strewn area, her stomachache vanished, as if it had never existed. A thought struck her, and she asked, Hey, old man, do you have a history of heart issues? The moment she posed the question, she regretted it. Of course, the old man carried emergency medication. It was evident he had long suffered from such ailments. To avoid appearing foolish, she quickly added, I suspect this area may exacerbate pre-existing conditions. It could be some sort of protective mechanism. What kind of influence could achieve this? There are numerous possibilities. Physical control, psychological trauma, curses, even the manifestation of all things. Dr. Buechel replied. However, none could be executed with such speed and precision. If this area induces illness, my dear girl, you ought to venture back inside and test it. Why don't you? Hill clenched her fists, stamping her foot. I have a heart condition. You merely experience stomach discomfort. The risks are entirely different. TSK. I knew it. Women are utterly unreliable in unfamiliar environments, merely screaming and causing a ruckus. Humph. Hill crossed her arms and took a few steps back. Zhuang's shooting remained still, observing the unfolding drama with delight. He had no intention of viewing the two unexpected arrivals as allies. Maintaining a necessary level of vigilance was paramount. Witnessing their discord reduced the likelihood of their collaboration, which he deemed advantageous. Though Zhuang was uncertain of the events transpiring, he understood he could not abandon the throne. He resolved to remain motionless and watch the situation evolve. The old man emerged from the green fog, plopping down onto the ground, inadvertently tossing aside a pair of glasses. As though someone had abruptly pulled his chair away. Facing the throne, he caught sight of Zhuang shooting, prompting him to swiftly scan his surroundings. Failing to spot the other patch of silent green mist behind him, he strode directly toward the throne. Startled, Zhuang tightened his grip on the golden scepter, poised to strike. The old man displayed remarkable audacity, extending his hand toward Zhuang's pink skull. Just as he stepped into the debris-laden area, the young woman emerged from the green mist, unleashing a piercing scream that made the old man collapse, clutching his chest. The shock of her scream likely played a significant role in triggering his sudden heart attack. Thus, the previous events unfolded. The old man was rescued by the young woman, and the two regarded one another with disdain. The elderly figure was clad in a typical researcher's white coat, yet wore casual shorts that barely reached his knees, paired with loose, thick-soled shoes. His disheveled appearance suggested a disregard for convention, favoring comfort over propriety, indicating he likely possessed considerable authority. He had tucked his identification badge into his pocket rather than wearing it around his neck, a choice that prioritized comfort yet risked misplacing it, an oversight in safety protocol that would typically invite reprimand in most institutions, though he seemed unconcerned. Zhuang focused intently, finally deciphering the text on the badge. Director of the Department of Silent Law Research, Dr. Trust Buechel, Authorization Level 2A. Zhuang was unsure what this entailed. The screaming young woman, who appeared to be an office clerk, donned a neat and tidy outfit, though it seemed slightly constricting, as if a size too small. Her badge read Hill Lee, accompanied by a lengthy employee number, of little significance to Zhuang, aside from her name. In the midst of her rescue attempt, she had also dropped a folder that had accompanied her arrival. The folder's first page was a verification form, inscribed with Dingxin Magic Creation Summit Research Institute, Warehouse Inventory Verification Register, Standard A. June 25th, Warehouse Sequence, First 04A2. Zhuang committed this information to memory, contemplating the implications while the two exchanged barbs. It was evident they were both bewildered by their sudden arrival in this place. Their expressions of astonishment, fear, panic, and extreme curiosity were entirely genuine. Drawing from his own experiences, Zhuang fully comprehended their current reactions. He speculated that, initially, the two would remain wary of one another. But under the pressure of their unfamiliar surroundings, they would eventually begin to cooperate in an attempt to navigate their predicament. Given that Zhuang could not control the Hall's dynamics and was unable to leave the throne, he sought to safeguard himself by preventing the two from joining forces against him. As they began to familiarize themselves through introductions, Zhuang resolved to seize the opportunity presented by their ignorance of the current situation to mislead them. Thus, he subtly moved his head and stepped forward with his right foot. The motion was slight, yet sufficient to attract their attention. It's moving. It's alive. Hill Lee's hair stood on end, and she quickly covered her mouth, terrified of screaming again. Doctor, what is that thing? I am uncertain. It could be a lich, perhaps a witch, or even a skeletal hag, a necromancer, or merely an animated skeletal model controlled by electricity, or perhaps a speaking projection. Dr. Buckler shook his head and remarked, "You have no intention of approaching it. How can I possibly guess what it is? Moreover, the paramount concern now is not to ascertain its nature, but to discern our location. I am equally in the dark about where we are." "No, wait, doctor, it just moved. Could it be exceedingly perilous? Might it harm us? It possesses the capability to transport me from the laboratory to this place. If it intended to kill me, it could simply cast me into the sea to drown. I cannot swim. It wouldn't even need to submerge me to the depths." Dr. Buckler furrowed his brow and stated, "I believe it possesses intelligence. Otherwise, it could not execute such a rapid and precise transportation." He left the thought unfinished, instead glancing discreetly at Hill, his brows still knitted in concern. He was unaware of the origins of the pink skeleton, just as he was oblivious to the background of the woman beside him. Observing her behavior, rather boisterous and loud, he surmised that such a person would likely be a hindrance. Even if I were to unravel some truths, there would be no necessity to share them with her. There was no need for Zhuang Shooting to exert himself. They had already diverged on their own. Chapter 14. The race for correctness. As Hill and the doctor began their discourse, Zhuang Shooting interjected unexpectedly, "Leave? You?" He himself was perplexed by the utterance, feeling as though the words had not originated from his own mind. After a brief contemplation, he surmised that the spectral presence looming behind him must have been exerting an influence. The effect was immediate. Upon uttering those words, a sudden clarity dawned upon Zhuang Shooting, illuminating their purpose. What initially seemed like an inconsequential remark actually established the tone and objectives of the entire conversation. Firstly, to prevent them from acting recklessly. Secondly, to prevent their unification. And thirdly, to ensure they served his interests. While he was uncertain how to accomplish the first point, he found the latter too easily attainable by creating an environment where competition would determine a victor, coupled with the enticing prospect of winner takes all. A phrase surfaced in Zhuang Shooting's mind. The most effective method to eliminate potential adversaries is to entice them into self-destruction. Achieving this often requires no additional cost. It can begin simply with the act of refusal. By establishing refusal as the default state and fostering acceptance, what is gained transforms into a coveted prize. Once the doctor and the warehouse manager recognized the source of their interests, they would inevitably seek the benefactor of those benefits. Prompting the two reluctant individuals to depart was a form of refusal. Could they truly leave on their own? Even Zhuang Shooting was at a loss for how to facilitate their exit. The doctor, evidently anxious, stepped forward, eager to engage. At that moment, Hill Lee seized the old man, yanking him back with a fierce grip while exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? You are on the verge of entering the danger zone. Moreover, be cautious. The skeleton has only just begun to speak. Do not rush to lay hands upon it." "I had no intention of laying hands upon it," the doctor retorted defensively. "I have encountered many researchers like you. Many items stored in the warehouse remain unscathed for years. Yet when borrowed by researchers, they shatter within days." Hill continued, "Besides, it spoke the truth. It wants me to leave. And I am eager to vacate this place." Before he could finish, Dr. Booker hastily raised a finger to his lips, incessantly shushing him. "Do not utter such words. We cannot depart. If someone is to leave, let it not be now." "What do you mean?" Hill quickly grasped the situation, removing her last remaining high-heeled shoe, wielding it like a weapon, and threatening Booker. "What have you figured out? Speak quickly. Cough. Can't you deduce it yourself? This is not our world. We are likely deep within the shadow realm." The doctor stepped back half a pace, clearly uncomfortable with the shoe's point wavering before him. Given these dark mists, we must be behind the psi barrier. No exploration team has ever ventured this deep. Good heavens, the entity that brought us here must be at least a demigod. Considering that, you are worried about me damaging it? Quite the statement. I shall heed your words and expand upon your thoughts. While many terms eluded Zhuang Shooting's understanding, he was at least familiar with the concepts of teleportation and the prowess of demigods. At that moment, an idea struck him. If they had arrived by slapping the armrest of a chair, could they not send them away in a similar manner? Or perhaps by striking the opposite armrest? He resolved to experiment later. For now, he needed to keep them engaged and probe further. Incorrect, you. Zhuang Shooting's incomplete sentence drew their focus, compelling them to ponder the skeleton's unfinished statement. In truth, it bore no meaning. Even he was unaware of its significance. It said we were mistaken. No, it should be you who is mistaken, Dr. Booker retorted, frowning as he rapidly churned through his thoughts, eager to deflect blame. Hill, frustrated, stomped her foot. Do not feign wisdom. I can see through your pretentiousness. This place is undoubtedly tied to the extinction divine dynasty, with a history spanning at least 5,000 years. At that time, our deities had already ascended, while the European monarch and the shadows had yet to emerge. It was only later that we discovered the Shadow Realm had once been home to the extinction divine dynasty. Our knowledge of it is scant, and this skeleton could only belong to that dynasty. Dr. Booker paused, nodding in agreement. Continue. Thus far, you have struck true. The deity clearly stated that they could not achieve immortality. No being in any realm could. Only through ascension, transforming their essence while preserving consciousness and emotion, could life continue. Therefore, deities opted for ascension. The extinction divine dynasty would not be an exception. Artifacts indicate it perished long ago. Without living beings, there can be no deities. Hence, even if a demigod remained after the extinction, it could not possibly survive for 5 millennia. I posit that this is merely an ordinary skeleton with some mechanism. We have triggered certain keywords that elicit a response, for no wisdom could endure for 5,000 years. If you hold such beliefs, your ignorance is profound. Dr. Booker scoffed. Our current understanding of the extinction divine dynasty within the Shadow Realm is still limited. We are aware of its advanced and formidable nature, yet its rapid decline remains a mystery. The shadow technology we currently wield is merely a reflection of early explorations. I assume you have never ventured to that realm? I have long desired to join an exploration team. I am currently studying runes and lizardman language. Exploration teams merely assist tomb raiders, devoid of any technical merit. Besides, you ought to study higher dimensional languages, particularly the Zeta version. The lizardman language is of little use. Dr. Booker pointed at the pink skull in the company. What you hear is merely a fraction of the actual circumstances. To be frank, this place represents a monumental discovery, an ancient artifact capable of speaking a rudimentary common tongue. Think about it. Only by being alive and learning could it articulate our language. Its pronunciation is contemporary common tongue, a dialect scarcely a century old. Hill's eyes gradually brightened as she spoke. Are you suggesting this truly is a deity? A deity or a demigod? On the brink of death, yet still formidable, an antique eager to learn. This is an unprecedented opportunity. It may be utterly unique. Whatever information it can divulge could lead to a monumental discovery. The old man seemed a touch agitated, placing a hand upon his chest, striving to steady his heartbeat. Regrettably, he did not perish from excitement, Hill mused. This old man seemed to possess knowledge beyond her grasp. Prompting him to speak would surely yield richer intelligence. Once he became obsolete, she could push him toward the debris and seize the pills, claiming the secrets for herself. What are you planning to do? Do not forget, you cannot approach it. There is more than one way to achieve this since time immemorial. The sole truth has been the exchange of interests. The key is to discern what it desires. The doctor surveyed the surroundings. This place is in ruins, yet it is adorned splendidly. Whether a ruler or a wealthy individual, the greatest aversion is to sustain losses. Shall we offer it treasures? Do you carry any? Hill shook her head and lowered her gaze at her own attire. The old man evidently remained oblivious to an alternative form of exchange, one that, though challenging to articulate, had always existed and never vanished. Drawing a deep breath, Hill approached Zhuang Shooting directly, knelt before him, and prostrated herself on the ground, declaring, O deity upon the throne, I offer myself to serve you. You are of no worth, Zhuang Shooting began, leaving the remainder of his statement for the two to complete. This resembled the principle proposed by the Gorgon Way, which advocated for mercenaries to listen more and speak less while contemplating diligently, a lesson he had adeptly applied. Departing, he raised his hand, as if preparing to drive them away, and indeed, the doctor grew anxious. He could not afford to showcase his proficiency in multiple languages and quickly exclaimed in the lingua franca, "Do not do that. We have come here with great difficulty. Grant us a chance to prove our worth. Perhaps we possess value. This is not without possibility." "You are right," Hill said, drenched in cold sweat. Hurriedly expressing allegiance to Zhuang's shooting, "We hail from another world, and we might be of assistance to you. In any case, we are useful, particularly myself." It seemed they had already caught his interest. Zhuang shooting slowly and subtly turned his head, as if he were fragile, at risk of disassembling at any moment. Aligning his brow with Hill's direction, he said, "You, speak." Hill was utterly unprepared. She had intended to seek help from Dr. Buckler immediately, but held a strong aversion to the old man. At that moment, a thought struck her, and she said, "I saw that crocodile device glowing in the warehouse, and then I ended up here. Would you be interested in that item?" "What is the crocodile device?" Zhuang shooting was eager to know. Yet he certainly could not inquire directly. He recalled Hill's folder and surmised that the object must be a stored item from the warehouse, possibly quite valuable. "Do not be foolish. That is a teleportation beacon." Dr. Buckler clearly had broader thoughts and more elaborate speculations. "This demigod, your power must already sense another world. Which is our world? I boldly speculate that you might be curious about our realm." Zhuang shooting turned his head, this time directly toward him. "Everyone yearns for power, and the strong have an even greater need." Dr. Buckler continued, "I happen to be studying the application of runic spells on shadow entities. This knowledge is quite fascinating, and perhaps you would be inclined to listen." Zhuang shooting pondered. Acquiring knowledge and broadening his horizons seemed like a splendid idea. Weak, yet novel. Yes, yes, yes. The doctor and the warehouse manager exclaimed in unison, "We will share it with you. What do you wish to hear?" The two spoke in a rush, presenting a series of terms, most of which surpassed Zhuang shooting's comprehension. For the first time, he regretted not having studied harder. Fortunately, he had devised a countermeasure. Shadow entities, he stated. This was undoubtedly what he desired most, and had no means to learn about. Shadow entities? Shadow entities. Yes, that must be it. Very well, the doctor exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement. Shadow entities hail from the realm of shadows, but the Annihilation Dynasty does not possess shadow entity technology. Moreover, there is a distinction between the Shadow Realm and the Annihilation Dynasty. Have you ever heard of the Demigod Realm? I do not understand, Hill remarked. I do not understand either, Zhuang shooting thought, knowing the origin of shadow entities, yet equally perplexed by the concept of the Demigod Realm. Could this old man be deceiving himself? Chapter 15. The ruins of the undead 7,700 years ago, our deities proclaimed their ascension, bidding farewell to this realm and entrusting their authority to the elves, thus commencing the Age of Elves, which persists to this day. A millennium later, the deities completed their ascension, their divine powers waning rapidly, leading to the decline of elven dominion and plunging the world into an era of chaos. It took 5 centuries to achieve unification once more, followed by various epochs including empires, divine realms, confederations, the Second Empire, and republics. 2,700 years ago, the Emperor of Europe consolidated power, initiating the Third Empire, marked by remarkable advancements in politics, economy, and military. Though the emperor was indeed great, he could not escape the call of death. Even the constitutional monarchy he had prepared for his descendants met its demise 3 centuries later. The new republic was established amidst the fervor of the First Corporate War, enduring 3 subsequent corporate wars while remaining unscathed, continuing to govern the entire world to this day. In the recent 2,700 years, the prevailing narrative has revolved around corporations and shadows. Research on shadows is inextricably linked to the shadow realm. And as we delve deeper into this domain, we discover that it is merely a transitional phase. Its essence reveals a demigod realm, a kingdom of inferior deities and divine servants. The Wall of Size, in truth, resides within the demigod realm rather than the shadow realm. We can connect 2 worlds rather than one, with the subtle distinctions between the two known to only a select few. Dr. Booker, indeed erudite, swiftly completed an overview of the origins of shadows and the demigod realm. The so-called demigod realm represents a further exploration of the shadow realm. Zhuang shooting had never encountered this term before, He suspected it was yet another cover-up orchestrated jointly by corporations and the government, deliberately concealed from lower-class citizens like himself. Thus, he listened intently, raising his hand to signal the doctor to elaborate further. In terms of depth of knowledge, she humbly acknowledged her inferiority to the old doctor. Consequently, as the discussion progressed, her ability to contribute diminished. What dreadful consequences might ensue if the pink skeleton ceased to regard her as useful? The mere thought sent her heart into turmoil, prompting a sense of urgency to act. In her flustered state, she suddenly exclaimed, "Shadows! I love cotton candy." Silence enveloped the grand hall. "Uft! What on earth are you rambling about?" Dr. Booker erupted into laughter, occasionally slapping his knee and clutching his belly, his mirth rendering his complexion crimson. "Not all cotton candy will suffice. It must be the classic flavor from the stupid bubble brand. It can soothe the shadows and mitigate the harm they inflict on the body. Don't laugh, this is true." Hill stomped her foot in frustration, hurling her shoe at the old man. It missed its target. Tears welled in her eyes. "You, haha. You enjoy cotton candy and expect a placebo to serve as a remedy, right? Haha, you crack me up. No. This is the latest research outcome from the Dingshin Magic Creation Peak Group. I am not a researcher, but they sent me to procure cotton candy. And I heard it firsthand. Moreover, I have tried it myself, and it indeed works. Why, this makes no sense." Dr. Booker finally ceased his laughter. He might mock any young person at will, but he would never trivialize Dingshin Magic Creation, one of the world's 4 largest conglomerates. Any entity that could survive 4 comprehensive corporate wars and emerge even stronger must possess validity. They are attempting to extract effective components from cotton candy, which will significantly enhance the compliance of shadows. Hill wiped her tears and addressed the skeleton seated on the throne. "I do not know much, but this is the highest secret I possess. I am willing to forego everything else. I simply do not wish to perish here or anywhere else." Zhuang Shooting looked at her with sympathy, slowly nodding and uttering a word of reassurance. Upon hearing this affirmation, Hill's racing heart finally eased slightly. "If Dingshin Magic Creation is studying this, our Shadow Research Center desires it." Dr. Booker immediately interjected, "I apologize for my earlier laughter. I should not have mocked you. I can offer you something to enhance your value within the corporation." At that moment, Zhuang Shooting once again observed his own phantom raise a hand, rotate the wrist, and tap the armrest of the throne twice, evidently indicating that the pink skeleton was at work again. Simultaneously, from the expressions of Hill and Dr. Booker, it was clear they could not perceive the phantom. This could very well be the method for their departure. All that was required was to raise a hand, rotate, and tap twice. "Very well," he reiterated, then lifted his hand. "No, no, no. Please wait." Dr. Booker quickly exclaimed, "I wish to return here. I have merely provided knowledge and have yet to seek counsel. Hill, there are no corporate spies here. This is the safest place in the world. I help you. You help me, and we shall acquire what we each need." Such words sound appealing, but who could guarantee that the next transmission would not return them? Even if they were transmitted, would they still exhibit the same respect and honesty as today? Perhaps. Zhuang Shooting continued to feign mystery, saying, "Test, value. Perhaps. In the future, we shall prepare, offering tributes." Dr. Booker hastily pulled Hill closer, stating, "You will be ready, won't you? I can contact you outside, assisting your advancement within the corporation, thus granting access to more resources and information." "No, even if we must communicate, it shall be here." Hill furrowed her brow and said, "I do not wish to encounter you outside. Should I discover you probing into my affairs, I shall report this to the corporation. Please do not. The corporation's involvement will inevitably strip away everything. Our interests will be lost. I promise you, I will never seek you out in reality." Hill, with a finger tracing her high heel, wiped her eyes with the same hand, nodding half cryingly, half smiling. She then turned to the throne and inquired, "I still do not know your name." Neither the man nor the woman could answer, and Zhuang Shooting himself was equally in the dark. He attempted to muster a resigned smile, but the pink skeleton lacked the capacity for such nuanced expressions. Any semblance of emotion appeared eerie. Indifferently, he could only respond. He subsequently rotated his wrist and tapped the armrest. "I have thought of a codename," Hill said to Dr. Booker, "the ruins of the undead." Only the pink skeleton remained. It did not vanish, but instead drifted from Zhuang Shooting's shoulder, floating to face him, its hollow, lifeless eyes fixated intently upon him. "This is all you're doing." Zhuang Shooting mustered his courage and pointed at it. "You shall not drive me mad, you." Silence, You wretched zombie. The pink skeleton suddenly spoke, its voice mirroring Zhuang's shooting's own. Without me, you would have long ceased to exist. Do not be foolish. Swiftly retrieve that old man's possessions. You can communicate? Of course, I can converse with you. Relying on memory. He ventured into the black mist in search, and this time he was permitted to leave the throne. Soon, he discovered a pair of shadow goggles, framed in metal, with 3 interchangeable crystal lenses on each side. They bore no trademark. Only a research facility asset number on one side of the temple indicated they were custom-made. Just as Zhuang's shooting was about to scrutinize them, the surface of the goggles rapidly corroded, emitting a hissing sound and billowing clouds of black smoke. Startled, Zhuang's shooting dropped the goggles, which had corroded completely before hitting the ground, leaving only a wisp of smoke suspended in the air. The pink skeleton inhaled deeply, drawing the smoke into its eye sockets, nostrils, mouth, and ear holes, until it vanished entirely. The skeleton shook its head and remarked, "Not enough, far from enough. I require more of the half-soul. According to your parlance, that would be the so-called shadows. You still desire more? Are you aware of the extent of your actions? Do you have any idea how much those glasses could sell for? I am currently in need of money, and if you leave them with me, I could use them in my time of crisis. Is that so?" Well, after careful consideration, Zhuang's shooting realized that it indeed seemed that way. He had experienced paralysis before, and had also recovered swiftly, yet he could not recall what had initially caused his paralysis. "Thank you. However, the shadows can drive a person to madness, and I must still take you away. I am in need of funds, my apologies. At present, your mobility relies heavily on my support. If you were to take me away, although you would not perish, you would instantly succumb to paralysis. I understand that feeling is akin to living death." The skull remarked, "For now, I have not found a better vessel, so I must remain with you. Seek out more shadows for me, and I shall assist you in healing your injuries to prevent future troubles. As for selling me, you are welcome to attempt it. Where am I to find shadows for you? I have no money. If shadows cannot be found, my power will dissipate, and you will become nothing more than a mass of flesh, a burden to your family." The pink skull declared, "I do not wish to waste words. As this can also conserve energy, you must find a solution. Additionally, pay close attention to those drawings. They may be connected to my legacy." Chapter 16. The first commission. With her shoes clutched in hand, the chill and hardness of the floor seeped through her flesh-toned stockings, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Behind her, an insidious sense of surveillance emanated from the direction of the camera in the corner, a gaze that stirred a wave of nausea within her. There lay a small ceramic ornament, a crocodile standing on its short hind legs, its rotund body exuding an endearing charm. At first glance, one would never associate it with the pink skull or the ancient hall shrouded in black mist. Yet, the situation was indeed as bizarre as it seemed. Hill felt as though her experiences were a mere dream. No, it was not a dream. Dreams do not strip me of my shoes. She gazed at the little crocodile ornament and raised her hand to wipe away the traces of tears from her cheeks. I was terrified, but I must overcome this. For my own sake, I must seize this opportunity. Whether it be the pink skull or Dr. Booker, they are my stepping stones to escape this wretched place. This must be an opportunity and a secret that belongs solely to me. Hill put her shoes back on, straightened her clothes, and feigned nonchalance as she hastily concluded her inspection of the warehouse, all the while devising a plan in her mind as she made her way towards the monitoring room. She needed to observe the unfolding events from another perspective and ascertain the conditions of other witnesses. If word got out and reached the higher-ups in the company, it would spell trouble. Frowning, Hill walked briskly down the empty corridor, the entrance to the monitoring room at its end. She had heard that to avoid detection while peering through the surveillance cameras, the lecherous director had dismantled the monitors at the corridor's entrance, creating a blind spot, his private sanctuary. No longer. Just ahead on the right wall of the corridor, a fire axe lay askew in a closet. Compelled by an unseen force, she withdrew the axe, gripping it tightly, its blade scraping against the floor with a surprisingly pleasant sound. Meanwhile, in another city, at a different research center, Dr. Booker stumbled into a chair, crashing to the floor in a disheveled heap. Coffee and breakfast containers scattered everywhere, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds, which soon morphed into a soft, chuckling sob. "Ha ha, oh dear, ha ha, just a bit painful." The old man grasped the table with one hand and the ground with the other, cautiously rising to his feet. Once upright, he rubbed his chest. Glancing around the empty room that belonged solely to him, heaved a sigh of relief and murmured, "Oh, how it hurts, yet pain is real." Dreams provide a comforting numbness, while reality is a thorny garden known as suffering, where happiness is merely the understanding that pain signifies life and acquisition. Dr. Booker never doubted the authenticity of the pink skull. He had transcended that question and begun contemplating the principles behind these occurrences and their implications. He turned his gaze to the workbench, instinctively reaching for his nose, only to realize he had misplaced his glasses. Fortunately, upon leaning closer, he spotted the parchment fragment intact, and he exhaled deeply. Cradling the parchment, he traced its surface with trembling fingers. "Mine, my treasure," he murmured, coughing as he added, "I will be prepared. Even without the secret of ascension, if I can live another 5,000 years, even as a skeleton, I would embrace it." Ah! Gogo and Lucy turned their heads, one frowning and the other alert. "What is the matter?" Gogo asked. "Why the outburst?" Zhuang Shooting shook his head, quickly averting his gaze, fearful that Lucy might notice his anxiety. The tension stemmed from a previous dream. He had yet to recover fully from the shock of such an experience. By comparing memories, Zhuang Shooting realized that entering the pillar hall, transforming into a skeleton, and conversing with the doctor and the woman consumed almost no time at all. More precisely, it took just over 3 seconds, which explained why Lucy and Gogo were completely unaware. From their perspective, Zhuang Shooting had been engrossed in a comic book, perhaps zoning out for a few seconds before suddenly exclaiming. They had not witnessed the sudden darkening of the sky, nor were they aware of the black mist and the slowing of time. It seemed that the secret of this mental journey was known only to him. Zhuang Shooting pondered this and found it somewhat inaccurate. Hill and Dr. Booker were also participants. And of course, there was the instigator, that pink skull shadow. Logically, those two would not disclose this matter to the company. And since I had concealed my appearance and slightly altered my voice, they would be unable to trace it back to me. Zhuang Shooting sighed softly, feeling that matters were becoming increasingly complex. Initially, he had intended to sell the shadow, but that possibility was dwindling. If the pink skull spoke the truth, my life truly depended on it, making it impossible for me to extricate myself from its grasp for the time being. Indeed, if I had the funds, I could first treat my body, thereby freeing myself from the pink skull. Once my health was restored, I could sell it, and the proceeds would cover the treatment costs. This plan appeared quite feasible. It was known that the pink skull could draw people into peculiar spaces. According to Dr. Booker, that space lay behind the wall of size, beyond the shadow realm, sounding rather formidable. Moreover, the pink skull could absorb other shadows and obliterate their vessels. Anyone would be willing to pay a hefty sum for that. Wait, it can absorb shadows and destroy their vessels? Zhuang Shooting finally considered matters beyond mere profit. He was now a mercenary, and in the course of fulfilling commission tasks, he was likely to encounter various shadow vessels. Wasn't he the pink skull their nemesis? Not being able to purchase shadow vessels didn't he mean he wouldn't stumble upon them? It was impossible for him to spend money on shadows to feed it. But there was a chance to acquire them for free. No, I must remain low-key. The abilities of the pink skull do not equate to my own. Being a mercenary is about earning money, not sacrificing my life, and certainly not recklessly endangering myself. Zhuang, put down the comic book, and come here to discuss the commission details. Gogo beckoned, inviting Zhuang Shooting to join him. The client requested that they investigate a currently inactive construction site, ascertain the environment within, and observe for any signs of gang activity. The criteria for task completion included mapping the area, marking suspicious points, and compiling a list of potential personnel activity. At first glance, the task seemed quite simple. But one address caught the attention of both Zhuang and Gogo, 32, Power Plant Road in the Eastern Industrial District. The site adjacent to the 21st Magic Crystal Factory. Zhuang Shooting had once worked at the 21st Magic Crystal Factory, commuting there daily. Hence, he was well aware of the neighboring construction site. Originally a bolt factory, it had shut down over a year ago due to poor business, reportedly having been sold off to settle debts. No new construction or renovations had taken place. All day long, noises of cutting and dismantling echoed from within. Rumors circulated that someone was dismantling old machines and buildings, preparing to sell them as scrap. A few of Zhuang Shooting's former colleagues had contemplated sneaking in to pilfer some scrap for cash, but they had never acted on it. The neighboring site seemed to have taken precautions, erecting tall walls topped with barbed wire, preventing anyone from entering and obstructing the view from the Magic Crystal Factory. However, the site had been quiet for over 3 months after active dismantling had taken place for more than half a year. Everyone speculated that they had completed the dismantling. Yet the walls and barbed wire remained intact, with the gates firmly shut, leaving the actual situation a mystery. "We'll take this commission," Gogo exclaimed, startling Zhuang Shooting. Gogo thrust the commission letter toward him, urging him to memorize it. After reading it, he was to pass it to Lucy, who would then register him as a mercenary. Chapter 17. Necromancer. The registration system for mercenaries is far more intricate than Zhuang Shooting had anticipated. In addition to serving as an intermediary, I am also your guarantor. Your true name and identity will be held in my custody. Only if you find yourself in a grave predicament, and all intermediaries, including myself, deem you accountable, will I reveal your true information. Typically, you will undertake assignments under an alias. Lucy gestured to herself and remarked, by safeguarding your information, you acquire a modicum of protection for my needs. Your details, along with those of other mercenaries for whom I serve as a guarantor, are not kept close at hand, but stored securely in a highly protected location. Should I meet with foul play, and certain conditions are met, that information will be disclosed. Zhuang Shooting furrowed his brow, scratching his head. Not quite grasping it, am I? Let me clarify, Lucy continued. Intermediaries take a cut from assignments and naturally fear being targeted by mercenaries with ulterior motives, thus requiring some form of safety assurance. While the personal information of mercenaries may not seem of utmost importance, it cannot be entirely disregarded. Hence, it serves as a fitting guarantee. Zhuang nodded silently, sealing his lips tightly. Oh dear, I forgot to give you the signal, Gugongdao said, patting Zhuang Shooting's thigh. You may speak now. I understand now, Zhuang Shooting replied. Lucy narrowed her eyes, noting that Zhuang Shooting had a penchant for comics, which raised her concern regarding his intellectual maturity or the possibility of an underlying flippant disposition. Although Gugongdao had provided an introduction and assurance, she remained cautious. Do you truly comprehend? For the sake of clarity, Lucy reiterated, if an intermediary encounters danger, the mercenaries they guarantee must come to their aid, lest everyone learns their identity. While each intermediary guarantees different mercenaries, this method fosters a balance between the two parties. Zhuang pondered for a moment before stating, however, the mercenaries are unaware of the intermediary's information, thus creating an imbalance. In my view, intermediaries merely facilitate tasks, while mercenaries wield firearms, which places them in the dominant position. You see, different perspectives yield varied interpretations. Lucy responded, no one expects the law or the PCPD to mediate disputes. Moreover, with the departure of the divine, we have lost the power responsible for karmic retribution, leaving us only with. Gugongdao interjected with a scoff. Karma is akin to a con artist's conscience. Ignoring Gugongdao, Lucy continued addressing Zhuang Shooting. Thus, we can only look out for one another and maintain a check on each other. I completely understand now. Zhuang Shooting nodded vigorously, adding, my sole request is to ensure my family remains unscathed, even if circumstances turn dire or uncontrollable. I can provide that assurance, but I am merely a fragile woman. Unable to contend with the entirety of the world, Lucy exhaled a cloud of smoke, setting her cigarette aside before handing him a form. Fill in your information here, no lying. Additionally, choose a name for yourself. Detective, Zhuang Shooting replied, patting the comic book in his pocket. I've always aspired to be a detective. That name won't do. The PCPD will cause you trouble. Furthermore, there are certain letters, like V and D, that have already been claimed by legendary mercenaries or intermediaries, so it's best to avoid those. Also, refrain from adopting foolish monikers like Floor Novice. Let me think, Zhuang Shooting mused. The first thought that crossed his mind was Pink Skull, which sounded mysterious and perilous, quite fitting for a nickname. However, he feared the distinctive feature might be too conspicuous. Both Hill and Dr. Booker had encountered the Pink Skull, and if they happened to hear it, they might draw unwanted connections, potentially inviting unnecessary risks. At that moment, a term surfaced in his mind, Necromancer. Is Pink Skull your name? Is that your chosen title? The reverberation of authority belonging to the Lord of the Dead now rests upon you. I hope you can. The preceding voice felt dreamlike, while the latter part faded away. Zhuang Shooting, somewhat anxious, hurriedly inquired, if it is a title, could it not become well known and attract unwanted attention? What benefits do I gain from using this name? Do you have no thoughts on it? Lucy urged. If you cannot decide, I have a suggestion. How about Bookworm? This was a nod to Zhuang Shooting's fondness for comics. He shook his head, stating, I thought of one, Necromancer. That name is acceptable. No one is currently using it. Even if someone had in the past, they never achieved any notoriety, at least not legendary status. Lucy contemplated for a moment. nodded, and then asked, "Out of pure curiosity, I wish to know which meaning you intend to convey with this term, medium or sorcerer. It signifies necromancer, and the name can be abbreviated to NEC. That name is rather ostentatious," Gugongdao commented. "As your partner, I will frequently call you by that name. Each time it will be NEC, which is not only cumbersome but also time-consuming. Did you intentionally pronounce it that way?" Zhuang Shooting nearly burst into laughter. "Let's use Nake instead. It's quicker to say. All right, I feel Nake is much better. Necromancer. It sends shivers down one's spine." Lucy chuckled lightly, inquiring about the two characters before continuing. "Nake also suggests a person who remains undaunted in the face of adversity, still striving to overcome challenges. That's a commendable code name. It seems your studies have not been in vain. I hadn't thought that far. It was purely a coincidence." Zhuang Shooting hastily completed the mercenary registration form before suddenly recalling something and asking, "What is Dao Ji's registration number?" What seemed a straightforward question unexpectedly elicited laughter from Lucy. "Haha, you finally asked. Let him tell you. Purely a stroke of bad luck." Gugongdao huffed, saying, "There's nothing amusing about it. It's simply unfortunate circumstances. My mercenary code is White Wolf. I initially wanted Black Wolf, but it was already taken." "Get to the point," Lucy urged. "At that time, I had just completed my registration. Before I could finish my first assignment, my guarantor intermediary was murdered. He was in the process of transferring a task, and from the scene, it appeared the assailant was likely another mercenary he had guaranteed, thus fulfilling the conditions for disclosing mercenary details." Gugong now shrugged his shoulders, adding, consequently, "I became well known merely 3 days after becoming a mercenary." Lucy continued, "Afterward, re-registering under a new name proved pointless. He could only use his real name. After experiencing a series of ups and downs, he has, up to now, fared reasonably well, with many willing to address him as Dao Ge." "Reasonably well? I currently fare no better than a novice. I shall diligently study," Zhuang Shooting affirmed. "That's the spirit. Have you completed the registration form? Let me take a look." Lucy glanced over it, stating, "It's best not to leave the specialty section blank." Can you drive?" "Yes, but I do not possess a license," Zhuang Shooting replied. "I have driven trucks and forklifts in the factory." "Not sufficient. You need to be able to operate high-speed vehicles or motorcycles," Lucy remarked. "How about this? I will assess your physical abilities and talents. It will benefit your future development. Typically, a single test costs 400 euros, but you are fortunate. I happen to have a testing device I need to evaluate. Consider yourself a test subject. No payment required." Just as Zhuang Shooting was about to agree, Gugongdao interjected. "That is not right. Nake should be compensated for being a test subject. I have no money." Lucy crossed her legs and said, "You enjoy comics. Feel free to take any from the shelves here as your reward. I can also keep an eye out for beginner-friendly tasks, particularly those that come with training. What do you think?" "You should agree," Gugong urged eagerly. "Thank you, Sister Lucy," Zhuang Shooting quickly responded. "That sounds wonderful. I shall address you thus from now on." Gugong chuckled softly, only to be playfully kicked by Lucy. Regardless of Zhuang Shooting's persistent inquiries regarding the matter, he merely shook his head in silence. Before long, Lucy emerged from the inner chamber carrying a silver aluminum suitcase, which she placed on the table in the sunken living room and opened. "Why use a lie detector?" Zhuang Shooting inquired, slightly puzzled. "A lie detector? This is not a lie detector," Lucy replied, momentarily confused. "Have you seen this device before? The PCPD used it on me during an interrogation. It requires wires attached to the body, including the wrists, ankles, neck, chest, and 8 sensors on the head." Zhuang Shooting explained. Gradually, he began to grasp where he had erred. "This isn't a lie detector, is it?" Gugong rubbed his chin and remarked. "This is the PY5B Special Ability Detector, Lucy. To be candid, the PCPD indeed utilized this device on us." "What abilities did they detect?" Lucy inquired. "They didn't mention anything." Zhuang Shooting scratched his head, adding, "If this device could identify special abilities, it should have revealed my zombie physique, which would have warranted further inquiry, wouldn't it?" "You possess a zombie physique? Why didn't you indicate that in your records?" Lucy questioned, hands on her hips. "I did not wish to undertake any zombie-related tasks, as that would equate to risking my life. Hence, I left it unmentioned." Gugong patted his leg and said, "Your reasoning is indeed sound. Such resolve is necessary. Destiny must be firmly grasped. Enough with the nonsense. Your profound sayings are mere plagiarisms," Lucy retorted. Gazing at Zhuang Shooting, The PY5B should not have failed to detect your physique. What does that signify? Chapter 18. What does the uncertainty principle represent? This inquiry seems rather foolish. Gung Gongdao reclined against the couch, disregarding the creaking lament of the springs and leather, and scoffed. It signifies that this testing apparatus is defective. To classify me as a wolfdog lineage is nothing short of an affront. Lucy, you are aware of my true werewolf heritage. Although her expression was obscured by a mask, Lucy's stiff movements betrayed her confusion. Despite the PY5B being an older model seldom utilized now, its stability had consistently been commendable. How could the results be so utterly erroneous? How should I know? Perhaps the PCPD has not maintained it properly? Gung Gongdao shrugged. Rumors suggest that the municipal government has reduced funding to the PCPD, thus their remuneration for hired hands has also become rather meager. Wait, I believe I have an idea. This type of specialized lineage testing device has not always been reliable. Many have fallen prey to the deceptive advertisements of Dingxin magic creation, and the PCPD is no exception. They were among the first batch of clients, and the devices they possess are likely among the initial flawed products. Gung Gongdao shook his head, recalling only the penetrating gaze of the man in the blue shirt, leaving no room to scrutinize the testing apparatus. Zhuang Shuting rifled through his memories from the day before, comparing them to the device before him, and pointed to the lower right corner of the panel, saying, "The slots here are different." In the PCPD's machine, the first slot is severely worn and empty. The second slot contains a blue thick card, while the last slot is laden with dust, appearing to have never been used. I was right. The PCPD provided you with an outdated machine. The first slot should contain a pest removal card for it to function correctly. That blue thick card you mentioned is a database for updating specialized lineages and abilities. Later models merely require a single card for updates. Chances are, the individual using the device was unaware of this and neglected to utilize the pest removal card. In summary, PCPD is simply foolish. Gung Gongdao waved his hand dismissively. No more idle chatter. Let us test Nake and complete the registration. We have another commission to address. Don't rush me. It will be ready shortly. Lucy began affixing patches onto Zhuang Shuting. She leaned in closely, the faint scent of a mixed floral fragrance wafting towards him, causing a tickling sensation in his nose and an urge to sneeze. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly rude to do so in Lucy's direction. Soon, the instrument began to operate, the readings on the panel fluctuating continuously. Lucy remarked as she observed, "Look, it's working now, already indicating a zombie constitution. The index is impressively high, scoring 94 out of 100. Nake, I must concede, you are quite the exceptional zombie. Perhaps one of the finest I have ever encountered. Is it truly that remarkable?" Gung Gongdao expressed curiosity. Indeed, it is rare. The higher the score, the better the adaptability, indicating minimal rejection. Zombies with a score of 80 are already scarce, while those exceeding 90 are extraordinarily rare even among zombies. Have you been oblivious to your own rarity? Zhuang Shuting scratched his head, replying, "The tests I underwent as a child did not provide scores, so I had no idea it would be like this. You must have relied on some folk method, which can only tell you whether you possess a lineage and what it is, but not how potent it is." Lucy sighed, about to inform him that high-scoring zombies could earn a decent income in companies, when she suddenly noticed Zhuang Shuting's score was persistently declining. She tapped the testing device, producing a series of sharp sounds, yet the downward trend remained unyielding. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shuting felt an increasing tingling sensation coursing through the wires and patches, particularly from the wire connected to his chest, where thin trails of black smoke swiftly spread. "Oh no, isn't this absorbing the shadows?" Zhuang Shuting hastily murmured to himself. Stop absorbing. If the device gets ruined, I want to know how to explain it." I suspect yours is also a defective product, isn't it?" Gung Gongdao extended his arm, saying, "If you're still uncertain, testing me will clarify things. Testing costs 400 euros for additives, and you are not my guarantor. I refuse to squander it on you." Lucy, evidently in a foul mood, seized several wires and yanked them down. "Well, you have indeed aided me in discovering issues with this device. Now I must devise a way to deal with it, and wonder if I can find a suitable fool to take it off my hands." "Take your time worrying about it." Gung Gongdao chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "We shall take our leave now. See you tomorrow." "That is fine." Zhuang Shuting gently patted his chest, responding. During the day, the cheap and raucous trucks were prohibited from entering the Dawn district, with the streets occupied by cars and motorcycles. They're steam-white and delicate, wafting gracefully as if gliding through the clouds. In contrast, the industrial area was filled with thick, black exhaust, reeking of cheap whale oil and charred ash, hardly conducive to an enjoyable shopping experience. Whenever a fine vehicle passed by, Gung Gongdao couldn't help but steal a few glances. Zhuang Xuting inquired if he wished to purchase one, to which he nodded affirmatively but furrowed his brow, as if preoccupied with some concern. "Nake, once I earn some money, I'll buy a car, and we can drive to fulfill our commissions. No longer needing to rely on the perpetually late buses. You should find time to learn to drive. I want to relish the sensation of sitting in the back seat." "Oh," Zhuang Xuting nodded. Learning to drive would indeed be useful, but he had to wait until he paid his rent and gathered his sister's tuition and living expenses. As a hired hand, earning 500 euros in a single night of reconnaissance was significantly more than working as a laborer, yet such commissions seemed infrequent. "Dao Gu, I noticed your expression was rather grim when accepting the commission. Furthermore, I felt something was amiss with that commission, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it." Zhuang Xuting furrowed his brow and asked, "Could Lucy be setting us up? While the commission does seem suspicious, I assure you Lucy is not the culprit. Your concerns are only partially justified. What is peculiar about the commission? Let us address Lucy first. Our relationship with the intermediary is more crucial than the commission itself." Gung Gongdao explained, "I have been a hired hand for 3 years and have encountered over 10 intermediaries. Lucy does not deal with high-risk commissions that promise great profit. Her style is characterized by prudence, safety, and contingency plans. She is exceedingly cautious. Betraying a hired hand would bring trouble upon her, and she would never engage in such behavior. She is the most reassuring guarantor, yet regrettably, I was unaware of the market at that time and did not seek her out. She is a trustworthy intermediary, but merely an intermediary. She is not your mother. I mean to say, the nature of the commission, whether it is problematic, is not directly her concern. Intermediaries are not responsible for the content of the commission, only for the execution process." Gung Gongdao licked his dry lips, moving his jaw to find a more suitable way to articulate his thoughts. "What I intend to convey is that this commission was brought to our attention by Lucy, and even counting from last night, there has only been half a day's time. She..." Zhuang Xuting placed his hand on Dao Ji's arm, stating, "I understand. Lucy is not to blame for the issues within the commission. Dao Gu, I wish to know what exactly is wrong with the commission." Zhuang Xuting felt a surge of anxiety, breathing heavily. Once he managed to calm himself slightly, he inquired, "Dao Gu, could this commission be a trap?" "Not to that extent. The person issuing the commission has no notion of who will accept it. Who would they ensnare?" "Oh, right. I just registered today. No one could foresee this." "Not no one. I could foresee it. I mention this to remind you to remain vigilant of your peers." Gung Gongdao chuckled, saying, "Look at how frightened you are. Relax. There is a slight issue with this commission, yet most commissions harbor various problems. A life filled with surprises is the essence of enjoyment. Dao Gu, you are truly a comforter. If the surprises turn into shocks, or even terror, what then? Then we simply proceed." Gu Gongdao raised his fist and remarked, "Let me put it this way. In my experience, this entrusted task resembles a trial by stone. Someone wishes for us to be that stone. Otherwise, they would not specify the times for our reconnaissance and completion. We are to be cast into the fray, gathering information without drawing attention. The ideal scenario is to remain unnoticed. Should there be any commotion, that individual will also reap their rewards." I started to comprehend the situation. Zhuang Xuting replied, "So what shall we do? The commission requires us to go tonight. Let us proceed now and assess the situation first," Dao Gu suggested. Chapter 19. The first wrongdoing. 2 hours later, Nake and Daoj arrived at the designated location, with 4 hours remaining until dusk. The magic crystal factory and the abandoned factory occupied an entire city block, surrounded by 4 main roads, each facility featuring 3 entrances. In comparison, the magic crystal factory was twice the size of the abandoned one, covering an area equivalent to approximately 12 standard football fields, comprising 6 workshops, 3 warehouses, and a loading area, along with an office building and a comprehensive service building, which included a cafeteria and shower facilities. Having interned there, Zhuang Xuting had spent over 2 years at the magic crystal factory, becoming intimately familiar with the layout. Every road, every turn, and every shadowy nook where he could rest had borne witness to his presence. Among the places he despised most in the factory were the office building, which made one feel inferior upon entry, and the 5-meter-high wall of the adjacent abandoned factory. The wall obstructed the morning sun, which he loathed, as it prevented the untainted sunlight from gracing his shoulders and tenderly kissing his face. A warm embrace that served as his last consolation before entering the confines of the factory. To this end, he would rise a little earlier in summer and grumble insincerely about winter. He often daydreamed about the bliss of living in sync with the sun's rise and set. Hiding in the alley behind a shop opposite the magic crystal factory, he paid silent homage from a distance, kicking aside an empty bottle to join the refuse. Zhuang Shooting sighed as he accepted a hard hat from Daoj. It was a cheap, flimsy helmet, half the price of those issued by the factory, judging by its fragile and lightweight appearance. It seemed unlikely to withstand even a falling can, let alone nails. "Nake, do I look all right in this?" Daoj, never one to stand still, posed dramatically in his work uniform. "There's no issue, except that you might be too muscular for this role. You'll likely be assigned to the loading area. And this outfit is meant for spray painters. What should I do then?" "Well, if you're overly concerned about it." Zhuang Shooting had Daoj bend down and proceeded to remove the strap from his shoulder and the pocket from his upper arm. "There, now it's fine. But isn't there a difference between the strap and the pocket?" "I'm not sure." Zhuang Shooting shrugged. "I'm ready. Shall we set off?" Their plan was to find a way to scale the wall into the adjacent abandoned factory before the appointed time for reconnaissance, to ascertain the situation within and prepare themselves mentally. At this juncture, Daoj showcased his experience. The two first drove past Daoj's recent lodging to collect a large duffel bag, a change of clothes, and a folding ladder. The duffel bag contained Daoj's mercenary equipment, shrouded in secrecy from Zhuang Shooting. Unexpectedly, the work uniform would prove useful. After changing their clothes opposite the magic crystal factory, they proceeded towards the factory's west gate, carrying the ladder. Daoj subscribed to a peculiar theory. He believed that donning work attire, wielding a ladder, and adopting a cynical demeanor would enable them to access most areas. He had previously employed this tactic to gain entry into shopping malls, office buildings, cargo warehouses, and even the PCPD parking lot. Daoj, the magic crystal factory, is closed. There aren't many cars on this road, and it's even less likely to encounter any unrelated personnel. If there were more people, we wouldn't need to be so cautious, Daoj interrupted. Fewer people make us more conspicuous, which necessitates disguise. You must approach this from the perspective of a mercenary fulfilling a task. All right, we're nearing our destination. Keep an eye out. Alert me if anyone approaches. The west gate of the magic crystal factory served as a vehicle entrance, leading directly to the loading area. The steam-powered trucks were substantial, and the sliding iron gate reflected that size. Its wheels and tracks were of mediocre quality. Initially, a single person with moderate strength could easily operate the gate. But after the wheels broke and the tracks rusted, it often required 2 or 3 individuals working together to close it. Numerous reports had been made regarding the need for a new gate, yet only a maintenance worker had come to apply some oil to the wheels, indicating a reluctance to invest in repairs. Fortunately, beside the iron gate used by trucks, there was an employee entrance, accessible through a guard booth. According to their plan, Zhuang Shooting would stand guard at the booth, using his keen observational skills to monitor the surroundings while Daoj entered to unlock the gate. Although merely a lookout, Zhuang Shooting felt particularly anxious, glancing left and right, his heart racing, his legs trembling. "Don't be so embarrassing." Zhuang Shooting clenched his fists and struck his thighs twice, then took a deep breath to calm himself. It was said that mercenaries walked the fine line of legality and truth. Most of the tasks they undertook lay firmly on the other side of the law, rendering them akin to villains. The mere purchase of a surveillance camera cost 2,000 euros, and the associated control equipment was even pricier. In contrast, recruiting a few workers to patrol the area was cost-effective and allowed for the satisfaction of reprimanding others. What else not to love? Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed from within as metal tools hit the floor. Then Zhuang Shooting heard Daoj's low grumble, complaining that the pliers were somewhat worn and ineffective. After a while, sounds of cutting and severing metal emerged, and Daoj poked his head out, gesturing for Zhuang Shooting to come in. "All right, grab the ladder and come inside. There's no one around. It's the perfect time to act." Zhuang Shooting lifted the ladder and entered, witnessing Daoj having broken the lock on the inner door leading to the factory floor. The path remained clear. However, the sight of the lock. "You're quite impressive. You managed to leave the lock on the frame while dismantling the rest of the door." Zhuang Shooting stifled a laugh, wary of receiving a reprimand. "I didn't anticipate the lock to be this sturdy. It's almost on par with the PCPD parking lot. Dazed remarked. Fortunately, they were reluctant to spend money on the door, otherwise, we would have faced more trouble. Dazed pointed a finger at Zhuang Shooting's forehead and said, I know it's not elegantly done, but we can't afford a locksmith. As long as we get in, it doesn't matter how we do it. Pull your hat down a bit. Didn't you mention there is surveillance? Follow me. I know where we can move undetected. Resuming their previous formation, Zhuang Shooting led the way, both men hoisting the ladder and carrying the tool bag as they entered the magic crystal factory. They initially proceeded north along the narrow path beside the outer wall, then veered east towards workshop number 2, seeking to conceal their approach from the office building. Subsequently, they turned south, traversing the passageways between the workshops, stepping onto the concrete path Zhuang Shooting used every time he headed to the cafeteria, turning east at the northern side of the maintenance workshop. Continuing along this route would lead them directly to the eastern wall. The 5-meter-high wall topped with barbed wire posed a challenge, but they were prepared. The two men unfolded the ladder, leaning it against the wall. The remaining distance to climb was less than 2 meters. Considering Dazed's height of nearly 2 meters, he could reach the barbed wire with ease and create an opening using the wire cutters. He could even avoid climbing altogether, although tiring. He could grip the top of the wall and observe the situation on the other side. However, this method would yield insufficient information to complete their assignment. With the ladder set up, Zhuang Shooting steadied it as Dazed grasped the wire cutters. Just as Dazed began to ascend, Zhuang Shooting suddenly called out to him. Dazed, wait a moment. Something seems off about the ground. Chapter 20. Contact beyond the wall. Dao Gu. Something feels off about the ground here. Zhuang Shooting gestured for him to come down, signaling him to tread lightly. Consequently, Gugongdao softened his movements, curled his body, and cautiously descended the ladder, placing his feet gently, as if fearful of damaging the surface beneath him. This maneuver proved somewhat challenging for his burly frame, and he appeared rather clumsy, reminiscent of a cat wobbling after an overindulgence. Take a look over there. Zhuang Shooting pointed to a spot 5 meters to the right of the ladder. Notice how the ground dips against the wall. Just in the direction I indicated, it spans nearly 30 meters. Gugongdao squinted at the sight, slowly nodding in agreement. Indeed, the ground had sunk, revealing distinct marks of wear on the edges of the wall. What prompted your concern? When I left the factory 3 months ago, the ground was not like this. From a procedural standpoint, the factory generates a significant amount of waste during production, necessitating the use of heavy forklifts or trucks for transport. Thus, this path was reinforced. Now that the magic crystal factory is closed and no heavy loads are being moved, how could the surface have sunk? True, your reasoning is sound, yet you seem to overlook another possibility. There could be a pit underground. Gugongdao remarked. If it were excavated from below, the surface might indeed sink. What could possibly be worth digging up here? I've heard that during the construction of the magic crystal factory, this land was thoroughly cleared and fortified for the factory and transport areas. I believe there are no treasures buried beneath. It's hard to fathom how certain individuals think. In this line of work, it's prudent to be prepared for the eccentricities of people and situations. Gugongdao surveyed the surroundings. Our primary objective is the abandoned factory next door. If you suspect the ground is compromised, let us shift northward to avoid the sunken area. I was thinking the same. With both hands gripping the wall, Gugongdao gently pushed off with his feet and vaulted over, perching himself atop the wall and beckoning Zhuang Shooting with a wave of his hand. Zhuang Shooting nimbly climbed the ladder, reaching out as he neared the top. Don't forget the rope, Gugongdao cautioned. I'm holding it in my other hand. I haven't forgotten. Zhuang Shooting clutched one end of the rope, the other anchored at the top of the ladder. The two men grasped each other's wrists, and with a coordinated effort, Zhuang Shooting hoisted himself over the wall. They then pulled the ladder up, flipping it over the barrier and placing it down on the other side. Just as they prepared to descend, Gugongdao suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, something feels off. It seems someone is here." At that moment, Zhuang Shooting's heart nearly stopped. He glanced around, his eyes scanning every broken door and window of the derelict structure. A vivid image formed in his mind, a group of people emerging from a shadow he had overlooked, shouting angrily and firing guns at him. He perceived no immediate movement. The dilapidated factory on their side consisted of 2 buildings, one tall with 3 stories, and the other a single-story flat. Both structures were in disrepair. Not a single wooden door or pane of glass remained, and even the door and window frames had vanished. The abandoned buildings resembled skeletal remains, their dark cavities exuding a chilling and tense atmosphere. Aside from this unease, Zhuang shooting detected nothing noteworthy. He furrowed his brow and began a second round of reconnaissance. Haha, startled you, didn't I? Just teasing, Gugongdao chuckled, patting his shoulder before sliding down the wall, landing on the ladder and finding his footing. Come down, but watch your step. Hey, I'm telling you not to be too tense, Gugongdao continued. Such humor was hardly amusing. Zhuang shooting felt exasperated but refrained from further comment. He mimicked Gugongdao's descent from the wall, feeling more secure as his feet met the ground. Yet, at that moment, he noticed something unusual. Beneath the wall and the ladder, among a few broken concrete pieces, a cigarette but revealed itself. Zhuang shooting approached and picked it up, squeezing it lightly between his fingers. Dao Gu, someone has been here. Let me see. Zhuang shooting handed the cigarette butt to him, continuing, it's dry. It rained across the city last night, so this must have been discarded after this morning. Considering the accumulated water from the rain, it was likely thrown away even later. Indeed, Gugongdao examined it closely. This is a cheap brand of cigarette. What do you think? Before he could finish, he turned his ears to listen, instantly alert. Zhuang shooting also heard faint footsteps, likely 2 pairs of leather shoes scraping across the concrete. Someone was approaching from the direction of the abandoned factory to the south. 20 meters away stood the derelict buildings, devoid of doors or windows, and the 2 men hastily ducked inside. The darkness of the crumbling structure enveloped their shadows as, at that moment, 2 patrolling personnel, smoking and sauntering with electric batons at their waists, drew near. Zhuang shooting and Gugongdao pressed against the wall, slowly sinking to the ground, cautiously lowering the ladder they held. The interior was littered with debris, necessitating utmost caution to avoid making even the slightest noise. Their hearts raced, fully aware that they had no time to conceal the gap in the barbed wire atop the wall. If the patrollers merely glanced in that direction, they would immediately discern the intrusion. With bated breath, Gugongdao bit his tongue and gently tugged at the zipper of his bag. He delicately withdrew 2 short black sticks, handing one to Zhuang shooting, then gesturing towards the button on the side of the baton. An electric baton, the only weapon at their disposal. Gugongdao signaled him, implying that if the individuals outside discovered them, they would rush out, incapacitate the 2, and then make a quick escape via the ladder. At that moment, the patrolling duo approached, their footsteps distinct, and their conversation floated into the air. I still maintain that dogs are better than cats. Our problem here has never been rats, but rather pointless patrols. Huh, do you have issues with patrolling? Don't you enjoy getting out for a stroll and stretching your legs? What is the point? We can't even smoke when we're out. You, the chain smoker. The underground is already a smoky haze because of you, and yet you still want more? It's all Pink's fault. Just seeing his face makes it uncomfortable to smoke. You're just a troublemaker. There's a designated smoking room that can vent the smoke, yet you refuse to use it. Wherever smoking is prohibited, there you are. Frankly, Pink has every right to be upset with you. To hell with you. What is that smoking room anyway? Just a puff away from finishing my cigarette. I can't hold it anymore. I need a smoke. The metallic click of a lighter resonated, followed by the sound of a deep inhalation. The 2 patrollers idled, kicking at stones and debris, while the 2 intruders remained tense, gripping their electric batons tightly. Indeed, the man was a smoker, finishing a cigarette in just over 10 seconds. He extinguished the butt against the wall and casually tossed it through an empty window. The cigarette butt landed just a short distance from Zhuang shooting, its remnants easily identifiable, matching the brand of the one he had found earlier. What can I say? If you could pay more attention and avoid aggravating Pink, you might save some money. The other remarked, with more cash, you could buy better cigarettes. This old leaf tobacco is just too harsh. This is what they call a spicy aroma. You wouldn't understand. In the gang, it's all about enjoying life and having a good time. I can't stand Pink's smug face, acting all high and mighty. Enough, enough. Let us refrain from speaking any further lest he overhears us. Humph. Thankfully, we are nearing completion, and soon we shall no longer serve as mere sentinels here. I ought to inform 6th Brother, striving to secure a position in the Dawn District, for it is quite the lively place. Alas you. The voices of the 2 individuals gradually faded into the distance. Gugongdao stealthily rose to his feet and peered out of the window. Once they turned the corner and disappeared, he exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked to Zhuang shooting, "Phew, that startled me. You performed admirably. Your reflexes were quite swift." Zhuang shooting smiled and replied, "It seems those 2 are affiliated with a gang." "Indeed, they are ruffians from a gang. I suspect they might be members of the Ghost Fire gang." Gugongdao gestured towards the nape of his neck and said, The Ghost Fire Gang tends to mark their territory with luminescent materials resembling skeletal structures. I have observed certain signs, yet cannot confirm entirely. What are gang members doing here? How did they come to occupy this abandoned factory? I have no idea. It is rather peculiar. The Ghost Fire Gang typically operates in the eastern part of the city, particularly in the Dawn District and the Old Hub District, where they dominate a significant portion of the area. They seldom venture into the Western Industrial Zone, which is the territory of the Motorcycle Gang. Zhuang Shooting was not well versed in the distribution of gangs and remained silent on the topic. Dao brother, what shall be our course of action next? Now that we are aware of their presence, we must exercise greater caution. There is no need for conflict. We simply need to conduct thorough reconnaissance of the terrain. Dao brother surveyed their surroundings and instructed, stay close to me. Let us first explore these old structures. Chapter 21. Repeatedly in the pursuit of earning a living, one must invest their utmost effort to honor the euros entrusted to them. By the same token, if labor possesses intrinsic value, it should not be offered gratuitously. When considering mercenaries, it is prudent to refrain from undertaking tasks beyond the scope of the commission unless it serves one's own interests. The assignment required them to scout the abandoned factory area, to ascertain its layout and identify who might be present. The commission never mandated them to clear the gangs or engage in any confrontations with them. Therefore, Zhuang Shooting and Gugong Dao maintained their stealth, solely responsible for observation, listening, and documentation, ensuring their presence remained concealed. They quickly discerned that the site was not undergoing demolition. Rather, some construction activities were taking place within the derelict factory, and it was certainly not the Ghost Fire Gang's base that occupied the industrial zone. The Ghost Fire Gang had congregated in the old workshop to the west, where a steel shed stretched over 100 meters in length and 50 meters in width. The original production lines had been dismantled and sold off, leaving only remnants of discarded components piled in corners like refuse, resembling small hills. Over 30 members of the Ghost Fire Gang had erected a makeshift camp beside this heap of debris, their tents tattered and patched, cobbled together from various parts, barely holding together. Was the Ghost Fire Gang truly in such dire straits? These tents appeared as if they had been scavenged from the homeless. It seemed that even gangs faced challenges in this territory. After all, they were not the true masters here. Adjacent to the heap of refuse and the tents, a downward slope occupied a significant portion of the shed, culminating in a steel door framed with gears. This led to an underground passage, wide enough for 2 large trucks to pass side by side. The slope's surface had been reinforced to bear immense weight. Yet, despite these precautions, Zhuang Shooting observed signs of damage on the surface, likely caused by repeated passage of heavy vehicles. Having thoroughly explored the surface structures, apart from the Ghost Fire Gang's shed, the other buildings lay abandoned, clearly devoid of value. The Ghost Fire Gang showed little interest in these structures, even neglecting to assign personnel to guard them. Seizing the moment of the gang's laxity, the two approached the shed. They concealed themselves beside the refuse pile outside, affixing a small mirror to a stick to facilitate observation through its reflective surface. It was afternoon. Although the sky was somewhat overcast, the light sufficed for their eyes. The Ghost Fire Gang had not employed any lighting or fire within the shed, minimizing the risk of detection through the mirror's reflection. The diminutive mirror allowed for only a limited view each time, but fortunately, Zhuang Shooting possessed an exceptional memory for patterns. After each glance, he meticulously retained the details, piecing them together into a comprehensive map. "Your drawing is quite impressive," Gugong remarked as he leaned in for a closer look. "You would be well suited as a scout." Zhuang Shooting ignored him. Despite the rapidity of his sketching, his heart raced even faster. His intense focus on drawing served merely as a means to alleviate the tension of their covert operation. With over 30 dangerous gang members in close proximity, armed with electric batons, knives, and crossbows, and at least 7 individuals likely carrying firearms, the possibility of hidden weapons remained. Should they be discovered, they would be at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers and firepower. His only advantage lay in his slightly smaller stature, perhaps allowing him to endure a few less blows and delay his demise. In such circumstances, anxiety was inevitable, yet panic must be avoided. Zhuang Shooting endeavored to transform his tension into exhilaration, channeling it into the tip of his pen. "Where did you learn to draw?" "It looks akin to schematics from an appliance manual," Gugong Dao inquired. Zhuang Shooting's artistic ability stemmed from 2 sources, a mere 20 art classes during elementary school and a photographic memory for shapes. When entirely focused, He was not so much drawing as he was replicating. He projected the images from the shed onto paper, tracing the outlines, resulting in remarkably accurate representations. Nonetheless, his drawings lacked technique and emotion. His depiction of human figures was only marginally more advanced than stick figures. Are you almost finished? Gu Gongdao whispered again from the side. Dao Gu. Zhuang Shooting suddenly had a thought. Are you so anxious that you can't help but chatter? Get lost. I'm worried you might be too tense. Talking might help you relax a bit. Gu Gongdao retorted with a scoff. Let's complete this drawing, and we can consider our reconnaissance accomplished. The only thing left is to throw some stones to test the waters. What about the underground section? You really dare to dream. What do you plan to do? Incapacitate those 30 individuals inside with electric batons, and then deal with the unknown number of others in the underground passage? Oh, and casually toss the tracked vehicle aside for good measure, to really showcase your prowess. Dao Gu, please stop mocking me. I lack the ability to charge and head on. Zhuang Shooting finished the last detail of his drawing, setting down his pen. Dao Gu, I have an idea. Could this underground facility possibly connect to the magic crystal factory? Do you think searching from that direction might yield results? A commotion erupted from within the shed, as numerous members of the Ghostfire gang began shouting. Their calls punctuated with references to Big Brother Pincus. The cacophony subsided when a somewhat sharp voice began admonishing them, undoubtedly that of Pincus. Zhuang Shooting raised his stick once more, using the mirror to peer inside, immediately spotting Pincus. The man stood out distinctly, tall and thin, with pink hair styled into 3 upward triangles resembling antennas, fixed in place with either cement or hair gel. In contrast, his pierced lips and ears adorned with rings and studs seemed less conspicuous. In recent days, influenced by the pink skull motif, Zhuang Shooting had developed a sensitivity to the color pink. It was not quite distaste, but rather an irksome brightness that he found hard to appreciate. Look at you lot, slacking off. I wouldn't be surprised if you were all infested with lice. Pincus spat onto the ground, then continued, get your act together. Today is crucial. We cannot afford any mistakes. At this, someone with a sense of propriety interjected, Big Brother Pincus, just tell us what you need, and we will ensure nothing goes awry. Tonight, significant equipment and goods will be brought in. The higher-ups have instructed us to ensure security. No disturbances are permitted. Not even a cockroach can slip through. I cannot be held accountable, Pincus declared. If anyone fails in this task, their head will roll. I can't afford to suffer because of incompetence. Therefore, if I catch anyone causing trouble, they'll be eliminated. With that, he brandished a handgun, swinging it nonchalantly between 2 fingers. It was evident that the weapon was of dubious origin, the side effects causing him to grimace. He did not shy away from it, stamping his foot to numb the pain before firing a shot into the air. With a resounding bang, a gray energy bullet struck the steel roof, creating a small hole from which dust cascaded down, startling several gang members. If you don't do your jobs properly, just wait for death, Pincus growled, ensuring everyone understood. Before he began to outline plans. For today, tomorrow, and the day after, we must remain vigilant. If we execute this successfully, as promised, each of you will receive a bonus of at least 600 euros. Murmurs arose from the crowd. I bet more than half of that will end up in Pincus's pocket. Additionally, Skull Elder mentioned that the most proactive and outstanding member could enjoy a trip to Tiger Child Tower on the gang's dime. I knew the moment you heard this. Your ears would perk up. Now, direct your attention to the appropriate matters. Furthermore, I shall personally contribute funds to ensure a companion enjoys himself thoroughly. Don't say I haven't looked after you. It is understood that his embezzlement far exceeds our initial expectations. Regardless of whether you think with your upper or lower faculties, the most crucial aspect is to take action. Now, I shall assign tasks. Each individual must vigilantly guard their designated area. Upon hearing this, Brother Dao quickly gestured, and 2 individuals stealthily emerged from the shadows of the refuse, cautiously making their exit. In a short while, the ruffians of the Ghostfire gang will undoubtedly disperse, surveilling the entire abandoned factory, and that will complicate our escape. It wasn't until Brother Dao safely descended the ladder that Zhuang Shooting finally felt a sense of relief. He had long ceased to be anxious. Instead, a hint of exhilaration surged within him. Chapter 22. Unease. Gu Gongdao gazed at the 7 sheets of paper in his hands, which meticulously detailed the topography of the abandoned factory, clearly outlining every nook and cranny. Should he present these to the PCPD, they could very well serve as a tactical map. With this in hand, he could fulfill his obligation and certainly lay claim to the 500 euros. He neatly folded the papers and carefully tucked them into the inner pocket of his clothing. Noticing Zhuang Shooting's hesitant expression, he inquired, "What's on your mind? Are you still thinking of exploring below?" "Yes," Zhuang Shooting replied, "but my interest lies not in the commission but in my own curiosity. The sudden closure of the magic crystal factory left me without a job or compensation, compelling me to become a hired gun. Had I not come here, I might have remained oblivious. However, now that I know there is something beneath, I feel compelled to understand what it is." Zhuang clenched his fists, visibly agitated. Though he refrained from meeting Gu's gaze directly, the Ghost Fire Gang had merely been summoned for patrol duties, and there were indeed higher-ups involved. Those individuals were meddling underground, engaging in clandestine activities that somehow connected to the magic crystal factory's closure. Zhuang was eager to uncover who was responsible for these troubles. A large hand landed on his shoulder, lifting and then patting him. Gugongdao squeezed Zhuang's neck gently and said, "Calm down, you're turning red for no reason. Don't misunderstand. I'll accompany you on this underground venture." Zhuang's head snapped up, his voice trembling with excitement. "Really, Daoge?" "Indeed," Gu responded. "Your intentions may be unprofessional as a mercenary, but in the context of friends and partners, it's entirely different. Shall we set off now?" Zhuang asked eagerly. Gu caught him by the arm, shaking his head. "Don't be foolish, especially when engaging in reckless actions. Have you heard the saying foolishness upon foolishness? Even the gods cannot save. I'm here to share an adventure, not to join you in folly. There are a few matters we must attend to first. The first priority is to leave the magic crystal factory and find a safe, concealed location to hide the drawings. Personal affairs should not interfere with our commissioned task. After all, we must earn our living first." Considering the descent below without needing to scale walls, they decided to leave the retractable ladder outside to avoid unnecessary burden. Both checked their equipment, each attaching an electric baton to their waist, which would prove useful in confined spaces, and one end of which featured a fluorescent tube for illumination. "We are going to scout, to ascertain the situation underground, not to engage in destruction or theft." Before officially departing, Gu admonished, "Just a glance is all we need to identify who is responsible for your magic crystal factory's plight." "That is my intention," Zhuang replied. "Your current mindset may be resolute, but it may waver in the moment," Gu cautioned, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "It's easy to advise others, yet difficult to restrain oneself. I too cannot escape this dilemma. However, as partners, my role is to guide and restrain you. Always remember, the magic crystal factory is not yours. There is no need for you to seek vengeance on its behalf." Zhuang nodded solemnly, grasping Gu's counsel. He understood the importance of remaining objective. As a factory worker, he had diligently fulfilled his duties, earning his wages through hard work. The factory's closure was primarily its responsibility, and the lack of compensation further compounded that fault. Thus, Zhuang harbored resentment towards the upper echelons of the 21st Magic Crystal Factory, as well as the relevant personnel of the Crimson Group, anyone who had profited from this upheaval. Yet, he found himself unsure of whom to direct his ire towards or what actions to take, unless an opportunity arose to disrupt their plans and inflict damage. Upon reflection, Zhuang realized that if he were alone, unburdened by the responsibilities towards others, he might find it challenging to resist exploiting this situation. However, he also pondered, even if he caused a ruckus, what could it change? The 21st Magic Crystal Factory was indifferent to its workers, and the Crimson Group would hardly concern itself with the protests of a mere ant. Those behemoths could crush him with a mere finger without a second thought. Yet for Zhuang, the stakes were higher than mere life. His sister's future and his family's prospects were at risk. Suddenly, Zhuang felt a wave of despondency wash over him, his desire to explore waning. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" Gu Gongdao waved a hand in front of him, urging, "Let us secure our belongings and proceed. You are familiar with the factory's layout. Where do you think we might find the entrance to the underground facilities?" Zhuang contemplated carefully and concluded that the easternmost quality inspection workshop was the most promising location. Not only was it nearest to the sunken area, but the structure was also the simplest. It required no heavy lifting or support, resembling a container with flimsy walls, and the 4-meter-high ceiling was notably low for factory standards. Thus, it was plausible that it lacked a proper foundation. Upon entering the workshop, Zhuang was taken aback. The space had transformed entirely. The conveyor belts were gone, as were the inspection tables and instruments. The once crowded workshop lay barren, save for a central shaft leading downwards. The mouth of the shaft, approximately 2 meters in diameter, was temporarily cordoned off with plastic tape. The depth of the shaft remained a mystery, visible only by a rudimentary ladder fashioned from iron plates and steel rods. To descend, one would need to navigate that ladder, descending vertically along the shaft's walls. The workshop sloped inward towards the shaft, creating a pit-like formation. Cracks marred the ground, some fissures large enough to accommodate a fist. Such a state of disrepair rendered the workspace untenable. Yet the magic crystal factory chose to expel all its workers rather than allow them to perceive the changes below. What could possibly be the reason for such secrecy? A peculiar sound emanated from the depths of the shaft, followed by a wisp of pale blue gas that wafted up and quickly dissipated. It must be said, the strange facility, the enigmatic shaft, and the odd sounds and gases stirred the curiosity of both men. Each yearned to peer over the edge of the shaft, to descend and uncover the truth. Simultaneously, Zhuang and Gu grasped each other's arms, exchanging glances before shaking their heads. Dao Gu, I feel a bit anxious. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Something feels amiss, Gu remarked. Have you noticed the peculiarities here? Yes, upon reflection, I believe we should refrain from approaching, Zhuang said, furrowing his brow. They would rather expel the entire workforce to safeguard their secrets, so why are we allowed such easy access? Fortune does not favor the bold consistently, Gu replied, a chill running down his spine. We must make our exit swiftly. The two turned on their heels and dashed towards the western gate, but as they reached it, the sound of a car horn blared from outside, a cacophony that grated on their nerves. Individuals outside sought entry while the two inside wished to escape. Exiting through the nearby guard booth would undoubtedly expose them to those outside. Yet hiding would only alert the person attempting to enter to the removed inner door, triggering an alarm. Where could they possibly conceal themselves? Although the factory grounds were extensive, they were not limitless. In that tense moment, Zhuang glanced down at his work uniform, then gritted his teeth, making a decisive statement. Dao Gu, let us open the door for them. You grab that wrench, turn it to the right, and push hard. I'll step outside. No matter who I see, you must remain silent, just grunt if necessary. Is that even feasible? Time is of the essence. We must hurry. In that fleeting moment, Zhuang shooting contemplated myriad thoughts. The drivers outside were honking their horns, indicating that there were individuals within the factory premises. Based on his knowledge of the magic crystal factory, if there were personnel stationed here, they were certainly not his fellow workers, most likely. They were high-ranking officials privy to certain information. Such individuals would only linger in the office building, relishing the cool breeze from the fans and the refreshing beverages inside. The journey from the office building to the west gate required a 5-minute walk. At present, those 5 minutes were crucial. Zhuang shooting entered the guard booth through the inner door, and with a few swift strides, he found two individuals about to step into the booth. They nearly collided, prompting Zhuang to quickly bow his head and apologize, saying, I'm sorry, we were a bit slow to come out. We will open the door now. He kept his gaze lowered, focusing solely on the black trousers and polished leather shoes of the two men. The shoes gleamed, polished to such a degree that they could serve as mirrors. Make haste, don't waste time here. One of them, noticing Zhuang shooting's respectful demeanor, waved him off to resume his duties. Zhuang was well acquainted with the gate. Having frequently observed others operate it, he adeptly located the mechanism, raised the concealed pillar, and secured it in place. He then tapped the door panel, signaling his colleagues inside much like a seasoned worker accustomed to the routine. Together with Gugongdao, Zhuang exerted force on the old gate, allowing the warped, deformed wheels to glide along the track. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang cast a quick glance outside, where 7 fully loaded container trucks were lined up in a long queue, flanked by 2 black heavy-duty vans for protection. All individuals donned black suits, their heads adorned with armored helmets equipped with respirators and glare-resistant bulletproof visors. The 2 men beside him were armed with handguns, one holding an identification card that was likely a key card for access. Meanwhile, at the rear of the convoy, a man in black wielded a submachine gun, a weapon capable of rapid fire, designed for suppressive fire. The gate swung open swiftly, thanks to Gu Gongdao's strength. Zhuang maintained a cordial smile while keeping his gaze firmly on the ground, stealing occasional glances with his peripheral vision. They managed to open the door in under a minute. Standing by the side as the convoy proceeded, the men in black glanced towards the factory before gesturing for the convoy to enter sequentially. At that moment, another man in black inquired, "Why are you dressed like that?" Chapter 23. Testing the waters. Why are you wearing that outfit again? Zhuang shooting asked, patting the work uniform of the Magic Crystal Factory's assembly line worker, quickly formulating a response during those 2 fleeting seconds. Today, the PCPD had passed through this area 3 times in the same slow-moving vehicle, peering inside. Hence, we were instructed to don these uniforms. Zhuang Shooting and Gu Gongdao exerted every ounce of strength to pull the heavy door. The ancient iron door, reminiscent of youthful exuberance, emitted sparks as the wheels groaned along the tracks, transforming the usual creaking into a sharp, high-pitched screech. Just as the door was nearly closed, Zhuang Shooting leaped out, pulling Gu Gongdao along, and they sprinted away. What a close call. Thankfully, we didn't descend into the shaft. Otherwise, we would have been trapped inside. Indeed, Gu Gongdao nodded, saying, "At the entrance, your quick thinking allowed us to slip past undetected." The 2 leaned against the wall, catching their breath and sharing a smile. Zhuang Shooting inquired, "Are all mercenary assignments this thrilling?" "Pretty much," Gu Gongdao replied. "It may not always be of this nature. It could vary from this to that." "Nake, how did you find today's excitement? Can you handle it?" "I can handle it," and Zhuang Shooting licked his lips, saying, "Brother Dao, to be honest, I rather enjoy this adrenaline rush." When those men in black honked their horns and posed questions, my mind raced swiftly, yet my heart remained steady. I felt exhilarated, even breathless, but I still relished that sensation. "Do you think I'm insane, Brother Dao?" Gu Gongdao gently patted Zhuang Shooting's shoulder, asserting, "This isn't insanity. It merely indicates that you are well suited for the mercenary life. A mercenary requires skill, often needs luck, and occasionally encounters naive targets. However, to become the best mercenary, the most critical aspect is one's mindset. Only a resilient spirit can help you thrive in this field. Let's not delve too far ahead. First, we need to earn our keep," Zhuang Shooting interjected. "Though we manage to escape, if they cross-reference and check the sentry's gate, they will realize we intruded. They will certainly heighten their vigilance and might pursue us. That risk exists, and it is unavoidable," Gu Gongdao acknowledged, "but they must first ascertain our appearances." He pointed to the towel and fake beard, stating, "While this isn't a masterful disguise, it will certainly cause them some confusion. Moreover, since we didn't descend into the shaft or disturb anything, they will have no losses to report." "So you mean they'll be startled, consider themselves fortunate, and cease their pursuit?" Zhuang Shooting asked. "Indeed, I believe that will be the case." Gu Gongdao suddenly chuckled. "Do you recall that broken door?" Upon seeing it, those men in black must be thinking, "What kind of foolish thieves can't even remove a door? Ha ha ha, that door truly is a work of art. Having been destroyed except for the lock, it indeed resembles the handiwork of inept burglars." "Brother Dao, did you leave such clues intentionally after careful consideration?" No. That was pure inspiration, an unconscious display of skill." All right, I can't keep this up. I was just guessing. As long as it proves effective. It matters not whether it was a lucky hit." Zhuang Shooting laughed, but then grew serious, asking, "Brother Dao, do you know the identities of those men in black?" "They are surely armed personnel from the company. It's just that they lack identification, so it's hard to tell which company they belong to. The Magic Crystal Factory is affiliated with the Crimson Group. Indeed, the likelihood points to the Crimson Group, but it's not certain. You noticed how they reacted to your original work uniform with disdain. I suspect they might belong to another company. In fact, it's easy to investigate. Just see who currently owns the Magic Crystal Factory, and those men in black will be their employees." That makes sense. Brother Dao, what shall we do next? It will soon be dark. Do we still intend to probe the waters? I don't want to be the stone again. It's too perilous. That is self-evident. The Ghost Fire Gang at the abandoned factory has gone on alert, and a group of evidently more elite men in black has infiltrated the Magic Crystal Factory. At this point, we have no chance of being the stone. We would merely be like eggs thrown against a rock. Your idea saved our lives. It's fortunate we arrived early and encountered them while they were still lax." Zhuang Shooting crouched deep in thought, eventually asking, "Brother Dao, after understanding the situation, I increasingly sense that this assignment is problematic. Indeed, whether a major or minor issue. Commission tasks often harbor complications. Those clients would rather see mercenaries perish while completing the job. How cost-effective that would be. What mercenaries often need to resolve is not the assignment itself, but the underlying issues. My experience teaches, never adhere strictly to the literal requirements of the task." Zhuang Shooting nodded, stating, "We can now be fairly certain that this commission aims to trigger the alarm to observe the defensive mechanisms of the abandoned factory, correct?" That is precisely my thought. Do you recall what Pincus said? He mentioned that the Ghost Fire Gang must remain vigilant and give their all for 3 consecutive days without slacking off, right? Indeed. Gu Gongdao's eyes darted, a sly smile forming as he remarked, Nake, if you have a good idea, just share it. Suppose 2 unsuspecting, unfortunate souls recklessly venture to scout, drawing the Ghost Fire Gang's attention. Suddenly, the abandoned factory lights up, and armed personnel begin to search anxiously. At that moment, where would be the optimal vantage point? Nake, I must say you are well suited for the mercenary life, Gu Gongdao exclaimed. We have already grasped the situation within the abandoned factory. Now we must seek out our client. But the one hiding and observing the situation might not be the client? Indeed, you are correct to remind me. It could be another mercenary instead of the client. Gu Gongdao gave a hum, stating, Nake, I will use my experience to identify a suitable observation point. The rest depends on your keen eyes to spot the lurking observer. Zhuang Shooting nodded eagerly, excitement surging within him. By the way, I Haven T asked what we'll do once we locate that individual. Brother Dao, my thoughts align with yours. We'll deal with him. Zhuang Shooting asserted, we certainly cannot risk venturing back into the factory. We must ensure our map holds value. Making that fellow flustered. Does this count as taking on the foreman? It indeed amounts to confronting the foreman. I have long wished to deal with the foreman. Gu Gongdao laughed heartily. Just be careful not to misuse the term deal with. It carries ambiguous connotations in our line of work. The two shared a laugh, resting momentarily before commencing their actions as dusk approached. They first burned off their fake beards and eyebrows, discarded the shoe polish into scattered trash bins, and concealed the latter and handbag elsewhere. Subsequently, Gu Gongdao purchased 2 bottles of beer from a shop. Each took a bottle, pretending to be workers enjoying a post-shift drink, chatting and strolling along the road. Aware of the black-clad guards' tight security, having revealed themselves earlier that afternoon, the two certainly wouldn't approach the magic crystal factory now. They instead wandered along the outer streets, searching for a suitable vantage point to observe the abandoned factory. Gu Gongdao conducted a course screening based on experience, while Zhuang Shooting utilized his keen observational skills, quickly pinpointing a 6-story office building to the east, deeming it the optimal location. On one hand, it offered sufficient height, with minimal obstructions in the direction of the abandoned factory. Moreover, the building featured an antenna tower, its shadow providing cover for anyone atop the roof. As night falls, the antenna tower is aglow with neon advertisements, casting vibrant hues of red, blue, yellow, and green that captivate the eye, a boon for those atop the building. Zhuang Shooting meticulously observes, pinpointing the precise location of an individual concealed beneath one of the tower's iron legs. To the left lies an electrical distribution box, while to the right are several discarded cardboard boxes, likely filled with heavy stones or bricks to prevent them from being swept away by the wind. The observer is nestled between these 2 objects, draped under a canvas, beneath which glass reflects light. Zhuang suspects it may be a telescope or similar device. Now, it is time to initiate their ruse. Gu Gongdao is responsible for orchestrating the task, while Zhuang Shooting aids in its execution. One of them creates a cacophony on the staircase, striking the handrail with a stick to simulate the sound of several individuals rushing by. Meanwhile, the other pretends to shout from behind the building. Who are you? What do you want? No, 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 I am innocent. The crackling of an electric baton, accompanied by anguished cries, conjures the illusion of an innocent bystander ensnared in peril as ruthless adversaries draw near. Their performance is fervent, stirring the nearby residents, many of whom peer out of their windows, heightening the atmosphere of chaos. At this moment, Zhuang Shooting observes the individual swiftly descending from the rooftop via a grappling hook, realizing their plan has succeeded. With limited time, they hasten to the rooftop. In the space between the electrical box and the cardboard boxes, the observer has vanished, yet their equipment remains. Whose equipment is this? Zhuang muses. Theirs. But who are they? It is only Zhuang Shooting and Gu Gongdao here, so it must belong to them. Chapter 24. The fairness of Dao utilizing high-pressure steam to launch the grappling hook, and swiftly retreating with the aid of a zip line. This seamless sequence of actions, though fluid, inevitably meant that not all equipment could be taken. Upon seeing the gun, Gu Gongdao was moved to both drool and shed tears. The Fiki Python V3 standard sidearm, colloquially known as the Python 3, earned its name from its design resembling a python coiling around one's hand. Although it still retains the basic form of a half-fingered claw, The section wrapping around the index and middle fingers has been transformed to mimic the body and patterns of a python, complete with a snake's head protruding forward. When fired, the ghostly energy projectile is launched from the snake's head, exhibiting a superior energy focus compared to conventional handguns. Thus, it can travel further and strike harder. Before him lay the third generation of the python, a premium piece among standard sidearms. Standard sidearms refer to safely manufactured pistols produced in bulk by legitimate factories, with the python's manufacturer being the mysterious Ring military industry, having an enigmatic relationship with Dingxi magic creation. Using this gun, regardless of its power, one can at least be assured of its safety, preventing one from descending into madness. Gugongdao had long desired a shadowy sidearm, and had finally acquired one. Not only was it an exceptional firearm, but it also came at no cost, making it all the more delightful. He cradled the box in both hands against his chest, gazing at it intently. Are you just going to stare at it? Zhuang Shooting chuckled. I feel as if it's beckoning to you, whispering, come, touch me. Indeed, that was precisely what it seemed to say to me. My previous gun was the Python V2, and this might very well be its offspring. My goodness, your imagination is even richer than mine. Dao, how much does this gun cost? Around 6,400 euros. The key issue is not the money, but the channel. Without the right means, even money cannot procure it. Wow, that's exorbitant. Wouldn't that person be devastated? Ah, yes, that is the proper course of action. The two swiftly stuffed the supervisor's belongings into their pockets and slipped down the fire escape, quickly vanishing into the night. As for their mood, it was undoubtedly excellent, though they had to keep it subdued. Both had not eaten since noon and were now busy until midnight, their stomachs growling in protest. They sought out a late-night meat pie shop and settled inside. After all, it was all synthetic protein meat with seasonings. What flavor do you desire? 3 spicy chicken thigh meat pies, each sandwiched with bread and sweet and sour tomato sauce, a large cup of coffee, heavily sugared, no milk, and a separate large cup of milk for me. Gugongdao ordered with practiced ease, then turned to Nai Ku. What do you want? According to your combination, I'll just have one main dish, and please bring me a cup of warm water for my drink. Zhuang Shooting could memorize the menu just by glancing at the price board. Yet he dared not believe the prices in his memory and had to keep his eyes glued to it. Are you sure you can fill up with just these items? Gugongdao noticed Zhuang Shooting's expression and quickly grasped his thoughts. To celebrate your first success, according to custom, I should treat you to a meal. Double your main dish and match my drink. I don't want milk, thank you. Once the waiter left, Zhuang Shooting lowered his voice. Dao, the milk in these shops is all synthetic. It's better not to drink it. How do you know that? Have you worked in such places before? My father supplies raw materials to the upstream processing plants for such shops. They don't have any cows here. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm used to it. Gugongdao suddenly turned serious with Zhuang Shooting. Nai Ku, there is something I need to discuss with you. Speak, Dao. I want the Python 3. We agreed that all spoils would be split evenly. So let us first see how much this gun can fetch, and I will give you half the euros. Gugongdao spoke candidly. The Python 3 can surely be exchanged for money, but the same amount of money may not necessarily buy a gun, especially standard equipment from large manufacturers. Therefore, in this exchange, I should compensate you. Zhuang Shooting waved his hand. Whether it be money or favor, both were gains for him. Yet he understood that money and favor should not be conflated. This was a principle instilled in him by his father. Throughout his life working on the farm, old Zhuang had mixed favors with money on several occasions, ultimately losing both and learning a regrettable lesson. He educated his child with his experiences, and Zhuang Shooting knew how to proceed. Just give me half the money. If there are any more guns among the spoils in the future, I'll take my pick first and give you half the cash in return. Dao, how does that sound? That is a splendid idea, both clever and generous. Let us proceed with that. Gugongdao chuckled, rubbing his palms together. After we finish our meal, we'll head to Lucy's, submit our mission, and sell off these items at a discounted price. My suggestion is to keep the low-light telescope. It is often useful for commissions. Indeed, retaining the telescope would be quite convenient, but we cannot seek out Lucy just yet. Zhuang Shooting replied, according to our commission, we should scout the entire night. It is only midnight. We are only halfway through. We cannot let Lucy know, can we? Indeed, your caution is justified. Let us wait until dawn to see her. Oh, the food has arrived. The spicy chicken thigh burgers at midnight had a slightly bitter taste, and the coffee bore a hint of acidity, all made palatable only by the generous addition of sugar crystals. Gugongdao devoured his meal heartily, washing it down with milk whenever he felt close to choking. Zhuang Shooting's family abstained from synthetic milk, and he savored his meal slowly, not needing any beverage to aid his swallowing. He also lacked Gugongdao's voracious appetite, consuming only one of the burgers and packing the other to take with him. Thus, his yawning demeanor before Lucy became quite understandable. Not bad. Just saw the company's men in black. Almost crossed paths with them. Well, you were fortunate. I heard news last night that the men in black clashed with the PCPD, exchanging gunfire, and 2 unfortunate bystanders were killed. Initially, I thought the deceased might have been you. Thank you for your concern. We were not so unfortunate. Gugongdao inquired, Lucy, who are those men in black? From the company, likely either Crimson or today's group. It's hard to say for certain. Lucy glanced at Zhuang Shooting, asking, how did your first commission go? Were you nervous, which is why you seem so sleepy now? Zhuang Shooting smiled, retrieving the map he had drawn from his pocket and handing it to Lucy. Lucy examined it closely, then nodded slowly. Well done. I can understand it clearly even though I've never been there. You have a talent for this. Yes. I believe these maps and your notes will surely qualify, so consider your task completed. Each of you will receive 500 euros. Would you like to take it now or leave it with me for safekeeping? I'd like to take mine now, Zhuang Shooting replied. I'll leave mine with you, but do not rush to hand it over. We have some items we hope you can handle, Gugongdao said, producing the supervisor's belongings, including the Python 3 sidearm. Could you appraise these items for me? How much can you offer? Are these items safe? No trouble with the PCPD or the company, I hope? Gugongdao shook his head. Neither the PCPD nor the company is involved. If the price is right, I can sell them. Gugongdao said this deliberately. The gun is quite new, valued at 6,400 euros, but I cannot offer you that price, as the provenance is questionable. I can only offer you 4,900 euros. I cannot go higher. Similarly, the radio is worth about 1,800 euros, considering the long rope. The old resistance device is 300 euros, totaling 7,000 euros. You really have a knack for rounding up figures. Isn't there a possibility for a little more? Otherwise, you might want to try your luck with sauce. This is the price I can offer. Do not haggle with women. Gugong remarked. I will no longer sell the gun. You may take the remainder. Please withdraw a portion of the money I have deposited with you. And along with the payment for this commission, provide this young man with 4,000 euros. Understood. Lucy nodded. She fixed her gaze on Zhuang Shooting for a moment before saying, Young man, Dao Gu is quite reasonable. But I will not hand over all the money directly to you. Can you guess why? Chapter 25. To withdraw or advance Lucy. Are you afraid that I might squander this money as soon as I step outside? Lucy picked up a cigarette box from the table before her, deftly extracting a cigarette that she balanced between her fingers. She nodded slightly and replied, Yes. You need not worry about that. The money has already found new owners. Zhuang Shooting stated, I have yet to pay the rent for the second half of the year, leaving me with a shortfall of approximately 800 euros. My sister requires 1,250 euros for tuition, and I owe around 400 euros to the grocery store, thrift shop, and pharmacy downstairs. You see, before even leaving my sister any living expenses, I am already down by 2,500 euros. It's actually 2,450 euros, if we are to be precise, Lucy interjected. She is about to start her internship, and I hope she can carry a little extra money with her. 1,000 euros should suffice. The remainder, I wish to treat her to a nice meal, and then save in the piggy bank at home. Lucy nodded again, lighting her own cigarette. After inhaling slowly, she remarked, Your plans are commendable, yet they could be improved. Before I offer my advice, I must ask, do you wish to withdraw? Withdraw? Lucy, what do you mean by that? For every mercenary registered with me, I always ask them after their first commission task whether they wish to withdraw. This profession harbors many dangers. Life and death situations are commonplace. Each mission feels like a gamble, and the wise know when to fold. Gagandeo licked his lips and chuckled, saying, Lucy, that's rather disheartening. Naiku is well suited for this line of work. He might also excel in other endeavors. You are waiting for your grand opportunity, wishing to rise to the peak. Yet he has joined the mercenary ranks merely to earn money, settle debts, and resolve immediate troubles. Lucy playfully kicked Gagandeo's calf, then turned to Zhuang Shooting and said, You are fortunate to have resolved your issues with just one commission. This is an excellent opportunity to withdraw. You should contemplate it carefully. Zhuang Shooting took a deep breath, closing his eyes to reflect. The scenes from the assembly line at the Magic Crystal Factory. The shock of being collectively dismissed, the chaos and helplessness of the night of 623, the exhilaration and powerful heartbeat during missions. I do not wish to withdraw. I enjoy being a mercenary. Gagandeo wore a smile, a look of I knew it on his face. As for Lucy, wearing a mask, no one could discern her expression at that moment. Perhaps she felt a tinge of disappointment, yet as an intermediary, she needed mercenaries to fulfill commissions. Surely she would not be overjoyed if a mercenary chose to leave the field? Lucy, are many mercenaries choosing to leave at this time? Zhuang Shooting inquired. Are you ready to hear my advice now? Zhuang Shooting nodded. Your current debts amount to 2,450 euros. You should repay them in full, thus freeing yourself from worries. Since you wish to continue in this profession, you must wisely plan the remaining 1,550 euros, Lucy instructed, pointing at Zhuang Shooting. Even if I don't mention it. Daoj would say the same. You must equip yourself. The best gear is skill. You cannot leave the skills section blank, can you? With the same time and risk. Possessing skills allows you to earn more commission and better handle unforeseen circumstances. Would you not agree? Zhuang Shooting nodded earnestly. Lucy's words struck a chord. After a moment's contemplation, he said, I do not particularly favor overly hazardous commissions, yet I am even less inclined to see Daoj face danger alone. If I am there to assist him, together we might mitigate the risks. Daoj, this individual you found is commendable. I suggest he undergo proper training. Gagandeo clapped his thigh, laughing heartily. Is my judgment ever flawed? You've merely been correct a few times. That hardly qualifies as good judgment, Lucy retorted before turning to Zhuang Shooting. Naiku, I recommend you attend the PCPD supplementary classes. Had he been drinking, he might have choked. Zhuang Shooting's mouth dropped open in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend what he had just heard. While he had heard rumors of mercenaries frequently working for the PCPD, the idea of a mercenary attending PCPD classes was beyond his imagination. Indeed, that is a viable option, Gagandeo chimed in. The PCPD often recruits, and its compensation is quite appealing. Participating in the supplementary class increases your chances of acceptance. Isn't there a police academy? Zhuang Shooting asked. The police academy requires 4 years of coursework, covering extensive material, and graduates can directly enter the PCPD. However, the number of graduates is insufficient to keep pace with the number of fatalities within the PCPD, necessitating additional recruits, Lucy explained. Thus, they established a standard to directly accept eligible newcomers, which led to the creation of specialized fast-track training programs. You will learn about driving, using a stun baton, how to report to superiors, finding suitable cover, and intimidating passersby. Zhuang Shooting sighed. These are indeed the PCPD's most proficient skills. I know an instructor from the supplementary class. The tuition is 900 euros. For an additional 100 euros, he can also teach you how to shoot. You could give it a try, at least experience it. Of course, his firearms are not the fine Python Model 3. Those will not be standard issue firearms, Gagandeo remarked. In other words, those guns might bite. Lucy nodded. The expedited course lasts only 5 days. He will cover everything you need to learn, allowing you to experience it all, regardless of whether you master it. You should go there, absorb as much as you can, and then practice on your own. The 5-day course costs you 1,000 euros, which is not inexpensive, but it is highly beneficial for a novice mercenary. Indeed, Lucy is correct. Learn the basics first, and I can teach you how to fight. You can also practice shooting with my gun. The Python Model 3 is not suitable for beginners. Lucy's tone was firm, indicating her considerable knowledge of firearms. Naiko, what do you think? Do you wish to pursue this training? Lucy, are there other similar learning opportunities? The PCPD's firefighting division also offers similar programs, albeit longer and more detailed, focusing more on physical training, which is less relevant for mercenaries, though significantly cheaper. If you wish to learn something else, such as masquerading as the elite or intensifying your driving skills, I can also find a teacher for you through commissions. However, overall, the PCPD courses are the best. Zhuang Shooting shook his head and asked, are there opportunities to learn skills in shadow manipulation? Since you ask, you surely seek more than just the usage of shadow manipulation devices. You aspire to become a dark sorcerer, do you not? What is a dark sorcerer? Zhuang Shooting inquired. This is a term we commonly use. Within the company, it refers to individuals with the extraordinary binding physique of shadow carriers, also known as extraordinary beings. The 4 top-tier companies have their own classification methods for extraordinary beings, and the terminology may vary slightly, but it does not hinder their understanding of extraordinary beings. Some possess a naturally superior physique, capable of bearing shadows and unleashing their power more effectively. Others require training to gradually enhance these abilities. Regardless of how this capability is cultivated, there are 6 evaluative criteria. 3 visible: capacity for bearing, compatibility, and strength. 3 hidden: development potential, compatibility speed, and usage experience. Zhuang Shooting perked up his ears, listening intently and taking notes. Ordinary individuals do not encounter such knowledge, yet those who frequently interact with companies can glean some terminology. Lucy remarked that some clandestine factions engaged in shadow manipulation have adopted the company's standards, prioritizing compatibility, speed, and capacity to expedite the processing of shadow manipulators for sale on the black market. Such individuals are referred to as chefs. Indeed, the company has designated titles to differentiate the various types of dark sorcerers, categorizing them into ranks. While there are counteractive effects among many types, the ultimate determinant of victory lies with the individual, hence one should not place undue faith in rankings. The company enjoys assigning grades to everything, establishing prices, and measuring all things in monetary terms. Ahem. Gu Gongdao interrupted Lucy, stating, "We are currently discussing the learning program. Is there an opportunity to study dark sorcery? Are you jesting? You are not a newcomer. Surely you are aware of the situation? Such learning programs do not exist. Neither the company, the PCPD, nor the municipal government will instruct individuals in the ways of dark sorcery. Ordinarily, one must undergo a physical assessment at the company, meet certain criteria, and be willing to sell oneself in order to receive training. Naiku, it is best you abandon this hope." Zhuang Shooting's face clearly displayed disappointment. Indeed, the conventional paths are futile, but what of the unconventional ones? Gu Gongdao gently patted Zhuang Shooting's shoulder, saying, "The term dark sorcerer itself is not a designation from the company. Its mere usage implies. I know what you wish to convey." Lucy, evidently agitated, extinguished her half-finished cigarette in the ashtray, crushing it with the force of her deep-seated grievances. There are indeed unconventional means to acquire knowledge of dark sorcery, but compared to the PCPD courses, which do you believe is more crucial for Naiku? He prefers it, and that is paramount. Gu Gongdao smiled as he elaborated. If he lacks a partner and must undertake assignments alone, then he absolutely must attend the PCPD's remedial classes, no question about it. Yet he currently seeks to learn the art of shadow manipulation, struggling without a pathway. As his partner, we will act together, safeguarding one another. If I know you can resolve this issue yet choose not to disclose it, would that not be unjust? You scoundrel. Lucy took a deep breath and finally said, "There is indeed a method to learn, but it carries significant risk." Chapter 26. The Assassin's Awareness Regarding the Acquisition of Knowledge About Shadow Manipulation. Lucy proposed that one should work alongside the gang's chef. When interests diverge, how can one force a union? In truth, the incompatibility between mercenaries and gangs stems from deeper issues, such as interference from the PCPD, risk diversification, and the age-old power struggle between the strong and the local power holders. However, as long as both parties inhabit the same world, encounters, conflicts, and various relationships are inevitable. Lucy lowered her voice. "I know a chef who wishes to establish his own kitchen." Gu Gongdao interjected with a simultaneous translation. "A chef owes Lucy a favor. He desires to extricate himself from the gang." No interruptions. "Are you an incessant old man?" Lucy exclaimed, delivering a precise kick to Gu Gongdao's calf. Fortunately, she was wearing slippers at home. Had she donned her silver, pointed, knee-high boots, Gu Gongdao would have surely bled profusely. If the production of shadow manipulation paraphernalia, which can be exposed to sunlight, is quite profitable, then the profits from illicit industries shrouded in darkness are undoubtedly greater. From the gang's perspective, firearms for shadow manipulation are of utmost importance. The demand for such weapons resembles a black hole in the universe. Its appetite is insatiable, and as the gang expands, so too does the demand. Yet, the production of shadow manipulation firearms is among the most challenging tasks for individual users, rendering skilled chefs highly valuable. This particular chef has found himself at odds with his gang and was discovered by the PCPD. During a recent capture operation, the PCPD achieved their objective. The chef managed to escape, thus accruing a debt of gratitude to me. He was meant to sever ties with the gang and create value for me, but suddenly, the discord between him and the gang dissipated. Gu Gongdao scoffed. "It seems this individual is fickle and unreliable. Your investment has failed." Such occurrences are unavoidable. He harbored a strong desire to leave the gang due to their conflicts, and a perfect opportunity arose. I leveraged my connections with the PCPD and arranged for mercenaries. ensuring a smooth execution of the plan. Yet, in the end, that chef forgave the gang and reconciled. Where was his resolve before? Lucy appeared notably perturbed by this development. Turning to Zhuang Shooting, that chef has been clamoring to repay my favor. Is this something that can be discussed openly? I intended to conclude this matter and sever ties. Which is why I could indeed arrange for you to learn from him. I could simply state my desire for my own chef. As long as he instructs, we would be even. Nake, what do you think? My thoughts. Before Zhuang Shooting could finish, Gugongdao slapped his thigh, interjecting, indeed. This is a fine opportunity. Learning the basics from a chef is certainly worthwhile. However, while the opportunity is grand, the task is arduous. You can't expect him to foot the bill, can you? Zhuang Shooting scratched his head. What does it mean that the task is arduous? And what does it mean not to let him pay? Dao Gu, you old wolf, you truly are my nemesis. I, as a middleman, also require profit to sustain my network. From her tone, Lucy seemed to be quite angry, yet her refraining from kicking suggested her ire was not overwhelming. Nake, your mission is to learn from the chef, then assess the situation and terminate this connection. We cannot allow the gang or the PCBD to trace back to me. Zhuang Shooting was struck by a troubling thought, his face stiffening, his eyelids blinking as his mind raced. With Gugongdao present, I need not mince words. What I mean is, eliminate him. Lucy paused, allowing Zhuang Shooting a moment to digest this, then continued, since he is a chef, the gang will regard him highly. So you must ensure everything appears accidental, preventing the gang from seeking you out. I will not clean up your mess. Are you asking me to kill someone? To afford my rent and ensure my sister can continue her studies, to avoid starving and living on the streets, I became a mercenary. Now you want me to become a killer? He gazed at his palm, envisioning the blood of another within it. The warmth would gradually fade, vitality extinguished. As vibrant life is swallowed by darkness. Such a terrifying demise is a burden he finds difficult to accept. If someone threatens me or bullies my family, and no other resolution exists, I would certainly act, and I would do so with lethal intent. But now, this is for money, for opportunity, for the chance to learn about shadow manipulation. Can these be sufficient motives for murder? Have I changed, or is this my true nature? Well, have you made your decision? Lucy asked, crossing her legs and speaking leisurely. Not yet. I genuinely wish to learn about shadow manipulation, but I have yet to contemplate murder. Does he have a criminal record? Do you take me for your mother? Lucy's tone turned icy. What do you mean? Zhuang Shooting was puzzled by the sudden shift. I am not responsible for providing you with emotional solace or moral guidance. I will not coddle you into doing this or that. If you stumble, I will not kneel to brush off the dirt, lying to you that it doesn't hurt. I am not your cushion, nor a sponge, or a damn sedative laced with painkillers. Lucy's rapid-fire words shattered Zhuang Shooting's illusions. She concluded, this is a commission, you must choose to accept it or decline. Zhuang Shooting's mouth hung open, still uncertain of his course of action. At that moment, he glanced at Gugongdao, hoping for a suggestion. Lucy, newcomers typically undergo a process when confronted with such issues, but you mustn't play tricks either. Gugongdao chuckled. You simply need to sever the connection, ensuring that chef no longer has ties to you. You merely encountered a blabbermouth. Silencing him is entirely feasible, is it not? Lucy huffed. Dead men inspire true peace of mind. While that statement held merit, remuneration differs between murder and non-murder. Gugongdao proposed. How about this? Let Zhuang Shooting try to silence that blabbermouth. If he succeeds, it counts as a success. If you insist on murder for satisfaction, then you must offer additional compensation. You could easily set tiered bounties based on varying requirements. Lucy pondered this and nodded. Then the task will be thus. Use the pretext of repaying a favor to have him teach you about shadow manipulation. You must get close enough to ensure that Blabbermouth never mentions our past connection again. Agreed. Zhuang Shooting quickly affirmed. Before he could elaborate, Lucy interrupted. Although your learning from him is part of the commission, the expenses incurred will be covered by me, the initiator of the commission. However, I require you to leave a deposit. How much do you have now? Right, 1,550 euros. Leave it all as collateral, in case you go merely to learn without completing the task. Zhuang Shooting looked at Gugongdao, who shrugged and said, to be honest, that deposit is quite reasonable. Without this commission, there would be no opportunity to learn about shadow manipulation at all. Lucy, do you have any other requirements? You must provide concrete evidence assuring me that the chef will not gossip. Personally, I still believe it would be safer to kill him. Thus I will increase the payment upon seeing the corpse. Considering he is a gang chef, that equates to a significant sum, 1 white coin 500 euros. If the gang encounters issues, that falls to you. Although this is below market value, Zhuang Shooting, being a novice, would not command full price. Thus, it remains fair. Gu Gongdao refrained from further interjecting, leaving Zhuang Shooting to make his own decision. Zhuang Shooting nodded slowly and replied, "All right, I agree. However, I have a small request. Could you possibly reduce the deposit by 50 euros? I am nearly out of funds." 1550, not a single cent less. Lucy retorted. "As for the money from the last mission and the spoils you claimed would go towards repaying your debts, I will count it out for you now. Take it and leave promptly. I need to contact Big Mouth. Return here in 3 days at 10 a.m., and I will provide you with more specific details." "Oh, fine." Zhuang Shooting stood still, awaiting Lucy to retrieve the cash from the safe. With large denomination notes. The substantial sum of 2,450 euros felt like mere sheets of thin paper in his hands, lacking solidity. Furthermore, knowing that this money was destined for repayment only intensified his desire for more. He licked his parched lips, secured the money, and placed it in his innermost pocket. Lucy waved her hand, signaling the end of the conversation. "All right, take your money and don't linger here. I have matters to discuss with Dao Gu. You may leave." "Lucy, you mentioned earlier that 2 tubes of instant adhesive could be exchanged for an orange. Would it be possible to trade for your citrus instead?" "Of course. I'll make the exchange. Take the citrus or the orange and be on your way. You are quite meticulous when it comes to fruit." Zhuang Shooting picked up the citrus and turned to Dao Gu, saying, "Let us split it in half." "Thank you." He tucked the orange away and hastily departed. Chapter 27. An unwelcome visit. Zhuang Shooting once held a job as a production line worker at a magic crystal factory, earning approximately 100 euros monthly. From this, 400 euros were allocated for rent, 350 euros for daily sustenance, and the remainder was saved for his sister's tuition and unexpected expenses. Although this income was indeed meager, he had previously experienced what it was like to have 2,000 euros, and thus he did not succumb to hysteria or extreme anxiety. However, if the 450 euros were of critical importance, an amount that could sustain him and his sister, it needed to be safeguarded, demanding his utmost vigilance. On the bus ride home, he sat in the front row, closest to the driver, ensuring his safety. From experience, in the event of danger, being in the front allowed him to reach the driver first, who would be compelled to assist him to prevent the peril from extending to himself. Conversely, sitting in the back would leave him isolated and defenseless, with no one willing to intervene as they focused solely on reaching their next stop. Having become a mercenary, he felt a tinge of embarrassment at still being so fearful. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. He had merely accompanied Dao Gu on his first assignment, primarily serving as a living telescope, and did not yet consider himself a true mercenary. In his mind, a mercenary should at least possess combat skills, projecting an air of intimidation. "I am far from that. I remain the same person I was yesterday and the day before, and I must not become overconfident." The steam-powered bus came to a halt at another station, the door hissing as it opened with a stiff motion, emitting a creaking sound. Zhuang Shooting lowered his hat brim and observed the passengers boarding and alighting, an elderly man, an elderly woman, children, relatively safe. He occupied 2 seats, each cheek claiming one, which seemed fair, did it not? At that moment, the bus's intercom announced the latest developments in the 623 case, featuring an interview with a senior inspector from the PCPD. Zhuang Shooting perked up, listening intently. The discourse was filled with empty rhetoric, reiterating that the adversary was cunning. The PCPD was diligent, and that public enthusiasm was high, with the city progressing toward a brighter future. Indeed, many lives were lost at a street intersection on the evening of the 623 incident, yet such tragedies had not recurred at every intersection on every subsequent night. Peicheng was indeed advancing toward improvement. "We are currently deliberating an important piece of legislation aimed at enhancing the safety and self-defense capabilities of Peicheng's good citizens." "Oh, what does this legislation entail?" "It remains confidential and under internal review, making it inappropriate for me to disclose details. I can only affirm that the PCPD has never ceased its efforts to safeguard the public. I urge everyone to cast their crucial votes in the upcoming midterm elections to support former Director Ma Go, ensuring that a wise leader who understands safety and prosperity becomes our new mayor." Is this the beginning of a campaign? It is still not July, and the midterm elections are in early November. There are still 4 months to go. Zhuang Shooting sighed. having gleaned no significant information from the broadcast, and resumed monitoring the other passengers. Upon arriving at the Bangshan Road P76 concentrated apartment stop, the driver hoarsely shouted, "If you're getting off, do it quickly. We have others waiting to board." Zhuang Shooting was already prepared to disembark, taking a moment to ensure he had not forgotten any belongings. Upon returning to the building, he found the steam elevator still 3 people short, and he squeezed inside. As per his prior experiences, the elevator would fill swiftly when only a few spots remained. Room 6 on the 13th floor, his home. At this hour, his sister should still be in class, returning only in the evening. Zhuang Shooting contemplated reheating the spicy chicken burger he planned to bring home, pairing it with a fresh citrus fruit to surely delight her. As for himself, he intended to pay the rent and debts in the afternoon and check for discounts on stale bread along the way. He had no inkling that 3 individuals were loitering at his doorstep. All were clad in black attire, one in a full black suit, while the other 2 donned leather jackets and pants. Those in leather appeared relatively harmless, merely dressed like bikers, even if their faces were adorned with flamboyant decorations. Hair dyed in vibrant hues and earrings jangling, they were likely just gang members. However, the man in the black suit instantly reminded Zhuang Shooting of the armed personnel from the magic crystal factory, nearly causing him to panic. "Do you live here?" inquired the woman in leather, adorned with wind chime earrings. Zhuang Shooting was reluctant to admit it. His unit was the furthest down the corridor on that side, albeit he had a neighbor across the hall whose door bore a seal, indicating it had been unoccupied for over a year. Thus, denying his residence was impossible unless he claimed to have taken a wrong turn. "I reside in 1306. Who are you, and what business do you have here?" he questioned. "You are Zhuang Shooting, a worker from the 21st Magic Crystal Factory?" the man in the black suit asked. "Yes, that is correct. What proof do you have of your identity?" Zhuang Shooting pressed. "Just do as you're told." The leather-clad individuals brandished electric batons. As they pressed the buttons, blue arcs of electricity crackled ominously. "You can either present your identification or we will search you ourselves." Considering he had 2 for €150 tucked away in his inner pocket, Zhuang Shooting was disinclined to allow them to search him, so he reluctantly produced his outdated work ID. It read 21st Magic Crystal Factory, Level 3 Assembling Technician, Zhuang Shooting, complete with a photograph. The man in the black suit scrutinized the ID before nodding. "I am an agent from the Legal Affairs Department of the Crimson Group. Business ID 7A28. I require you to sign a statement. Upon signing, you will receive 2 for €150 in compensation. It should be 3 months' wages, totaling 300 euros. Zhuang Shooting remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, the baton jabbed into his thigh. The intense pain caused his muscles to spasm, leaving him with no chance to resist as he collapsed to the ground. The 2 leather-clad individuals waved their batons menacingly in front of him. "Either you accept the 2 for €450, or you can hire a lawyer and pursue legal action." The man in the black suit spoke impassively, his tone calm. "You are young and a level 3 technician, which indicates you possess intelligence. Think carefully and make the choice that benefits you most." Clutching his leg, Zhuang Shooting dug his nails into his flesh, striving to suppress his anger. He barely managed to squeeze out a response through gritted teeth. "Fine, I accept. Then sign this document." The man in the black suit produced a folder. "I want the money first," Zhuang Shooting insisted. "Without the money, I will not sign anything." "That is a reasonable demand." The man in the black suit retrieved 2 €1,000 euro notes and 4 €200 notes, slapping them onto the folder before extending it to Zhuang Shooting. Zhuang Shooting grasped the money, quickly scanning the document. It was a settlement agreement, a single page stating that he had received the 300 euros in severance and that the signer pledged not to pursue further claims regarding the matter. It states 3. "Do you wish to feel the sting of that baton again?" The leather-clad individual brandished the electric baton to intimidate him. "Scoundrels! If I cannot buy a gun, I will certainly procure an electric baton. This device is truly painful and quite effective. Just wait, you will see." In the past, Zhuang Shooting would never have allowed such thugs to wait for him. He would have fled at the first opportunity. Now, he had changed, first cursing them in his mind, and once he completed his training, he vowed he would not merely think it but act upon it. "Do not electrocute me. I am awake to the fact that it is indeed 300 euros. I am equally willing to forego any interest, compensation, or other benefits I am entitled to." After signing, just as he reached for the money, he was zapped again. On this occasion, Two individuals clad in leather jackets relentlessly jabbed electric batons into him, alternating between left and right, their voices dripping with disdain. Do you not understand the rules? Are you unaware of the need to honor our service fee? Were it not for us, how could the esteemed lawyer have found you? Zhuang Shuting seethed with uncontainable rage, yearning to retaliate and demonstrate that even those at the bottom of society could rise in defiance. Yet, the electric current coursing through his muscles incapacitated his ability to fight back, leaving him writhing like a fish stranded on land, convulsing and contorting. Tears, mucus, and saliva streamed down his face, blurring his vision. In a moment of desperation, Zhuang lunged toward the corner, forcefully stuffing the cash he held into his mouth. The two assailants, noticing his actions, rushed to restrain him, but he fought valiantly, striving to swallow. It was only when the electric baton pressed against his neck that he was compelled to open his mouth, expelling the 200-euro note that he had yet to swallow. Damn it, I've managed to swallow everything else, and only this remains. Surely, they won't drag this out any longer? Bastards, I never anticipated such brute force. Zhuang endured several harsh kicks, the batons raining down upon him as he curled into a defensive position, protecting his head. They had lingered far too long, risking the attention of onlookers. And after venting their frustration for a brief moment, they departed with the saliva and blood-stained 200-euro note. Fortunately, the ordeal resulted only in temporary paralysis from the electric shocks and some blunt force trauma from their kicks and strikes. No bones were broken, which was a relief. Grasping the doorknob, he struggled to his feet, focusing his blurry vision until he finally managed to open the door. Once the door closed behind him, a semblance of safety washed over him. At that moment, a dull ache began to throb in his stomach, a consequence of hunger compounded by the brutal blows he had endured, rather than an inability to digest cash. Two 1,000-euro notes and one 200-euro note were tucked away inside his clothing, hastily shoved into his collar amidst the chaos. In truth, he had only managed to stuff the last 200-euro note into his mouth. He could not allow them to take everything from him. Chapter 28. Settling matters after Zhuang Shuting departed, Lucy rose and retrieved a bottle of blue liquor from the cupboard, placing 2 glasses before her. Dao, I perceive that the individual you have chosen is rather hesitant and may struggle to take decisive action. Lucy poured 2 glasses half full, clinking one against the other before holding it in her hand, hesitating to drink. She continued, typically, mercenaries are reckless individuals, unperturbed by violence and death, who are mentally prepared for such encounters. Yet Nai Ku is evidently an ordinary person. How could you place your trust in him? Indeed, he is just an ordinary man, having previously worked on an assembly line, devoid of any combat experience. Dao did not partake of the drink, his gaze fixed intently on Lucy. He was attempting to gauge her psychological state, though the mask she wore made this quite a challenging endeavor. Lucy smiled and remarked, "That is precisely my concern. I fear that in the face of danger, he may falter, which would be detrimental to you. I cannot afford to lose a resourceful and economical mercenary like you." "He will not," Dao asserted, shaking his head with unwavering confidence. "Lucy, my previous partner, was fearless, capable of ruthlessly ending the lives of our enemies. Yet, when they betrayed me, they were equally unafraid. I have suffered such losses before and do not wish to endure that again." Nai Ku, despite his ordinary background, possesses an inner bravery. He will not panic in perilous or tense situations, nor will he betray me. "How can you be so sure?" Lucy inquired. "What I have witnessed and felt assures me. You need not worry. Lucy, you are seated in a secure apartment, merely reviewing task lists and observing numbers and descriptions on paper. You lack the first-hand experience that I possess," Dao asserted, his finger tapping the table as a spark of determination shone in his dark eyes. "Nai Ku is precisely the partner I require." "Very well, since you are so convinced, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, in the next assignment, I must evaluate Nai Ku's capabilities. If he fails to perform adequately, you must promise me to reconsider, lest you blindly trust another partner and jeopardize yourself." Dao furrowed his brow and scoffed. "Do you truly hold Nai Ku in such low regard? He is not yet ready. The distinction between having killed and not having killed is significant." Lucy spoke with a calmness akin to casual conversation, yet she was unmistakably discussing the act of killing. "No matter how much you defend him, deep down, you know that the only way to silence that loudmouth is to eliminate him. Indeed, you cannot expect a garrulous person to mend their ways. Lucy, why not simply hire someone to kill him? Since PCPD has approached them, the entire gang has become exceedingly cautious. It would be difficult to orchestrate his demise." The most feasible approach I can devise is to send someone to infiltrate his circle, lower his guard, and then seize an opportunity. This task is challenging for Naiku. I intend to test him, not to end his life. I will ensure it is arranged properly. Lucy suddenly laughed, saying, Naiku's appearance clearly does not suggest that he is a mercenary. He lacks the physique of a fighter or a killer. His youthful visage and amiable smile resemble more that of an apprentice sorcerer rather than an assassin. Dao nodded in agreement, fairly stating, indeed, he exudes an aura of harmlessness. Thus, if he can overcome his psychological barriers, eliminate the garrulous one, and execute this task flawlessly, he will have immense potential as a mercenary. Regardless of the troubles he may cause within the gang, I shall devise a means to manage them. Well, with your assurance. My spirits are considerably lifted. Dao raised his glass and downed its contents, then remarked, Lucy, you must hold true to your words. Do not rush. I have yet to finish. Lucy pressed Dao's hand down, patting it thrice before continuing, for this assignment, allow Naiku to operate independently. Do not assist him. If he fails to eliminate the chef, you must resolve any potential risks for me. Dao spat on the ground and retorted, you have quite the audacious plan. Is this how intermediaries operate? This is no longer merely an issue of money. It is a matter of ethics. I will employ certain measures to mitigate gang interference, ensuring that this assignment remains solely between Naiku and the chef. This includes addressing Naiku's concerns, preventing his family from becoming a vulnerable point. You would do well to clarify your intentions. Dao squinted, resembling a ravenous wolf as he stared at Lucy. Not every mercenary must be a solitary figure. That has never been a prerequisite for entering this profession. If you threaten his family, you become the enemy of all mercenaries. What nonsense are you spouting? I intend to sever Naiku's ties with Zhuang's shooting, preventing Naiku's enemies from targeting Zhuang's family. This involves merely creating false identities, trap clues, and information buffers, with no intention of resorting to murder or silencing anyone. Dao narrowed his eyes, his menace unabated, stating, such matters cannot be taken lightly. I will keep a close watch on you. There have been intermediaries who guaranteed the safety of a mercenary's family only to issue assassination orders against them. You are surely aware of the fate that befell that individual? Lucy shuddered and responded, I am well aware. I assure you, I harbor no such intentions. I merely believe that if Naiku meets my expectations, proving himself worthy of cultivation, I will assist him in establishing a favorable working environment. By the way, regarding the 623 incident, you two have yet to express your gratitude. How is 623 connected to you? Was it your doing? PCBD and the company are investigating. And the pressure is immense. If it was your involvement, you should flee post-haste. You are overthinking it. Lucy waved her hand dismissively. It was Sas who requested I look into it. He noticed you both donned the uniforms of the Magic Crystal Factory and appeared as if you had just emerged from the PCPD detention room, leading him to consider 623. I owed him a favor, so at his request, I utilized some connections. Lucy paused deliberately, awaiting Dao to utter a few kind words before continuing. I asked PCPD to review your examination results, and you both are in the clear, classified as having no suspicion. This is a mutual agreement between PCPD and the company agents. You are safe. We were never under suspicion. Even if you are not suspected, you may still be used as scapegoats. I have heard that PCPD has yet to identify the mastermind, and the pressure from the company is mounting. Some reports suggest that a significant figure from the Crimson Group, known as Minimo Dix, was killed near the riot scene. He was likely murdered amidst the chaos. Never heard of such a person. What is his significance? He frequented the Hutong building. A little inquiry would reveal that he is merely an incompetent fool, living off familial connections. Lucy poured drinks for both men, saying, if it were merely a riot, PCPD could handle it alone. However, now that company personnel are involved, the situation becomes more intricate. The underworld has advised intermediaries to remain low-key, at least until the company stabilizes the situation before engaging in any C-level or above operations. That would indeed reduce the violence, bringing some tranquility to the streets. Dao suddenly recalled something, finally sporting a smile as he remarked, oh, this is the perfect moment for Naiku to work with the gang, capitalizing on the current climate. Everyone is hesitant to act, believing that others are equally restrained. This distinction is subtle yet critical. You are indeed a cunning fox. The era of cunning foxes has long since passed for me. I now seek to graze and fill my belly. Though I harbor doubts about Naiku, I genuinely require some capable newcomers. Ahem, my influence has been detrimental. In just the first half of this year, I have lost 3 guaranteed mercenaries. Marriage, childbirth, retirement. This trifecta of reasons sounds rather familiar, does it not? Indeed. It rings a bell. They all emulate you, ha ha ha? Gu Gongdao chuckled, raising his glass to clink with Lucy's. He remarked, let me reiterate. Nake undoubtedly possesses the potential to become an excellent mercenary. Zhuang Shooting, the focus of Gu Gongdao and Lucy's conversation, removed his tattered clothing and proceeded to the restroom to tend to his wounds. Fresh water washed away the surface grime, followed by an application of iodine, sending waves of sharp pain that made him grimace. Subsequently, he covered his injuries with bandages and donned another set of old clothes. While the wounds on his limbs and torso were easily concealed, those on his face posed a challenge. How infuriating it was to be struck in the face. With newfound wealth today, he was determined to meet his sister and inform her, which would inevitably expose his injuries. Alas, this time, the excuse of a mere fall would not suffice. After all, who tumbles and bruises the left cheek, then the right, followed by the forehead and chin? If such a calamity were to occur, it would transcend mere misfortune and suggest a need for profound mental rehabilitation. Thus, he resolved to speak the truth, alleviating her unwarranted concerns. It was the company that had sought out the gang, not he who instigated trouble. Moreover, he had engaged in a brawl with the gangsters. Safeguarding the compensation, this was an act of valor, and she should not chastise him for it. Yet, the gang members had already found his doorstep. This time they left. But one could not guarantee they would not return. If those 2 leather-clad individuals bore grudges over a loss of over 2,000 euros and decided to come knocking again, then he would need to find a new place to stay, preferably anonymously and swiftly. However, the vicinity around his sister's school was quite favorable, offering the best balance of price and safety. Other locations either posed greater risks, making boarding school a safer option, or were prohibitively expensive, beyond their means. Despite having money in hand, mercenaries lacked a basic salary. One earned a fee per task, necessitating prudent financial management. Just as Zhuang Shooting was lost in thought, the lock on the door turned and was swiftly opened. Chapter 29. I hope you are happy. The door was suddenly kicked open, and 2 bulging backpacks flew inside. Following them was a slender, pale leg, long yet delicate, exuding a fragile beauty that seemed to stem from a slight lack of nourishment. Brother? Come help me move the bags inside, so I can close the door, Zhuang Feifei exclaimed, tossing in 2 more bags with a flourish before hastily shutting the door. As she wiped the sweat from her brow, she noticed the injuries on Zhuang Shooting's face. How did you get hurt? Let me see. Zhuang Feifei rushed over. But in her haste, she tripped over one of the bags she had thrown in and fell to the ground with a thud. Her face planted on the floor while her arms remained outstretched, as if still yearning for a hug. 5 minutes later, Zhuang Shooting had carefully applied the last piece of gauze on his sister's face. The siblings exchanged glances, both bearing wounds, and found the situation rather comical, bursting into laughter simultaneously. Who hit you? Zhuang Feifei inquired. The lawyer from the Crimson Company came to our house, demanding I sign a settlement agreement. He brought along some thugs, and I had no choice but to comply. A total of 2,400 euros, better than nothing. After signing, one of those thugs tried to rob me of my money, and in the struggle, I got hit. Did you see a doctor? No need. I examined myself. No broken bones, just some superficial wounds. I'll be fine in a few days. Just superficial wounds? You didn't fight back against those thugs? You let them take your money? Zhuang Feifei rolled up her sleeves and stomped her foot in frustration. Tell me where those thugs are. I'll get revenge for you. Revenge? You little brat. Zhuang Shooting flicked her forehead lightly, saying, I was quite brave, managing to save 2,200 euros and only losing 200. Look, the money is right here. I don't have to pay for their medical fees. This money is ours. Brother, I knew you'd come up with something. You wouldn't just take a beating for nothing. Give me 20 euros. I'll buy you some meat. Zhuang Feifei glanced sideways at the ceiling, feigning a guilty expression. Oh, it's for a school assignment, modifying clothing. Once I finish these, I can start my internship. Speak the truth. What about your classes? Aren't exams coming up soon? The exams don't start for over a week. Don't worry, I'm fine. Zhuang Feifei confidently patted her chest. I'm all prepared. This coursework won't stump me. I'll definitely excel. What are you saying? If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Zhuang Feifei pouted, forming her hands into tiny fists and shaking them with no real threat. With the 2,400 euros, we can pay the rent and settle our debts. But you haven't found a new job yet, and we don't know how things are with our parents, so we can't afford to miss any opportunity to earn. Besides, modifying these clothes is also a form of review. Don't think I'm just sewing and mending. I'm studying fashion design and using a lot of techniques. It's beyond what you'd understand. I just don't want you to worry about money. Well, there's only one way to put your mind at ease. Fei, go get our account book. Let us tally it up and make a list. Zhuang Fei fetched the book and began checking the accounts, her proficiency indicating she had likely done this in secret before. Living together, they supported each other, meticulously recording all debts. This was not only to keep track of their situation and repay in time, but also to guard against being deceived into incurring debts they did not have. Be careful with the calculations. I'll heat up some rice for you. Here's an orange, you can have it. Zhuang Shooting, still curled up from the beating, held the orange protectively. Wow, is this homegrown? Where did you get it? Have you been spending money recklessly again? Zhuang Shooting chuckled, mainly to buy time to organize his thoughts. He couldn't tell his sister about becoming a hired gun, at least not until she graduated and secured a stable job, as he didn't want to burden her with worry. Her nature was prone to anxiety. In the past, when the topic of hired guns came up, she always imagined it as a profession involving constant danger, filled with violence. If she discovered her brother had taken such a path, she would conjure dreadful scenarios, torturing herself and losing sleep. He would feel deeply remorseful towards her in such a case. Zhuang Fei abandoned the account book and took the orange to the kitchen, slicing it in half and offering one piece to Zhuang Shooting. We're both injured, so we should share equally. That's fair. I already had one at her place, and it was a bit sour for me. You can have it all. Zhuang Shooting remained unfazed, continuing to indulge his sister, letting her benefit from the small things. She claimed these fruits were good for the skin, though he wasn't sure if that was true. Her? Who is she? My future sister-in-law? Between the two of us, we need 2,900 euros. We have 400 saved, and with this 2,200, while it's still not enough, we'll manage in the near term. We can delay the pharmacy bills a bit, and ante at the food store can be somewhat lenient. In another week, once I finish the clothes, I can pay off all the debts. This way, we won't have to worry about the rent for the second half of the year or next semester as tuition. The only thing left is to earn enough for meals. Did you buy hamburgers? Someone treated me. I just packed it. No, did someone sell you out? Zhuang Fei's imagination ran wild. Brother, you didn't sell an organ, did you? Show me your shirt. Let me see your wrists. What nonsense are you spouting? Is that how you see me? Zhuang Shooting snorted, pulling out the money earned from his hired work and slamming it on the table. Look, there's enough here to settle debts, allow you a decent internship, and even treat us to a nice meal. Zhuang Fei squinted at the money, rubbed her eyes, then pinched her cheeks. Suddenly, she leaped up and lunged at Zhuang Shooting. No, I need to check. You must have been robbed. Get off. You're impossible. Zhuang Shooting pushed her away clumsily. Despite her slender arms and legs, she had surprising strength and her pinches were quite painful. There's something fishy about this. Very fishy. Zhuang Fei crossed her arms, frowning and glaring at him. Mr. Zhuang Shooting, I'm awaiting your explanation. All right, I'll tell you. I met a woman who does some work for the PCPD. Remember when I was interrogated by the PCPD on June 23rd? That's how I got to know her. What's her name, age, marital status? Is she pretty? If you keep this up, not only will I stop telling you anything, but I might also strangle you. Brother, I'm sorry. Zhuang Fei quickly apologized, though she showed no sign of remorse. Continue. The PCPD isn't as disgraceful as you think. But, brother, do you think you can handle the PCPD? Why did they choose you? Is it possible that Lucy has a crush on your looks? If that's the case, you need to be careful. She might be a weirdo. Zhuang Shooting narrowed his eyes. I think you really need a beating. Shall we celebrate? Celebrate. Zhuang Fei exclaimed. I know an all-you-can-eat place, the Big Belly restaurant on Golden Bell Street. Let us go there. I've heard of it. It seems pretty good. Shall we go now? Not yet. The Big Belly place only allows 2 hours of eating. If we go now, we won't be hungry enough, and that would be a waste. Zhuang Fei remarked. Let us first repay the money this afternoon, and then we can go out in the evening to procure even more items. You little rascal. Zhuang Shooting chuckled heartily. Chapter 30. Arrangements. Ah, how delightful this is. I never realized this was what it felt like to be overindulged. Sister, your behavior tonight is utterly unladylike. You are devouring your food with wild abandon, completely disregarding your image. Zhuang Fei huffed, clutching her stomach as she retorted. Whether or not I am ladylike is of little importance. What matters is that I align myself with you. As my brother, your demeanor dictates mine. Any faults I possess are solely due to your failure to set an adequate example. Continue fabricating excuses for yourself? I am not fabricating anything. This is the truth. Zhuang Feifei closed the door behind her, leaned against the wall, wiped the sweat from her brow, and said, Brother, I am feeling a bit unwell. I warned you not to eat so much. Go to the restroom and purge if you need to. I don't want to vomit. What a pity. Zhuang Feifei pouted, on the verge of tears. If your stomach is troubled, I will have to take you to the hospital, and that will incur expenses. Upon hearing the mention of money, Zhuang Feifei clenched her teeth and staggered into the restroom. Inside, she rested while Zhuang Shooting waited outside with a glass of warm water. After a while, Zhuang Feifei emerged, having cleaned herself up, yet her eyes were bloodshot, and her cheeks bore several red spots. You exerted yourself too much while vomiting. Your face has become quite swollen. Next time, try not to overindulge. Zhuang Shooting handed her the water cup and said, Sip slowly, it will ease your stomach. What a shame. After all that effort to eat, you expelled so much. This was my miscalculation. Zhuang Feifei took a sip of water and looked at her brother, saying, You ate quite a lot as well. Why don't you go vomit? I have a hearty appetite, and besides, I did not overindulge as you did, Zhuang Shooting replied with a smile. All right, do not be upset. It was never realistic to expect to gain weight all at once. Oh, you wish to gain weight. In the future, our lives will improve gradually, allowing you to eat whatever you desire at every meal without worrying about excessive feasting at buffets. That sounds wonderful, but it is uncertain who will achieve this goal first. Brother, you need to work hard. After I graduate, I will soon surpass you, and you will be the one embarrassed. That is acceptable. I can fully embrace that outcome. Do not forget that your ability to study well is partly due to my influence. I will not be modest about that contribution. All right, you have a point. You are the best to me. If we disregard our parents and eldest brother, it must be you next in line. Zhuang Feifei was determined not to let Zhuang Shooting gain any verbal advantage. She was quick-witted and sharp-tongued since childhood, endearing herself to many. Yes, the sister nodded. Remember, if possible, do not use your real name. Register with a pseudonym, even if it costs a bit more. They had previously discussed that the gangsters had already come by. Making this place unsafe, it would be wise to relocate sooner rather than later. Conveniently, there would be no need to renew the lease afterward. Zhuang Feifei planned to find a new apartment near her school, registering under her name or a pseudonym to temporarily evade the situation. Generally, apartments are secure. Landlords strive to protect their tenants from gang harassment to ensure their rental income remains unaffected. Most pay a protection fee to nearby gangs, transforming their apartments into safe zones. However, such protection agreements cannot prevent corporate interference nor deter the PCPD. This time, gang members entered with company lawyers, leaving the apartment manager powerless. Zhuang Shooting had indeed been assaulted right at his doorstep in the apartment, and the landlord did nothing to intervene. Whether out of incapacity or ignorance, the landlord's ineptitude was evident. This apartment was no longer safe. Zhuang Shooting would leave with confidence, while the landlord would plead with him not to disclose the incident of being attacked. Given that he had changed jobs, it was reasonable to change his address as well. The life of a hired mercenary would entail many dangers, which could never be allowed to affect his sister. The thought of the comic book brought forth the image of a pink skull in his mind. Yes, I must delve into the knowledge of shadows and have a conversation with that fellow. It is best to arrange certain matters in advance. I've heard that living shadows can be quite reckless. I hope the pink skull possesses some rationality, or else. Upon reflection, Zhuang Shooting realized he was utterly at a loss regarding that shadow, which was precisely why he needed to learn about shadow knowledge. Sister, I will take a moment to rest. You may continue with your tasks without worrying about me. No problem. I shall treat this as the territory of a mad dog and steer clear. Zhuang Shooting suddenly had a thought and asked, Would you like me to buy you a sewing machine? Buy? No, that would be too expensive. Renting one for a week will suffice. When I went to repay the loan previously, I discussed with Aunt Fat about using her sewing machine for 20 euros a week. That sounds good. It seems you have truly matured. Zhuang Shooting nodded in approval, then rubbed his stomach as he entered the inner bedroom. Finally, I can sleep in a bed. Poor Feifei will have to make do with a makeshift bed outside. Lying in bed, he took out the crumpled comic book and began to meditate on the images. For reasons unknown, this time the emergence of phenomena was considerably slower. It took a full 5 minutes before the surroundings began to darken. Zhuang Shooting arrived in the shadowy realm, feeling no anxiety this time as he boldly seated himself upon the throne. With a swirl of pink smoke, his own face appeared before him. The shadow spoke using Zhuang Shooting's likeness, its voice matching his perfectly. Zhuang Shooting was taken aback, his vigilance heightened as he asked, "What are you doing? Are you planning to replace me? I merely came into contact with Sister Lucy's extraordinary ability tester, which is a shadow device. You cannot recklessly absorb energy like that. It will expose you. I understand your concern, so I have ceased." The shadow replied, "I have considered your thoughts, and you must do the same. My power is too weak. I require more energy. That is simple. When you place your hand on the shadow device, use this gesture. Curl your middle and ring fingers towards your palm, while extending the other 3 fingers straight, pressing them against the shadow device to begin energy absorption." This motion is quite straightforward. Zhuang Shooting nodded, indicating his comprehension. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and said, "Shadow, if you still intend to replace me, you better take care of my. I will not replace you. You must take care of them yourself." Seeing his own face shouting was an exceedingly strange sensation. Zhuang Shooting pondered and stated, "You know I wish to sell you to improve my family's life. However, I now feel you can communicate, almost like a living being. If you can assist me in making my family's life better, I will not only refrain from selling you, but will also help you fulfill your wishes." "What is your wish?" "I wish for everyone in this world to die. Can you assist me in accomplishing that?" "No, I will stop you at all costs." "What a joke. You cannot do that. If the cost of stopping me is the death of your family and friends, would you still try to stop me?" The shadow said, "Choose one. The entire world dies except for your family, or only your family dies. What will you choose?" "I would prioritize attempting to eliminate you. If that fails, then many will simply have to perish. You are a selfish individual." "That also is quite accurate." Zhuang Shooting sighed and said, "All right. I merely came to inform you not to recklessly absorb shadow energy. Since we have settled this matter, I shall not disturb you further. Do not leave. It is not easy to come here, and I have expended my power." The shadow blocked Zhuang Shooting's exit and asked, "I am curious. Why do you wish to learn about shadow usage while cooking?" "You are entirely welcome to inquire. Do you utilize shadow manipulation? Are you not, in essence, a shadow manipulator yourself?" "I have never claimed to be a shadow manipulator, nor have you ever questioned my proficiency in its use. In my realm, the concept of shadow manipulation does not exist. Instead, we speak of the essence state and soul force, which pertain to the knowledge of the undead and the semi-undead. As for me, I am a master of the undead." Chapter 31. An Introduction to Necromancy. "Please, teach me the art of necromancy," Zhuang Shooting said solemnly and with utmost respect. "I cannot teach you, nor can you learn necromancy." The pink skeleton emphasized the term necromancy before continuing. "This art can only be practiced in my realm. Your world abides by different rules. The sole connection between our worlds lies in the principle of soul energy, which you refer to as shadows. Soul energy is a novel concept in my realm, known to only a select few, of whom I am one. However, even so, I merely manipulate soul energy through the principles of necromancy. It does not equate to your methods of controlling shadows in your world." Zhuang Shooting pondered this for a moment before grasping the essence of the statement. He pointed out, "Not long ago, you mentioned that I could inquire about the knowledge of shadows. The knowledge I possess regarding shadows also originates from the perspective of necromancy, using necromantic incantations as a medium. If you could employ necromancy in your world, then my knowledge would indeed be useful. Otherwise, it serves merely as a reference." Zhuang Shooting nodded, now fully enlightened. "Are you certain that necromancy cannot be practiced in this world?" "I am certain. Before I was captured, I attempted to cast spells in your world, but all my incantations dissipated the moment they entered. Be it powerful spells, weak spells, complex spells, or simple ones, regardless of their nature, none are accepted in your realm." Zhuang Shooting was astonished by this revelation. He scratched his head and asked, "I have a question that perplexes me. When you summoned those 2 individuals, you used a spell, correct? How did that succeed?" "I do not know." "You do not know?" Zhuang Shooting exclaimed, incredulous. "How could you be unaware of the spell you cast?" "Ah, now I understand. No wonder the pink skeleton summoned those 2 individuals without assigning them any tasks. Their arrival was not part of its plan." Zhuang Shooting scratched his head again and inquired, "Skeleton, or should I call you Lich Master?" "Lich Master, I have a question. Why were those 2 individuals summoned?" "I have already stated that I do not know." "Did you not comprehend?" "No, you misunderstood my question. You require energy, yet 2 individuals appeared. Did you absorb any energy?" "Go on," the Lich said in a deep voice. "I learned a principle in the factory. If you cannot pull something out from one side, try pushing from the other. You claim your necromancy is ineffective in this world. yet you wish to absorb energy. Therefore, to satisfy your intention, the spell brought forth two individuals. Can we not hypothesize that summoning these two individuals is an essential condition for the spell to succeed? Haha, interesting. The Lich stared at Zhuang's shooting and remarked, "You think such a simple notion eludes me? Did you conceive it before I articulated it?" The Lich fell silent. "Do not blame yourself. My academic performance has never been exemplary. You may have become duller by entering my body. Such a possibility is utterly unfounded." The Lich seethed, contorting Zhuang's shooting's borrowed visage into a grotesque expression, stating vehemently, "I have inhabited brainless skeletons and resided within black smoke, none of which diminished my intellect. Perhaps those did not impair your intelligence, but I certainly do." Zhuang's shooting blinked, entirely unburdened, and remarked, "You see, just now you conflated two meanings. Your example fails to validate your intention. Hey, why do I feel as if I've grown smarter?" The Lich shook its head, evidently more agitated, as if its sore spot had been prodded. "Do not fall silent," Zhuang's shooting insisted. "Are we not discussing the relationship between spells and shadows? You believe spells cannot be used, thus you cannot control shadows. Might we not reverse this? You could utilize shadows to enact spells or to create the components necessary for spells. If you invert the relationship between necromancy and shadows, perhaps you could employ it in this world." The Lich scoffed. "You presume such simplicity has escaped my consideration? Have you accounted for the influence of humans in your spells? Perhaps the inhabitants of this world are an indispensable element for your spells to succeed." Upon hearing this, the Lich's fury swiftly subsided. It regarded Zhuang's shooting with a stable, cold, and scrutinizing expression, as if attempting to see through him entirely. After a tense silence, the Lich confessed, "I had not contemplated this possibility, nor have I conducted any experiments in that regard. Does this imply there is something new to explore? Indeed, it is worth pursuing. I will invert the spell, using shadows as the medium to drive the incantation. Grant me a moment to contemplate my theory." Zhuang's shooting mused proudly. "How should I conduct the experiment? Teach me." There exists a simple incantation within the spellcraft that can detect the effects of spells, known as detect magic. If represented through spell runes, it would appear thus. Upon speaking, one of the 72 columns illuminated with a pattern, prompting the Lich to direct Zhuang's shooting's gaze. This represents the structure of the spell. By channeling magical energy into this design, you will achieve the effect of the detect magic incantation. Very well. Although I do not comprehend why it works, I accept its existence. Zhuang's shooting pointed to the other columns, inquiring, "Are all the patterns on the columns in this hall spell runes?" "Indeed. This hall is part of the Mage Tower, my domain and my home. Every inch of brick and stone here is generated by my power, and the spells inscribed upon the columns are incantations I permit others to learn. They are public knowledge, relatively simple." "How many incantations are there in total?" Zhuang's shooting asked. "There are 780 on the columns. If categorized by similarity, there are 998 distinct spells. My goodness, you are truly remarkable. During the apex of our history, we had no more than 700 spells. My world lacks divine magic. We ought not to pursue it," the Lich sighed. "Let us not stray from the topic. Focus on memorizing the design before us." "I have memorized it. There is no mistake. I have committed it to memory," Zhuang's shooting explained. "As long as it is not text or numbers, my observational and mnemonic faculties are quite adept." Following the Lich's instructions, Zhuang's shooting attempted the task. He discovered that synchronizing the movements of his fingers with his mental focus posed a challenge. He had to allocate his attention judiciously, feeling somewhat as if he were multitasking. After 10 unsuccessful attempts, he finally succeeded on the 11th try. Upon completing the overall depiction, a faint imprint materialized in the air, mirroring the pattern of the spell runes. The imprint glimmered softly, akin to a dim firefly, almost imperceptible unless viewed closely. Zhuang's shooting reached out to touch it, only to find it lacked any tangible sensation. As soon as he made contact, it shattered and vanished. That is the embryonic form of the rune. If you can infuse it with magical energy, it will activate. How can I provide it with energy? You cannot, the Lich replied. When you make contact with the shadow vessel, visualize and emulate this design. If the direct approach fails, attempt it inversely or in a mirrored manner. Experiment with various methods. If your theory holds true, one of those methods should elicit a response from the shadow vessel, and you will perceive it. What kind of response might it yield, and what effect will it have? I am uncertain, the Lich remarked. Considering the intrinsic function and significance of this rune, it is highly probable that it serves the purpose of detecting shadows. The specific information that may manifest and the manner in which it should be interpreted relies upon your exploration. In this novel realm, everything must begin anew. Chapter 32. Section 31. The deadly chef in your heart. The notion of selling me has not entirely dissipated, the lich remarked. Indeed, without energy, I would fade away, transforming into a mere specter devoid of wisdom, consumed solely by primal hatred. You need not fret. By that time, you too shall perish. My animosity surpasses that of any shadow you have ever encountered. No mind can endure its weight. You will either lose your sanity entirely, ceasing to be yourself, or succumb to a swift brain death amidst excruciating torment. Zhuang Xuting felt a twinge of fear at this prospect, but mustered the courage to question, "Surely, you jest? How is it that you withstand such overwhelming hatred?" "I cannot," the Lich Master replied. "Thus I relinquished my brain, existing now in the form of a pink skull, barely clinging to life. The undead are cold. Even boundless hatred cannot elicit a physical response through the nervous system. You forsake your body, yet cling to hatred. How ruthless you are. You all must die, including you," the Lich stated calmly, as if delivering a mundane truth that required no proof. "Akin to the necessity of sleep each night. Do we harbor any enmity? Even if I contemplated selling you, it would remain a mere thought, not a reality. Therefore, you may delay your demise. Enough of this prattle. Summon the shadow energy post-haste." The presence of a rational, hate-filled shadow determined to instigate a massacre residing within his body was anything but comforting. The crux of the matter was that Zhuang Xuting was powerless against it. He could not risk his own life, nor could he deliberately starve it. Without confirming the absence of hidden dangers within his body, he could not attempt to expel it. Even if he wished to do so, he possessed neither the means nor the channels. Upon reflection, the notion that acquiring a living shadow would lead to wealth appeared childish and absurd. He set aside fantasies and faced reality. There was but one path before him: struggle. With 2 days remaining until Lucy's commission, he had no intention of resting or waiting idly. Instead, he diligently commenced preparatory work. Lucy had not divulged the specifics regarding the chef, adhering to the principles of confidentiality inherent to commissions. Initially, mercenaries were only privy to a brief summary of the task. Detailed information would only be provided once the mercenary confirmed acceptance of the commission. The intermediary was responsible for reviewing the task's particulars to ensure they aligned with the initial summary. This particular commission had been issued by the intermediary, eliminating the review step, compelling Zhuang Xuting to trust in Lucy's integrity, betting that she would not deliberately conceal or deceive within the commission. Currently, he only knew that the chef was a gang member, highly regarded for his exceptional skills, and thus would not lack protection. His first task was to acquire knowledge about shadows, followed by seeking to understand this individual, aiming to uncover his vulnerabilities. Regardless, assassination was certainly not the preferred strategy. Employing threats to compel compliance or addressing his loquacious nature was evidently a more prudent choice. Since he intended to infiltrate the gang, avoiding the harassment of thugs was unavoidable. He must devise means to protect himself. Gang members commonly wielded fists, clubs, knives, and electric batons as weapons, with a few possessing unstable shadow guns from the black market. Among these, the shadow gun was indeed inescapable. Evasion and a prayer for good fortune were the only options. Fists and clubs posed relatively lower threats. Enduring a few blows when necessary was tolerable, not requiring desperation. However, as for knives, if an adversary brandished a blade, he would have to retaliate immediately. I must procure an electric baton, one that is portable and easily concealable, yet sturdy enough to withstand knife strikes, and powerful enough to incapacitate an enemy with a single blow. Zhuang Xuting mused. As for the grounding of the electric baton, could he perhaps connect it to ground via wires concealed within his clothing? Unsure of its efficacy, he promptly set out to inquire around the market. He spent €150 on an electric baton modified from a steel telescopic baton, as well as a metal shirt purported to mitigate electric shock damage. This was a lightweight protective garment originally designed to guard against piranha bites in the Peja River, used by fishermen needing to venture into the water for survival. Despite its worn appearance, it functioned adequately, the enthusiastic shopkeeper explained. Between 2 layers of thin fabric lies metallic filaments. Piranhas cannot penetrate. The metal can conduct electricity, allowing you to ground it. Moreover, in the core areas of the heart and stomach, as well as corresponding spots on the back, the inner layer is reinforced with insulating fabric. You may be able to stab through it, but it is unlikely you will be electrocuted. Advertisements are often dubious. Yet when the shopkeeper donned the garment and allowed Zhuang Shooting to test the electric shock on him, asserting that should he collapse, Zhuang Shooting could take whatever he wished from the shop, such valor was commendable. Thus, Zhuang Shooting obliged. The shopkeeper perspired profusely, his limbs trembling, blood spots appearing along his calves, yet he did not fall, attesting to the item's utility. With the electric baton and grounding suit, Zhuang Shooting gained a modicum of self-protection. However, the grounding suit was not without flaws. It required a wire to be continuously connected to the ground. This wire should ideally remain inconspicuous. In other words, Zhuang Shooting could only wear long pants that summer to conceal the wire within the pant leg. Simultaneously, the suit's double-layered fabric, combined with the metallic strands, severely compromised breathability. Considering it would also require an additional outer garment for concealment, ventilation was further diminished. He donned the suit, uncertain if it would prove useful. Over the course of 2 days, Zhuang Shooting practiced with the baton while engaging in physical training through running. 2 days would hardly yield mastery, but it was a beginning. With persistence, it would surely bear fruit. Thus, the day arrived for him to accept the commission. He arrived at Lucy's residence as agreed, finding that Dao Ge was absent. His role was not relevant to the commission, thus he was unqualified to know the details. Whether or not they were partners was inconsequential. Lucy aimed to exhibit the professionalism of an intermediary, and the personal relationship between Nake and Dao Ge did not factor into her considerations. You must enter under an alias. The mercenary code name Nake cannot be used. Though you have completed but one commission, rendering you an absolute novice in the mercenary realm. Should anyone from the gang take notice of mercenaries, they could discover your identity and subsequently question your intentions. Zhuang Shooting nodded, acknowledging the validity of Lucy's words. You are a newcomer. Currently, only I and Dao Ge are aware of your appearance, which serves as an advantageous condition for you. You will use the alias J Pinkman. Signing as JP, you may inform the chef that you owe me a significant debt, compelling you to serve me for life. The specifics are yours to craft. My suggestion is to adopt a demeanor of timidity and fear. It would likely serve you well. The chef's true name remained undisclosed. With the Wild Monkey Gang having concealed his past, and even erased his identity from the PCPD, I could ascertain that he had previously signed with the initials W, which is likely an abbreviation of his real name. Within the gang, he is known as Heisenberg. He explained to me that this name stems from his own studio, dubbed the Mysterious Castle, while the Wild Monkey Gang resides within the forest, with Peiqing being the vast ocean beyond the woods. A look of revelation crossed Zhuang Shooting's dark eyes as he remarked, "Ah, so that is the origin of Heisenberg. I have already contacted him. He is willing to take you on as an apprentice. Upon your arrival, all interactions with the gang will be conducted through Heisenberg. Follow his lead, and accept the protection he offers." Lucy cautioned, "I must remind you to exercise utmost caution. While Heisenberg does indeed harbor intentions to repay a favor, his motivation is not particularly strong, nor is it unwavering. This is certainly not a place for long-term learning. The maximum time allotted for your safety is merely 1 month. Should you exceed this period, the Wild Monkey Gang will undoubtedly seek to recruit you, or they may take action against you due to their inability to trace your detailed information. In either scenario, your prospects are grim. Therefore, 1 month hence, regardless of the extent of your learning or the completion of the silence task, it would be prudent for you to depart from that place." Zhuang Shooting took careful note, nodding slowly. Subsequently, here are the precise methods for the rendezvous, along with the tokens of identity. Adhere to the instructions and deliver the items to Heisenberg. Lucy remarked, "That individual is a middle-aged man, approximately 6 feet tall, bald, with a penchant for facial hair. His beard is a dark brown, concentrated around the chin. He appears somewhat frail and slightly hunched, yet possesses the capability to wield various shadowy instruments. Do not underestimate his threat due to his physique. This man is quite loquacious, unable to restrain his tongue, so if you can devise a means to elicit his incessant chatter, it may expedite your learning process." Lucy advised, "When you visit the Wild Monkey Gang, it is best to refrain from carrying any weapons. They will not serve you well and may instead invite trouble. I estimate you will encounter at least 2 or 3 pat-downs. Remember to remain calm and composed. You cannot confront an entire gang. Thus prioritize safety and patience." Zhuang Shooting hurriedly inquired, "Should I not bring my stun baton and grounding suit?" "Indeed, remove them. Such items are of no use." Lucy added, "Do not fret. I have prepared a life-saving item for you. so you will not go empty-handed. However, this item is somewhat troublesome. You will surely be unable to utilize it upon your arrival, as you must wait at least a day or two. Why? You must first swallow it, and only after it has been expelled can it be employed. Chapter 33. Chapter 32. The Wild Monkey Gang. Jesse Pinkman, the man clad in pink. Zhuang Shooting murmured his alias during the mission, feeling an odd curiosity. Why is it always pink? Ever since becoming possessed by the Lich Master, this color has continually emerged. Am I cursed by the hue of pink? This notion of a curse was merely Zhuang Shooting's speculation, a superstitious thought. Tracing back 5 millennia, during the zenith of divine beings and magical prowess, the implementation of curses on fate was still unattainable. Nowadays, whether it be the remnants of rune magic or the flourishing shadow techniques, the threshold to influence destiny remains a distant dream. It is somewhat ironic. 5,000 years ago, divine powers and magic were accessible to all, a fact that has long since vanished into the annals of history. At that time, there existed churches that, for their own interests, sought to monopolize magical abilities, while deities selected individuals with suitable traits to become priests or holy knights wielding martial strength. Despite the prevalent selection processes, the inherent talent to wield magic existed within everyone. Back then, regardless of one's humble origins or lack of education, as long as one possessed the gift of magic, they could attain magical capabilities through direct communion with the divine, thereby acquiring the power to elevate their status. History is replete with tales of impoverished children who rose to become formidable magical practitioners, successfully altering their fates. After the ascension of the deities, a world governed by corporations emerged. The gift of magic has permanently vanished from all individuals, while the knowledge of rune spells and shadow techniques is tightly held by corporations, thus controlling everyone's destinies. These entities not only reaped substantial wealth through rune spells and shadow knowledge, but also eliminated any threats to their status. The powerful rune spells and cutting-edge shadow knowledge are referred to as extraordinary powers, forming the essential core of corporate dominance. Specialized institutions offer instruction in shadow knowledge, yet the aspects pertaining to extraordinary powers remain undisclosed. These schools are responsible for talent selection, ensuring that only the most exceptional individuals serve the corporations, while those deemed competent also find their way into affiliated departments. Only by conforming to the corporations and willingly becoming part of their power can one hope to access extraordinary abilities. Zhuang Shooting's academic performance was subpar, leaving him no opportunity to enter specialized institutions. He was essentially eliminated before even encountering the threshold. With conventional avenues closed off, apprenticing under a gang chef to learn shadow knowledge became his sole opportunity, a singular chance to begin climbing the ranks once more. Following Lucy's instructions, Zhuang Shooting arrived at the new Sunshine Sports Center, located at the boundary between the hub and the lower district. This was the oldest sports center in Peicing, once basking in its own glorious history. However, with the establishment of the upper district's competitive center and the gradual decline of the lower district, New Sunshine had long since faded into obscurity, devoid of even the last remnants of its former brilliance. A decade ago, this place was contracted out, ostensibly belonging to a community charity organization, yet in reality, it was under the control of the Wild Monkey Gang, serving as a base for their activities, a veritable fortress. Members of this gang were particularly fond of physical training, with their notably developed muscles and propensity for violence being their defining characteristics. Compared to their towering heights of nearly 2 meters and weights exceeding 300 pounds, the tattoos of gorillas and chimpanzees on their bodies seemed less conspicuous. It is worth noting that gang members refer to each other using various primate classifications, with their leader being a gorilla. Whether armed with a stun baton or donning grounding suits, one would find no advantage when facing the members of the Wild Monkey Gang. Lucy was correct. A stun baton would hardly incapacitate those brutes, and when faced with fists the size of frying pans, the protective capabilities of grounding suits and sweatshirts are practically equivalent. She had prepared a shadow stun grenade for Zhuang Shooting, capable of affecting the nervous systems of all individuals within a 20-meter radius, rendering them temporarily paralyzed. The grenade resembled a sphere slightly smaller than an egg, coated with food-grade grease before being swallowed. Coupled with half a bottle of laxative, it would, barring any unforeseen circumstances, re-emerge within 2 to 3 days. The process was uncomfortable, offering limited protective benefits, yet it was the sole method to bring a weapon inside. Beyond the overwhelming firepower from numerous shadow guns, no individual weapon could guarantee Zhuang Shooting's safety. He would inevitably find himself ensconced within the throngs of the Wild Monkey Gang's muscle-bound members. The stun grenade could potentially afford him a fleeting opportunity, his last chance to escape with his life. As he disembarked from the bus, Zhuang Shooting felt as though he had stepped into another realm, dominated by steel, concrete, and robust physiques, where iron and sweat painted the landscape. Those towering figures loomed over the shorter individuals, their laughter and conversations echoing freely, while the rest were left to endure a stifling atmosphere. No sooner had he alighted than a dozen gazes fixed upon him, devoid of any kindness. Standing at nearly 1.80 meters and weighing 140 pounds, he had to bow his head in this zone, lest he offend the Wild Monkey Gang. If those gorillas converged upon him, two fates awaited him, either to subdue them and thereby join their ranks, or to be torn to shreds. Zhuang Shooting bent low, pulling down the brim of his cap to exhibit the requisite respect and restraint. The unfriendly gazes dissipated, leaving only curious scrutiny, a basic greeting extended towards a stranger, posing no immediate danger, at least for the next month. Following the directions given, Zhuang Shooting proceeded towards the new Sunshine Sports Arena, circumventing the circular track and outdoor sports courts to reach its adjoining structure, a 7-story building designated for commentators, referees, and event organizers. He was halted at the entrance by baboon guards, the lowest tier among the gang's formal members. Beneath them were the apprentice members, referred to as monkey sons. While ordinary outsiders were labeled bananas. "What do you want?" The baboon chuckled, whispering amongst themselves, commenting on the appearance of the banana before them. "Oranges, tangerines, and figs. 2 meals a day, flour on order." Zhuang Shooting relayed the coded message from the chef to the guards and awaited their response. "Ah, you're the one sent by Heisenberg. He mentioned this yesterday." One baboon informed Zhuang Shooting. "You know the rules. Outsiders must be thoroughly searched." Zhuang Shooting nodded, saying, "I understand. From top to bottom, head to toe, do not mistake the order." "Of course," one baboon responded, and soon 4 others surrounded Zhuang Shooting. They began by rummaging through his hair, inspecting his ear canals, illuminating his nostrils with a flashlight, and prompting him to open his mouth to examine each tooth and the area around his tongue. Afterward, they methodically patted down his entire body, leaving no inch unchecked. This was an exceedingly humiliating and invasive search, even with prior knowledge and mental preparation. Zhuang Shooting found their behavior appalling. Lucy had warned him to specify the search order, or those brutes might very well violate him in the most degrading manner. Members of the Wild Monkey Gang regarded others as mere animals and food, devoid of any sense of humanity or rights. "You have a tattoo on your back. A pink skull. What does that signify?" Living shadow magic is both costly and powerful, something an ordinary civilian cannot withstand. The members of the Wild Monkey Gang had completely failed to consider any other implications. "My surname is Pinkman, signifying the Pink Man. The pink skull is a tribute to my ancestors who have passed, hoping for their protection. It's just a tiny tattoo, no larger than a fingertip. Even if it could offer protection, it wouldn't be much." A group of baboons chuckled, then one of them pushed Zhuang Shooting and said, "All right, there's no problem. You may put on your clothes and enter." Heisenberg resided on the 3rd underground level in the kitchen, which could be accessed by taking the left staircase and turning right at the landing. At the end of the corridor, the once vibrant and bustling event organization center had now fallen into disrepair, transformed into a gym for the Wild Monkey Gang. Upon entering the building, all non-load-bearing walls had been torn down, and various pieces of equipment cluttered the aged columns, the cacophony of weights clanking, punches landing, wrestling, and ropes snapping echoing loudly. What once featured colorful glass curtain walls had now been removed to enhance air circulation, catering to the gang's need for ample oxygen during their workouts. Sunlight streamed through the vacant window frames, illuminating both the metallic apparatus and the sweat-drenched skin, which glistened under its rays. If one were to only observe this scene, the Wild Monkey Gang might appear to be a rather legitimate fitness organization. However, the reality was far more complex. The pungent scent of sweat did not dominate the atmosphere. Rather, an oddly peculiar aroma of a thick, soupy concoction took center stage. This was the gang's secret recipe, a viscous mixture of high-calorie, high-protein, and highly oxidizing food, supplemented with copious amounts of medicinal powders that promoted growth, stimulation, and healing. They consumed this in large quantities, subsequently engaging in excessive exercise under the influence of these substances. Special stimulants twisted the agony of exertion into pleasure, while the growth and healing powders ensured they could perpetuate this cycle. It was rumored that the Wild Monkey Gang employed certain shadowy devices to enable its members to transcend their physical limits, allowing for repeated growth spurts, transforming them into giants. Their raucousness had nothing to do with Zhuang's shooting. He harbored no desire to become like them. Finding the staircase, he descended, and the clamor from the 7 levels above quickly dwindled. The first underground level appeared to be a storage area, with heavy iron doors and reinforced walls housing the gang's goods, simultaneously serving as a soundproof barrier. The entrance to the second underground level was securely locked, and surveillance cameras were directed toward the stairway, where Zhuang shooting could faintly hear the sound of guards conversing behind the door. The third underground level was permeated by a musty odor. The antiquated ventilation fan operated feebly, delivering a meager breath of fresh air, akin to a gasp for a suffocating individual. Zhuang shooting felt somewhat stifled, as if he had entered a deep well, yet considering that he was only 10 meters underground, he surmised that the foul air must stem from another cause. Despite the poor air quality, the area was brightly lit, with fluorescent lights adorning every square meter of the ceiling. They emitted a gentle glow, avoiding any dazzling effects and creating an ambience reminiscent of surgical lights. Clearly the result of thoughtful design. Upon entering the corridor, Zhuang shooting could not see his own shadow. It could only exist beneath his unliftable feet or within the depths of his obscured psyche. A middle-aged man devoid of a shadow stood in the corridor. He wore sunglasses that concealed his eyes, his face adorned with a half-smile as he rubbed his hands together and inquired, "JP?" This individual was undoubtedly Heisenberg. Chapter 34. Section 33. Heisenberg's domain. This is my territory. You shall do as I command, and you are forbidden from any actions I do not permit. After exchanging the secret signal and verifying identities, Heisenberg commenced the tour of his domain with Zhuang shooting. To the left, there is a transitional warehouse, its shelves adorned with red and green labels. The red signifies raw materials that have been brought in, while the green denotes finished products awaiting transport. Your primary duty will be to navigate this room, fetch raw materials for me, accurately record the finished products, and neatly arrange them on the shelves. Food is to the left, refuse to the right, and this is where it shall be placed. Heisenberg gestured towards the yellow line on the ground outside the warehouse door, which traverses the corridor, encircling the walls and ceiling. This delineates the edge of the forest. The monkeys, gorillas, and apes are strictly prohibited from crossing the yellow line unless granted my permission. As for you, aside from retrieving items from the warehouse, you are not to venture beyond the confines of this line. All bodily needs must be attended to below until you have completed your studies, at which point I shall take you outside. Pointing diagonally across the warehouse, Heisenberg remarked, "This is the washroom, equipped with a toilet, drainage, and a shower. Your sleeping quarters are also here, in the innermost compartment, where I have installed a hammock." Zhuang shooting glanced inside and was immediately overwhelmed by a revolting stench. The place had clearly not been cleaned for an extended period and bore the marks of having been ravaged by dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals. He looked at Heisenberg, who had claimed to be the sole occupant. Yet, his physique did not seem capable of producing such a foul odor, leading Zhuang shooting to conclude that this restroom was not as safe as he had suggested. Sleeping here was out of the question. The ruffians from the monkey gang would not heed the yellow line when nature called. There was also the possibility that the line was effective, but only when Heisenberg was observing it. For Zhuang shooting, the yellow line equated to 0 when multiplied by his presence, resulting in nothing. Your first task is to clean this place. Only upon completion will I commence my lectures. All necessary tools are in the cabinet to the right inside. Disinfectants, deodorants, and cleaning powders, along with mops and rags. Zhuang shooting nodded, affirming, "Yes, Heisenberg. Here, you shall address me as Sir Lord Heisenberg. Go on, call out to me." "Lord Heisenberg." Zhuang shooting promptly replied, "Excellent. Your voice is delightful. Now follow me." Heisenberg led him to the next room. This is the tool and sterilization room. You will wear a full-body protective suit, and the pink one over there is yours. From now on, your name shall be Little Pink. These protective suits are synthesized entirely from underground black oil, devoid of any whale oil or coal extracts, providing exceptional insulation and protection against the shadows. While working here, you must don the full-body suit, protective boots, and face mask. The only part of you that may remain exposed is your hands. Thus, in the event of a shadow outbreak, the worst you might lose is a hand. Zhuang Shooting had no desire to lose either his life or his hand. Should you encounter a shadow outbreak and find yourself ensnared by terrifying emotions, you must use your last ounce of reason to dash here, into the shower, and pull this chain. Above you, a large barrel containing the excavated black oil will pour down. The experience will be unpleasant, and your skin will undoubtedly suffer. But the shadows will fare even worse. The black oil will drive them away, preserving your mind, and ultimately saving your life. What? Do you wish to speak? Go ahead. Zhuang Shooting had slightly parted his lips, appearing as if he had something to say, and Heisenberg had observed it clearly. Thus, Zhuang Shooting voiced, Sir, I believe this underground black oil actually has a name, petroleum. Ah, it seems you are not entirely devoid of knowledge. You are familiar with the term petroleum. Do you understand why the shadows fear petroleum, yet are drawn to whale oil? Zhuang Shooting shook his head. The term petroleum was introduced by his brother, Zhuang Tong, during discussions about his research. However, the crux of the matter was that Heisenberg was exceedingly alert and perceptive, leaving no minor gesture or expression unnoticed. Zhuang Shooting suspected that the oversized sunglasses he always wore served as some kind of shadow device, enhancing his dynamic vision. Petroleum, being the remains of deceased animals, embodies countless grievances and amalgamates horrifying curses, instilling fear even in the shadows. In contrast, coal is derived from plant remains, which lack consciousness and soul. Whale oil, sourced from large, unthinking creatures, carries no resentments. Zhuang Shooting nodded, feigning enlightenment. However, he internally disagreed with Heisenberg's assertions, as he unconditionally trusted his brother's theories, which stated, Now, this is the workspace. Be mindful of the line on the floor. You must walk within its confines and avoid crossing it to prevent injury from the equipment in operation. Heisenberg stated, The primary working area is here. The rule is simple. I work, and you assist me. You may observe my methods, and I will instruct you on your tasks, but I shall only explain once. Bear in mind that I detest repetitive dialogue. It ruins my mood, and you will find yourself in dire straits. Observe this. Heisenberg produced a slender rod the size of a pin from his pocket, one end topped with a miniature red button. Pressing the button with his thumb, Zhuang Shooting immediately felt a numbing sensation at the base of his ears, followed by intense pain and dizziness. He barely managed to cry before his limbs convulsed. Collapsing to the ground, eyes rolling back, foam forming at his mouth, Heisenberg stood over him, coldly surveying the scene. After a while, just as Zhuang Shooting was on the verge of losing consciousness, Heisenberg released the button. He placed his foot on Zhuang Shooting's chest, stating, Little Pink, you must understand one thing. The muscle-bound baboons of the monkey gang are not the real threat. I am the true danger here. What you just experienced was merely the least powerful of my shadow devices. I have 9 methods at my disposal to eliminate you. 9. I apologize, sir. Yes, sir. Zhuang Shooting took several deep breaths before slowly rising from the ground. He leaned against the wall for a moment, then rushed to the restroom to vomit, only to fully regain his composure afterward. That device is formidable, he thought while changing into the pink protective suit. With the press of a button, a horrifying sound wave could incapacitate nearby foes while leaving the user unharmed. Lucy was right. Bringing in electric shock batons and shockproof suits was futile due to the vast disparity in power. One could also surmise that if the shadow device's effectiveness did not create a distinct threshold and could not exert absolute dominance over non-shadow devices, how could the organization hope to control the world through the manipulation of advanced shadow technology? Armed with this newfound understanding, Zhuang Shooting donned the protective suit and commenced cleaning the restroom. The rubber suit, crafted from petroleum, gleamed and clung to his form, leaving not a single gap. Fortunately, Zhuang Shooting was not overweight, so the fit was not overly constricting. However, any gas released within the suit would rise and exit through the one-way ventilation valve at his chest, ensuring he would inhale it directly. Thankfully, the face mask filtered the air, shielding him from the unpleasant odors outside. In the 30-square-meter restroom, after 3 arduous hours, Zhuang Shooting finally transformed it into a presentable state. Subsequently, Heisenberg dispatched him to repair the ventilation fan, clearing the accumulated grime within. Following that, he was tasked with disposing of the outdated refuse from the transitional warehouse, cleaning and disinfecting the leather shoes, and transporting a staggering half-ton of accumulated scrap waste. Exhausted, Zhuang Shooting awaited the mealtime. The burly members of the monkey gang delivered their sustenance, which consisted of a single bowl of suspicious gray gooey paste. accompanied by 3 slices of sweet bread smeared with synthetic honey. The monkeys practicing above consume this substance, which allows for a rapid restoration of energy and promotes muscle growth. Heisenberg remarked, 3 pieces of bread yield a similar effect, albeit with a sweeter flavor. The bread is mine. That bowl is yours. Do partake. Zhuang Xuting cradled the bowl and inquired, will I become bloated? With only this, the quantity is insufficient. They consume about 1/10 of their body weight in this substance daily, while the leaders manage to consume 1/8 or even 1/6, all while engaging in excessive exercise. What lies before you is merely the energy requirement for a day and a half for an adult. It will not cause bloating. Is this truly a day and a half? Should I eat 3 meals or 2? 1 meal per day suffices, or you may divide it into 3 portions, though time may not permit. Thus, I suggest you consume it all at once. Heisenberg continued, the primary ingredient of this porridge is the poo-poo instant food bars. The Wild Monkey Gang possesses its own factory and production line, providing an abundance of this sustenance. It is indeed the poo-poo bars as the main ingredient. No wonder it is so energizing. 1 food bar weighs a mere 120 grams, containing enough calories for half a day of moderate activity. The Wild Monkey Gang has enhanced it with additional ingredients, elevating its caloric and nutritional value. It is either this or you endure hunger. Heisenberg reached into the porridge, scooping a handful and stuffing it into his mouth. Rest assured, aside from its unpleasant taste, there is nothing harmful to the body within. I shall share a secret with you. Zhuang Xuting perked up his ears. Those formidable individuals above possess muscles of steel and bones as resilient as iron. However, their internal systems are rather delicate, particularly their digestive systems, which have been overworked for prolonged periods, cannot withstand even minor damage and are especially averse to the accumulation of toxins or waste. Therefore, their food is exceedingly safe. Comparable to the fare of the affluent in the peaceful zone, you can eat with confidence. Zhuang Xuting nodded, expressing his gratitude. You have 3 minutes to finish. Then come assist me, Heisenberg remarked, continuing to eat as he walked away. Chapter 35. Section 34. Washing vegetables and fishing. The meat porridge from the Wild Monkey Gang was overwhelmingly sweet and fragrant, to the point of being cloying. With every bite, Zhuang Xuting had to wash it down with water to avoid contorting his face from the overpowering flavor. After finishing, his heart raced, and he felt a wave of heat wash over him, leaving him restless and uneasy. Zhuang Xuting stood up, panting heavily, wiping the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead. It took him a good half-hour to recover. The food consumed by the wild monkeys was unsuitable for humans. The additives within it could be lethal. With lingering apprehension, Zhuang Xuting resolved to avoid such fare in the future. He would only indulge in a small portion when absolutely starving, just enough to survive. But he dared not consume an entire bowl. Yes, he needed to devise a way to procure some proper food, ideally something easily concealed and portable, like poo-poo instant bars. Come over and get to work. The voice of Heisenberg echoed from the workshop, laced with a hint of irritation. Earlier, when Zhuang Xuting had felt unwell, Heisenberg had shown no sympathy, merely mocking his frail constitution. Now that Zhuang was feeling slightly better, he was being summoned to labor. What a heartless wretch. Your position is over there. Move a chair closer. Heisenberg pointed dismissively, assigning him a corner of the workshop. The workshop, originally a parking lot for competition teams and operational staff, had been transformed. The high ceiling accommodated large buses and provided a space for trucks. After renovation, the entire area was an open layout, divided by columns with no barriers between sections. Each area was designated for different processes, equipped with pulleys and tracks for transporting equipment. Shadows from the Shadow Realm were primarily derived from the Shadow Domain, where exploration teams organized by the 4 major corporations were stationed, safeguarding and assisting extraction teams in collecting shadows. The Shadow Domain belonged to the corporations. No other organizations, regardless of their relations, could venture there independently. Zhuang Xuting nodded, fully aware of this, yet still listened intently. Large, living, fresh shadows were the property of the corporations, transformed into shadow products or living shadow implants. The methods of production were closely guarded secrets, known only to the corporations, and anyone who learned them would face dire consequences. Heisenberg stroked his beard, a smug smile creeping onto his face as he declared, however, as a chef, I possess certain techniques for processing shadows that the company does not control. Oh, Zhuang Xuting responded nonchalantly. Little fun. Remember this. The shadow products you find in the market are merely scraps. the remnants from the production of powerful shadow devices and living implants. Shadows that have completely lost their vitality serve as energy additives. Those that are half alive, devoid of emotional impulses, are fashioned into control chips or serve as cores in energy transformation products. Do you know what energy transformation products are? Yes, firearms, Zhuang Shooting replied. Heisenberg continued, half-alive shadows are also known as domesticated shadows, which have achieved a balance of energy, characteristics, and control efficiency. Those who can process domesticated shadows into firearms are called chefs, while those who merely handle dead shadows are referred to as vegetable washers. You will start as a vegetable washer. Every product that utilized electricity and had functional controls contained shadow chips, from automobiles and airplanes to radios and hairdryers. Although people seldom regarded household appliances as shadow devices and typically excluded them when discussing shadow purchases, they still fell under the category of shadow apparatuses. One of the Wild Monkey Gang's crucial tasks was to collect these items, primarily sourced from junkyards, with some obtained through theft, pawn, robbery, or scavenging from the deceased. The immensely powerful monkeys, baboons, and gorillas would strip away the outer shells of these products, much like peeling a banana, transporting only the core components to the underground level 3. Vegetable washers were responsible for the initial inspection and classification of these products. Domesticated shadows of higher quality had the potential to be fashioned into shadow firearms, yielding immense profits. Those of average quality could only be cobbled together to see if a new shadow product could be refurbished. Dead shadows were extracted to serve as additives for the first two categories. The unit value of high-quality domesticated shadows, ordinary domesticated shadows, and shadow energy differed by 100-fold, making the washing process akin to panning for gold in refuse. Heisenberg presented a seemingly haphazard array of equipment before Zhuang Shooting, informing him that it was used for assessing shadow quality. This is your supervisor, not your assistant. Once powered on, it will cost approximately 10 euros for each detection. While an ordinary piece of trash is worth far less, Heisenberg said, I will teach you to perceive shadow energy through your body. This technique is derived from ancient divine arts and modern runic incantations. Every chef must master this, although methods vary slightly, as each chef only teaches their own apprentice. If you discover domesticated shadows of medium quality or higher, then use this machine for verification. By employing gestures, incantations, spell materials, artifacts, visualization techniques, and concentration skills, one could harness the latent power within their body to cast spells. Today's spells are mere remnants of divine arts from 5,000 years ago, when the deities ascended. They took mainstream divine arts with them, and those few who did not ascend perished, leaving behind what is known as the pathways of spell seed casting. Without deities to receive worship, faith would inevitably seek new vessels, thus maintaining the cycle of spell functionality. The two most prevalent spell systems today are known as technological supremacy and monetary worship, both firmly within corporate control. Heisenberg's spells belong to folk techniques, relying on the line of technical incantations, yet his methods were self-invented and lacked the systematic structure of corporate schools. Generally speaking, technical spells lean towards controlling devices and inanimate objects, manipulating the fundamental energies of nature. Monetary spells were more effective in influencing individuals and could alter environments, creating illusions. Regardless of the faction, in a world devoid of deities and divine arts, they paled in comparison to the potency of shadows. If one could attend the advanced vocational school established by the corporations, both technical and monetary spells would be taught. Most individuals could only master one, with only a select few achieving proficiency in both. Zhuang Shooting's brother specialized in technical spells, while Zhuang Feifei excelled in monetary spells. Zhuang Shooting himself, however, found himself quite accomplished in the art of envying various schools. Now, have you memorized the gestures and incantations? My spells do not require visualization, spell materials, or artifacts, but they do consume considerable stamina. Here, take this shadow chip. I assess it to be of medium quality. Try casting this spell here and see if you can succeed. If you cannot accomplish this, then there is no need for you to continue your studies. Oh, if I cannot complete the spell, there is no need to continue learning. Why didn't you mention that before I was assigned to clean the toilets and repair the ventilation system? After issuing his instructions, Heisenberg returned to his tasks. Crafting firearms was his top priority. Each quality domesticated shadow was to be first utilized in the production of firearms. Sometimes, a single gun required 3 to 5 quality domesticated shadows, so once he gathered 5, he would set aside other matters and begin crafting a fingerless handgun. The creation of firearms marked the pinnacle of a chef's skills, and Zhuang Shooting was merely standing at the threshold. He diligently noted Heisenberg's methods and began to emulate them, casting the simplest detection spell for shadows. After 5 minutes, he succeeded. This spell was not particularly difficult. With sufficient observational and mimetic abilities, proper control of body and voice, and enough focus, most individuals could successfully cast it. However, achieving such progress from nothing to success in just 5 minutes was indeed a rare occurrence. Zhuang Shooting remained oblivious to this fact, as he had learned under Heisenberg's tutelage, with no peers for comparison to gauge his own talents. The successful execution of a spell would immediately reveal whether the target contained shadow energy. By maintaining focus, he could gradually unveil the state and quality of the shadow energy. Zhuang Shooting continued in the state of casting, directing his attention to the chip before him. In his line of sight, the chip emitted a faint glow, indicating the presence of shadow energy, and then its color began to shift. The hues transitioned in a spectrum from brown to black, white, gray, green, red, blue, and orange, reflecting the activity quality of the shadow energy from low to high. Brown and black represented inactive shadow energy, with the latter indicating a high energy density. White to green signified tamed shadow energy, with green denoting its suitability for crafting into a firearm. Red to orange indicated living shadow energy, appropriate for creating implants. The multicolored shadow energy represented the rare and potent highest grade of living shadow energy, which required a box of light for containment and could only be utilized as a living implant after being tamed. As the colors gradually faded to gray and ceased to change, it became evident that the chip was indeed of medium quality, tamed shadow energy. In less than 6 minutes, Zhuang Shooting had completed the threshold crossing process, and casting the spell had not fatigued him physically. He then lifted the chip and called out Heisenberg's name. Heisenberg did not look up, nor did he pause in his work. He had never anticipated that Zhuang Shooting would master the spell so swiftly. With a tone tinged with impatience, he exclaimed, "I told you. I won't teach you twice. Practice on your own. If you can't manage it, that's your own problem." "Oh, then I shall practice." The table beside the vegetable washer was cluttered with discarded equipment, all of which could serve as practice for Zhuang Shooting. He grasped a piece of equipment, placed it before him, and maintained his focus, casting the spell once more. Black, pure energy. White, low-grade product. Brown, barely useful. Non-luminous, refuse. Damn, this one doesn't T-glow either. He managed to complete the inspection of a product every minute, with more than half failing to emit light, indicating a notably high defect rate. Tilting his head, Zhuang Shooting glanced at Heisenberg, who was engrossed in assembling a shadow energy firearm, completely oblivious to Zhuang's activities, which sparked an idea within him. The outcome of his spellcasting was known only to him, regardless of whether the studio was under surveillance. One could not directly discern the quality of a shadow energy device or its energy content. Thus, he could easily feed a portion of the shadow energy to the Lich Master and categorize the device among the non-luminous refuse. Let's test the waters. But nothing too grand. Zhuang Shooting gathered his middle and ring fingers, placing the other 3 fingers upon a brown shadow energy chip. After 10 seconds, its glow rapidly diminished until it vanished entirely. Chapter 36. Progress from points to planes. Zhuang Shooting gingerly withdrew his fingers, discarding the energy-less remnants into the refuse pile. The absorption of shadow energy had evoked no discernible change within him. It merely brushed against his right hand like a chilling breeze, and then silence prevailed. No restoration of stamina, no invigorating spirit, nor heightened senses. Was this the extent of the Lich Master's prowess? Zhuang Shooting scratched his head, inwardly lamenting. If drawing energy yields no transformation, why toil for you? Surely, a living shadow should empower its wielder. Is your sole talent merely immortality? You are indeed correct. The voice of the Lich Master echoed in his ear, startling Zhuang Shooting. He instinctively glanced behind him and patted his chest. Humans can frighten one to death. I am not human, the Lich Master replied. Energy is not absorbed without consequence. It certainly bears effects. If you wish to augment your physical form, it is not beyond reach. I possess numerous spells to enhance the capabilities of the undead. Should you choose to relinquish your corporeal existence and forsake your will, I could render you immensely powerful. Absolutely not. To surrender my will to you would mean my demise. Indeed, you would be as good as dead, the Lich Master articulated. True power does not lie in becoming a half-alive wraith. nor is it driven by boundless resentment, but rather in the skills you cultivate yourself. The energy you provided was insufficient. Your efficiency is lamentably low. Attempt the spells I imparted to you. That single target detection incantation is nothing short of a farce. Fine. I shall try, Zhuang Shooting retorted. Should your incantation manifest through my efforts, it would only substantiate my theoretical correctness or showcase my superior casting ability. Heisenberg's detection spell omitted the elements of casting materials, tools, and visualization patterns, yet it functioned seamlessly, yielding remarkably stable results. However, upon integrating the visualization pattern, the spell faltered, shattering Zhuang Shooting's near-perfect success rate. Although he failed, Zhuang Shooting distinctly sensed the impediments during the casting process. The components of the incantation and gestures flowed smoothly. Yet a conflict arose between the focus technique and the visualization pattern. The focus technique necessitated mental concentration on the spell's effects, defining it through keywords. Yet, with the Lich Master's visualization pattern, the two focal components clashed. Contemplating one invariably led to the neglect of the other, even with the intent to remember both simultaneously. They began to blur in his mind. Zhuang Shooting tugged at his hair, attempting to calm his state and clear his thoughts. At least, that was his belief, before trying again. But to no avail. The Lich Master had also mentioned the possibility of rotating the runic spell's pattern, yet the myriad options for rotation overwhelmed him. In that moment, memories flooded back of transporting the old man and the beauty to the Hall of 72 Pillars, where two green light points glided from the right mist to the left, moving not in a straight line but in a mirrored and deflected manner. Perhaps the deviation between the two worlds should manifest in this fashion? With this method in mind, he endeavored to transform the intricately entwined runic pattern, yet soon encountered a dilemma. The runic design was inscribed on a pillar, evidently a two-dimensional representation, yet when activated, it revealed itself as a three-dimensional entity through the interplay of light and shadow. If only visualizing a static pattern, one merely needed to conceive of the projected outcome, where the distinction between 2 and 3 dimensions was negligible. However, when it came to spatial transformation, the difference became pronounced. After considerable effort, Zhuang Shooting, drenched in sweat, finally achieved a semblance of success. If merely conjuring a three-dimensional surface through thought was not exhausting, then nothing could be deemed laborious. He then visualized using the new pattern. The spell faltered again, but this time, the cause was not conflict. Zhuang Shooting perceived that this time, the focus technique and visualization pattern were harmonious. The collapse stemmed from his lack of finesse, akin to his initial 5 failures. This realization bolstered his confidence, prompting him to immerse himself in spell practice once more. Once, twice. On the 7th attempt, he successfully cast the spell, witnessing a phenomenon previously unseen. Wherever his gaze fell, the shadow artifacts illuminated, conveying the presence of shadow energy. By pausing his gaze in a specific area, the radiance of the shadow artifact would begin to shift, reflecting the nature and activity level of the shadow energy. What once was a single target detection spell had transformed into a conical area scan, with energy level detection now tenfold more efficient. Zhuang Shooting clenched his fist and raised his arm, exclaiming in unrestrained joy. He had succeeded. He had introduced the Lich Master's spell to this realm, accomplishing what even the Pink Skull had not. What are you so exuberant about? Heisenberg interjected, gliding over in his wheeled chair, wielding a pair of tongs like a ruler in the air. You can cast spells now? Yes, indeed. Zhuang Shooting beamed, his face radiating genuine happiness. After all this time, what is there to celebrate? It's merely the most rudimentary of spells, and you are drenched in sweat. You truly are weak. Heisenberg scoffed. Does Lucy still wish for you to serve as her chef? I doubt you possess such capability. You are merely fit to assist. What? Do you disagree? Zhuang Shooting opened his mouth, concealing his exuberance. Whether joy or sorrow, he yearned to share it with family, brothers, or dear friends. What was Heisenberg to him? To casually mention Lucy's desire for a new chef. Such secrets should remain undisclosed. Lucy was merely a middleman, not part of the gang. Should she acquire a chef, she would bear immense risk. Only through discretion and confidentiality could she safeguard herself. To speak so freely in the territory of the Wild Monkeys gang, what would they think? What actions would they take? Not only would Lucy be in peril, but Little Pink would face immediate danger as well. This man truly had a loose tongue. I simply require more practice. I shall improve. Zhuang Shooting frowned slightly, stating, moreover, your words may place her in jeopardy. Such discourse is unacceptable. You insolent brat. Danger? What do you know of danger? Heisenberg swung the tongs, striking Zhuang Shooting's arm. Had Zhuang not swiftly pushed off the ground with his chair, he might have suffered a broken arm. Heisenberg snorted, one hand weighing the tongs while the other rummaged through his pocket for a shock pen, gritting his teeth as he spoke. She is not in danger. I am the one in danger. I permit you to be here to grasp this truth and impart it to that foolish woman. She is merely a middleman, a bookkeeper, while I am the creator and source of wealth. Do you comprehend? Zhuang Shooting cradled his arm and nodded. He understood that any other movement would summon the shock pen. Now, demonstrate your abilities to me. Do not assume that boasting will earn my belief. Practice until you can complete a check in 3 minutes like others, capable of consecutively checking over 20 items, and then return to me. Fail to achieve this, and there is no need to continue your studies. Zhuang Shooting nodded, feigning respect as he acquiesced. He gleaned a crucial insight. The average individual checks 1 item every 3 minutes. How fast could he be? Even without the Lich Master's spell, he could thoroughly inspect a device in under a minute. And as for checking 20 items in a row, he had previously managed nearly 60 without feeling fatigued or witnessing a decline in casting efficiency. So, my casting ability is quite commendable. Alas, I am not adept at studying, resulting in poor grades that preclude my entry into specialized institutions. Were I to gain admission, I would undoubtedly master the arcane arts swiftly, whether in the realm of technology or finance, surpassing the majority. In such a scenario, I would have the opportunity to ascend the ranks, securing a position in a prestigious firm and amassing considerable wealth. Chapter 37. Chapter 36. The Eye of Shadows, my Lord Heisenberg. This appears to be a high-level tame shadow. I am not entirely certain. May I activate the detection device to verify? Zhuang Shooting employed his self-created spell, a fusion of necromantic runes and culinary folk magic, to enhance the efficiency of locating shadow artifacts and assessing their activity levels. With his spell concentration maintained, he could scan a conical area of 30 degrees approximately every minute, completing a full scan of his surroundings in just 12 minutes. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to conduct a full scan. Instead, he gathered the items that required examination closer to him, allowing for a broader focus with each attempt. Among these, Zhuang Shooting identified 8 pieces of tame shadow that could serve as components for a pistol, selecting one to present to Heisenberg. Oh, if this truly is a high-level tame shadow, then you are quite fortunate. Only high-level tamed shadows can be utilized to manufacture pistols, depending on the skill of the artisan. Approximately 3 to 5 such shadows can be combined to create a single firearm, Heisenberg remarked, noting that on the black market, each shadow pistol could fetch a price of 4,000 to 5,000 euros, varying according to its power and lethality. Indeed, it is a high-level tame shadow. Your judgment is impeccable. A rare smile spread across Heisenberg's face as he playfully patted Zhuang Shooting's thigh. Little fun. If you can locate another high-level tame shadow, I will have enough to assemble a pistol. You may observe the process, but I am also in search of shadows. Should you lag behind, you will have to wait until I gather 5 again. I shall endeavor to find more. Zhuang Shooting exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he dashed towards the pile of refuse he was responsible for. Where do you think you're running off to? It's time to shift materials. Get to work. Heisenberg gestured dismissively towards the outside, sending Zhuang Shooting off to labor while he resumed his quest for suitable shadows. What a scoundrel! Cheating in this little competition by starting early. Had I not already completed the sorting of the refuse, with 7 or 8 high-level shadows still remaining, I would have been disinclined to assist this fellow any further. Zhuang Shooting's duties involved transporting refuse out and bringing in new items for inspection, checking for any food or drink. He maintained vigilance, casting his shadow detection spell while hauling away the garbage, unexpectedly uncovering 3 shadow artifacts within, 2 energy shadows and 1 ordinary tamed shadow. Now I can absorb some energy. The shadow detection spell proved remarkably effective, deserving of a unique name. Zhuang Shooting dubbed it the Eye of Shadows, where shadow signifies the tamed shadows and eye denotes its visual detection capability. When casting, the Eye of Shadows produced almost no visible anomalies aside from hand gestures and incantations, allowing it to be executed without detection, making it particularly useful for covert operations. Its accuracy notably surpassed that of Heisenberg's detection spells, a significant advantage. He directed the Eye of Shadows at the newly arrived items, swiftly pinpointing 3 high-level tamed shadows within a mere minute. Feigning a clumsy mishap, Zhuang Shooting seized the opportunity to discreetly pocket the 3 shadow cores before dragging the remaining items over to Heisenberg. This is the latest acquisition, my lord. Would you like it? Of course. Pour them into the box, Heisenberg replied. Thus, Zhuang Xuting commenced his charade, inspecting the shadow artifacts one by one from the nearby box. After each examination, he cast a glance towards Heisenberg, utilizing the Eye of Shadows to monitor his progress. In addition to the raw materials for tamed shadows, Zhuang Xuting paid particular attention to Heisenberg's other shadow devices. Based on the revealed luminescent information, the shock pen possessed a high-level tamed shadow. But it was not the sole product of that caliber. Heisenberg's belt likely housed another high-level tamed shadow device, most probably a pistol. His sunglasses, watch, and shoes were ordinary or secondary shadow artifacts, demonstrating he was equipped from head to toe, though reluctant to cause harm. Zhuang Xuting felt compelled to prepare for all potential scenarios, especially to comprehend the threats posed by Heisenberg. Observing Heisenberg would be a long-term endeavor, requiring an understanding of his habits, preferences, and modus operandi, while also attempting to identify his weaknesses or potential points for guidance and instruction. All these actions relied on the Eye of Shadows, significantly reducing his workload. An hour and a half later, Zhuang Xuting exclaimed, "Found it." He yawned, wiped his sweat, and slouched with a weary demeanor while feigning excitement, presenting a high-level tamed shadow artifact before Heisenberg. Ah, such is the design of fate. Heisenberg set aside the components he had been handling, casting a spell to inspect the item Zhuang Xuting had brought. Indeed, your spell is accurate. Now take a seat and observe. Zhuang Xuting nodded vigorously, obediently sitting in a chair, remaining silent. He was eager to learn how shadow guns were crafted, just as he had envisioned striking it rich through the discovery of living shadow possession. Zhuang Xuting had conceived a grand plan of scavenging materials to create shadow guns for profit. With the technical aspect of his plan now hinging solely on the manufacturing of pistols, how could he not focus intently? The two most critical characteristics of a pistol are power and comfort, the latter often referred to as how painful it is to wield. Essentially, every time a pistol fires, it consumes two forms of energy, one being the dormant shadow energy, and the other being the user's physical and mental prowess. The former ensures the gun can fire and possesses basic power, while the latter provides additional lethality and aids in targeting. Once the ghostly energy projectile is released, it autonomously tracks its target, predetermined at the moment of firing. Its destructive capacity is comprised of two elements. One targets the biological activity derived from shadow energy. The other inflicts physical damage stemming from the user. Consequently, each shadow gun comprises three primary components: the tamed shadow responsible for control and energy regeneration, the destructive extraction mechanism, and the mental synchronization segment. Little fun. Have you ever seen a shadow gun? The pistol features two rings that fit onto the index and middle fingers. The index finger connects to the mind, while the middle finger links to physical destructive force, with the shadow core positioned upon the rings. Ah, but you lack the foundation. Even if I explain in detail, you would not comprehend. Instead, I will demonstrate the entire process right before your eyes. Do not ask questions. I will not speak, for this procedure is best conducted undisturbed. Just observe and retain as much as you can. In the future, upon discovering 5 or precisely the 5th high-level tamed shadow, you may witness the process again. Zhuang Xuting was not entirely satisfied with this method of instruction, but he had no alternative, so he nodded in agreement. Thus, Heisenberg commenced his work, showing no sign of slowing down for even a moment, despite Zhuang Xuting's presence. Perhaps the scrutiny affected his performance. Heisenberg expended all 5 high-level tamed shadows in crafting a single gun. He felt somewhat embarrassed, but worked diligently to conceal it, saying to Zhuang Xuting, "You see, beginners employ this technique to ensure a high success rate. Using 5 high-level tamed shadows guarantees the creation of a pistol that is already quite profitable. As your skills mature and you reduce the consumption of high-level shadows, your profits will increase." Zhuang Xuting nodded, his greedy gaze fixated on the freshly crafted pistol, expressing his desire to examine it. "That is out of the question. In this room, only I am permitted to wield weapons." Heisenberg squinted, waving his hand dismissively. "Enough of this. Do not linger here. You cannot see the pistol. Return to your vegetable washing. When you can cast a spell every 2 minutes, I will teach you the next lesson." Previously, it was mentioned that the standard for commencing a new course is 3 minutes at a time, successfully repeated 20 times in succession, correct? I am merely 2 attempts away from achieving this. Oh, did such a statement ever occur? Perhaps you misheard. Even if you did not, presenting the creation of a pistol could certainly qualify as a new course. Xiaofan, do you have any objections? Depart swiftly before my temper flares. Zhuang Shooting suddenly rose with fervor and then collapsed heavily under the influence of the shock pin. Heisenberg scolded him for a brief moment before ceasing. Still insisting he carry on with his tasks. Zhuang Shooting, evidently more subdued, did not even dare to meet his gaze. This display was entirely intentional. Zhuang Shooting had long discerned that Heisenberg's discontent towards him was accumulating and that he would inevitably seek a confrontation. Rather than allow him to explode in anger, it was preferable to preemptively ease the tension, thereby mitigating its intensity. Concurrently, he sought to understand Heisenberg's character. Though the suffering induced by the shock pin was considerable, he gleaned some valuable insights. For instance, Heisenberg appears to disregard commitments, readily concocting excuses to retract promises. Indeed, he treated Lucy in a similar manner, and it is likely he may do so again in the future. This knowledge is crucial for Zhuang Shooting's ultimate decision-making, utilizing mental guidance to tame the shadows, employing them as chisels, welding torches, and grinding tools. The transformation process embodies not only the collaborative efforts of various artisans on a factory assembly line, but also the sensation of casting spells through runic symbols, representing a harmonious fusion of technology and magical craftsmanship. Indeed, it is quite intricate, undeniably so. Moreover, should there be anything he does not comprehend, he could always consult the Lich Master. That pink skeleton has consistently shown an interest in the technologies of this world. Perhaps an exchange would inspire new ideas. Additionally, infusing it with some shadow energy should suffice to sustain a meditative session. Chapter 38. Chapter 37. Bone Spear on the first day. As he mastered the Eye of Phantom and witnessed the process of crafting the shadow gun, Zhuang Shooting felt immensely enriched. This sentiment was not exclusive to him. Heisenberg also recognized that Xiaofan had demonstrated certain value. Gazing at the long-awaited pristine restroom and inhaling the fresh air brought by the newly repaired ventilation system, Heisenberg's mood remarkably brightened, evoking a fleeting sense of compassion. He called Xiaofan to tidy up the disinfection room, and once it was clean, he moved the hammock there. He made no mention of the ruffians from the Wild Monkey Gang occasionally using the restroom below, which was hardly secure. Of course, Zhuang Shooting was not foolish enough to inquire about it. Sleeping in the disinfection room was certainly beneficial, as it would spare him from abruptly waking to find himself surrounded by several 2-meter-tall, 400-pound muscle-bound gorillas. Zhuang Shooting picked up a mop, rag, and donned cleaning gloves, commencing the organization of the disinfection room. Considering the environment, he deemed the disinfection room might not be entirely safe either. Thus, he rearranged a few tool cabinets, leaving a 1-meter-wide gap behind them, allowing him to squeeze into that space for sleeping. While the Wild Monkey Gang members possessed considerable strength, they would be unable to fit into such a narrow area without first moving the cabinets, which would awaken Zhuang Shooting. However, this arrangement left him without a place to hang the hammock. No matter, Zhuang Shooting thought. After all, he often slept on the floor at home. Although his small apartment featured a sofa, he frequently fell off it, often oblivious to the fall, continuing to sleep undisturbed, a habit he found impossible to change. Therefore, sleeping on the ground became the more prudent choice. With 2 isolation suits layered beneath him, the makeshift bedding was nearly as comfortable as a mattress. Curling up in the corner behind the cabinet, he felt somewhat hungry and exceedingly fatigued, yet his worries kept him from slumber. Heisenberg was not a trustworthy roommate, and this was hardly a place to feel at ease. After a moment of contemplation, he rose to retrieve a roll of adhesive tape to seal his mouth. Naturally, he left a few breathing holes. He did not desire to suffocate, but rather aimed to prevent sleep-talking. He had never heard his family mention a tendency for sleep-talking, yet he did not wish to take chances. His family, whether parents or siblings, were all quite exhausted daily, collapsing into sleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow, and even if he did talk in his sleep, they would not hear it. Indeed, when he fell from the sofa, his sister seemed to have paid it no mind. He pondered about their current state, especially his sister. Had she found a new apartment? Could she manage the move alone? His chaotic thoughts turned his body restless, akin to ants crawling all over him, further heightening his agitation and hindering his ability to drift off. This simply would not do. He needed to calm his mind. Oh, Zhuang Shooting conceived a brilliant idea, using the Lich Master and meditation to soothe himself, akin to counting sheep to fall asleep. He made his way to the Hall of 72 Pillars, where he encountered his face, pirated by the Lich Master, floating above the throne. Could you please use your own face? Seeing my reflection in the mirror is quite unsettling. Fearing it might suddenly speak, he expressed. Your courage seems to have grown. Is it the confidence from successfully casting spells? The Lich Master replied. We are discussing your appearance. I have forgotten what I originally looked like, he confessed. Before becoming a lich, I left behind a portrait, but it has decayed over time. I have not seen a living person in ages, aside from your visage. I have no other images in my memory. Perhaps I could use your sister's face, as I have seen it, the Lich Master suggested. Please, just use my face. If you employ Zhuang Feifei's visage with the voice of a weathered old man, I would surely succumb to madness at an alarming rate. Master, I understand now. The face is inconsequential. What matters is the spell and the theory. I have succeeded in casting your runic incantation. Indeed, I am aware. Congratulations. The Lich Master's voice remained calm, devoid of overt elation. Have you named the new spell? Yes, Eye of Phantom. What do you think of this title? Use it. It is quite good. I concur, the Lich Master stated. Now, recount the process of your successful spellcasting here. Zhuang Shooting shared his observations, thoughts, and methods without reservation, garnering nods of approval from the Lich Master. My world bears significant resemblance to yours. This is due to the realm of the divine. What you refer to as the Shadow Realm, the Lich Master explained. Our spells traverse the divine realm before reaching your world, suggesting a necessary transition, which you have discovered. To be more precise, it is one of the methods. That is quite an astute discovery. It involves mirroring, flipping, and rotating. The Lich Master shook his head. Do you recall the old man and the maiden? They were quite astonished by the teleportation process and mentioned the sighing wall. I can assure you, no one from your world has crossed the sighing wall on my side, nor can anyone observe this teleportation process. In truth, only you and I are privy to this transformation. Oh, so that is how it is. Does this mean I possess a secret unknown, even to your organization? The spells inscribed on these 72 pillars are fundamentally secrets to you. I too am a secret. Zhuang Shooting. Are you contemplating selling me off again? That notion has significantly diminished, yet I confess it has not entirely vanished. Haha, you are quite honest, and you have not lied to me. Are you still hoping to learn more spells from me, to adapt them for use in your world? Zhuang Shooting nodded, admitting he harbored such thoughts. And they were quite intense. This is human nature. I share this inclination as well. However, do not underestimate the complexity of this endeavor. Transforming spells is not as simple as reversing runic patterns. If it were that easy, your exploration teams would have long since found a way to cross the sighing wall. What exactly is the sighing wall? Given your current level of spellcasting, it is challenging for me to explain thoroughly. Consider it a regulated area preventing individuals from your world from delving deeper, much like the realm of the divine, where only those granted permission may enter. That is roughly the essence of it, the Lich Master continued. From my experience, if you wish to convert more spells, it is best to establish a connection with the incantations already existing in your world, operating in parallel. If anything feels amiss, make adjustments. The more comfortable and smoother it feels, the more likely it is correct. Just like when I attempted the Eye of Phantom? Yes, precisely. The Lich Master stated. Whenever you learn a new spell, come here and share it with me. I will seek out similar spells for you. The spells I possess have been refined through countless trials, achieving optimal efficacy. They are incomparable to that of your Heisenberg. I wish to learn how to craft a shadow gun. With a shadow gun, I could sell it to Sauce or Lucy, ensuring a substantial income. Thus, you would not need to sell me. The Lich Master scoffed. I am fully aware of the considerable risks associated with selling you. You are a living shadow servant, endowed with remarkable intelligence, undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Such a being would involve far-reaching implications, and I fear I may not be able to control the situation. Your awareness of this is commendable. Moreover, I am neither an object nor a shadow servant. Feel free to use the Eye of Phantom to verify. Huh, you are not a shadow servant? Indeed, the Lich Master affirmed. Tell me, what do you think of that Heisenberg fellow? Is he cautious or rather careless? Zhuang Shooting furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. I believe he is the former. Ah, indeed, he has always been wary of me. It is inconceivable that he would refrain from employing the spell of shadow detection against me. If you were a shadow, his eyes would surely be blinded by the brilliance. It is only during the absorption of shadow energy that one experiences the manifestation of ethereal luminescence. I am but a lich, resembling a shadow in many respects. Yet my essence is not one. The detection spells cannot locate me. In simpler terms, I am a specter, drawing upon my own memories. Zhuang Shooting vividly recreated Heisenberg's operational techniques while meticulously detailing the alterations occurring in the dual-ringed finger tiger. The Lich Master was intensely focused. His eyes, mirroring those of Zhuang Shooting, radiated a luminous wisdom. This scene was naturally witnessed by Zhuang Shooting, who felt an inner envy. As if a superior version of himself stood before him, an exemplar, a source of motivation, a vision from his dreams. Your handgun is quite intriguing, bearing resemblance to 3 spells: Magic Missile, Bone Spear, and Chill Touch. The Magic Missile boasts a higher accuracy, the Bone Spear wields greater power, while Chill Touch can siphon the life energy from living beings. The handgun strikes a balance among them, yet I remain uncertain as to how it achieves its functions. Nevertheless, you have observed its workings. I assure you that I have accurately imitated them, Zhuang Shooting declared. What you have mimicked are merely the superficial aspects. You have overlooked the process of energy transfer within the shadows, particularly how they etch into the dual-ringed finger tiger. The Lich Master remarked. Should you find yourself with the opportunity again, observe with the eye of the shadow. You must maintain absolute focus on a single target. I believe you will require at least 2 opportunities, one to observe Heisenberg and another for the dual-ringed finger tiger. The latter is of paramount importance, as Heisenberg's spellcasting techniques are not particularly advanced and should only serve as a reference. After a moment of contemplation, the Lich Master continued, in relative terms. The Bone Spear is more likely to serve as the core rune for the handgun. I suggest you first learn this spell. It is one of the foundational spells, simpler and more manageable than the other 2. Chapter 39. Chapter 38. Cyclical Existence. Memorizing the intricate runes of the Bone Spear spell. Zhuang Shooting departed from the Grand Hall of the 72 Stone Pillars, tasked with absorbing more shadow energy. This endeavor indeed cleared his mind, and he soon fell into a deep slumber resembling that of an infant, letting out soft snores that, while muted, echoed conspicuously in the silence of the basement. Heisenberg, yearning for rest, found the snores akin to the rhythmic dripping of a faucet, seemingly patterned yet perpetually irritating. To rouse Zhuang Shooting from his slumber for this trivial matter would surely lead to exhaustion. Conversely, allowing him to sleep during the day would deprive Heisenberg of a capable assistant. After much contemplation, Heisenberg opted to prioritize productivity over authority, stuffing his ears with cotton and succumbing to sleep. As the day of adjustment concluded, both parties awakened the following morning without harboring thoughts of violence towards one another, thus establishing a routine. This routine perpetuated itself, akin to the completion of daily tasks, transporting and sorting refuse, searching for shadow devices within, categorizing them, and repurposing them into new products. Heisenberg began imparting new knowledge to Zhuang Shooting, such as the reconfiguration of shadow chips for the creation of radios, electronic locks, and other rudimentary shadow devices. Unlike other gangs, the Wild Monkey Gang's electronic locks garnered a solid reputation in the market, largely due to their lack of burglars. The gang members, pursuing robust physiques, were formidable in combat, yet conspicuous, ill-suited for stealthy endeavors. Can one envision a 2-meter-tall, 400-pound behemoth tiptoeing stealthily into a home to pilfer items? For the Wild Monkey Gang, lock-picking was as effortless as a swift kick. More complex locks demanded 2 kicks, while exceptionally robust locks were smashed with a vehicle. Hence, the gang refrained from wasting time and energy on electronic locks, opting instead to produce, comparatively, exceptionally sturdy security doors to safeguard their potential assets. Incidentally, the gang's background in security was also well regarded. At first glance, the Wild Monkey Gang might seem more approachable than other factions, yet this perception is misleading. Heisenberg, with his incessant chatter, had divulged the exploits of the Wild Monkey Gang more thoroughly than a 24-hour news broadcast. In truth, the Wild Monkey Gang exhibited a brutality surpassing that of other factions, boasting the highest kill rate among all gangs in Peicheng. This propensity for violence was exacerbated among the lower-ranking members, the novice monkeys and baboons, who displayed an alarming volatility. Any resistance encountered, even a mere attempt at negotiation, would provoke a sudden, violent outburst. Their physical prowess rendered them nearly invincible to the average individual, resulting in a higher mortality rate. As for the mid to high-ranking members, they had developed a tolerance to the substances they consumed, yet found themselves addicted, a completely different state of being. Heisenberg remarked with a smile that they craved prolonged, continuous stimulation, reveling in the torment of others. Prolonging torture or interrogation became their favorite art. In essence, The Wild Monkey Gang exercised violence as a means of controlling their territory, compelling compliance from the locals or subjecting them to the wrath of the gorillas and baboons. According to Heisenberg, some of the gang's hulking members could withstand gunfire, often enduring 6 or 7 shots while retaining their combat effectiveness. Of course, there were caveats. Their eyes, armpits, groin, and mouth were vulnerable to gunfire. Notably, strikes to the groin were ineffective against them, as they were largely numb and rigid. Could such matters even be spoken of? Zhuang Shooting pondered, mentally sketching a large question mark. Fortunately, he understood Heisenberg's tendency to overshare. Such disclosures were merely part of his daily demeanor. Otherwise, he would be genuinely concerned for his safety, fearing that knowing too much could lead to a fatal silencing by the Wild Monkey Gang. In the ensuing days, he subtly broached the subject of Lucy, cautioning that intermediaries should not become too closely entwined with gangs due to inherent risks. Heisenberg, however, dismissed these concerns with unamusing quips. Observing Heisenberg's lack of a definitive stance, Zhuang Shooting found himself at an impasse. Currently, he needed to focus on mastering shadow technology. Unwilling to jeopardize his position by confronting Heisenberg directly, he resolved to make one final effort after a month had elapsed. Thus, 2 weeks passed. Thanks to his keen observational skills and the guidance of the Lich Master, Zhuang Shooting had nearly acclimated to the field. He learned to discern the types and functions of shadow devices, adeptly assessing their interfaces with mere fingertips. Familiar with common shadow chips available in the market, he understood how to repurpose them, transferring them into similar appliances. Concerning the realm of shadow handguns, he had begun to glean insights. Through a few surreptitious observations, he deciphered the energy reactions during Heisenberg's creation of shadow guns, relaying all information to the Lich Master. Based on these energy reactions, coupled with the runic patterns on the surface of the double-ringed finger tiger, inverted, the Lich Master had begun to unravel the intricacies of the shadow gun incantation. This was undoubtedly a novel spell, never before encountered in the Lich Master's realm, yet its foundational principles remain traceable. Just as in any world, there exists a desire for weaponry that strikes further, with greater precision, and with increased lethality. Everyone builds upon established foundations, striving to innovate and find reflections of their own existence in others. Moreover, the two realms were intrinsically linked, with the extraction of shadow energy from the shadow realm boasting a history spanning nearly 3 millennia, ensuring a heightened degree of convergence between the two. Through careful analysis, it was concluded that the technology of shadow guns bore closer resemblance to the bone spear technique of necromancy, both involving the projection of an energy entity capable of material impact and penetration. The bone spear required no literal bone to be thrown. The term bone referred to the tactile sensation imparted by the spell's energy, akin in hardness to actual bone. The Lich Master noted that the bone spear was a fundamental incantation in their domain, possessing commendable power, yet average accuracy, primarily employed against large, unarmored creatures. He refrained from elaborating on the monstrous aspect, instead aligning his discourse with the shadow gun incantation and the topic of magical missiles. In his realm, magical missiles possessed exceptional tracking capabilities, almost guaranteed to hit their target. However, their power was comparatively weak, lacking precision. One could cast a spell to direct a magical missile towards an adversary, yet it could not be aimed at specific points such as the eyes or throat. Due to their diminished power, the impact on any body part was largely inconsequential, rendering this flaw negligible. In contrast, the cold touch spell inflicted more pronounced damage, particularly against living beings, directly assaulting their life force, resistant to armor or fatty layers. The shadow handgun possessed tracking abilities, albeit not as pronounced, allowing for greater accuracy. When targeting stationary objects, the shadow gun proved considerably precise, a quality lacking in magical missiles. It exhibited the impact force of the bone spear, capable of penetrating iron plates. Its lethality against human targets was also noteworthy, reminiscent of the cold touch effect. What was needed was a new runic spell that amalgamated the attributes of all three. The Lich Master pondered before shaking his head, stating, "No, it has already been invented. While it is novel to me, it is not, in fact, original. What I am doing is merely replication. Do not be disheartened. Not everyone is required to rediscover all knowledge from scratch. One must always learn from the known." Moreover, Heisenberg's shadow gun technology is certainly inferior to that of the company. First, master his techniques, and then engage the company for a true contest of skill. The Lich Master agreed with a smile, Yet an unsettling thought crept into its mind. How has this zhuang shooting become increasingly astute, even at times appearing more clever than myself? This is peculiar. Could it be that my wisdom has been siphoned away by him? Unable to ascertain the truth of this notion, and captivated by the allure of shadow spear techniques, it swiftly dismissed the thought. On the very day it presented the first version of the shadow spear rune for zhuang shooting to experiment with, an alarm unexpectedly blared from the depths of the underground's third level. The sound emanated from an old, rusted doorbell, enshrouded in cobwebs, which zhuang shooting had always assumed to be mere decoration or a piece of discarded junk that was too bothersome to remove. Such objects were ubiquitous and hardly surprising. Oh no, someone is approaching. Heisenberg hastily abandoned the half-constructed handgun, seizing zhuang shooting and urging him to flee. As they moved, he instructed, "You must hide. Under no circumstances should you make a sound or be discovered. Otherwise, I cannot save you." "Who is coming?" Zhuang shooting inquired. "Do not ask that question. Focus on surviving first. No one was supposed to be here at this time." Heisenberg led him to the disinfection chamber, opening a cabinet from which he retrieved an oversized bag, one clearly meant for a gorilla, ample enough to conceal a person within it. "Go to the sleeping area behind the cabinet, then cover yourself with the items in the bag, wrapping yourself as much as possible. Those layers contain oil, which can obstruct shadow energy. Remember, silence is paramount." Heisenberg tossed the items down and turned to leave, muttering about how if the restroom remained so filthy, no one would wish to inspect it. Zhuang shooting scratched his head. If it were this perilous, couldn't he simply hide upstairs? The impending visitor must be someone formidable, one whom Heisenberg could not afford to offend. His own status as a chef in the gang was insignificant in comparison. Thus, he hastened to conceal himself, as his identity was indeed sensitive. With urgency, he scanned his surroundings, swiftly stowing away any items that could betray his presence before squeezing himself behind the cabinet. The contents of the bag resembled a waterbed mattress, albeit more viscous, akin to being filled with glue. Zhuang shooting found no fault with it. Fortunately, the bag was large enough, unfolding like a small tent, allowing him to curl up and hide within. Half a minute later, footsteps echoed on the staircase, the click-clack of high-heeled boots resonating. Only a single pair of footsteps. Could it be a solitary woman approaching? Chapter 40, Section 39. The uninvited sovereign. He cast a glance at the disinfection chamber, relieved to find no apparent flaws. A woman descended the staircase, exuding an air of regality. She was a robust figure in her 30s, radiating ambition, a trait palpable in her expressions. With a square jaw, prominent brows, and large, expressive eyes, her countenance bore a resolute, androgynous quality. Adorning her striking features were silver, elongated eyelashes, and deep crimson eyeshadow with a pearlescent sheen, complemented by matching lipstick, a makeup style favored by the women of Peicing. This fashionable visage conveyed independence, confidence, and assertive ambition, suggesting a certain social standing, or so the advertisements proclaimed. In Peicing, it is said that one's true strength cannot be judged by appearances, but rather by their attire. Wearing a corporate uniform elevates one above the mundane. If that uniform belongs to one of the prestigious 4 major corporations, preferably a navy blue suit worn by mid-level or higher employees, the evaluation is undoubtedly enhanced. The woman who descended wore a blue-purple combat suit, emblazoned on her left breast with a diamond-shaped platinum badge featuring the emblem of Dingxin magic creation, 2 crossed pistols held aloft by misty hands. Encircling the pistols were roses of red and blue, a symbol of her affiliation with the company's business development department, a division known for its trailblazing endeavors, essentially the company's armed forces. Her combat suit, crafted from specialized, cut-resistant, and flame-retardant fibers, was reinforced with stab-resistant armor plates at critical junctures and supported by an internal framework designed to dissipate impact. Some suits even boasted customized features for corrosion resistance or reduced shadow energy damage, while others included enhancements for shadow weaponry. The woman before him had opted for the latter, favoring solitary action. She believed that swiftly eliminating adversaries was superior to perpetual defense, as defense invariably harbors vulnerabilities, while the dead pose no threat. Every piece of her equipment was tailored for lethality, including armored gloves with integrated shadow gun capabilities and accelerated boots for rapid movement, both products of the company, renowned for their exceptional quality and deadly efficiency. I dare not presume. I have always been but a rat of the wild monkey gang, destined for mediocrity. Mrs. Smith, Perhaps Cassandra would suffice, she murmured, her voice trembling with unease. Cassandra Smith responded with a swift slap, the sound echoing sharply in the air as she struck Heisenberg with her backhand. Her cold gaze fixated on the fallen Heisenberg, observing the blood trickling from his lip. A flicker of satisfaction igniting within her, though her voice remained calm. You dare to speak so recklessly. That tongue ought to be severed. Are you not afraid of being overheard here? The members of the Wild Monkey Gang were so clumsy they could hardly be considered spies. Heisenberg slowly pushed himself off the ground, one cheek swollen and the other bleeding, not daring to wipe it away. It's just the two of us here. Perhaps, Cassandra replied, extending her arms, commanding, open. A certain shadow device activated, causing her arms to swell with muscle, resembling undulating mountain ranges, far surpassing any thug from the Wild Monkey Gang above. The combat suit expanded without danger of rupturing, emanating a ghostly blue light from within, evidence of its remarkable shadow enhancement capabilities. Close, she commanded again, clapping her palms together before her chest. From her core, a wave of ghostly blue energy radiated outward, its expansion unimpeded by the walls. The lights on the third sublevel flickered wildly as the shadow device emitted moans, parts bursting into sparks and igniting, leaving trails of curling smoke in their wake. Heisenberg was beset by an overwhelming urge to vomit, the shock pen in his pocket heating up painfully against his skin, yet he dared not voice a word, swallowing his discomfort. Everything that can be damaged possesses detection and reception capabilities, making it a potential spy and information-gathering device. You are far too careless, Cassandra remarked, her nose wrinkling as she sniffed the air. Are there no outsiders here? The scent is different. Cassandra grimaced, halting her sniffing upon catching a whiff of the thuggish scent above. She kicked Heisenberg aside and strode toward the workshop. Heisenberg sidestepped, allowing her passage, then trailed behind like an obedient acolyte. The corridor lacks seating. This place is far superior, Heisenberg exclaimed. What prompted this sudden interest in Hercules? It's both clandestine and secure, and the thugs above remain oblivious. Moreover, the purification and filtration progress of Hercules is stable. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Do you know about the explosion at the Crimson Group's office building on June 23rd? I've heard whispers. It seems a group of agitated workers instigated a riot. I inquired with the Wild Monkey Gang, and they denied involvement. The Wild Monkey Gang lacks the capability for such deeds. I am well aware of that, Cassandra asserted. I am here to caution you that there may be individuals attempting to steal active shadows and poaching, possibly hired mercenaries or covert operatives from another company. The presence of Hercules here may become precarious. You must exercise utmost caution. Stealing active shadows. Such things do not appear on the black market. It must be the work of another company. Are you still fixated on money? At such a time, your thoughts linger on. Sigh. Cassandra lamented. You truly have not progressed. Yet perhaps it is for the best. Lacking ambition may allow you to live a while longer. Forget the money for now and ponder the issues at hand. I cannot fathom it. Best you explain, Heisenberg replied, wringing his hands, his gaze evasive. Cassandra, misinterpreting Heisenberg's demeanor as mere cowardice, akin to his former reluctance to engage with corporate matters. Continued, Dingxin Magic Creation has gathered intelligence indicating that a fool from the Crimson Group brought a light box to the protest site, intending to refine shadows amidst the crowd. Some individuals, likely having caught wind of this, attempted to seize the shadows, resulting in chaos and explosions. They succeeded in their theft yet failed to make off with the goods. That is the crux of the problem. I do not comprehend, Heisenberg stammered. Cassandra elucidated. According to our intel, the light box remains at the site, gravely damaged, with residual shadows having degraded from their original vibrant state to a mere muddle of red and green, making it difficult to classify as living shadows. The remnants at the scene are rife with shadow energy, characteristic of explosive degradation. The Crimson Group leads the investigation. They possess the most detailed knowledge. While we rely solely on conjecture, the thieves only achieved partial success. They approached the shadows but failed to capture them, resulting in a wasteful release of energy that led to degradation. In this case, it would have been better not to attempt the theft, leaving the remnants behind. Otherwise, the Crimson Group would certainly classify the incident as involving vibrant shadows, dispatching their most elite team, which would be a formidable challenge. Heisenberg nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is illogical to confront the Crimson Madmen over a mere red shadow. It would be wiser to leave it be. Yet even so, the Crimson Group will not let them off easily. Certainly not. The Crimson Group continues their investigation. Do not be naive enough to think this matter will not affect us. Let us first consider those unknown thieves. Their intelligence and infiltration capabilities are formidable. They manage to unearth such covert information and execute swift actions, which cannot be underestimated. Having failed to acquire the Crimson Shadows, they may very well seek to compensate for their losses by targeting Hercules. Presently, all shadows stored outside the company are in jeopardy. The matter concerning Hercules is known solely to you and me. The members of the Wild Monkey Gang remain oblivious to it. Surely, it is not of such grave concern. The Crimson Group thought similarly during the incident on the 23rd of June. Cassandra remarked. Moreover, the Crimson Group did not specifically target that group of individuals, thus casting suspicion on everyone, particularly other companies. They have also lost a top-tier shadow agent. Is this not a significant loss that warrants compensation? What shall we do then? Allow me to inform you. Once this round of filtration is complete, you are to terminate the project and prepare for relocation. I will seek a secure moment to escort Hercules away. Cassandra threatened. Should this matter go awry, I will personally ensure your reckoning. Chapter 41. Progress is essential. Zhuang Shooting concealed himself beneath a mat, eavesdropping on the conversation between Cassandra and Heisenberg. It was revealed that the explosion on the night of the 623 incident was instigated by a theft related to the Shadow Clan. A significant figure from the Crimson Group turned out to be a fool. He attempted to filter the Shadow Clan through a crowd of protesting demonstrators, only to end up losing everything to another group of thieves. No wonder the previously peaceful protests escalated into violence. With chaos erupting and countless lives lost, this incident could be attributed to the Crimson Group. What heartless scoundrels! Zhuang Shooting silently cursed. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. The Lich Master entered his body, thus diminishing the Shadow Clan's influence. It must be said that the information Zhuang Shooting received was favorable, yet his predicament had become quite perilous. Heisenberg had not disclosed Zhuang Shooting's existence to Cassandra, a choice likely made out of self-interest, not a sign of his willingness to allow Zhuang Shooting to learn more. Once Cassandra departed, Heisenberg might very well eliminate him. This thought troubled Zhuang Shooting greatly. He needed to devise a way to avert such an outcome. Should he act first? Heisenberg wielded a shock pen and possessed a Shadow Clan firearm. What did he have? In his haste to hide, he had brought nothing with him. If a confrontation arose, he was left with only his fists. Alas, these were the fists of a novice. Devoid of any combat technique, with the sole experience of desperately kicking in the groin, he had no chance of victory. Moreover, even if he managed to overpower Heisenberg, there were still 7 floors of the Wild Monkey Gang above him, ready to crush him like a bug. If he couldn't defeat Heisenberg now, charging out would be tantamount to seeking death. The issue ultimately lay in his lack of strength. He didn't even possess a Shadow Clan firearm. He had been on the cusp of acquiring one. The Lich Master had already crafted the first version of the firearms rune diagram, awaiting an opportunity for experimentation. Who could have anticipated such a situation? Lacking power, he had no choice but to rely on his acting skills to survive, to obfuscate the matter. Zhuang Shooting pondered carefully. Perhaps Heisenberg had no intention of killing him. He might fear the intermediary, Lucy, seeking revenge afterward. If Heisenberg truly feared Lucy, there was no need for him to repay favors or clandestinely take on an apprentice. Regardless, Little Fun was a potential chef, a cash cow for Lucy, and value has always determined the severity of retribution. Zhuang Shooting quickly grasped Heisenberg's mindset. If things went exceedingly well, that would be splendid. This included Little Fun not overhearing anything, Cassandra remaining completely oblivious, and that Hercules being safe and sound. With this clarity, Zhuang Shooting knew how to proceed. Though the situation remained extremely dangerous, there was a chance for him to carve out a path for survival. He curled up beneath the mat, filled with crude oil, stifling his breath, one hand covering his mouth, and then closed his eyes. He would patiently await Heisenberg to rouse him. Simultaneously, he silently prayed for good fortune, hoping Heisenberg wouldn't immediately fire a Shadow Clan gun at the mat. The threat of death loomed large. He felt as though he were walking along the edge of a precipice. When there is no alternative route, one must indeed pray that every step lands upon solid footing, rather than on treacherous ground that could crumble beneath him. After a while, the noises from outside the mat ceased, indicating that Cassandra had likely departed. At that moment, Zhuang Shooting heard Heisenberg calling him from outside. Little Fun, you can come out now. He remained motionless, pretending not to hear, as Heisenberg's voice was too soft. akin to regular conversation. Responding at that moment would be tantamount to acknowledging that he could hear. Little fun, you can come out. The volume increased slightly, yet it still lacked the intensity to cross the threshold of Zhuang Shooting's safety line. Did you hear me? I said you can come out. He refused to emerge. Feigning ignorance, Zhuang Shooting remained still, hidden beneath the mat. After a few moments and several calls, Heisenberg finally lost patience. He squeezed through a gap in the cabinet, kicked the mat, and then lifted it. He beheld Little Fun with one hand over his mouth and the other rubbing his sleepy eyes, yawning as he looked at him. "Oh," Zhuang Shooting exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened. "Can I come out now? I just fell asleep. Perhaps I've been too tired lately." Yet it was so quiet inside, such a rare tranquility. "Is that so?" Heisenberg kept one hand in his pocket, where the shock pen resided. "What have you been doing in there?" "I was frightened after entering, unsure of what was happening outside. I just thought I must remain silent and listen to the adults." Zhuang Shooting produced his pre-prepared lines, donning an expression of feigned earnestness. "So, I covered my mouth, slowed my breathing, and remained completely still. It was quite stuffy under the mat, and I could hear the gurgling sound, likely from the crude oil shifting within. That sound was so soothing. And before I knew it, I fell asleep." "Asleep? You heard nothing at all?" "Well, not entirely. At first, I heard footsteps coming down the stairs. But once the mat was draped over me, I couldn't discern the sounds clearly. The more I tried to listen, the sleepier I became." Zhuang Shooting inquired. "Who came? Was it the leader of the wild monkey gang? Is it King Kong? Wow, how tall is he? How heavy? Can he punch through a wall?" "He can punch your upper body to the ceiling while your lower half remains on the ground." "All right, enough chit-chat. Go wash up. You reek of crude oil." Zhuang Shooting glanced down and indeed detected the scent, yet he continued to feign puzzlement, saying, "No, I think I smell fine. You've been in there too long. You've become accustomed to it, like a rat in a sewer. Go wash up, then come back and continue working." "Yes, sir." Zhuang Shooting understood he had narrowly escaped danger and resumed his tasks. "Also, put that mat away. I don't want to get that smell on me. Moreover, the crude oil interferes with the function of the Shadow Clan, hindering our work." "What a useful fellow." Heisenberg observed Zhuang Shooting's profile with a sidelong glance, mentally calculating, "Useful indeed, but I must rid myself of him swiftly." Cassandra would return, right after the next filtration process concludes. A typical complete process requires a week, and with an additional day or two for tidying up, she would undoubtedly return within 2 weeks. "It's settled then." He turned around, adopting an unusually gentle tone. "Little Fun, you have essentially entered the field. You know how to discern the levels of the Shadow Clan and have a general understanding of the rules of resource utilization. Now, tell me, which type of Shadow Clan device would you like to learn to create?" "A handgun," Zhuang Shooting declared with unwavering certainty, without a moment's hesitation. "Good choice. It offers the highest returns, yet the difficulty is considerable. I can learn it. I'm not afraid of hard work. No matter how long it takes, I will persevere. Damn it. It's not about whether you can endure. It's that I don't want you to remain here." Heisenberg rolled his eyes unconsciously, a gesture that Zhuang Shooting astutely noted. "Little Fun, since you have such determination, let us get started. Set aside all those principles and intermediate knowledge. First, learn my actions and methods. You cannot become a skilled chef overnight. The things I want to teach you this time, you will gradually comprehend through practice. You will eventually catch up." Zhuang Shooting nodded, his eyes wide with anticipation. "Then let us begin," Heisenberg stated. "The core structure of the handgun has multiple forms. Some require company technology and teamwork to complete, which is beyond our reach. The handguns produced by gangs typically adopt these structures, resulting in a higher production rate. Come, I will draw the diagram for you." Chapter 42. Section 41. Understanding one's responsibilities. The structure of a pistol is as such. You have now acquired all the knowledge required to craft a firearm. With a smile gracing his face, Heisenberg continued in an unnaturally amiable tone, "You should practice diligently. Should any questions arise in the next few days, feel free to ask me." What was the intention behind this? It was evidently out of character. Heisenberg had always adopted a laid-back approach towards Zhuang Shooting, taking a hands-off attitude in his teaching, offering just enough guidance to whet his appetite, but never allowing him to feel satiated. In terms of work, however, his demeanor was one of relentless pressure. He hammered away at Zhuang as if attempting to transform coal dust into diamonds, extracting every ounce of value. The qualities of kindness, warmth, and consideration for others were not traits associated with Heisenberg. Any alteration in behavior was surely not without reason. peering through the fog. Zhuang Shooting sensed an underlying impatience masked by Heisenberg's feigned friendliness. Heisenberg was eager to be rid of him, and quickly, even going so far as to teach him the craft of pistol-making as a pretext. Connecting the dots, it was evident that this matter was related to Cassandra and Hercules. Given that he had previously played the part of an oblivious, slumbering youth, he had to continue this charade, ensuring not a single slip of the tongue. Yes, sir, understood. Sir, Zhuang Shooting nodded, remarking, this round feels comprehensive and fluid. I shall give it a try? A try? With what will you attempt it? Heisenberg pondered before responding. If you manage to locate 5 green shadows, you may attempt it yourself. Consider it a privilege I extend to you. However, he wished to dispatch the little one while avoiding expenditure. The thought of the euros he could earn from crafting each pistol, juxtaposed with the notion that the little one was essentially using his own funds for practice, made Heisenberg feel uneasy, as if ants were crawling all over him. Lacking the accumulated resources from the hillside, how could he hope to ascend to the summit? Though resentment boiled within, he could not afford to display it. He had to maintain the fade of the little one. The only solace he found was in thoroughly understanding Heisenberg's character, greedy, reckless, and utterly overreaching. The crux of the matter lay in this overreach. Despite the potential for profit from the Wild Monkey Gang, the intermediary Lucy, and Cassandra's company, the motivation was not in question. As a chef capable of crafting firearms, his bargaining chips were barely sufficient, yet the flaws in his character were indeed fatal. While Heisenberg exhibited moments of brilliance in emergencies, such as concealing Zhuang Shooting during Cassandra's surprise inspection, in non-emergency situations, he tended to be excessively loquacious. Unbeknownst to him, he had already divulged far too much about the Wild Monkey Gang to Zhuang Shooting, even broaching the subject of his long-standing, uncomfortable issues on more than 3 occasions. Zhuang Shooting mused that if, in the coming days, Heisenberg mentioned the company or hinted at matters concerning Cassandra, he could not be allowed to remain. The only way to ensure Heisenberg kept his secrets was to isolate him indefinitely, or worse. 3 chances? Very well, I shall do my utmost. Zhuang Shooting smiled at Heisenberg, contemplating that these 3 opportunities might not be exclusively for him, but perhaps for Heisenberg himself. I surely cannot match your prowess, sir. Might you grant me a reprieve? Just 3, Heisenberg retorted. All right, 3 it is, as you say. With a hint of disappointment, Zhuang Shooting sighed. Then, with renewed vigor, thumped his chest and declared, I shall strive to succeed. Seek your green shadows elsewhere. Do not come to me. Heisenberg tossed the comment over his shoulder as he dismissed him. Zhuang Shooting utilized 12 of those shadows, exchanging them with Heisenberg for 5 opportunities to observe the pistol-making process. This cunning individual discreetly monitored the number of shadows on Heisenberg's desk, ensuring he had 4 green-level shadows before procuring a 5th, thereby securing an additional opportunity for observation. The steel used in crafting the shadow pistols lay within the sterilization room. It was a specially formulated alloy containing not only iron but also titanium, tungsten, and manganese. Regardless of whether the firearms were handcrafted by the gang or mass-produced by the company, this was the primary raw material. Although the gang could not manufacture this steel, smuggling a few pieces from the steel mill posed no challenge. They were stored as steel bars, each measuring 8 by 3 by 2 centimeters, meticulously arranged in the cabinet. Each bar could yield 1 pistol and could only be used once. While the cost of the steel bars constituted a mere fraction of the overall pistol expense, controlling their quantity allowed for easy tracking of the chef's progress. As long as the total matched, Heisenberg was unlikely to concern himself with who had crafted the pistols. This was entirely reasonable. Heisenberg had always worked alone, and the Wild Monkey Gang maintained stringent security over the building, deterring any would-be thieves. Thus, meticulous bookkeeping appeared pointless. For the Wild Monkey Gang, unable to predict how many high-level shadows might be discovered, tracking the quantity of steel bars sufficed. They needed only to monitor this. Disregarding who manufactured the pistols, it was likely that the Wild Monkey Gang remained unaware that the last individual who entered had yet to depart. If Zhuang Shooting wished to continue practicing after crafting a pistol, he would utilize the steel bars on Heisenberg's desk. Zhuang Shooting calculated that his only concern was whether he could indeed produce a firearm. Let us give it a try. Although he could have consulted the Lich Master for guidance, he refrained. Heisenberg was nearby, feigning concentration on his own work, yet surely casting furtive glances. The initial attempt was bound to fail, and it was imperative that it be a spectacular failure, aligning with Heisenberg's expectations. Zhuang Shooting prepared himself for failure while simultaneously gearing up to glean as much experience as possible from the setback. And so it began. Zhuang Shooting arranged the shadows according to Heisenberg's instructions, grasping the steel bar and invoking the incantation for shadow energy manipulation, commencing the etching on the steel. Immediately, he realized that the incantation was far more challenging to control than anticipated, with two words standing out: cumbersome. It was akin to attempting to crack an egg with a sledgehammer, requiring only a delicate fissure while forbidding complete destruction. Why not reverse the approach, keeping the hammer stationary and moving the egg instead? Without engaging in practical application, one would never uncover such a dilemma, nor conceive of this solution. If reversed, the manipulation of shadow energy would not necessitate movement. One would merely need to control its intensity and properties. The trajectory of movement for the steel bar must precisely mirror that of the shadow energy, demanding a transformation of space. However, he admired the little one's decisiveness. Upon recognizing the error, he promptly halted, thereby conserving precious shadow energy. 5 green shadows could craft a single pistol, and 3 or 4 would suffice as well. By stopping immediately, the residual energy for subsequent manufacturing would be ample, enhancing prospects for success. As Zhuang Shooting furrowed his brow in contemplation while gesturing with the steel bar, this all fell within Heisenberg's expectations, yet he could not have anticipated Zhuang Shooting's innovative thought process. Reversing the manufacturing route posed challenges in energy manipulation angles. For shadow energy emanated from the fingertips, while the steel bar lacked such dexterity. Yet I could utilize the control methods of the Lich Master's runes. When encountering similar issues, I could employ focus techniques for manipulation. Thus, Zhuang Shooting ultimately deviated from Heisenberg's method. Who cares whose method it is, as long as it resolves the issue? Moreover, the Lich Master's approach merely addressed isolated problems. The entire pistol's construction remained Heisenberg's design. An hour later, he attempted once more and completed the task. Of course, as he neared completion, he was acutely aware of his impending success. He intentionally sabotaged the pistol to create the illusion of a spell gone awry. He remained distinctly cognizant of what he needed to do and what he must avoid, unlike Heisenberg. Chapter 43. Chapter 42. In truth, time was scarce. Just a little more. Zhuang Shooting stood before Heisenberg, a look of grievance on his face, his hands fidgeting awkwardly, tugging at the hem of his trousers. It is perfectly normal for no one to succeed on the first attempt. After all, you mentioned it was just a mere fraction away. Heisenberg gazed at the remnants of the handgun, his heart stirred with astonishment. The steel bar had taken on the shape of a double-ringed finger tiger, and most of the intricate technical runes appeared to be reasonably crafted, presenting a high degree of completion at first glance. Although ultimately its core was severed and the 2 rings twisted at a 90-degree angle, rendering it unusable. It was indeed as Littlefun had stated. Just a tad more effort was needed. This lad possesses talent. Heisenberg stroked his chin, contemplating. Should this boy succeed on his second attempt, his aptitude would surpass my own, and he would become a formidable rival in the future. I must teach him now. Later, I will inform the Wild Monkey Gang that a rogue chef named Pinkman is violating the rules. Why is it that only gangs have chefs crafting firearms? Because only gangs, particularly those with corporate backing, can retain such chefs. All other chefs are essentially just a dish. Crafting firearms requires patience and composure. If you manage to find 5 more green shadows, take a break and allow your mind to relax. Your state of mind is crucial to your success. Remember this well. Such words sound delightful. Yet if you truly wish for your apprentice to thrive, why not produce a few advanced tamed shadows yourself? Heisenberg waved Zhuang Shooting away, returning to his work. He needed to complete the tasks for the Wild Monkey Gang, ensuring their protection while also profiting from it. No one could hinder his earning, not Littlefun, nor Lucy. The handgun was taking shape, progressing even more smoothly than before, and this time he had no need to feign failure. Yet, at the final step, despite his careful control, the handgun distorted, the critical technical runes shattered, and all his efforts were rendered futile. How could this happen? Zhuang Shooting was baffled. Logically, I should be able to accomplish this. The steps were correct. My manipulation was sound, and my mental state was optimal. Why did I fail? This time, not only had he failed, but he also could not fathom the reason behind it. He had no choice but to wait until tomorrow to question Heisenberg, as today was simply not an option. One more chance remained, and it must succeed. Otherwise, he would lack the confidence to steal Heisenberg's steel bars. Thoughts of crafting firearms consumed Zhuang Shooting's mind, and even lying behind the cabinet, He could not sleep, continually pondering the technical runes and their formations. He wished to rely on his own strength to complete this task, believing it would foster his growth rather than solely depending on the Lich Master's assistance. He was certain that with the Lich Master's knowledge, this practical spell issue could be resolved immediately. However, if he could not think independently, consulting the Lich Master would merely be akin to mimicking Heisenberg, which could hardly be deemed progress. Moreover, he was so close to completing the firearm, he believed he could surely overcome this final hurdle. As he mused, he was inevitably reminded of the Lich Master's rune formations. This was knowledge he had already acquired. Seeking inspiration from it still counted as his own skill, not mere copying. Lying on the ground, he reached toward the sky. Despite the 2 layers of basement and 7 stories above him, he felt the blue sky within his grasp. With his ring and little fingers drawn in, he extended the remaining fingers, mimicking the stance of aiming a firearm. Simultaneously, he envisioned the spell for the new bone spear, imagining himself wielding a gun, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, akin to a bite from a sharp tooth. His entire arm felt somewhat weak, muscles quivering slightly. Just as Zhuang Xuting found himself perplexed, a milky white orb of light burst forth from his fingertip, smashing against the ceiling with a resounding crack. Startled, he realized it was akin to firing a shot, albeit with insufficient force. The ceiling merely trembled. It neither pierced through nor left any trace. Had he not cleaned the area, dust would surely have fallen. Yet, this was not merely a matter of power. How had he managed to fire without the handgun's ring? Faced with this situation, Zhuang Xuting felt compelled to consult the Lich Master. He listened intently, confirming that Heisenberg was not disturbed before entering meditation. You wasted shadow energy on this trivial question? The Lich Master appeared both indignant and resigned, stating, "The answer is simple. This spell should be cast directly, intended for firearms, merely to enhance its power and functionality. Since it is a spell, whether necromantic or based on your world's technical runes, the spell itself must first be viable before there is a need to augment it with external objects." Oh, that does seem to hold some truth. The spell is the essence. Your firearm is merely a vessel. The reason for your failure is because don't say it. Zhuang Xuting quickly interrupted, asserting, "I must understand this on my own. I possess a brain for a reason. It is meant for more than just replicating the old. It can also solve new problems. Since you are so insistent, very well. If you do not inquire, I shall not disclose further." The Lich Master chuckled softly, suggesting, "You came here for a purpose. Do not waste energy without reason. What else do you wish to discuss? Surely it must be about Heisenberg. When do you plan to eliminate him? And how do you intend to escape?" "I have not yet resolved to kill him. But I do have some ideas for my escape. They may involve Hercules and the Wild Monkey Gang." "Do you know what Hercules is, where it is located, and its purpose?" "Hercules is a living shadow, likely found in the 2nd basement. I am uncertain of its function. But I only know that Heisenberg utilizes the brawny men and women of the Wild Monkey Gang to dissipate the resentment of the shadows, making them more controllable." From the dialogue between Cassandra and Heisenberg, it is evident that only the 2 of them are aware of the Hercules plan. The Wild Monkey Gang either knows nothing of it, or is only privy to superficial misinformation, unaware of the true intent. Consequently, since the 7 stories above serve as the Wild Monkey Gang's training grounds, the risk of exposure is far too great to conceal a living shadow there. Considering he could not simply stroll about without purpose and would need time to accomplish tasks, the location he intended to visit must be within a 5-minute radius. Assuming he is dealing with Hercules, whether entering a secure area or exiting, time would be required. After careful consideration, the 2nd basement emerges as the only feasible location. "Your reasoning is quite sound," the Lich Master remarked. "What are your specific plans?" "Create chaos. For instance, allow the Wild Monkey Gang to discover Hercules, prompting them to confront Heisenberg for clarity." If the Lich Master shook his head, stating, "This plan is somewhat naive. The Wild Monkey Gang would perceive Hercules merely as an opportunity, whether for profit or to strengthen ties with the corporation. They would continue to protect Heisenberg, as he is their source of income. Their attitude toward living shadows mirrors yours, only they are simply more robust." "Are you mocking me as a monkey?" "You are not the monkey. The monkey resembles you. Does that suffice?" The Lich Master continued, "You are complicating your plan unnecessarily. Simply pick up a handgun, eliminate Heisenberg, and walk out through the front door." Is it really that reckless?" "Yes, the simplest solution is often the most effective. I am still uncertain about killing him." Zhuang Xuting retorted obstinately, "If you have not prepared yourself by now, You have certainly overlooked one crucial point. If you can craft a handgun and master a weapon, will you have another opportunity to strike? Zhuang Shuting felt a jolt of realization, reluctantly acknowledging the wisdom in the Lich Master's words. Heisenberg placed great emphasis on security, often wielding a deterrent pen, prepared to counter Zhuang Shuting at any moment. If armed with a pistol, Heisenberg would undoubtedly tighten his surveillance, or perhaps use it as an excuse to declare the teaching completed and send Zhuang Shuting away. Was he still contemplating further probing? Did he believe there remained approximately a week's time? In truth, time had run out. Zhuang Shuting instantly realized that regardless of the success or failure of the 3 attempts to forge a firearm, Heisenberg would find a pretext to dismiss him. Heisenberg, intent solely on his own gain and fixated on immediate benefits, lacked any foresight. The promises he made were unlikely to be honored, rendering his commitments untrustworthy. Despite being under the protection of the Wild Monkey Gang, he clandestinely engaged in private dealings with the corporation's Cassandra, exploiting the resources of the Wild Monkey Gang for his own profit. How could one possibly be lenient toward such actions? Was there no alternative to resolving this predicament other than to steal a gun and eliminate Heisenberg outright? Particularly considering Heisenberg's caution, he might very well detect the remnants of past objects within Zhuang Shuting, possibly even the existence of the stun grenade, which must also be factored into the equation. Zhuang Shuting furrowed his brow, lost in deep contemplation. Chapter 44. The thought of murder, the sudden insufficiency of time for the assignment, caught Zhuang Shuting off guard. Whether it was mastering culinary skills or attempting to silence Heisenberg, both endeavors faced the embarrassing possibility of being left unfulfilled. A night passed without yielding any viable solutions, leaving only one apparent course of action: a sudden assault, with the hope of striking successfully without detection and then stealthily escaping, equally reliant on the hope of remaining unnoticed. He understood well the folly of entrusting one's life entirely to capricious fortune, and thus Zhuang Shuting was acutely aware that his reasoning was ensnared within this precarious solution due to his realization that Heisenberg would not fulfill his promise to impart the complete culinary knowledge. In Zhuang Shuting's mind, it was Heisenberg who had been untrustworthy. Heisenberg's breach of trust branded him as a gang member who had violated the intermediary's assurances, an act worthy of death. Heisenberg had ensnared him, a hired soldier, into a perilous predicament, also deserving of death. Heisenberg. Zhuang Shuting concocted numerous justifications for murder, which proved far too easy. The real challenge lay in the execution of the act. He contemplated this in the grand hall of 72 pillars, on the narrow cot, and even in his dreams. Yet, upon waking, he still had not devised an effective plan. Whenever he found himself in such a state of confusion, he would recall his mother's wisdom: assess what can be accomplished at hand, execute it well, and your circumstances may improve slightly. First, he needed to retrieve the handgun. For regardless of the outcome, as long as he survived, there would be some gain. Upon arriving at the workbench, Heisenberg was already there, which was somewhat unusual. Previously, if Heisenberg woke early, he would certainly rouse Zhuang Shuting without wasting a moment of his practice time. Now, Heisenberg was preoccupied with his own tasks, indicating he had begun to cast Zhuang Shuting aside, no longer considering further investment. "Sir, I have arrived," Zhuang Shuting said quietly beside Heisenberg. "I have some inquiries regarding gunmaking. May I seek your guidance?" "I am not concerned about that. Lucy afforded me this opportunity, though she assured me she would not press too hard. I wish to learn diligently to repay her." "Sir Heisenberg, we are within the territory of the Wild Monkey Gang. Lucy is an intermediary, so it would be best not to mention her name." "You have mentioned her. Why can't I? Is this your territory or mine?" Heisenberg furrowed his brow, suddenly erupting in reprimand toward Zhuang Shuting. "I have given you 3 chances. Have you exhausted them? If not, go and practice. I told you 3 times not to come to me before you are ready. Do you have a hearing problem? Do you think you can use an intermediary to pressure me? Am I afraid of her? Lucy, Lucy, Lucy. I can shout her name. What can you do about it? No one will hear." As Heisenberg observed his retreating figure, he muttered, "Now I understand why that woman Lucy chose you as a chef. Your temperament is quite useful." Heisenberg's earlier outburst extinguished the last flicker of hope Zhuang Shuting harbored for sparing his life. Initially, when he approached Heisenberg, he had intended to steer the conversation toward Lucy, gauging whether he might exhibit any caution. Little did he expect that before he could guide the topic, Heisenberg would reveal it himself. He could not be spared. Basic reason had provided him with an answer. This was not merely for Lucy's sake, it was also for his own. The fewer people who knew of his culinary pursuits, the better, especially not a blabbermouth. Oh, Zhuang Shooting now comprehended the meaning behind Lucy's earlier words. If a secret were to fall into the hands of someone incapable of keeping it, then neutralizing them was the best, if not the only, solution. No longer entangled in the moral quandary of murder, Zhuang Shooting felt a significant burden lift from his spirit. Even if he had yet to formulate a meticulous plan, at least he was free from internal conflict. Embracing the principle of first addressing the immediate path ahead, Zhuang Shooting could now focus more intently on gun-making, knowing he had only this final opportunity remaining. Should he succeed this time, he could feign failure, pilfering the steel bars to continue practicing. If he failed, he could not guarantee that the stolen steel would yield success, significantly increasing unnecessary exposure risks. Yet, contemplating these matters served no purpose. They were of no assistance to his success rate. What he needed now was focus, and even more focus. The spell was the essence, the steel bar merely a conduit. Thus, the steel bar must yield to the spell. The spell must never yield to the steel bar. He resolved to pay greater attention to controlling the spell. With this clarity, he meticulously reviewed the spell, making it the paramount focus, adjusting the operational process accordingly. At the crucial junctures of the original transitions, he shifted the emphasis from the movement of the steel bar to temporarily reclaiming finger dexterity. Even a few swings of the heavy hammer were necessary to ensure the priority of the spell. After mentally rehearsing the entire process 10 times until it became second nature, Zhuang Shooting commenced his third attempt. 30 minutes later, he set down the handgun. Yes, he laid down the handgun, not merely the remnants of one. He had succeeded. This was a Heisenberg-quality handgun, fit only for the black market. Its bite was quite painful. The pain it inflicted was not limited to adversaries. It could very well be detrimental to oneself as well. Indeed, this handgun's primary users were the Wild Monkey Gang. They were anything but ordinary. Through prolonged exposure to various substances, their muscles and nerves had long since adapted to stimulation. The pain might as well be a mere tickle to them, perhaps even pleasurable. According to Dao Gu, the exhilaration from firing would far exceed that of merely holding the weapon. Did this imply that wielding this gun might lead to one's own demise first? Zhuang Shooting hastily disassembled the gun, gently massaging his arm to alleviate the discomfort while gazing at the handgun with a foolish grin. Regardless of the pain it might inflict, crafting a gun equated to a profit of approximately 4,000 euros. As for the pain it might cause, that was inconsequential. One ought to inquire whether customers preferred a moment of pain followed by survival or a swift demise without reason. My reasoning is sound. Oh, the Lich Master was indeed correct. The focus should be on the spell. Yet, why do I feel that such foundational knowledge ought to have been imparted by Heisenberg rather than having to devise it myself? It is merely a matter of a few words. Is he truly so stingy? Without comparison, there could be no harm. The contrast provided by the Lich Master had effectively pronounced Heisenberg's death sentence, representing the most severe of injuries. Having tested Heisenberg's methodology, Zhuang Shooting pondered the Lich Master's spell formation. The bone spear technique was indeed more complex and posed some difficulty, yet it was not insurmountable. Heisenberg merely twitched the corners of his mouth and raised his brows momentarily, remarking that under normal circumstances, it was to be expected before departing. He presumed Zhuang Shooting needed more time to explore advanced techniques and could not immediately commence crafting another gun, thus reducing his attention. Upon observing Heisenberg absorbed in his tasks, Zhuang Shooting seized the opportunity to attempt once more. As the spell eroded the steel bar, the bar danced in harmony with the spell, their cooperation proving far more efficient than Heisenberg's configuration. This could very well be what the Lich Master referred to as more natural and correct. The spell was more intricate. The processes numerous, yet the completion time remained the same. This was the joy brought forth by fluidity. Zhuang Shooting successfully crafted a second handgun, one that did not inflict pain. Externally, it bore an almost identical resemblance to Heisenberg's firearm. The etched runic patterns were nearly indistinguishable without a magnifying glass. Remarkably, through flipping and layering, some spell formations were concealed between two layers of steel, only revealing their true nature upon complete disassembly. From the perspective of necromantic spells, the fragile core required protection, ideally hidden within a resilient interior. This was paramount, with confidentiality merely a secondary benefit. Donning this handgun, a chill coursed up his arm, akin to a mischievous breeze slipping through his sleeve. Beyond that, there were no other discomforts. In truth, The coolness of his arm could hardly be deemed a discomfort. In the sweltering summer heat, it was rather a delight. I truly wish to fire a shot. Alas, the moment is not propitious. Zhuang shooting silently conceals his weapon and begins to rummage through the refuse, adopting an appearance of diligent labor. With a firearm now in possession, the challenge of taking a life has diminished. Thus, the pressing issue at hand is how to extricate oneself from this place. Indeed, within Heisenberg's scheme, what means shall be employed to discreetly facilitate his departure? Chapter 45. Chapter 44. The murderous gun in the Wild Monkey Gang's meeting. I will handle things for a moment. You stay here and behave. Once Heisenberg departed from the studio, he swiftly rose and stealthily followed, creeping towards the stairwell. He was aware that the stairway leading to the underground second level had surveillance directly facing the locked door. Unsure if the camera was operational, he refrained from taking risks at that moment. Concealed by the doorway, he distinctly heard the sound of an iron door slamming shut from above. A quick mental calculation revealed that Heisenberg ascended a flight of stairs, unlocked the door, entered, and closed it all within a minute. How remarkably swift. Zhuang shooting recalled that the lock on the underground second level was a simple mechanical one that could be opened with a few turns of a key. Such locks were indeed quick, but were there no other security measures? If there was truly only this single door lock, Heisenberg's audacity was astounding. Did he not fear the consequences? No, one must not assume others are fools. Zhuang shooting listened intently, though the noise from the higher levels was faint. It was still louder than the sounds of Heisenberg's movements on the underground second level, leaving him unable to gather any further intelligence. What a peculiar weapon to invent, an attacking radius of 20 meters, yet classified as a defensive tool. How could it possibly deal with close-range adversaries? Regardless, the stun grenade remained Zhuang shooting's optimal choice. Once the bomb was thrown and detonated, even if he were immobilized by the stun pin for a few seconds, he would still have an opportunity to turn the tables. He surveyed the terrain, calculating the parabolic trajectory from the disinfection room's entrance to Heisenberg's workstation, then tested the field with a piece of discarded equipment, similar in weight to the stun grenade. Once, twice, thrice. Zhuang shooting continually adjusted his strength and angle, ensuring the bomb would travel at least 20 meters without endangering himself. It took 20 attempts to succeed, and only after 10 consecutive successes did he feel satisfied. He committed the motions to memory and concealed the stun grenade beneath the crude oil mattress in the disinfection room, ensuring that no detection spells could reveal its presence. What extraordinary luck this fellow had, gathering 5 advanced taming devices so swiftly. Heisenberg gazed at that smiling face, his previous good mood dissipating entirely. Since the arrival of this little pink one, his fortune had noticeably declined, and the instances of encountering advanced taming devices had dwindled significantly. Although the total count had increased thanks to the little pink one's discoveries, the feeling of having items snatched by others was truly disheartening. How many times must I tell you? Conduct your own experiments. I have nothing left to guide you on. Oh right. Heisenberg finally revealed his true intentions, stating, if you succeed, that will count as your apprenticeship. I cannot continue to support you using the resources of the Wild Monkey Gang. Do you understand? Zhuang shooting ceased to smile, his expression shifting to one of slight disappointment as he replied, Sir, I am here assisting you, and all the guns produced are yours. I merely desire the opportunity to practice. Is that acceptable? Unnecessary, Heisenberg replied, shaking his head. Then, what if I fail? What will happen? Then you should leave. Remaining too long will eventually draw the attention of the Wild Monkey Gang. Zhuang shooting lowered his gaze, contemplating the sorrow he would feel should his parents perish. He immersed himself in that emotion, allowing it to fuel his portrayal of confusion, sadness, and helplessness. He set down his belongings and inquired, So, is this my last chance? His words trembled slightly, betraying his lack of control over his emotions. Zhuang shooting shook his head and said, Sir, I am feeling exceedingly anxious at the moment, which will undoubtedly affect my ability to cast spells effectively. My previous failure was due to my sudden excitement. I need to adjust my mood, otherwise, I will surely fail again. Sir, might I step outside? I wish to purchase a cold beer and a meal like that of an ordinary person. I have grown weary of the gruel served here and have lost considerable weight recently. It has been particularly severe these past few days. Whether I eat the gruel or not, my heart races. My body is nearing its limits. Such a nuisance. What do you wish to eat? I can go buy it for you. That is out of the question. I cannot allow you to run errands for me. I can go myself. but I am unaware of what is nearby or the location of the nearest restaurant. What do they sell? Humph. Ha ha ha. You truly are amusing. Do you think this is your home? Just as Heisenberg was about to reprimand him, he noticed the 5 advanced taming devices that the little pink one had placed on the edge of the table. And his thoughts shifted. If the little pink one slips away, it would be for the best. After all, he had already entrusted Lucy with a task, thus completely repaying a debt of gratitude. Yet, he had not conducted a third experiment and was reluctant to forfeit this chance. Regardless of entry or exit, a password was required. If he provided an incorrect entry password, leading the Wild Monkey Gang to apprehend him, could that also be a viable option? At 6 p.m., he had less than 6 hours remaining. Heisenberg stated, "Head south. You will see a skewer shop with a red lightning sign, not far from here. There is a phone there. You can let your family know you are safe." "I have no family in Peicheng, only Lucy. May I call her? Remember this well." Zhuang Shuting beamed at the opportunity Heisenberg provided for guidance, then hurriedly made his way outside. Since he was already donned in protective gear, he carried the mask with him, putting it on as he walked, causing him to bump into a table corner along the way. As Heisenberg listened intently, Zhuang Shuting had already removed his mask and held it in hand. Passing by the disinfection room, he called out, "I need some money," and reached into the bottom of his bag to retrieve the stun grenade. Stepping out from the door, he arrived at the predetermined position, pressed the button on the grenade's top, and executed the throw according to his practiced motions. The grenade traced a graceful arc, shimmering with red and blue light, soaring over the stacks of goods and workstations before exploding midair. The energy of the stun device erupted into a black mist, absorbing all surrounding light. For the first time, the entire studio was enveloped in complete darkness, as if someone had switched off all the shadowless lights. The darkness descended swiftly and departed just as quickly. In less than 0.2 seconds, the black energy suddenly erupted into a blinding light. Even from a distance outside the effective range of the explosives, Zhuang Shuting felt disoriented from the stark fluctuations in brightness. In contrast, Heisenberg at the explosion's epicenter reveled in delight. The black mist from the stun grenade would actively invade the eyes, rendering the act of closing them futile. The subsequent radiance not only impaired vision but also surged through the optic nerves, forcefully inundating his mind with the dazzling effects of the monetary binding spell. The grenade's intensity was striking, yet the sound was minimal, akin to someone shouting "ah." For a brief second, Zhuang Shuting reminded himself that this was a stun grenade, not a lethal weapon. He gritted his teeth against the dizziness and proceeded with the next phase of his plan. He opened the nearby backpack, extracting the crude oil mattress, which he partially draped over himself as a shield and armor. This should provide some protection against the effects of the stun pen. Zhuang Shuting needed to be exceedingly cautious. If Heisenberg could still move a finger, he could retaliate using the stun pen. He had not brought a prepared handgun. It was hidden beneath the workbench. Instead, he gathered energy in his hand for a bone spear shot. Previously, he had worried that after requesting to leave, Heisenberg might search him under various pretexts. If he concealed a weapon on his person, the entire strategy would be compromised. In the plan, the stun grenade was paramount, while the gun was secondary. Zhuang Shuting secured himself, raising one part of the mattress with one hand. Should he sense any peril, he would crouch while unleashing the bone spear, allowing the crude oil to shield him and absorb the stun pen's damage. Filled with confidence, he took small steps into the workspace, maintaining a poised stance for aiming. Yet he did not spot Heisenberg's figure. Damn, where has he gone? Chapter 46. The Pursuit Battle. Where has Heisenberg gone? Zhuang Shuting felt as if his entire head had exploded, his scalp and hair bristling. His heartbeat quickened, and his breath became rapid, ensuring that oxygen-rich blood rushed to his brain. His innate talent for being a mercenary was undeniably accurate. In this urgent moment, Zhuang concentrated all his energy on his mind, urging it to accelerate and focus on the most crucial issue at hand. Where could Heisenberg have gone? The object had been there, and now it was here. Even the angle of the table had subtly shifted. The stun grenade lacked sufficient force for such movement to occur without Heisenberg's involvement. He must have pushed, collided, or brushed against it. By contrasting the current scene with his fresh memories from before, Zhuang quickly identified several changes and mentally sketched a trajectory of Heisenberg's stumbling movements. He promptly retrieved a bone spear pistol from beneath the table, slipped it onto his finger, and continued to pursue with cautious, light steps while clutching the cushion. As they ventured deeper from their workstation, they passed rows of shelves filled with various components. Aside from the pistol, Other shadowy devices were manufactured here, resulting in an abundance of electrical casings and parts, readily available for reference. Although Zhuang had not studied this field extensively, having visited this place infrequently, he recalled that Heisenberg once instructed him to tidy up, and he had aligned the shelves then. Now, they appeared slightly askew, as if they had been jostled by a shoulder. Zhuang could easily visualize Heisenberg's movements. Nearly unsteady, he would dash from one row of shelves to another, crashing into them, leaning against them to regain his balance, then continuing onward. Where was he heading? How far ahead was he? Bang! A crash reverberated ahead, accompanied by a low curse, undoubtedly Heisenberg's voice. Zhuang immediately quickened his pace, following the sound, but he was not reckless enough to charge in unprepared. He grabbed a radio panel from a shelf and hurled it towards the source of the noise. The component struck the ceiling, ricocheting off the shelves and triggering a series of clattering sounds. Whoosh! Thud! That sound was unmistakable. It was the discharge of a phantom energy bullet from a pistol. On that fateful night, when the PCPD and riot suppression unit fired these at the crowd, several rounds had struck the walls near Zhuang, leaving a lasting impression. He had been terrified of being caught in the crossfire, rendered helpless as he awaited his fate. Now, he moved towards the gunfire, feeling not fear but an exhilarating thrill. Closer now, he could glimpse Heisenberg's staggering figure through the shelves. He raised his hand and fired first. It was his initial shot, lacking experience, merely a test. The bone spear pistol vibrated in his grip, emitting a mournful sound reminiscent of a cold wind whispering through a hollow tree or a ghost weeping among tombstones, an eerie, chilling resonance. Subsequently, a dark gray phantom energy bullet shot from his fingertips, propelled by a gust of cold wind. Zhuang could distinctly see the core of the energy bullet, a deeper shade of gray, resembling a finger bone in its form. This bone spear energy bullet gracefully maneuvered through the gaps between the shelf's contents, hurtling towards Heisenberg, the despicable fiend. Heisenberg lunged forward, narrowly evading the shot. The bone spear energy bullet whizzed past, striking the wall with a resounding thud, creating a small hole deep enough to accommodate an entire finger. It was not surprising that he missed. The recoil from the pistol had affected his aim. Not only had his finger deviated, but his vision had also blurred momentarily. It felt akin to emerging from a tunnel into bright sunlight, necessitating an immediate adjustment of his pupils, resulting in a loss of focus. A skilled marksman should practice to overcome such sensations. Heisenberg's pistol was suited for the burly members of the Wild Monkey Gang, inflicting severe pain, both in intensity and potential harm, far worse than the cold. Zhuang vaguely noticed one of Heisenberg's arms drooping. He likely could not lift it again and would be unable to fire another shot anytime soon. Buzz! The shockwave struck, causing Zhuang's body to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, he was prepared, as he wore an oil-soaked mattress that absorbed much of the phantom energy, mitigating the damage and allowing him to respond. He crouched down, covered himself, and executed a turtle shell maneuver, completely enveloping himself in the mattress. The experience within was unpleasant, akin to being shaken violently while a frying pan clanged relentlessly against his head. Yet, the discomfort was bearable. Zhuang gritted his teeth and took the opportunity to massage his arm, urging it to recover swiftly. The shockwave subsided. Without the mattress as a barrier, Zhuang would have likely been convulsing on the ground, immobilized for 5 or 6 minutes, hardly resembling a rabbit darting from a hole. As he rounded the final shelf, Heisenberg was nowhere to be seen, but a hole near the floor revealed light and the sound of someone climbing a ladder. It turned out there was a hidden passage leading upward. No wonder Heisenberg had fled in this direction. Zhuang lunged towards the opening, leaving a trail of fresh blood on the ground and dove inside. His upper body entered the passage, revealing a shaft above him. The shaft was approximately 2 meters wide, with a metal ladder extending upward along one wall. Heisenberg was about 5 meters away, at a lateral opening, presumably another exit of the shaft, and he had already begun to crawl inside. Without hesitation, Zhuang fired. Within 5 meters, the energy bullet could still change direction and track its target. To miss again would be utterly embarrassing. This time, he did not miss. The bone spear struck Heisenberg squarely in the rear. With a resounding thud, skin, flesh, and fat splattered against the wall, eliciting a pained scream from Heisenberg. Yet, his life force was tenacious. He continued to crawl forward, attempting to escape the shaft and evade his pursuer. Zhuang could not allow him to flee, so he bore the chilling numbness and aimed his pistol once more at Heisenberg. In his mind, he envisioned Heisenberg's posture. causing the bone spear to make a violent lateral turn as it reached the passage, propelling itself inside. Bang! Heisenberg's exposed feet twitched, then slowly withdrew, disappearing into the passageway. Still able to move? So resilient. Are you perhaps a gorilla? Zhuang gritted his teeth, emitting a low growl, then began to ascend. At this moment, he could hardly use his right hand, relying solely on his left hand and feet, occasionally securing the ladder with his chin to reach upward. After climbing a level, he squeezed into the lateral passage. The passageway's opening was ajar, and Heisenberg lay motionless on the floor outside, surrounded by a pool of his own blood. A gaping wound marred his back, and his rear had been blasted apart. These two attacks had cost him his life. Taking the shockwave pen, removing the Wild Monkey Gang's pistol, rifling through Heisenberg's pockets, and closing his eyes, Zhuang focused on the next steps, striving to avoid dwelling on the act of killing. Besides the defensive and lethal devices, he discovered 3 keys and a golden chain adorned with a blue gem among Heisenberg's belongings. Was he carrying jewelry to gift to someone? Zhuang found it perplexing, so he set it aside, stuffing everything into his pocket as he began to survey his surroundings. He was undoubtedly in the basement level 2, currently situated in a narrow room. Comparing the sizes of the rooms on various floors, this narrow compartment, barely 2 meters wide, must be situated just behind a wall, belonging to a clandestine chamber. Beyond the wall lies a more expansive area on the second basement level, which Heisenberg undoubtedly intended to access. There must be a door in the wall. Zhuang Shooting rose to his feet, utilizing the light that streamed in from the courtyard through the secret passage to search. And indeed, he discovered the handle of a sliding door. He leaned against the concealed door, listening intently. From the other side came the hum of a fan, the beeping of some electronic device, and faint moans. The presence of moans indicated that there were indeed people inside, and approaching would entail the risk of exposure. There was no necessity. Zhuang Shooting rubbed his arm. His right limb could barely move, still lacking strength, with waves of pain coursing from his skin to his muscles. Heisenberg was dead. The commission was effectively concluded, yet he had not yet found a safe means of escape. Even if there were living shadows on the second basement level, in his current condition, he was incapable of fighting, uncertain of what lay beyond the door. Zhuang Shooting was also unaware of any potential traps or surveillance within. Thus, he resolved to refrain from acting hastily. He chose to sit down to recuperate his strength while calmly contemplating his next steps, deciding to leave the Wild Monkey Gang's building immediately. This was a watertight door, and through it, he could vaguely hear the sound of rushing water, indicating a swift flow. On one side of the door, there was a biometric electronic switch, with a distinctly prominent palm-shaped outline. Chapter 47. Audience, actor, or screenwriter outside. Water flowed. Its source unknown, be it an underground river or a sewer, but it served as a most effective means for disposing of a body. Zhuang Shooting gazed at Heisenberg, pondering briefly. The first shot shattered his rear, the second pierced his abdomen. Alas, it seemed as though he were on the verge of cleaving him in two. The thought arose, yet Zhuang Shooting felt a wave of nausea churn within him. He shook his head, dismissing the gruesome specifics of corpse disposal, and hoisted Heisenberg entirely onto his back. Though Heisenberg was taller, he was sufficiently lean, thus not overly heavy. With a few laborious steps, resting intermittently, he managed to ascend to the top of the well. Upon entering the horizontal corridor, Zhuang Shooting was able to drag Heisenberg along, conserving his strength. Ultimately, he arrived at the airlock door, slapping his palm against it. The fingerprint recognition succeeded, and the door revolved open, a pungent stench of the sewer wafting forth. Zhuang Shooting coughed several times and began to move Heisenberg's lifeless form outside. Unbeknownst to him, the airlock was programmed to close upon sensing a person passing through. Thus, Heisenberg became wedged in the middle. The circular door repeatedly struck his body, the impact giving the eerie impression that he was reviving. As if a restless spirit clung to Zhuang Shooting, sending shivers down his spine. What a stroke of bad luck. A burst of electric sparks erupted as the airlock malfunctioned, uncertain whether to close or open, and it gradually came to a standstill. With all his might, Zhuang Shooting managed to push the door halfway, finally extricating Heisenberg's body. It had already fallen apart. The flowing water swiftly carried away the lower half, and Zhuang Shooting disposed of the upper half as well. The sewers of Peicheng led directly to the Pei River, and Zhuang Shooting's location was not far from the waterway, so the remnants would vanish swiftly. After traversing a short distance along the channel, he encountered a cover overhead. Cautiously, he nudged it open, revealing a dim, deserted alley. Splendid. He had finally emerged. Zhuang Shooting crawled out and removed his protective suit. The bloodstained and soiled attire floated away with the current, taking his suspicions along with it. In July's summer heat, it was entirely reasonable to don only a pair of shorts while walking the streets, even barefoot. He replaced the manhole cover. The satisfying clang of its sealing perfectly brought him immense relief. He had finally escaped from the wild monkey gang, resolved the Heisenberg predicament, completed his commission, and acquired the knowledge of crafting a handgun. He was finally free from the stench of blood and death. Surveying his surroundings, he was struck by the realization that a trash can was not far off. The alley where he had halted lay nestled between a wall and a low, elongated building. Beyond the wall appeared to be an apartment complex, while the low structure was topped with a large red lantern, resembling a lightning bolt. Was this the Red Lightning Skewered Delicacies restaurant recommended by Heisenberg? Why was there no tantalizing aroma, only the lingering odor of the sewer? Oh, it turned out that mud still clung beneath his nose, perpetually assaulting his senses. Zhuang Shooting splashed some water from a puddle in the alley onto his face, rummaged through the refuse for a newspaper to dry himself, and then strolled toward Red Lightning. After a series of exertions, fatigue settled in, yet his mood lightened, rekindling his appetite. He yearned for something to eat to restore his blood sugar levels. Red Lightning was a quintessential roadside eatery, its street-facing side adorned with large glass windows, allowing passers-by to witness diners indulging. A series of illuminated signs showcased exaggerated images of meat skewers alongside eye-catching discount advertisements. The kitchen's exhaust fan faced the street, and the aroma of grilled meat wafted for 200 meters around. The scent grew increasingly intoxicating, causing Zhuang Shooting to stagger slightly in his steps. He hastily pushed open the door, the small bell above chiming a bright note. "I would like a..." Zhuang Shooting began, but before he could finish, he spotted a familiar face among the patrons. Gugongdao stared back at him, wide-eyed, a skewer with only half a meatball dangling from his mouth, caught in indecision. Before him lay an array of skewers in various colors and shapes, both red and white, green and purple. Could he possibly consume all that alone? Zhuang Shooting blinked, self-importantly signaling with his gaze. "Are you on a commission?" Gugongdao blinked back, equally oblivious, returning the unspoken exchange. "Have you completed your task?" Still using a false identity. Neither had ever conspired to develop a code. They regarded each other with confusion. Yet Gugongdao, seasoned in such matters, nudged his plate forward, raised his chin, and cast a glance at the seat opposite. This gesture was readily understood. He was inviting Zhuang Shooting to join him for a meal. If Zhuang Shooting were still engaged in his commission under a false identity, he would refrain from sitting down. His acceptance of the invitation signified that their meeting posed no risk to him. Zhuang Shooting comprehended, grinning as he took a seat, inquiring, "Is it convenient to talk?" "I have already completed it. The dead cannot speak. The target is no longer a threat." "Well done. I knew you could do it," Gugongdao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in praise. Zhuang Shooting selected a skewer from the plate and took a bite, nodding in appreciation. "Dao Ge, what brings you here?" "I came to support you. Although just 2 minutes ago, I had no idea how to assist you. Now, I can offer you skewers, heh." Gugongdao leaned forward, propping himself up with his hands to shield his mouth. Lowering his voice, Lucy received intelligence indicating that a senior business manager from the Dingxin Magic Creation Business Development Department was spotted at the Wild Monkey Gang's headquarters. "She was concerned for your safety and specifically instructed me to come." "She sent you?" Zhuang Shooting was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't this commission meant to sever the connection between Heisenberg and Lucy? Sending someone now would only increase their ties, betraying the original intent of the mission. "When did you arrive?" "I got here last night and have been on watch all day today. By the way, I brought a friend. He's monitoring now while I take a break to eat. You can meet him shortly. If you've been here since last night, Lucy's intelligence capabilities are truly impressive," Zhuang Shooting remarked. "Indeed, someone from the company came the day before yesterday. I managed to hide and was fortunate not to be discovered. Turns out that person was from the Dingxin Magic Creation Business Development Department." "Dao Ge, is the senior business manager formidable?" "Indeed, they are." Lucy wasn't bluffing. "Goodness, I'm glad I didn't run into them." Gugongdao inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly before continuing. "The so-called Business Development Department is akin to the company's armed forces. They aim to expand within the Shadow Realm while also competing for territory with other companies. A senior business manager could likely take down an entire PCPD by themselves. Without heavy weaponry, there's no way to contain such an individual. So Cassandra is that powerful. No wonder Heisenberg feared her. Oh, she and Heisenberg were not only teacher and student, but also partners. If she were to discover that Heisenberg had been killed by him, the repercussions could be dire. One person could single-handedly overpower a PCPD. Such strength was not something he could contend with. Zhuang Shooting contemplated carefully, realizing that Heisenberg's demise had not been executed cleanly. It was, by all accounts, a hasty and perilous assassination attempt, indicative of a novice's handling. Zhuang Shooting was unaware of the underlying issues with the operation. This ignorance itself was the greatest concern. Drawing from his experiences during the 623 incident, he understood that chaos could provide cover. He had managed to secure the Lich Master amidst the complete pandemonium of that night. With so many people, numerous events, and significant casualties, the chaos and the abundance of information obscured his trail, granting him an opportunity to escape safely and profit from the situation. This current dilemma also required stirring the waters. The more chaotic, the better, as such disorder would favor Zhuang Shooting. He immediately recalled the Hercules in the underground level 2. That entity might be capable of agitating the situation. The value of a live shadow entity was immense, be it gangs, mercenaries, or corporations, all would find it intriguing. The bait was set, but how to entice them to bite? Zhuang Shooting focused intently, the act of chewing on the meatball slowing to a crawl. Gagandeo noticed this and inquired, "Nake, what occupies your thoughts? Is something amiss? Do not be afraid. I can assist you. I understand your intentions regarding Lucy, and you are indeed correct." Stretching his arm, Gagandeo patted Zhuang Shooting on the shoulder with a smile and continued, "The endeavor you wish to undertake is beyond both your capabilities and mine. Can you guess who possesses the requisite skills? Lucy. Such matters, which involve instigating and facilitating a retreat, are the forte of intermediaries. I admit I am rather blunt and unrefined, incapable of handling delicate tasks, and you must acknowledge your own inexperience as a novice. At this juncture, one must not hesitate to seek assistance." Zhuang Shooting nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance with Gagandeo by his side. It was essential to discuss the specifics with Lucy. Her insights were invaluable, and she needed to be apprised of the situation as well. Therefore, the most pressing task was to reach her without delay. "Do not rely on the phone. It is unsafe. We must speak in person," he advised. Zhuang Shooting nodded again, swiftly extracting a piece of paper from the dining table to begin wrapping meatballs. "Dao Gu, do you have a friend here?" he asked. Dao Gu nodded, retrieving a whistle from his pocket to show Zhuang Shooting. "In a moment, I will signal him to retreat directly with this whistle." Observing the whistle, Zhuang Shooting tilted his head and remarked, "That is an excellent plan. You must teach me how to use it." "Rest assured, I will teach you," Dao Gu replied. "Now, let us find a vehicle and hasten our way to Lucy." The night deepens, providing an opportune moment for action. Chapter 48. Chapter 47. Lucy's coordination. One can still soak the instant noodle bars in hot water. The only remaining option is canned meat. "Hey, why has your complexion turned so pale? Are you on the verge of vomiting?" Observing your demeanor, I am convinced that Heisenberg has met a grim fate. It is quite natural for newcomers to experience physiological and psychological reactions when they take a life. Do not let this burden your mind. Lucy pondered for a moment and said, "Since you cannot eat, allow me to prepare some honey water for you, enriched with vitamin tablets. It will be warm and easily absorbed, placing no strain on your stomach." "That would be splendid. Thank you." Zhuang Shooting nodded, indeed in need of hydration and energy. "I understand you intend to stir the waters. I too considered concluding matters in such a manner." Lucy busied herself in the mini kitchen, her back turned to them, and inquired, "To muddle the waters, one requires a stick. Do you have any means to do so?" In the underground level 2, there lies a living shadow known as Hercules. Before Zhuang Shooting could continue, the sound of a glass shattering interrupted him, and Lucy spun around abruptly. "What did you just say? Hercules?" "Indeed." Zhuang Shooting and Gu Gongdao exchanged glances, asking in unison, "Are you familiar with this entity?" "I have heard some rumors, however, lacking substantial evidence. I deemed it unnecessary to pursue further." "A living shadow known as Hercules. Ah, that elucidates why the Dingxin Magic Creation Group is involved. What have you heard?" Gu Gongdao set down his empty glass and wiped the milk residue from his lips. Now is not the time for storytelling. The crux lies with the Wild Monkey Gang. Lucy swiftly added honey and hot water to a cup, dropped in a fizzy tablet, inserted a spoon, and slammed it down in front of Zhuang Shooting. "Now tell me, what have you been doing with the Wild Monkey Gang?" Zhuang Shooting licked his lips, taking a moment to gather his thoughts while stirring the drink. He believed it prudent to keep his ability to craft firearms a secret to avoid becoming a cash cow for the gang, potentially meeting a fate akin to Heisenberg's. I entered the Wild Monkey Gang building using a code. Heisenberg is on the 3rd underground level. You were correct. He is quite the chatterbox, often rambling about irrelevant matters, showing little regard for teaching me about shadows. I initially cleaned his space, then learned to differentiate the quality of shadow apparatuses from refuse, followed by relentless practice. What's so funny? That device is meant to be held and pressed. Won't it blow up in my face? Zhuang Shooting's eyes widened. Lucy shook her head, explaining stun weapons, including stun grenades and stun pins, can detect the user's mental frequency, creating a protective mechanism. When you hold it, it safeguards you from experiencing the stunning effects. You witnessed Heisenberg wielding the stun pin to subdue you. He seemed unharmed, did he not? You ought to attend the PCPD's crash course. They will instruct you. Gugongdao remarked. Indeed, you have demonstrated your qualifications to thrive in this mercenary vocation and should pursue further education there. However, Lucy smiled. Returning to the previous topic, how did you manage to escape? Upon hearing about his emergence from the sewer and the encounter with Gugongdao at the Red Lightning Skewer's shop, Lucy nodded slowly, giving Zhuang Shooting a thumbs up. Nicely done. Had you ventured into the 2nd underground level, the dangers you would have faced are unimaginable. That Hercules' shadow is a perilous bomb. Avoiding it is the wisest course, yet the world is teeming with the irrational. I now know what to do. I will make arrangements. If you have anything to add, please inform me promptly. I will be next door. Just knock. With that, Lucy exited the room, revealing that she possessed more than one chamber. This was merely for receiving mercenaries, while others were designated for communication, intelligence analysis, and resource storage. Even the entire building's floors contained her nests and secret passages, forming her secure stronghold. Naiku, well done. Gugongdao reclined on the sofa, feeling proud and relaxed. I recall that after my first kill, I was far from your current state. Thus, you possess a natural talent for this line of work. Does being a mercenary equate to being an assassin? Certainly not. Gugongdao asserted emphatically. A mercenary's duty is to fulfill commissioned tasks, while assassination tasks often lead to troublesome repercussions, such as those seeking vengeance. For instance, the Ghost Fire Gang harbors a strong desire for retribution and will stop at nothing to exact it, creating significant complications for mercenaries. Although there are indeed many assassination contracts, such tasks are generally unpopular and are often passed to gangs who can manage them collectively with fewer concerns. While some mercenaries may frequently accept purely assassination contracts, different mercenaries have varying inclinations towards tasks. I assure you, those mercenaries who operate as assassins often suffer from poor physical and mental states, and I certainly do not wish for us to become like that. Zhuang Shooting nodded, relieved to find common ground with Gugongdao on the matter of not becoming full-time assassins. Give it a try yourself. Zhuang Shooting retrieved Heisenberg's gun from his pocket and tossed it to Gugongdao, placing his own weapon on the table. The two guns appeared nearly identical, save for the reassuring wear on Heisenberg's sidearm. Be prepared, my arm still aches from the experience. Gugongdao picked up the gun and involuntarily twitched his right arm. Despite being quite strong, he found it difficult to bear, which extinguished any inclination to test it. This thing bites hard. Only those gorillas can handle it. He tossed Heisenberg's gun onto the table, shaking his head. Considering the after effects, this is unusable. It would be better to sell it. I only wish to sell one. This one has helped me and holds sentimental value, so I intend to keep it. Zhuang Shooting nonchalantly stored the bone spear gun, stating, though firing it is painful. It may save my life in a critical moment, correct? That makes sense. However, you should also experience the feel of a good gun. Gugongdao drew his Python V3, allowing Zhuang Shooting to try it. It indeed was a fine weapon, not only gentle in its handling, but also providing a warm sensation, akin to a properly heated towel resting on one's fingers. Precisely, this is what you should strive to obtain. If the opportunity arises, I will assist you in finding one. Thank you, Dao Gu. Zhuang Shooting nodded, rummaging through his pockets. Previously, he had handed over Heisenberg's 3 keys to Lucy, leaving only the sapphire-adorned golden necklace. Dao Gu, do you think this could fetch a decent price? It was also taken from Heisenberg. Lucy entered with a flourish, her boots clattering against the floor. The word is out. The first batch of dupes should arrive within 2 hours, followed closely by a pack of ravenous dogs. The only thing still missing is a skilled hunter. patience is required. Oh, Daogu, what are you holding? A necklace I found. It appears to be a woman's piece, but I am unfamiliar with its value. Could you estimate it? He prefaced, even if you fancy keeping it for yourself, the price must be fair. Gold chain and sapphire. It seems reminiscent of something corporate. I feel as if I've heard of it before. Let me take a closer look. Lucy took the necklace, scrutinizing it before the eye holes of her mask. After a thorough examination, she remarked, "This mask's magnification is insufficient. I shall check upstairs. Naiku, you may have stumbled upon something valuable. As long as it's valuable, we await our payment." Daogu gestured reassuringly to Zhuang Shooting before stretching lazily on the sofa. Zhuang Shooting gasped in astonishment, while Gu Gongdao, brimming with excitement, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "We've struck gold. How much can this be sold for? Are you out of your mind? You dare to sell this? Let me clarify. It's not a matter of whether it can be sold. There have been instances in the mercenary world where blue phantoms were obtained and sold, and I've been involved in such cases. However, those situations are entirely different from the present one. The fundamental distinction lies in the fact that we cannot provoke top-tier companies, especially the Dingxin Demon Creation Group, which is the largest arms dealer. Can you match their firepower? Moreover, there is something exceedingly peculiar. I have tested it with instruments, and this phantom exhibits an extraordinarily high level of vitality, as if it has just been harvested, which is simply impossible. There are no channels for phantoms in the urban area of Peicheng, so such fresh goods cannot exist. Analyzing the timing, I can only speculate one possibility. It has been separated from the body of Hercules. Chapter 49. To raise the stakes, or to play it safe the shadows. Categorized based on their reactive vitality and total energy reserves, vary significantly in value. Sometimes, just a single tier of difference can result in a price disparity of tenfold or even 100-fold. Lucy, swaying a necklace, addressed Daogu and Nake, stating, "This item is valued between 1 million and 3 million euros. If it possesses extraordinary attributes, its price could double." The notion of millions in euros was undeniably exhilarating. Gu Gongdao pretended to wipe sweat from his brow and remarked, "Lucy, I assume you are about to say a resounding but." "Indeed," Lucy confirmed. "Living shadows do not always maintain their vitality. They may degrade. Given the substantial anticipated financial losses, the company is reluctant to bear this risk. Thus, extensive research into the nature of shadows is imperative to identify the causes and methods of control for their degradation." According to rumors, it seemed that the Today Group had developed a technique for splitting shadows of the same tier, transforming one active shadow into 4 or 5 of equal classification through a method that exploited controllable degradation, coupled with the most advanced techniques for shadow collection and extraction. Gu Gongdao's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Isn't that akin to printing money?" Lucy nodded, while Zhuang Shooting discerned another critical point. "Lucy, you mentioned the Today Group. Are you certain it isn't the Dingxin Mo Chuang? You are quite perceptive. The information I received indeed indicates that this new technology originates from the Today Group. Yet it highlights a crucial fact. Other companies will not remain passive. What we are witnessing could very well be a counterstrike from Dingxin Mo Chuang. I can leverage this to demonstrate that the Hercules project is connected to the shadow-splitting technology, which would certainly pique the interest of the Today Group. With Dingxin Mo Chuang already in play, could involving the Today Group lead to excessive escalation?" Zhuang Shooting furrowed his brow, expressing concern. "What if the collision of these two groups incites corporate warfare? Several million euros or even hundreds of billions is astronomical for us, but for the company, it might sting, yet not to the point of instigating a corporate war." "You need not worry," Lucy assured. Gu Gongdao stroked his stubble thoughtfully and nodded. "Indeed, companies have grander ambitions. However, let's address the practical matter. Lucy, are you unable to sell this item? Starting at 1 million euros, that is a substantial sum. This matter does not concern you." Nake interjected, as he had independently sourced this assignment, which was not a mere 50-50 split, so he would heed only Nake's counsel. Lucy continued, "I can sell it, anticipating a profit of around 1 million for you. I could also use it as bait to create further chaos, transforming a minor skirmish into a grand spectacle, thereby alleviating your concerns. Using 1 million euros as a closing act feels rather extravagant," Zhuang Shooting pondered, asking, "If we employ it, will there be no revenue at all?" "Not exactly," Lucy clarified. "While in the mercenary field, money can be acquired from anyone. Some sources are easier than others. Company funds are harder to access, but gang money is quite suitable. This necklace represents company funds. If we utilize it to disrupt the situation, the Wild Monkeys gang will suffer even more, providing us with ample opportunity for maneuvering. Could you provide me with an introduction? Lucy nodded, explaining, the primary objective of this operation is to eliminate traces, so I cannot assume the role of the overall commander. The operation will involve multiple intermediaries working in concert to shield one another, with no one aware of who the core operator is. There are two main venues: the Wild Monkeys gang's headquarters, which is the principal site where the company, gang, and mercenaries will converge, necessitating the involvement of the PCPD. The second venue comprises various Wild Monkeys facilities, such as their warehouses, industries, or places concealing assets. The more bustling the main venue, the easier it becomes to seize opportunities at the secondary sites. The extent of what we can acquire from these secondary sites largely depends on how well each person understands the Wild Monkeys gang's operations. As she spoke, Lucy elegantly settled into a seat, crossing her legs and gently swaying her toes. Ah, she knows Heisenberg, who is quite the blabbermouth. Zhuang Shooting contemplated, then posed his most pressing question. In previous operations, what can one expect to gain? Given the need to share proceeds with many, I must remain inconspicuous. So let me think. Lucy tossed her hair lightly and mused, if it falls below 10,000, I will personally cover the difference. Zhuang Shooting exhaled deeply, nodding. All right, this necklace is yours. Make sure to utilize its potential. Lucy, since you guarantee to erase the traces, you must deliver on that promise. Sure thing. You're becoming quite the mercenary. Lucy twirled her wrist, and the golden necklace that had been in her palm vanished mysteriously, as if by magic. She then turned her head towards Gugongdao, asking, Dao Gu, do you have something to add? The disparity from millions to 10,000 is quite vast. I would certainly refuse such an offer. Gugongdao shrugged and commented, without taking risks, one cannot reap substantial rewards. Though risk is not something I seek. Who does not desire wealth? Regarding this matter, I can only say, Lucy, you are quite cunning. Fortunately, I am not your registered mercenary. You weren't saying that earlier. You even inquired whether re-registering under a false name would be beneficial. Have you changed your mind and no longer fancy me? Indeed. You lack the allure of €1,000,000, Gugongdao nodded, addressing Zhuang Shooting. It may not be essential to view it, but doing so could broaden your horizons and help you understand the workings of mercenaries. Then I shall take a look. As long as it doesn't interfere with our main tasks. Lucy assured him she would not delay the essential work and swiftly exited the room. Observing her brisk departure, Zhuang Shooting knew she would have her hands full ahead. Once she left, Zhuang Shooting turned to Gugongdao, asking, Dao Gu, do you believe we should opt for the €1,000,000? If it were me, I would choose the higher sum. However, neither option is inherently right or wrong. Both are valid. Moreover, our circumstances differ. I possess years of experience in this field, while you are still a novice, potentially ill-equipped to handle subsequent complications. Honestly, I might struggle as well, considering I've never dealt with €1,000,000. Gugongdao patted Zhuang Shooting's leg, adding, your choice is valid, I support you. Money can always be earned again. My earlier comments were primarily to encourage Lucy to extract more funds. We, as mercenaries, endure the hardships at the front lines. Oh, I see. Thank you, Dao Gu. Zhuang Shooting scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. I am merely inexperienced. Will the PCPD's crash course indeed cover such knowledge? Absolutely. They will address it. Gugongdao elaborated. The equipment of regular PCPD frontline officers is comparable to ours, while the riot control units are a tier above, yet still inferior to the company's armed forces. The weaponry available to us mercenaries is not only utilized by the PCPD, but is also superior, hence they will be discussed. Understanding one type will grant insight into the category, which is why attending the PCPD crash course is advantageous. You mentioned Cassandra could single-handedly take down the entire PCPD. What equipment does she use? I cannot say. That is company confidential information, and it is best not to inquire further. Regardless, it is undoubtedly tailored to her unique attributes, and each piece is worth at least €1,000,000. I once heard from an engineer who maintained equipment for Badenburg that the legendary figure's gear is valued at no less than 400 million. My goodness. Zhuang Shooting gulped, expressing his astonishment. Indeed, hearing that certainly warrants a my goodness. However, this matter transcends mere financial value. Even with identical equipment, I doubt I could contend with her. Shadows are peculiar. Their strength ultimately depends on the wielder. The use of technology may not yield its full potential, perhaps only a fraction of its capabilities. However, if one possesses sufficient skill, Exceeding the limits by an additional measure is indeed feasible. Shadows possess an enigmatic quality, making them difficult to articulate. Yet, when it comes to matters of wealth, alas, how enviable. Indeed, that is a substantial sum. TCH, if I had 400 million, I would never wish to become like him. I would acquire a lavish penthouse atop the tallest skyscraper, complete with a helicopter landing pad, and then embark on my yacht, reveling in unrestrained joy. Naiku, if you possess such riches, what would you do? Me? I haven't contemplated that question. Perhaps I would start by counting. Ha ha ha. Indeed, counting money can be quite exhilarating. Gugongdao waved his hand, chuckling as he remarked, life can be so dreary. Why not indulge in more delightful dreams? By the way, I believe you should take a rest to rejuvenate your spirits, considering you still need to observe the situation. Zhuang Shooting nodded in agreement, saying, I am indeed feeling somewhat drowsy. I haven't had a good night's sleep at the Wild Monkey Gang. But where shall I sleep? This is Lucy's home. Here's her living room. You can rest easy. This sofa is quite comfortable, and you may take a shower first. I assure you, a shower will significantly uplift your mood, perhaps even restore your appetite. Gugongdao gestured around and continued, I'll step out for a moment to fetch you some clothes. You can't possibly remain barefoot, clad only in shorts, can you? Do you wear size medium? It should fit. A larger size would be even more comfortable. And size 43 shoes. Dao Gu, I won't be overly polite. Indeed, no need for false modesty. Your safe return has saved me considerable trouble, essentially granting me a holiday. Gugongdao stood up and said, All right, as long as you don't mind my taste in clothing later. As long as the clothes fit and serve a functional purpose. All will be well. Chapter 50 Chapter 49 A grand performance. The time had arrived at dawn the following day. After a refreshing shower and a restful sleep, Zhuang Shooting indeed regained his appetite, consuming 2 boxes of meat sauce fried noodles along with the sausage, yet still felt unsatisfied. Dao Gu suggested he save some for the next meal, and he was quite amenable to counsel. Clad in a cultural shirt adorned with a yellow smiley face, a sleeveless jacket with 6 pockets, durable work trousers, and a mock PCPD tactical belt, he felt a rejuvenating sense of renewal. His favorite was the sturdy hiking boots he wore, featuring a thick, slip-resistant sole and a waterproof, fully encased hard shell, providing comfort whether kicking or avoiding kicks. The boots were in his preferred brownish yellow, with adjustable Velcro at the opening and a long row of black shoelaces, exuding both style and strength. No wonder he admired them from every angle. What brand are these boots? Zhuang inquired. Not sure, just some roadside brand, either imitation or stolen goods. Who cares? Dao Gu replied, focused on maintaining his monstrous V3, applying a special whale oil paste that was said to enhance its power and extend its lifespan. Where can I find them? I wish to buy another pair. Just down the corner on the right side. Lucy's here. Hearing the distinct sound of high heels outside, Dao Gu promptly concealed the V3 and stowed the maintenance paste away. All right, ready to head out, he announced. You're driving. Dao Gu. Lucy leaned against the doorframe, yawning with one hand while the other playfully twirled the car keys. After a long night without sleep, I could use a quick nap. Where to? Dao Gu took the keys and gestured for the lady to enter. The top floor of the Golden Crystal Building. The Astronomy Museum. Park at the east entrance. Do you know the way? Of course, don't worry, Dao Gu assured, glancing at the keys. Once we're on the road, you can sleep in the back, but don't forget to buckle up. Safety is paramount, especially when sleeping in a vehicle. The vehicle was a versatile van, commonly known as a bread truck, adorned with cheerful advertisements proclaiming the joys of life, obscuring the rear windows. Only upon entering did one discover that the exterior paint did not hinder visibility. It was actually a one-way translucent material with camouflage properties. Zhuang sat in the front seat, observing Dao Ge's driving skills. He could drive, but lacked a license, and his skills paled in comparison to Dao Gu's. He pondered that if he possessed Dao Gu's height and build, with broad shoulders and sturdy arms, he certainly wouldn't navigate the cramped driving seat of a van with such steadiness. Did you see that? This will be your job from now on. Dao Gu chuckled, fully aware of his own predicament. In the future, we'll be partners. Either you drive, or you'll need to buy a larger vehicle, something robust with big wheels. What kind of vehicles do those brutes from the Wild Monkey Gang drive? Convertible trucks. Just lift the roof and the cargo space at the back and squeeze in. But let me make it clear, I'm not fond of that. It looks foolish and clumsy. Dao Gu pointed to the back. Check if she's asleep. It seemed that being a middleman could be quite exhausting at times. Zhuang remarked, "It's not as you described, always sitting safely while reaping the rewards. Some money is rightfully hers, while others that's debatable. There is a shortage of individuals capable of organizing the bigger picture among the hired hands. Hence some money falls to the middlemen. All right, let us keep quiet so she can rest. Otherwise, if she wakes up, she might use it as an excuse to dock our pay. I don't think Lucy is that kind of person." The van navigated through the bustling morning traffic, smoothly arriving at the Golden Crystal building. This shaped twin tower, with two 40-story buildings sharing a rooftop, featured a small observatory. It was said that the building's owner, a skywatching enthusiast, had funded the establishment of the Peking Astronomy Museum, only to later succumb to bankruptcy and leap from the building. Due to the exorbitant cost of demolishing the observatory, the new owner opted to leave it intact, preserving a semblance of its former glory despite the years of stagnation. The two gently roused Lucy, each carrying a box, and together they ascended to the rooftop. Equipment was set up at the very spot where the previous owner had jumped, with one box containing a communication system and the other a reconnaissance system. The inscriptions revealed that these were military-grade devices from the 36 Charity Foundation, dating back at least 30 years. Despite their weathered appearance and numerous dents, once powered on, they functioned remarkably well, proving their exceptional quality. Lucy embraced the communication equipment, indicating she still had some tasks that required her attention, likely involving on-site command. Dao Gu was responsible for the observation equipment, and although the primary component was a telescope, Zhuang could not comprehend the scales or the peculiar functions it possessed. The observatory atop the Golden Crystal building indeed provided an excellent vantage point, allowing a clear view of the Wild Monkey Gang's stadium and headquarters from above the cityscape. Through the dim light of the telescope, all appeared normal at the Wild Monkey Gang. Gorillas and baboons were leisurely engaged in intense workouts, while the park at the entrance was filled with their collective weightlifting figures. "What time is it?" Zhuang asked. 8:45, Dao Gu replied after checking his watch. "Is there a problem?" "They deliver breakfast at 9, likely without uttering a word. But one can't rule out a shout or two. If luck is not on our side." Lucy interjected, "Even if we discover it early, it won't matter. Our main goal is to erase all traces. This has never been a meticulous task, but rather one of sufficient violence to obscure everything, including minor errors from luck." Dao Gu remained focused on the observation lens, remarking, "Sufficient violence? I see no violence here. The Wild Monkey Gang's entrance looks like a park. That's the current facade. Just wait and see." Lucy tilted her head, pressing her ear against the communicator with keen attention. After a moment, she chuckled softly. "What you can see is calm, while what you cannot see is a tempest brewing. Don't just look through the optical lens. Switch to electronic imaging signal mode." That was a feature exclusive to battlefield equipment. Zhuang could only indirectly sense its significance through Dao Ge's exclamations. Before he could inquire further, the optical lens revealed a transformation. A dumpster over 200 meters from the Wild Monkey Stadium suddenly ignited, billowing thick black smoke into the sky. This column of smoke seemed to signal the commencement of action, followed by explosions from another direction near the stadium. In no time, the Wild Monkey Gang's headquarters was enveloped by 6 plumes of smoke and 2 explosions. This was a customary tactic for clearing an area, creating points of fire and distraction to engage the PCPD, thus diverting attention from the intended target. Aware that Zhuang might not grasp the intricacies, Dao Gu took the initiative to explain. Furthermore, diverting the PCPD's resources would also facilitate a safe exit route. However, with 6 plumes of smoke, isn't that excessive? Could there be a conflict? Absolutely. Lucy responded succinctly, then returned her concentration to monitoring communications. Flashes appeared at the building's windows as the Wild Monkey Gang began to unleash their firepower. In the fleeting moments before the grenade detonated, shadowy energy projectiles surged towards the vans, resulting in simultaneous explosions. Zhuang witnessed the familiar spectacle of a stunning grenade explosion and the chaos of shrapnel and incendiary grenades. Simultaneously, he beheld the terrifying sight of the Wild Monkey Gang as firearms obliterating vehicles, utterly astonished by the potency of mere handguns. Are their firearms truly so formidable? Can they not only create a single hole? Gugong let out a sound of acknowledgement and replied, "Indeed, they can merely puncture a hole. The wild monkeys are so robust that they can endure greater loads and provide more energy. Thus, the force they produce is naturally more substantial. In truth, they do not even require handguns. Relying solely on their physical prowess, they could demolish a car into smithereens." The handgun merely serves as an extension of their power, focusing and amplifying it, but it is not the sole source of their might. Ah, look, the van is filled with numerous decoy targets, and the genuine attackers have commenced a gunfight with them. Although it is termed a gunfight, the firing is not particularly dense, at least not comparable to the firepower exhibited by the PCPD and the riot control unit on the night of the 623 incident. Ghostly energy projectiles flew in and out of the windows, inflicting damage on both sides, yet it was the grenades, particularly the stun grenades, that truly dictated the battlefield dynamics. Every few seconds, a stun grenade would inevitably be launched into the Wild Monkey Gang's building, enveloping the area in a shroud of darkness and intense flashes. A moment's contemplation reveals the rationale behind this. Both sides wield black market-grade firearms, which undoubtedly come with significant drawbacks, thus they are cautious in their firing. Grenades, on the other hand, are considerably more practical. They pose regional threats, serve multiple functions, and can be thrown from behind cover, with modifications using high-pressure gas cylinders to enhance their range. Handguns can be fabricated, but how about grenades? That too is a form of shadow weaponry, is it not? Chapter 51. The commander in front of the Wild Monkey Gang's headquarters, unknown gunmen took cover and exchanged fire with gang members inside the building. While the scene appeared grand, the actual impact was minimal. Although the situation inside the building remained obscured, the chaos outside was evident. After observing for a while, Zhuang Shooting noticed that several vehicles had been destroyed, but the casualties were not immediately apparent. Doubts began to creep in. How long could this standoff persist? Though the fire and explosions diverted the attention of the PCPD, the territory of the Wild Monkey Gang had never been their primary concern, yet the police would inevitably arrive. Regardless, when heavy weaponry was deployed, the PCPD had to intervene and would certainly call for riot control units, complicating matters considerably. This impasse could not continue. Zhuang Shooting raised his binoculars and remarked, "The Wild Monkey Gang is not suffering losses. Those outside cannot prevail." Gu Gongdao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share your sentiment." Lucy, enough. I had hoped you would learn from your failures this past year." "Hey, what did you say?" Lucy was about to explain, but urgent messages crackled through her communicator, compelling her to act immediately. She busily typed on the communication platform, producing short, strange sounds that resembled a coded language. Observing her flurry of activity, Zhuang Shooting and Gu Gongdao refrained from interrupting, opting instead to continue their scrutiny. Zhuang Shooting felt a pang of anxiety over this conflict. He wished for more decisive action from those outside, preferably a resounding explosion that would obliterate the Wild Monkey Gang's headquarters, thereby eradicating all traces. Yet, he was neither a fool nor a delusional dreamer who would pin his hopes on fantasies. He realized those attackers were not clueless either. On the contrary, he was the novice, while they were likely seasoned. This prompted a shift in his perspective. He ceased to view the others as mere incompetents and instead acknowledged their tactical acumen, recognizing that the folly lay in his own misunderstanding. No longer framing the gunfight solely as a means to eliminate the Wild Monkey Gang, Zhuang Shooting began to reanalyze the situation. With keen observation, he compared the current battlefield dynamics with his memories of past encounters, gradually discerning a pattern. The attackers did not aim to annihilate the Wild Monkey Gang from the start. Such an endeavor would be impractical. Their objective was merely to suppress the guerrillas, particularly to seize control of the first floor, facilitating the infiltration of their own personnel into the basement. Elated by this newfound understanding, Zhuang Shooting eagerly shared his insights with his partner. "Dao Gu, look at their firepower. It's concentrated on the second and third floors, relentlessly driving those individuals upward. They are on the verge of controlling the exits. Look, in the shadows on the west side of the building, for individuals are approaching. Behind them are at least 3 more groups." Gu Gongdao adjusted the scope to follow Zhuang Shooting's indication. After observing for a moment, he nodded. "Indeed, now that you mention it, I see it too. They are applying firepower pressure from the front, forcing the guerrillas to retreat to the higher floors, effectively creating a relatively secure zone there. Look, the infiltrators from the side are already inside. For individuals may not suffice. There are certainly guards below, especially on the second basement level." Zhuang Shooting remarked while continuing to observe. However, if they can breach the defenses, that would constitute a significant victory. This assertion held merit. Once the conflict reached the lower levels, it would obscure the activities of Little Pink. At that moment, Lucy also began to ease from her previous busyness. massaging her fingers before retrieving a pack of cigarettes and lighting one. Amidst the curling smoke and the continuous battlefield communications in her earpiece, Lucy maintained her focus on Zhuang's shooting. His analysis of the situation had been entirely accurate, a commendable feat for a novice. More impressively, Zhuang's shooting had corrected his initial misunderstandings and found the right direction in a remarkably short time. This adaptability and resourcefulness were exceedingly rare. He ought not to remain a mere henchman. Rather, he should evolve into a commander among mercenaries. This thought first crossed Lucy's mind and quickly solidified. Mercenaries often operated independently, each possessing unique skills, yet they lacked a commanding presence on the field. This was not entirely their fault. Those adept at leadership often fell victim to betrayal by temporary allies, leaving few survivors. The very individuals who chose treachery could not tolerate a planner among their ranks, making captains the first to perish. In addition to the high mortality rate, many leaders opted to become intermediaries, believing that such a role would allow them to utilize their coordination skills. As a seasoned professional, Lucy dismissed this notion as nonsense. Intermediaries needed to distance themselves from the battlefield. The deeper they became involved, the more perilous their situation grew, ultimately leading to death. Yet, Zhuang's shooting possessed an advantage. His partner, Gu Gongdao, known for his loyalty, which was partly due to his own name being revealed, Gu's character further reinforced this trait. Among all the mercenaries Lucy knew, Gu Gongdao would rank highly on a list of those least likely to betray a partner. With such a dependable ally, Zhuang's shooting had the opportunity to fully harness his abilities. Being a novice, with little understanding of the profession, was, in fact, an advantage. His inexperience rendered him more malleable, and Lucy relished the prospect of shaping him without his awareness. She began contemplating enrolling Zhuang's shooting in specialized PCPD training sessions, perhaps. Unbeknownst to Zhuang's shooting, Lucy was orchestrating his future while he remained fixated on the battlefield. The combat surrounding the lower 3 floors of the building had devolved into a tug-of-war, precisely what the attackers desired. Meanwhile, the Wild Monkey Gang's forces began to mobilize from nearby neighborhoods, attempting to form a pincer movement. However, these peripheral members were poorly equipped, with scarce firearms and virtually no grenades, while possessing an abundance of electric batons, saws, and machetes, rendering them ineffective under sustained fire. "Nake, let me test you. If you answer well, I will reward you, as I am in a good mood today." Lucy exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Try to articulate how they should proceed with their next assault." After a moment of contemplation, Zhuang's shooting replied, excluding the option of annihilating the Wild Monkey Gang. All strategies should revolve around cover, suppression, and ambush. A frontal assault serves as cover, and I believe entering the basement via the stairs could also serve as a form of cover. To seize the treasure, one must enter through the back door. The Red Lightning Skewers restaurant is likely where the real force lies. I assent it? Lucy nodded. Precisely. A few exceptional mercenaries are stationed there. Their recent communication indicated they encountered an ambush on the second basement level, blocked by traps and some burly men. I told them, take down those brutes. I hope they don't take that literally. Gu Gongdao shrugged. Think it through. My statement makes sense. Why should they flip them? That serves no purpose. I'm not done yet. Zhuang's shooting interjected. The gunfight in front of the building serves as cover. The infiltration from the side also acts as cover. Why can't the actions at the Red Lightning restaurant be considered cover as well? Our primary target this time is the location where the Wild Monkey Gang stores high-value items, making the entire stadium operation a form of cover. To achieve this, it is entirely feasible to enlist more individuals, such as other gangs at odds with the Wild Monkey Gang. They could create ongoing disturbances, complicating subsequent investigations. Zhuang's shooting continued. If the gang can come in, so can the PCPD. However, that is not feasible. The PCPD has already played its part, and its subsequent impact is minimal. What about other companies? Sister Lucy, I believe you should intentionally leak some information to draw in other companies. But I am uncertain about the best form of participation or the optimal timing for their involvement. Lucy chuckled and replied, the company's actions are beyond our control, yet they will undoubtedly engage. Dao Gu, keep an eye on aerial targets. Corporate strikes often descend from above. Gu Gongdao made an okay gesture while adjusting the battlefield observation equipment and remarked, Nai Ku, do you enjoy being tested? Why don't I join in? If you were part of the Wild Monkey Gang and faced this situation, what would you do? I have no effective strategy, considering we've been ambushed. Zhuang's shooting pondered before responding. At this juncture, We can only have the leader step forward and devise a counterattack, both to bolster our prestige and morale, and to urge the outer monkeys and gorillas to attack swiftly. This is the territory of the wild monkey gang. After all, they have the numerical advantage. We can also sow discord, such as allowing some attackers to retreat under the pretense that they want to be pursued if they leave now. Observing the equipment, one can surmise that mercenaries are attacking. I think we should definitely try a monetary offensive or disseminate false intelligence to disrupt their ranks. Gugongdao set down his binoculars and looked at Zhuang shooting, scoffing. What are you thinking? You are just suggesting ways to make the mercenaries uncomfortable. Which side are you on? Hey, that is your question. You're asking me to devise plans for the wild monkey gang, and you wonder what side I'm on? Oh, I was momentarily confused. No worries. Gugongdao shrugged nonchalantly. Lucy smiled, extinguished her cigarette, and tossed it downstairs, saying, Nai Ku is right. The wild monkey gang should act accordingly unless their muscles are filled with skulls. Your foresight is commendable and deserves extra points, elevating your overall score to excellent. Haha. Does that mean I get a reward? What is it? I haven't decided yet, but it should be something to bring you joy. Lucy listened intently to the battlefield communication signals and then stated, It's about time. Dao Gu, switch the battlefield monitoring to stealth mode. Nai Ku, check if the binoculars have anti-reflective features activated. There's movement from the company's side. At least 6 waves of high-speed aircraft are approaching. Additionally, the guerrillas inside the building should prepare as well. Now it depends on how long the pieces on the front can hold out. No sooner had she finished speaking than a colossal figure crashed through the 7th floor wall and window of the building, leaping downwards. He plummeted to the ground, the impact raising a considerable cloud of dust. Just as everyone was still processing the event, a small car hurtled out of the dust, directly smashing into the mercenary position. It was evident that the car bore a gigantic grip mark on its chassis and side, indicating it had been thrown with a single hand. Such force belonged to the gorilla of the wild monkey gang. Chapter 52. Chapter 51. The gorilla and the beauty. The gorilla let out a thunderous roar, scattering dust in the air as it asserted its dominion over the territory. As the leader, or one of the leaders, of the wild monkey gang, the gorilla embodied the pinnacle of muscle and heart, standing over 3 meters tall, a colossal being. It consumed growth hormones like candy, inhaled calories as if they were mere breaths, and treated nutrition as bricks for its formidable structure. The gorilla possessed an unimaginably powerful strength. Standing there, it resembled an imposing elephant, exuding an aura akin to that of a bear, instantly intimidating all those present. You are all nothing but scraps. Your fate is to be crushed. The gorilla squinted its eyes, glaring menacingly at the onlookers. At that moment, Zhuang Shooting noticed that the creature's eyelids had been hardened through rigorous training, forming a thick layer of calluses. The muscles surrounding its eye sockets bulged like biceps, serving as a protective shield for its relatively delicate eyeballs. Even in its bare form, it appeared to be clad in armor, a protective layer crafted from its own muscle and calluses. With a swift motion, a shadow energy projectile zipped through the air, striking the gorilla with a resounding thud. It staggered slightly, leaving a red mark on its skin, but that was the extent of the damage. The wild monkey gang had coated its body with a shoe polish-like substance, a construction coating used during wartime to reinforce structures and diminish the penetrating power of shadow energy projectiles. The energy from the shadows would be evenly distributed across its surface, maintaining the total energy while reducing pressure. However, this substance was detrimental to human health and had gradually been phased out. It is crucial to note that it posed health risks to humans, but the gorilla could withstand it. It was difficult to classify it as human anymore. The wild monkey gang had long since shed the history of focusing solely on brute strength without courage. They had transcended the standards of ordinary people from the inside out. Enhanced by drugs and shadow devices, the gorilla had developed an additional heart, a lung lobe, and a spleen. The amount of adrenaline it could secrete in a short time was immense. If administered to another, it would equate to a lethal toxin. With sheer blood pressure, the gorilla could block a fire hydrant spray, and it could utilize primal instincts to protect its brain tissue. Excessive intake of calcium, iron, and zinc had fortified its bones. And there were even rumors of gorillas able to ignite their bodies by absorbing methane. While the true utility of such explosive power remained a mystery, the potential of immense strength was universally acknowledged, including by Zhuang Shooting, who was now acutely aware of its implications. Strength is the essence of speed. One must not conflate speed with agility. Here, we speak solely of speed. The gorilla's calf muscles were thicker than Zhuang Shooting's waist, and the explosive force generated when it fully compressed and released was the very source of its velocity. With a thunderous crash, the gorilla surged forward, using all four limbs, and in mere moments, reached speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. It paid no heed to the need for braking or slowing down, charging directly toward the mercenary's position. It seized the individual who had just fired at it and forcefully slammed him to the ground. This was the essence of a brake pad, known as a human brake. In just a little over 3 seconds, the ground bore the gruesome evidence of violence. The mercenary had been reduced to a mangled heap, with the remnants clinging to the gorilla's palm, which it casually discarded. Crush the scraps, the gorilla declared. Zhuang Shooting could not hear the gorilla's voice. His binoculars lacked such capabilities, leaving him only to observe its fierce and formidable form. A mere display of acceleration and sprinting, fueled by extraordinary strength, resulted in unparalleled devastation. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that is ferocious." Such extremity required constant consumption of food and relentless training. There could be no respite. Gugongdao was also quite robust, possessing even greater authority than Zhuang Shooting on the matter. If food supplies were cut off, within 2 or 3 days, the gorilla would become utterly lethargic, as its powerful digestive system could consume its own organs. I remember a gorilla from the wild monkey gang that met its end in such a manner. All that matters is being able to fight while alive, Lucy remarked. Nake, the gorilla is charging down just as you predicted. Now, as part of the mercenaries. What will you do? Still testing? Zhuang Shooting shook his head and replied, I have no idea how to deal with that gorilla. Those who know should try to delay it, while we intensify our firepower at the building to prevent more from descending. However, I fear many more gorillas will abandon the stairs and leap down. I suppose I'll reserve some stun grenades to deploy in the open space in front of the building, increasing the casualties to make the gorilla more cautious and restrict its movements. That's a decent plan, Lucy nodded. But Zhuang Shooting was dissatisfied, stating, If I were in command, I should have been aware of the gorilla's capabilities. I should have been prepared in advance. By the way, why haven't they used stun grenades on the gorilla? Stun pins would suffice. Is it because the gorilla is too fast? You're not close enough to gauge its physical strength. Stun grenades are intended for ordinary people, and to it, they would feel like a warm breeze. Every member of the wild monkey gang possessed some degree of physical enhancement. It was merely a matter of extent. Lucy gestured toward the stadium building, saying, So far, the stun grenades have not achieved much. On one hand, they are obstructed by the walls of the building, unable to penetrate or maneuver around obstacles. On the other hand, the physical enhancements of the wild monkey gang play a significant role. The effectiveness of shadow energy correlates greatly with each individual's training. You are too fragile, Nake. Oh, no wonder Heisenberg wasn't directly taken down by the stun grenades. Although he appears thin, the chef is not lacking in funds and may have employed the most efficient physical enhancements. Enhancement is essential, and training is indispensable, yet the gorilla's enhancements appeared excessively extreme. A path Zhuang Shooting would never choose. After some contemplation, he decided that his primary criterion for enhancement should be inconspicuousness, ensuring that his family remained unworried, ideally. They should remain unaware that he was now a mercenary. Just as Zhuang Shooting anticipated, the members of the wild monkey gang, unable to break through the front door, emulated their leader and leaped out the front windows. In an instant, it resembled a horde of monkeys descending from the mountain, followed by the deafening sound of stun grenades. While their physical capabilities were impressive, they were not immune to stun weapons, and many monkeys and baboons fell to the ground. The gorilla paid them no mind, focusing intently on breaching the mercenaries' defenses. It lifted the mercenaries as though they were mere chicks, slamming them to the ground or hurling them against one another before shattering them together. Wherever it went, death followed closely behind. No mercenary stood a chance against it. Zhuang Shooting witnessed a mercenary attempt to shoot at close range, even poking his finger into the gorilla's face, yet the shadow energy projectile could not breach its defenses. The shadow energy merely reddened the gorilla's entire body, releasing plumes of blue smoke, which only served to infuriate it further, driving it into a frenzy. Oh, I see now. The gorilla is not invulnerable, but ferociously powerful within certain limits of endurance. Both the coating on its skin and its sheer forceful combat style are gradually depleting its health and resilience. Its internal organs remain relatively fragile compared to its flesh and bones, especially its brain. The more attacks it endures, the lower its cognitive capacity. Nonetheless, The gorilla was a formidable hammer, and the mercenaries before the building could not withstand its onslaught. Zhuang Shooting felt a pang of sympathy for them, while Lucy coldly pointed out that they were merely peripheral members of the mercenaries, driven solely by profit, lacking both intellect and strength. Unwilling even to invest in the PCPD's crash course, it seemed that those who did not aspire to learn and progress were destined to be cannon fodder. The mercenary profession was perilous, and the middlemen were ruthless. The gorilla's rampage ensured the wild monkey gang's continued dominance, without a doubt. As the situation began to turn in their favor, the outer monkeys and baboons surged forward, breaking through the mercenaries' lines from the rear. Logically, the wild monkey gang should have gained control of the situation, and under such circumstances, the gorilla should have paused for a moment. Yet it did not. It appeared that the distinction between friend and foe had become blurred, as one boldly raised a fist towards the members of the wild monkey gang. Though the gorillas and baboons were robust creatures, they were but a mere punch or two away from defeat in the presence of the mighty King Kong. It seemed there would be a tumultuous moment. The individuals below had yet to complete their tasks, and if the company did not intervene, they should have ample time. Alas! Lucy twisted her communicator with force and snapped her fingers thrice, declaring, "Dao, we must retreat." Understood. Dao, without a hint of reluctance, began to gather his belongings. Zhuang Shooting furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sister Lucy, has the company arrived?" "Indeed, Dingxin Magic Creation has come. The first flying vehicle should be Cassandra's." As Lucy packed the equipment into her bag, she gestured upwards, remarking, "It should be happening now." Whoosh! A vehicle soared overhead, the electric static from its levitating wheels resembling blue orbs of light, giving the soap-shaped craft the appearance of riding upon four pillars of azure flame. It zipped past Zhuang Shooting, causing a tingling sensation upon his skin, while the scattered paper and refuse on the ground were drawn skyward by the static electricity, swirling into the air. They could never catch up to the flying vehicle, only to slowly descend back to the earth after a brief frenzy. In mere seconds, the flying car hovered above the arena, its transparent glass canopy opening, and a woman leapt from the sky. That was Cassandra, arriving alone in her vehicle, ready to enter the fray. She descended from a height of over 40 meters, angled toward the building, and grasped the wall with a firm grip. A cacophony of crumbling plaster and flying debris accompanied her descent. When she reached the last 2 stories, Cassandra executed a nimble maneuver, detaching from the wall and crouching slightly to absorb the impact, landing gracefully on the ground. What a chaotic scene! Cassandra squinted as she surveyed her surroundings upon rising, promptly striding toward the building entrance. King Kong, perhaps recalling the directive to prevent outsiders from breaching the structure, resorted to its familiar tactic, compressing its tendons to generate potential energy, then propelled itself toward Cassandra with remarkable speed. Compared to the colossal figure of King Kong, Cassandra, at less than 2 meters tall, seemed diminutive, utterly enveloped by its shadow. A fleeting blur. All that anyone could perceive was a mere wisp of movement. Cassandra's form trembled slightly, yet she remained essentially in place, reminiscent of fish seen through the rippling surface of water. King Kong was sent hurtling away, its head twisting nearly 180 degrees, shoulders trailing its neck, arms following the shoulders, and legs trailing the waist. It spiraled downward, crashing into the earth, leaving only a high, protruding rear behind. An instant silence enveloped the scene. Onlookers gazed at Cassandra, each too stunned to move. They stood still, awaiting an eventual reckoning. Cassandra patted her thigh and uttered a remark before advancing toward the wild monkey gang's headquarters. Only a fool would linger here, especially for mercenaries. Remaining was tantamount to death. They scattered like birds fleeing from a predator, retreating with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, more company personnel and gang members continued to converge upon this location. Cassandra was acutely aware of the situation behind her, yet there was no time to address it. Chapter 53. Section 52. Envy. Cassandra commanded the battlefield with her bizarre and formidable prowess, exemplified by the gorilla with its head buried in the earth. Zhuang Shooting watched her queenly figure fade into the wild monkey gang's headquarters, slowly lowering his binoculars and exclaiming, "Impressive. I wish I could be that strong." "Stop dreaming. It's impossible," Lucy replied, shaking her head. "The major companies hold the technology and equipment for extraordinary living projections, reserving the best for themselves. What is available on the market are merely outdated models, significantly inferior in performance. Moreover, the finest extraordinary implants must be tailored to one's physical constitution and require prolonged tracking and maintenance, something beyond our reach. Let's be realistic. We need to gather our gear and leave. Zhuang Shooting uttered a sound of agreement, moving to pick up the packaged communication components. He was still contemplating Cassandra's displayed abilities, perceiving her as a demigod walking among mortals. Gegandeo, carrying the battlefield surveillance equipment, noticed Zhuang Shooting's expression and quickly deduced his thoughts. Who says it's impossible? Where there's a will, there's a way. The top-tier living projections have been under military and corporate secrecy for a century, with nothing available on the market, especially with the rapid advancements in the last decade. It's likely that soon, those technologies will become commonplace. Lucy shook her head, leading the way downstairs. The company will undoubtedly go to great lengths to maintain its competitive edge. The best products will not be released into the market. When have we ever relied on market goods? We're not middlemen. Gegandeo chuckled. Stealing or robbing is an option, if all else fails. We can always think about making a profit. One must have dreams. What if they come true? Encouraging him like that is pointless, Lucy said, shaking her head as she pulled the lever for the steam lift, awaiting its arrival. Setting overly ambitious goals only leads to disappointment or reckless decisions, neither of which is beneficial. Lucy's words were imbued with care and affection for Zhuang Shooting, which Gegandeo readily recognized, and he continued, "Indeed, you make a valid point. However, I haven't finished speaking." "Oh, is that what you meant? Well, that makes sense," Zhuang Shooting replied as the lift arrived. The three of them stepped inside, with Lucy responsible for inserting the coin. Once the lift's greed was satisfied, it began its descent. "Nake, it seems you are due for training at the PCPD, correct?" "Yes, that is indeed my intention," Zhuang Shooting nodded. "I have chosen this profession, and I intend to excel, starting from my novice days. However, I currently lack the funds to pay for it." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Gegandeo exclaimed, playfully tapping Zhuang Shooting on the head. "Can that possibly require your payment?" "Right, Lucy?" Both Zhuang Shooting and Gegandeo nodded. "What are you nodding for? What does this have to do with you?" Lucy shot a finger at Gegandeo. "While Nake is in training for the next 2 months, if you have no other commissions, come help me manage the spoils from this job. Of course, I'll prioritize working for you. But is Nake really going to be gone for 2 months? Are you worried he won't graduate in a month? Is there even a scenario where one doesn't graduate from training?" Lucy scoffed. "I plan to enroll him in an advanced class, enhancing his training with the PCPD and additional fire department exercises to bolster his physical fitness. While it may not yield significant improvements, he will acquire techniques for self-improvement. I feel that firefighter training pales in comparison to combat training," Zhuang Shooting mused, briefly perplexed. Are you still contemplating eliminating other chefs?" "I am not a chef assassin," Lucy retorted, kicking the back of the passenger seat with a huff. "How well are you actually learning? If you were to become a chef, could you remain in that field?" "Not now. It's certainly not feasible." Zhuang Shooting shook his head. "If given more opportunities and time to learn, I believe I could succeed. For instance, I have never misjudged the ratings I assigned to the projection devices. I did quite well. However, I lack experience in creating projection items, so I cannot be considered a chef. Such a pity. I had hoped to take you to the black market to scout for items and see if you could network with other chefs, but the timing conflicts with your training. I'd rather not embarrass myself. It's better to focus on the PCPD training. I truly wish to avoid a repeat of the incident with the stun grenade. Procuring projection devices? Isn't that rather costly? I understand you wish to save for your family, so do not worry. This line of work involves significant financial fluctuations. Without investment, fulfilling commissions is challenging. If commissions are unmet, compensation is unattainable. The key lies in maintaining that cycle. A vehicle suddenly swerved across the lane, cutting in front of them. Gegandeo quickly maneuvered to avoid it, honking to alert the other driver. He extended his hand out the window and slammed it against the car's roof, shouting, "Blind idiot. If you can't drive, go retake your license." What a fool. Returning to the topic at hand, Gegandeo's voice normalized, even taking on a gentle tone. At the outset, one must equip themselves with practical and essential gear. I have experience in this regard. Naturally, I've learned from past mistakes, so this time, I will do much better. What happened before? Zhuang Shooting inquired. Gegandeo frowned slightly, sniffling as he replied, "I was swindled and had to pay a hefty sum. I had no choice but to sell all my equipment to cover the largest deficit, preserving my chance for a comeback. Things are much improved now. I have the Python V3 and you as my partner. Both are promising signs. Look, there is a conspicuous convoy approaching. 6 sleek, Red MPVs powered by electric engines glided into view, moving in a straight line on the opposite lane, unimpeded. The lead vehicle flashed its headlights and warning lights, prompting the others to yield the way. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the vehicles were not merely yielding. They abruptly veered to the side, exhibiting a somewhat chaotic sway. Many startled drivers gripped their steering wheels tightly, slamming on their brakes to slow down. With their, albeit reluctant, cooperation, the red convoy encountered no need to decelerate, cruising smoothly ahead. Whose convoy is this? Such a vibrant red hue could only belong to the Crimson Group, bold and audacious as ever. They are utilizing projection devices to command the vehicles ahead. Their impatience is evident. Lucy observed through the car window. It's highly likely they are en route to the Wild Monkey Gang. But whether they will arrive in time or what equipment they carry remains uncertain. Zhuang Shooting asked, "Surely they can handle Cassandra, right?" "Not necessarily, and it's not essential." Lucy shook her head. Cassandra is clearly a combatant. Her abilities and projection devices tailored for warfare, while not all in those 6 vehicles are specialized combatants. Do not forget the information disparity. Cassandra is aware of the Wild Monkey Gang situation, while the Crimson Group is not. The convoy must be equipped for various scenarios, rather than solely for confrontation. What might transpire? A friendly discussion? I cannot say, nor do I wish to know. It's best to remain uninformed. Lucy gazed outside, stating, "Some intermediaries are unreserved in their dealings with corporations, but I prefer to keep my distance. At least Dingxin Magic Creation will be furious, especially with Cassandra present. It is prudent for us to depart swiftly. In the aftermath, it is advisable to refrain from inquiring further, as curiosity may provoke the monster that is already seeking retribution. Therefore, upon the company's arrival, must we withdraw? This particular situation is somewhat exceptional and should not be regarded as a standard reference. Upon careful reflection, the most advantageous outcome for us is not their success, but rather their near acquisition of the Hercules, only to ultimately fail. Would you not agree?" Zhuang Shooting nodded in agreement, stating, "You are correct. Should the Hercules be lost, Cassandra will undoubtedly intensify her pursuit, thus amplifying the danger. There is no need for you to worry about future assignments lacking company-related information. If there are promising opportunities involving other intermediaries that pertain to the company, I will certainly inform you. When I mention distancing ourselves from the company, I refer specifically to refraining from overseeing such assignments. Do you comprehend?" Chapter 54. Chapter 53. Rewards. Lucy collected several letters from the mailbox downstairs, causing her to fall behind. Zhuang Shooting and Gu Gongdao placed 2 packages of equipment in a corner of the living room, unceremoniously rummaging through her food and drinks. Noticing this, Lucy said nothing, lighting a cigarette for herself and slowly opening the letters while seated on the sofa. "Lucy, would you like some water?" Zhuang Shooting asked, eagerly pouring her a glass. "Yes. Just set it down. Stay for a moment. The money will be in soon. Wealth holds value, and information possesses worth as well." Zhuang Shooting reported to Lucy on his learning endeavors with the Wild Monkey Gang, which included sensitive intelligence regarding Heisenberg's control over a living Hercules shadow, as well as the most likely locations for the shadow's storage, the front door key, and the escape route. Additionally, he was aware of news concerning the Dingxin Magic Creation Group's Cassandra. The amalgamation of this intelligence was sufficient to support a highly promising operation. Having immersed herself in the role of a middleman for many years, Lucy understood precisely what needed to be done. Since they harbored personal interests in this operation, their primary objective remained to obscure their previous actions. Therefore, the intelligence package had to be dismantled, meticulously processed, and funneled through isolated secure channels into the middleman's network. When you retrieved the Sapphire Shadow Necklace, the initial payment for the intelligence had already been received. By the way, your decision to use the Shadow Necklace as bait, despite being unaware of any further intelligence income, was quite prudent, Lucy remarked with a slight nod. Currently, the portion of the intelligence income one can allocate to you is 6,000 euros, with an additional 2 to 3,000 expected, depending on what they can find during the operation. So much. Zhuang Shooting's eyes widened and his mouth fell agape, nearly prompting him to leap from his seat. Indeed, it is quite substantial, primarily because the information you provided this time is exceptionally valuable. Lucy counted on her fingers, itemizing. You obtained the front door key, accessed the hidden passageway, understood the layout and defenses of the buildings underground, and knew when the Wild Monkey Gang took their meals and breaks. This intelligence is more than sufficient to support a silent infiltration, hence its high value. Gugongdao rubbed his hands together and scoffed. Huh. You must have manipulated the intelligence to involve multiple parties. If one side opts for a forceful approach, it can only lead to a chaotic scene. Lucy nodded, conceding. I do not shy away from that. There are indeed tactics employed by middlemen in handling intelligence, and that is how I earn my living. I have no objections. A grand spectacle is quite appealing. Zhuang Shooting understood that Lucy's comment was to emphasize the significance of the middleman, preventing the hired hands from foolishly acting independently. I simply did not expect an income of over 6,000. The quality of the intelligence is paramount, and its exclusivity is a significant factor. Moreover, the Wild Monkey Gang indeed possesses valuable items, which also plays a role, Lucy explained to Zhuang Shooting. The intelligence fee is divided into two parts. An initial payment is made, and upon verification of the intelligence's validity, the remaining amount is given. They have indeed located the living Hercules. I estimate the colorful tier corresponds to Hercules, hence they should be compensated accordingly. Have they secured Hercules? Whether or not they have does not affect the intelligence fee. If they fail to acquire it, they will not receive payment for the intelligence, and no one will provide them with information next time. Indeed, the intelligence fee cannot be overlooked, Gugongdao interjected. Consider this. If you fail to obtain the items and use that as an excuse to withhold payment, it not only reflects inadequacy in your capabilities to fulfill the commission but also signifies a lack of credibility. The middleman would think, I provide you with intelligence, yet you fail to deliver and refuse payment? Henceforth, they will only share information with those deemed most capable. This would eliminate any opportunity for lower-tier hired hands to ascend. Zhuang Shooting nodded, indicating his comprehension. Due to the highly fragmented nature of this intelligence, and considering that some hired hands who purchased information might not survive to pay the remaining fees, the subsequent transactions would be quite convoluted. Apologies for interrupting, Zhuang Shooting said. Lucy, if the hired hands are captured by the company, will they trace the payment accounts back to the middleman? Continuing from the previous topic, it would be cumbersome to pay you piecemeal. I prefer to settle everything at once. I will give you 7,500 for the intelligence share, and 2,500 for the chef's matter, totaling 10,000 euros. As for the deposit from the prior commission, I will cover the costs for the PCPD training program. If there is any surplus, I will purchase you a set of PCPD training gear. Ah, so I can leave today with 10,000 euros? Indeed, you have performed admirably, and you deserve it. Oh, do not forget the bonuses from the raid on the Wild Monkey Gang's warehouse. There may be another 10,000 forthcoming. I estimate that once you complete 2 months of PCPD training, you will see that money. 20,000 euros in total. I used to toil for a year and a half for that amount, and now I can acquire it all at once. This is equivalent to half a month's culinary training plus 2 months of PCPD training. It is undeniably worthwhile. I have no objections. This feels quite favorable, Zhuang Shooting said with a smile. I have yet to receive 10,000 euros in a single payment. Do not squander it, Gugongdao advised. You should manage this amount for living expenses, treat yourself, and buy 2 or 3 sets of casual clothing. After 2 months, once you complete your training, you will not be a novice anymore. The remaining sum should be allocated for various commission gear. It cannot be frivolously spent. I will help you choose, starting with proper firearms, which will require a considerable investment. Who knows what will be available on the black market by then? I can make do with the firearms obtained from the Wild Monkey Gang. Gugongdao contemplated for a moment and replied, if you insist, that is acceptable. Then you could allocate the funds towards shadow devices and some basic shadow implants. I am not referring to skeletal level enhancements, with 10,000. You can only afford subdermal ones at most. I will require some as well, so we can discuss it later. Yes, we shall discuss it then. Zhuang Shooting agreed. Lucy nodded, saying, Dao Ji's approach is quite seasoned, but there is a concern. Dao Gu, will you have 10,000 euros in 2 months? I would not want a novice's gear to surpass yours. I will work diligently over these 2 months and reduce my indulgences, Gugongdao chuckled. Lucy, do introduce some good tasks for me. I intend to remain somewhat low-key and observe the company's movements. Nevertheless, I will keep an eye on the intelligence market. If you are uncertain about a commission, I can assist you. After all, you are a partner of Naiku, and your standing with me differs from that of other hired hands. Haha, Gugongdao rolled his eyes, rising to leave. All right. I shall not linger here to witness your financial dealings. It is disheartening and envy-inducing. I need to find some work. Zhuang Shooting quickly stood as well, calling, Dao Gu. Gugongdao waved his hand, saying, I am merely teasing Lucy. This does not concern you. Once you complete your training, we shall meet here with Lucy. By then, you will no longer be a novice, and I will introduce you to other middlemen. Those who are younger, more beautiful, more generous, and less prone to snarky remarks. Clearly, the one making snarky remarks is you. Zhuang Shooting thought silently to himself. Indeed, there are younger middlemen, but none more beautiful. I am the champion of the middleman beauty pageant. Spare me. You were the only contestant in the beauty pageant you hosted, so of course, you are the champion. Gu Gongdao scoffed, not forgetting to grab a bag of candy from the small kitchen as he departed. I understand. How will you take the 10,000 euros? 500 euros per bill. That's 20 bills? Chapter 55. Chocolate flowers. 10,000 euros are ill-suited to be casually carried in one's pocket, as spending large denominations can be rather cumbersome. Moreover, Zhuang Shooting does not possess a wallet. He merely carries a few coins, which suffice for his needs. I have an old wallet here. It's yours now, said Lucy, a considerate intermediary. She produced a brown leather wallet that could fit snugly in the interior pocket of a jacket, along with a cut-resistant spring cord to secure it to his belt, alleviating any fears of it being stealthily snatched. With a white coin, 9 500-euro notes, and 5 100-euro notes, Zhuang Shooting noted that they could be effortlessly stowed in the wallet, remarking that it felt strangely weightless. Lucy, chuckling at his greed, rummaged through a drawer filled with miscellaneous items and unveiled a piece of armored plate designed to fit into the wallet. Upon seeing the perfectly sized armor, Zhuang Shooting was astonished, exclaiming, "Such a thing exists?" It was hard for him to conceive of the various products that had been developed. This anti-stab inner pocket wallet came in an entire series with diverse designs, some even accommodating flasks. Lucy remarked, "The left chest holds the armored wallet, while the right chest houses a weapon. This configuration was once quite fashionable." Wow, cool. All right, let's buy some candy. Zhuang Shooting inquired about the nearest candy store, where he was dazzled by the myriad of choices, feeling quite disoriented. Despite the enthusiastic sales staff recommending nearly 100 products, he could afford to purchase them all with the 10,000 euros in his pocket. Yet, he opted for merely an 80-euro assortment of chocolates and mixed candies. Too timid to buy more. Today, a special promotion offered free gift wrapping into a bouquet for purchases over 22 euros. Would you like it wrapped? It's free. Zhuang Shooting nodded, accepting the 20 euros in change and stepping aside to watch the sales clerk at work. After a while, he exited the candy store with his chocolate bouquet, following the directions given by the clerk to the bus station, heading towards his sister's school. Some require sewing machines, while others do not. Zhuang Shooting arrived at Peicing 36 Guangwei University. Although it was 2 in the afternoon and classes were still in session, many students were entering and exiting the premises. Numerous couples strolled together, their faces radiating, possibly fleeting, smiles. Zhuang Shooting stood at the school gate, feeling incongruous amidst their carefree demeanor. However, he had no choice but to wait, for the school had strict security, and he could not blend in. After standing at the gate for a while, observing the affectionate couples in various groups, Zhuang Shooting sighed. It wasn't that he was averse to finding a girlfriend. After all, his elder brother was still unmarried. So why rush? Moreover, his brother Zhuang Tong worked at a stable job, earning a good income and leading a secure life as a leader in a technical department. Zhuang Shooting, on the other hand, was merely a hired hand, lacking even a clock-in for a job, and in some respects, was worse off than a gang member. With his current circumstances, how could he possibly consider marriage? Hey, isn't that? Zhuang Shooting turned his head to see a girl in the university uniform who looked strikingly familiar. She appeared to be a classmate of Zhuang Feifei, someone he had likely met before. He could not recall her name, just as she would not remember her classmate's brother's name. Are you here to see Feifei? All right. That's all I need to know. Her name isn't important. Zhuang Shooting nodded and said, "Could you please ask her to come out? Just let her know I'm outside." "Sure. I know where she is. Just wait here." The girl made an okay gesture and walked briskly through the gate, smiling. It seemed he wouldn't have to wait long. Zhuang Shooting felt a sudden lift in his spirits. He shifted slightly, continuing to stand in the shadow of the building to escape the sweltering July sun. Just then, another voice rang out beside him. Beat him, having done no one wrong. Zhuang Shooting was utterly bewildered as to why he was being drawn into a fight. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a blue figure lunging towards his chin. Despite his efforts to evade, he was unable to escape. He staggered sideways, dropping the chocolate bouquet he had been holding. The assailant was a man over 6 feet tall, clad in a blue combat suit, his head deliberately shaved bald, and dark sunglasses obscuring his face. He approached with fists clenched, resembling a bodyguard. Indeed, he must be a bodyguard, for just 3 meters away stood another man, similarly attired, protecting the young man who had issued the order to attack. Zhuang Shooting raised his arms defensively, retreating while observing. He intended to inquire why the altercation had commenced, wondering if there had been some misunderstanding, when the bald bodyguard swung his fist once more. This man employed boxing techniques. Dao Ge was familiar with this style and occasionally demonstrated a few combinations for Zhuang Shooting. Consequently, Zhuang Shooting tightened his arms, protecting his ribs and side of his face, attempting to dissipate the force of the blows. Thud. The punches were not particularly forceful, far inferior to those of Dao Ge. This individual merely took advantage of the surprise attack, lacking significant strength compared to an average person. Of course, this impression might stem from his familiarity with Dao Ge and having just watched a film featuring King Kong and Cassandra, thus elevating his perspective. However, the next moment, Zhuang Shooting regretted such thoughts. The bodyguard's arms seemed to spring into action, moving with unexpected speed. His fists rained down like a relentless storm, pummeling Zhuang Shooting continuously. He could not evade the onslaught, only endure it, but he could not shield himself entirely. Thus, the bodyguard's rapid-fire punches overwhelmed him, forcing him to retreat. Swaying left and right, Zhuang Shooting maintained his defensive posture, terrified to drop his guard. A few punches to his arms and abdomen were manageable, but if he lowered his defenses, areas such as his kidneys, temples, and ears would not withstand similar assaults, causing him to swiftly lose his fighting capability. Consequently, Zhuang Shooting continued to retreat, and while lowering his head, he noticed something. The bodyguard's legs moved at a normal speed. At that moment, Zhuang Shooting raised his arms, using his armpit to trap the assailant's arm. Simultaneously, he dashed forward, gripping the man's shoulders with both hands. The assailant, unfazed, continued to land 6 punches on Zhuang Shooting's ribs before attempting to utilize his faster arm speed to escape the grapple. He could never have anticipated that Zhuang Shooting could absorb energy from shadows. Compared to the mediocrity of his legs and torso, the remarkable speed of his arms must have stemmed from this ability. He could not discern whether it was a shadow artifact or an implanted device, nor did he know the level of the implant. Regardless, as soon as Zhuang Shooting grasped the opponent's shoulders, he immediately summoned the Lich Master to absorb energy. In the blink of an eye, he felt a chilling breeze rising from the man's arm, traveling along his limbs and concentrating in his stomach before vanishing. Equally vanishing was the bodyguard's arm speed. The man froze, and due to the sudden loss of shadow energy protection, his altered state of movement caused his arms to twitch uncontrollably, prompting him to cry out in dismay. Take that! Zhuang Shooting seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to the man's groin, then quickly retrieved his bone spear pistol from his pocket, sliding it onto his finger. He aimed the gun at the unfamiliar instigator, only to see another bodyguard shielding him. A fiercely loyal bodyguard, he remained remarkably composed in the face of danger. With one arm protecting his charge, maintaining contact and control, he reached into an inner pocket of his right chest, keeping his hand concealed inside. The left side of his chest bore a steel plate wallet, while the right housed a weapon. Though Zhuang Shooting aimed his gun at his adversaries, he hesitated to take a life in broad daylight and amidst a crowd. I do not know who you are, Zhuang Shooting declared. Leave. Can you really shoot? Taunted the young man. Zhuang Shooting silently recited an incantation, conjuring a gray mist that coalesced at his fingertips, forming a bone spear. At that moment, a bodyguard interjected. You hold the advantage now. Shall we depart? Leave. Zhuang Shooting retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the bodyguard sprawled on the ground. Remove whatever you have on your arm. Quickly. No. The man stammered, struggling to comply. Are you planning to leave without offering something in return? Is there such a rule? Zhuang Shooting was oblivious to any such regulations. It was merely a statement he made. After a moment's contemplation, under the pressure of the gun, the man retrieved 2 shadow control devices from a side pocket on his upper arm. These appeared to be subdermal implants, with one small cylinder connected to a short wire, at the end of which were prongs stained with blood. Drop them on the ground, then leave. Zhuang Shooting commanded, not bothering to collect the items, but instead, he stomped on them with his boot, shattering them before the onlookers. Chapter 56. Chapter 55. The Fool's Chain Strike. Having inexplicably endured a beating, he was fortunate to have a handgun for protection, which ultimately allowed him to repel his assailants. To avoid inciting further chaos and complicating his situation, Zhuang Shooting lowered his arms and aimed his weapon downward, merely using the intimidation of his gaze to escort the three individuals to their vehicle. It was a fine car. Despite his disinterest in the automotive market due to his empty pockets, Zhuang Shooting possessed a fundamental sense of aesthetics. He believed that a vehicle should either be robust and powerful or sleek and dazzling. Anything that met either of these criteria would undoubtedly be both expensive and exceptional. Wealthy individuals should not act recklessly, he mused. Zhuang Shooting picked up a chocolate flower from the ground, gently stretching his neck and arms, the bones cracking and the muscles aching. It was evident that he would soon be left with bruises that required some medicinal treatment. The university entrance was perilous. Even standing there could lead to a beating, which was utterly absurd. A twinge of fear crept into Zhuang Shooting's mind. If that person had aimed to harm him with a knife or, heaven forbid, a gun, he would not have survived the encounter. How could one train to remain perpetually vigilant? He resolved to inquire with the instructors at the PCPD training course. This should be prioritized, followed by enhancing his reflexes, as only then might his chances of survival improve. Zhuang Shooting gazed at the shattered remnants of the shadow implantation device on the ground and let out a slow breath of relief. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had allowed him to remove the device, preventing the loss of energy. He had never heard of anyone being drained of shadow energy, so it was best not to expose himself. Speaking of which, the Lich Master had absorbed a significant amount of energy. Why had it not improved his recovery speed? Was it not said that living shadows at least endowed the user with enhanced resilience and accelerated healing? Yet, he felt neither of these benefits now. Furthermore, this time, the sensation of absorbing shadow energy was markedly different. Zhuang Shooting felt a wave of discomfort in his abdomen, accompanied by intermittent palpitations. This feeling was not intense but distinctly clear. He was certain it was not a result of physical blows. Previously, when he had illicitly absorbed energy from the shadow taming device, the energy would vanish completely without any abnormal sensations. This time, although the Lich Master continued to absorb and store energy like an insatiable abyss, there were finally remnants that made him uneasy. He speculated that this might be related to the nature of the shadows. He had previously dealt with tamed shadows, while now he was dealing with living shadows. Even the most basic subdermal shadow implantation devices utilized living shadows. From the nameplate on the device's wreckage, it was evident that the equipment used was of medical grade, a commercially available product, and the shadow energy employed was the lowest tier of living shadows, with minimal modification and implantation. It was likely that some special conditioning had been employed to enhance the mobility of the arms. Had he been attacked with a knife instead of fists, he would have been riddled with wounds by now. If even a bodyguard possessed such shadow devices and wielded a knife, how could a hired soldier hope to engage in close combat? This was a gap that boxing techniques could not bridge. Only shadows could contend with shadows. Brother, 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 brother. A bright and cheerful voice rushed toward him, colliding with Zhuang Shooting. It was unmistakably Zhuang Feifei. He quickly donned a smile, feigning nonchalance, and replied, "Sister, sister, sister. Could you please refrain from speaking like that? It's a bit strange and somewhat nauseating." Zhuang Feifei glanced at the bouquet-shaped candy, licking her lips, and asked, "Brother, which girl from our school have you taken a liking to?" "Huh, what? I haven't taken a liking to anyone. I don't know anyone from your school. I didn't even catch the name of the classmate who just called for you." Zhuang Shooting handed the candy to Zhuang Feifei, saying, "Here, have some sweets. I thought your school was always like this." "Haha, you're quite the clever one. The candy you brought is delicious. Wait a moment, let me check the packaging. This candy seems rather pricey. Did someone give it to you?" "I bought it. It cost 40 euros, which isn't too expensive." Zhuang Feifei noticed a change in their parents' expressions when she mentioned Zhuang Shooting's job change. They seemed concerned about their second son's situation. Although they did not voice their worries, Zhuang Feifei could sense the significant economic pressure at home. Hearing this, Zhuang Shooting pulled out his wallet, revealing a glimpse of the white coins inside. "I helped someone out and received this. Rest assured, it's not from theft or robbery." He smiled, adding, "This isn't a regular income, so I'm saving it for emergencies. Through a friend's introduction, I have a training opportunity with the PCPD. Even if I can't join, there's a chance to work as a security guard. Given the current job market in factories, having any training opportunity is valuable. I'll take it step by step." Zhuang Feifei shook her brother's arm and said, "Actually, we're doing much better than a month ago, and with this money, we shouldn't have to worry about income for at least 6 months. Well, maybe even a year. Once I finish training, I'll find a job, and you won't have to live so frugally. Also take this. Zhuang Shooting retrieved the bone spear ring handgun from his pocket and handed it to his sister. Keep this for self-defense. Brother, where did you get this? I got it from a bad guy. Do you think ordinary favors earn such gratitude? I must keep the specifics confidential. I've promised not to tell you. Find a safe time and place to practice with it, all right? I don't need this. You should keep it. I have another one. Zhuang Shooting produced the Heisenberg ring handgun and waved it in front of Zhuang Feifei. The two firearms appeared identical to her, and she surely thought they were the same. Don't say you don't need it. There's no safe place now, not even at school. By the way, Feifei, is someone pursuing you? No, not really. Perhaps someone has a secret crush, but no one is openly pursuing me. That is hard to believe. You're not unattractive, and you're intelligent. It's impossible not to be popular. Zhuang Feifei shrugged, saying, maybe they're all blind? What? Are you going to set me up with a boyfriend? I warn you, don't pull that on me. I won't be sold off so easily. If you dare, I'll introduce you to the most annoying girl in school to drive you crazy. Really, no one is pursuing you? Honestly, no one. What if you can't get married? Zhuang Feifei playfully hit her brother after he made the joke, landing a few strikes on the earlier bruise. He winced involuntarily, and his sister noticed. All right, I got beaten up at your school entrance. He is probably one of your admirers. Zhuang Shooting reasoned. Your classmate called for you, and he might have thought I was pursuing you with flowers, so you might as well admit it so I can know who it is and teach him a lesson. Brother, there's really no one. Zhuang Feifei shook her head vigorously, saying, I have no idea who would be so twisted as to secretly like someone. Wait, did your classmate refer to you as Feifei or Zhuang Feifei? Just the two characters, no surname. Then you took a beating for nothing. There's another girl in our school, a grade above me, named Feifei. That guy might be her admirer. Her family is quite wealthy. One could say she is either affluent or noble. She even approached me once, asking me to change my name to avoid confusion, but I refused. I told her, if our names can be confused, wouldn't that make you a fool? Do you specifically like fools? Understood, I was beaten by a fool, and I'm even more foolish, right? Zhuang Shooting shot a glare at his sister. Oh dear, how terrifying. I can tell you're quite angry. She laughed heartily. Zhuang Feifei, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, all right, let us not engage with fools, as long as we are well. That suffices. To express my sympathy, I shall share some delightful news. What news? He inquired. Have you achieved another high score? I consistently attain high marks. Even a perfect score hardly qualifies as noteworthy news. Zhuang Feifei chuckled. This time, while searching for an apartment to rent, I stumbled upon a remarkable deal. Only 410 euros per month, inclusive of water, electricity, heating, and a lift. The room is quite nice, featuring 2 beds. So you can finally sleep comfortably. No more sleeping on the floor. That's splendid. However, renting such a place for 410 euros seems too good to be true. There must be some catch. Zhuang Shooting expressed his skepticism. What are the neighbors like? I hope they aren't troublesome individuals. And what about the quality of the building? Are there any hidden dangers? I have assessed the situation. The neighbors appear to be fine, and the building is in good condition. If you are so concerned, you can always inspect it yourself shortly, Zhuang Feifei replied with a smile. It's not far, just one more street over. Look, there it is, the apartment building with the gray walls and pink decorative accents right in front of us. Chapter 57, Section 56, Integrity, the Geo1 Advanced Apartment Building. An eye-catching structure adorned in hues of pink stands as one of the rare architectural gems of Peicing. In room 2202 resides Zhuang Feifei, who has rented a modest yet cozy dwelling. In other words, it is somewhat untidy. The floor, bed, and table are strewn with unfinished garments and fabric remnants, while an old-fashioned foot-operated sewing machine claims the title of the room's centerpiece. Engrossed in her work, Zhuang Feifei evidently has little time to tidy up. Anyone wishing to enter must navigate a specific path to avoid disturbing her creations. Witnessing her industriousness, Zhuang Shooting feels a pang of sympathy for his sister. And how could he ever claim she lacks a sense of order? He affectionately ruffles her hair, his smile and encouragement unwavering. The apartment's layout bears similarity to her previous one, reflecting an industrial aesthetic that prioritizes maximal efficiency and cost reduction. Deeply ingrained in the minds of designers and builders of rental properties. The most notable distinction in this new apartment lies in the bedroom, which is a meter wider, accommodating 2 single beds, resembling a standard room. Your bed is over there. Zhuang Feifei gestures towards the bed piled high with 4 large bags of clothing. If you want to sleep now, I'll tidy up a bit. I can submit these bags this evening, and the room will feel much more spacious, sparing me the need to move everything twice. I'm not tired now. I'll help you clean up tonight, Zhuang Shooting replies, surveying the space. This place looks quite nice. How did I not notice such an affordable apartment before? I don't know. Maybe you just had bad luck, Zhuang Feifei responds. The neighbor on the left is an elderly couple. They're generally quite friendly, though they have a penchant for stinky tofu, which has a rather pungent odor. The resident on the right is also a student, tall and robust, but he becomes shy when speaking, making communication difficult. Brother, if you're hungry, feel free to find something in the kitchen. And if you could wash a few dishes for me, I'd be grateful. Upon examining the ventilation duct directly opposite the shower and toilet, Zhuang Shooting detects a shadowy energy response and dismantles it, uncovering a surveillance camera. This camera appears to be a cheap model taken from another apartment, its size larger than his fist, clearly not a professional peeping device. The camera is still connected to wires that extend through the duct, leading to an unknown destination. Look, there's definitely something amiss. Zhuang Shooting shows the camera to his sister before severing the wires. How did you know there would be something there? She inquires. That's called social experience. Zhuang Shooting replies. In any case, you should always be vigilant. Be cautious of strangers and even those who seem familiar. Here, take this gun. Keep it on you at all times and use it if you find yourself in danger, understand? Zhuang Feifei nods rapidly as she gazes at the camera. He scours the floor for any other signs of trouble, but finding none, he absorbs the energy from the camera's control chip and discards it in a trash bin. This time, the absorption of energy brings no discomfort. It seems there is indeed a distinction between taming shadows and living shadows. You need to focus on your studies. You're still a newcomer, yet you're here instructing me, a seasoned student who has never ceased learning? Zhuang Feifei scoffs. Take your intention to buy formal clothes. For example, do you even know what formal means? What kind of attire are you planning to acquire? Commuting, business, casual, gala, or? As she speaks, she chuckles, gesturing with her hands. We're not at a level where we need to categorize clothing so meticulously. However, I can certainly recommend some options. Just specify the functionality you desire. Something understated, durable, and breathable, suitable for PCPD training. I've heard some tactical gear is quite good. Perhaps it might serve that purpose. Oh, and lightweight with plenty of pockets. I love clothes with many pockets. They can hold so much. Zhuang Feifei rolls her eyes. You don't just like pockets. You prefer to wear your entire fortune. Those requests of yours are akin to asking for a house. One outfit cannot fulfill all those needs. Zhuang Shooting contemplates her words and concedes they hold merit. Indeed, his feelings of insecurity stem from a deeper-rooted issue, poverty. Let us take it step by step. First, ensure you can train comfortably, and then we can consider the need for tactical gear. Zhuang Feifei pulls out a notepad and begins to jot down ideas. I'll recommend a decent training outfit, form-fitting, but not unappealing when worn alone. The inner garments worn by the riot control unit use the same fabric. They're absolutely reliable. Additionally, there's this intriguing double-shoulder backpack. When you pull the cord, it flips half of the backpack to the front, transforming into a tactical vest with numerous pockets. I know a shop that sells replicas of this, affordable and certainly sufficient. Considering you're just going for training, Zhuang Shooting thinks otherwise. He places great importance on this opportunity. While others may enroll in the PCPD crash course merely to secure employment, he is more concerned with preserving his own life. The PCPD provides official equipment, has comrades for support, and allows for calls to riot control units. In contrast, a mercenary must rely solely on their own skills to survive. Hence, it is crucial to master the necessary abilities. Zhuang Feifei continues, let us not dwell too much on clothing. Get a good night's sleep tonight. I have some durable fabric scraps that I can use to make you a pair of gloves, which will be ready in 2 days. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now before retiring. Zhuang Shooting takes another stroll through the corridor, meticulously checking the security of the passage and the door before finally lying down. He sleeps deeply and soundly, casting aside the worries and toil of life, including those involving Heisenberg. The body requires fortification, and the mind must also be armed. In this regard, he possesses a unique advantage. He can consult the Lich Master, with whom he intends to discuss matters of great interest. Perhaps due to the substantial absorption of shadow energy recently, he no longer feels on the verge of dissolution, making the Lich Master more inclined to engage in conversation with him. The Hall of Stone Pillars has also undergone some changes. The mottling on the pillars and the damage to the throne seem less pronounced than before, and the entire area appears slightly brighter. Zhuang Shooting believes this improvement is linked to the replenishment of shadow energy, a notion the Lich Master confirms. He also inquires about the stomach pain experienced after absorbing living shadows. However, the Lich Master offers no satisfactory solution. The Lich Master then states, "The only way to alleviate your physical pain is to give it to me, utilizing your innate gifts with zombies. Otherwise, engage in some rigorous training to develop a physique akin to that of the Wild Monkey Gang. Then, you wouldn't face such issues." Zhuang Shooting shakes his head, firmly rejecting this suggestion. The physical prowess of the Wild Monkey Gang is exceedingly formidable. When I wield their handguns, I nearly incapacitated my arm. Then don't use their handguns. Simply cast spells to fire, the Lich Master suggests. Casting spells doesn't hurt, but the power is too weak to be lethal, which poses a significant risk. After all, using a gun is meant for life or death situations. Once again, I reiterate, you must practice more frequently to enhance your abilities. Is there a way to train using spells? For instance, you're asking for too much. The Lich Master exclaims. Enhance your alertness, strength, speed, resilience, and recovery through shadow energy. You might as well demand everything. Is that impossible? I can only protect your spirit. I cannot train your body, the Lich Master explains. I am intensely focused on enhancing my mental and magical abilities, striving to become a deity, which necessitates gradually relinquishing my corporeal form. For the majority of the time, I exist as nothing more than a skeleton, devoid of organs, flesh, and skin, which leads me to disregard physical training. Ultimately, I lost my tangible form entirely, resembling shadows, rendering bodily enhancement unnecessary. Is it truly unnecessary? Zhuang Shooting inquired. Was there a necessity before, was there not? During the skeletal phase, I shall fortify my bones, employing various alloys, gemstones, and precious materials to strengthen my physique. Would you be inclined to learn this? Zhuang Shooting's interest piqued, he asked. Can one train the bones to be as resilient as steel? Indeed, more robust than that. At the very least, swords cannot sever them, nor can hammers shatter them. Once perfected, even if your body is riddled with wounds or reduced to a bloody mess, you would still retain a complete skeleton. That is acceptable. It is certainly better than not training at all. Chapter 58. The return from training 3 months is ample time for Peiqing to undergo significant transformations, such as the expansion of the Riot Suppression Unit, the implementation of the Self-Defense Equalization Act, the provision of subsidies for citizens acquiring medical-grade implantable devices, and the completion of advanced training by Zhuang Shooting at the PCPD. Many of these developments had long been in the works, merely awaiting the opportune moment. The violent incidents of the 623 riots and the 718 gang conflict have left a profoundly detrimental impact on society, raising serious concerns regarding the safety of Peiqing, which many have sought to exploit as a prime opportunity. The PCPD has undoubtedly become a scapegoat, facing the brunt of criticism and scorn. However, the PCPD has its own narrative to convey. Their primary responsibilities encompass maintaining basic social order, managing household registrations, overseeing traffic, combating economic crimes, patrolling for public safety, managing detention facilities, conducting forensic analysis, and engaging in criminal investigations, each of which necessitates personnel. Engaging in gunfire exchanges with armed gang members falls squarely within the remit of the Riot Suppression Unit. It would be unjust to usurp their role. To be fair, the Riot Suppression Unit is certainly not without merit, yet it is not solely reliant on its own efficacy. In the face of accolades, everyone seeks to claim a share of the glory, as long as they can bask in the limelight. Take, for instance, the Self-Defense Equalization Act. Its literal interpretation suggests that every individual possesses the inherent right to protect themselves, thus entitling them to procure self-defense weapons proportionate to perceived security threats. A meticulous examination of this legislation reveals a singular intent to promote the sale of firearms. Logically, one would surmise that an increase in firearms on the market would correlate with heightened peril. Yet, remarkably, no incidents have occurred recently, allowing proponents of this act to assert its effectiveness in curtailing crime. In truth, it may be argued that Zhuang Shooting's additional months spent in the PCPD training program, rather than engaging in reckless pursuits, contributed more substantially to public safety than the legislation itself. However, many remain oblivious to the long-term implications of the medical-grade implantable device subsidy initiative, which ostensibly appears to be a welfare program that will profoundly influence the safety landscape of Peiqing. The subsidy stipulates that eligible citizens can receive financial assistance when acquiring medical-grade implantable devices. The assistance offered is modest, averaging between 5 and 7, with certain life-saving transplant treatments reaching up to 12. Individuals lacking financial means find it exceedingly difficult to afford the treatment costs associated with medical-grade implants, rendering the subsidies moot. Conversely, affluent individuals are often disinclined to navigate the cumbersome processes for such minimal financial gain. The fundamental aim of this initiative is to facilitate a proliferation of living implantable devices in the market, placing them on store shelves. Previously, to regulate the total quantity of implantable devices and prevent the emergence of extraordinary entities among civilians, such devices could only be utilized in hospitals, contingent upon medical necessity and physician approval. Now, the process has been significantly streamlined. Commercial streets will soon host stores dedicated to the sale of so-called medical-grade implantable devices, with even cosmetic surgery clinics permitted to install such implants, provided they meet specific criteria. In Peicheng, the sole criterion for such criteria is, in essence, sufficient profitability. Once this avenue is opened, the market for implantable devices will experience an explosion, allowing individuals to acquire useful enhancements. However, it is crucial to remember that implantable devices are not universally accessible. Most individuals cannot afford them, and the majority would struggle to bear the costs of top-tier equipment. Consequently, the wealthy will audaciously enhance their advantages, widening the gap in terms of physicality, longevity, and various other facets. But will there be sufficient living materials available for the production of these implantable devices? Compared to 3 months ago, Zhuang Shooting appears markedly more poised. His complexion and physical condition evidently improved. Through consistent and proper training, he has developed noticeable muscle definition, with the contours of his shoulders and the robustness of his wrists now apparent. When he stands before Lucy, he exudes confidence and composure, devoid of any youthful awkwardness or nervousness. "I was once concerned that you might directly join the PCPD," Lucy indicated, gesturing for Zhuang Shooting to take a seat, as his serious demeanor had begun to make her feel overly tense. "Still decided to become a mercenary?" "Yes, I prefer this line of work over the PCPD," Zhuang Shooting replied. "After patrolling the streets for a month, I've realized that in order to earn more within the PCPD, one must engage in gray income activities. And without participating in such dealings, one cannot truly belong to the PCPD. In contrast, becoming a mercenary offers greater freedom and peace of mind, primarily because I need not play both sides." Lucy nodded, remarking, "Your realization indicates that this past month spent patrolling was not in vain. We had not anticipated the new policy requiring PCPD training programs to include auxiliary patrol duties. Otherwise, graduation would not be permitted, resulting in an extension from 2 months to 3. I've come to understand that it is, in a way, self-inflicted." Zhuang Shooting chuckled awkwardly. The extra month stemmed from heightened security pressures due to the 623 and 718 incidents, and I was present at both scenes. Perhaps it was also related to Dao Ge, who was there as well, wasn't he? "Indeed, that makes sense," Zhuang Shooting inquired. "What has Dao Ge been busy with lately?" "A few days ago, he helped me deliver some goods. I'm uncertain about his current activities, but I suspect he is picking up some odd jobs from other intermediaries. I feel he has been waiting for you before seeking proper contracts. Naiku, do you wish to start working immediately, or would you prefer to rest for a couple more days?" Without hesitation, Zhuang Shooting replied, "I wish to commence work immediately, provided I can partner with Dao Ge. We are a team. Lucy, are there any promising contracts available? I'll inquire and see if there are any suitable assignments for the two of you. However, be prepared. Contracts for pairs often yield less profit due to their relative simplicity. If you wish to earn substantial amounts, it would be best to form a team with familiar faces. Dao Ge should know some people," Zhuang Shooting remarked. Lucy nodded, then waved her hand, saying, "He certainly knows many individuals, but his choices may not always be prudent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been stabbed in the back so brutally. Moreover, many mercenaries, either due to ignorance or conflicting interests, deem Dao Ge to be the unscrupulous one. Should he attempt to assemble a team, it is unlikely to proceed smoothly." Zhuang Shooting acknowledged this, stating, "Then we shall take it step by step. We will start as partners and see how it unfolds. If we cannot sustain ourselves, we cannot attract others." "Are you referring to the warehouse explosion in the river district? Did they not encourage you to remain with the PCPD? That would be fair." Zhuang Shooting responded, "Lucy, I initially expected 2 months of training and then to follow Dao Ge to acquire equipment. Now, with a month's delay, will I still catch up with the black market? The black market? It's on the verge of collapse. You are quite fortunate. This past month has brought about tremendous changes. Various handguns have begun appearing for sale in the company's stores, marketed as self-defense weapons with low-threat promotions. However, when paired with even a modest level of implantable devices, their lethality rivals that of offensive weaponry. The key advantage is their adaptability. They are generally safe to handle, a stark contrast to black market firearms. For instance, Dow GE's Python V3, which previously cost over €6,000, can now be acquired for €500 in a weakened version with ample supply. The weakened version has a limited range, shooting straight with an effective distance of only 20 to 30 meters. But most individuals only require this range, especially since it can be enhanced with implantable devices. Consequently, black market firearms have become surplus stock. Except for high-quality firearms that are powerful yet safe, no one desires anything else. Zhuang Shooting softly responded, "Thank goodness I didn't make a purchase a month ago, otherwise I would have been taken advantage of. In any case, I advise against purchasing firearms from the black market. Other items may be acceptable. It is advisable to prioritize the acquisition of a lightweight armor plate, as the prevalence of individuals wielding firearms is an inevitable trend that will continue to rise." Chapter 59. Chapter 58. The convenient market. Gugongdao remained as he always was, save for the bandage wrapped around his wrist and the two adhesive bandages adorning his face. Upon encountering Zhuang Shooting, he greeted him with unrestrained enthusiasm, enveloping him in a bear hug and erupting into hearty laughter thrice before releasing him. "You appear far more imposing than before. It seems you have finally put on some muscle," he remarked, patting Zhuang's back with joviality. "Was the PCPD training truly beneficial? Have you encountered any charming ladies in uniform?" "Indeed, it was quite useful, akin to pre-employment training in factories. As for the ladies, I have met a few, but I still believe you are the better company," Zhuang replied, feigning an effort to brush non-existent dust off Gu's shoulder. "Spare me the theatrics. You are not convincing in the slightest," Gu retorted, gesturing to the bandage on his arm. "The injuries from boxing will heal in a few days and will not hinder my work. Now that I have finally completed my training, I can commence work, no?" Zhuang nodded in agreement. "Shall we procure some equipment first?" "Indeed, we must buy. The black market is currently hosting sales and clearance events, so we are fortunate to arrive at a propitious time. However, as mercenaries, we should always assess the commissions before purchasing gear to avoid unnecessary expenditures." Zhuang concurred. "That is sensible. After all, we must establish a positive cycle of investment and return." "Huh. You remember my words from 3 months ago quite well." Gu chuckled, turning to Lucy, who had been somewhat neglected, and inquired if she had any promising commissions lately. Lucy let out a dismissive huff, exhaling a ring of smoke. "Nick has inquired with me. Your duo's rating is nearly non-existent, currently. There are only minor tasks such as scouting, surveillance, delivery, or package retrieval. Which do you prefer? I have been delivering goods for over half a month and would rather not drive for the moment. Let us see if there are any worthwhile package retrieval tasks," Zhuang suggested, preparing accordingly. Gu waved dismissively at Lucy, and, draping an arm around Zhuang's shoulder, they began to head outside. "I must tell you, the place we are going has—" "Wait," Lucy called after them, retrieving a bulging envelope from a drawer beneath the dining table and tossing it to Zhuang. "Here is the subsequent €10,000, along with a bit more in dividends, totaling approximately 12,000. This settles the remuneration for our previous commission. If you wish to procure more funds from me, you must earn it. Understand?" Zhuang nodded, opened the envelope, and divided the cash into 3 portions, placing them in 3 distinct pockets. "Additionally, remember to purchase a handheld radio capable of intercepting signals. Sometimes, package retrieval commissions do not specify drop-off locations until the last moment, necessitating temporary communication." Gu thumped his chest. "The package is in my possession. How about a set of company battlefield communication devices?" "That would be even better," Lucy replied, waving them off. "I won't impede your shopping any longer. Don't forget to lock the door behind you. Oh, and I will be changing rooms soon, so remember to check the mailbox downstairs when you come back." The two acknowledged her reminders and, exchanging banter and laughter, descended the stairs. Outside the building, a vehicle was parked, a 1999 model, a dual-cab pickup truck, its bed entirely covered by a canopy. "It looks promising. Have you been using it for deliveries recently?" Zhuang inquired. "Indeed. Initially, I rented it for work, but after a couple of close calls where it saved me, I have grown quite attached to it. Nake, you go heat the steam engine. I want to see your driving skills. By the way, you have a driver's license now, right? I do. Thanks to a friend at PCPD, I was expedited through the process. This civilian vehicle, primarily powered by steam with electric assistance, required a cumbersome startup procedure, necessitating the heating of the engine before adequate power could be generated. Unlike purely electric vehicles, it was far more complicated to operate. However, its advantages were evident. It was inexpensive. As Zhuang adjusted the seat and steering wheel to his liking, Gu did the same in the passenger seat. Eventually, as Gu narrated amusing anecdotes from his delivery experiences and occasionally directed him, Zhuang successfully maneuvered the vehicle to their destination. His assessment of the truck was, it's inferior to a cargo truck. That's merely a reflection of your inadequate arm strength. You cannot handle this beauty, Gu teased. Well, if I am already referring to it as a beauty, it seems I may have to keep it, Zhuang conceded. The two entered the black market to procure supplies. The black market earned its name due to the sufficient protection money paid to avoid scrutiny. Of course, this came with stipulations. No brawls, chaos, or particularly intolerable transactions should occur. And it must remain out of the media's eye. Sale of PCPD property was strictly prohibited. The courtyard was square-shaped, and the market mirrored this layout. Along the perimeter, closer to the load-bearing columns of the building, a long-standing shop awaited customers. Temporary tents, pushcarts, and stalls demarcated their territories within the market, which was enclosed by a corrugated metal wall, with all storefronts and entrances oriented inward, only visible upon entering. No firearms needed to be unloaded to enter the market, but searches were conducted to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from disturbing the peace. Zhuang and Gu were law-abiding citizens, allowing themselves to be checked and accepting the detection spells cast over them. Gu explained that if one established a good reputation and identity, they could bypass searches altogether. He once enjoyed such privileges, but was currently experiencing a downer in his career. In addition to the searches, signs at the market entrance proclaimed that children were not permitted and that PCPD personnel should proceed to room 1404. Besides the market's hired security, who were likely gang members, a 3-person PCPD team was surprisingly present. Drawing from his training, Zhuang quickly recognized these individuals as law enforcement patrol officers, meant to be on patrol rather than acting as security here. Furthermore, their familiarity with the black market guards indicated that this arrangement was not new. Upon entering, they found numerous stalls but few customers. The market offered a plethora of goods, anything imaginable, primarily counterfeit items lacking market clearance, handmade products from residents, and an assortment of contraband and stolen goods. Navigating the market required vigilance. One needed to keep their eyes peeled, ears alert, and wallets secure. Gu advised, peruse the wares at the stalls, but primarily they cater to local residents. Over there, some pharmaceuticals likely pilfered from hospitals. There are also everyday items and electronics at remarkably low prices, attracting those hoping to score a bargain. We, as mercenaries, frequent these establishments. We usually shop at nearby stores. We need not fear them absconding, as purchasing from them often results in better quality. Zhuang glanced around, noticing many hopeful gazes directed towards him. Since he was a newcomer, they greeted him warmly, inviting him to their stalls. Zhuang smiled and shook his head, then inquired of Gu, if we find something valuable, could we sell it here? That would involve a different set of procedures, quite cumbersome and unnecessary, Gu replied. If you possess items to sell, or if we acquire loot during our commissions, it is best to engage a familiar intermediary for the transaction. Selling at stalls or to shops here generally yields poor prices and consumes time. With that time, we could train more and take on additional tasks. Wouldn't you agree? Zhuang nodded but still had a question. If intermediaries can sell goods, why don't they sell them themselves? Mercenaries purchase items for commission tasks, and the associated risks must be borne by them. Intermediaries may sell goods, but resolutely do not sell to mercenaries, prioritizing the separation of profit and risk. Should a hired mercenary encounter issues with purchased items, such as equipment malfunction leading to a failed commission, to whom do you attribute the responsibility? The intermediary is meticulous and will not entertain such excuses from the mercenary. Upon arrival, we shall seek out this establishment. The shop bears no name, merely a sign displaying a board painted black, emphasizing its dubious nature. According to Dao, it is referred to as the Black Flag General Store. The proprietor is somewhat indolent, yet the merchandise is commendable. Just as Zhuang's shooting was about to follow him inside, he caught a glimpse of something unexpected at a nearby stall, a complete stack of handgun alloy steel. He called out to Dao and then crouched before the stall to scrutinize the alloy steel closely. Regardless of the weight, texture, or luster, Zhuang shooting could not be mistaken. This was indeed handgun alloy steel. He lifted the item for Dao to see, leaving Dao somewhat perplexed. What is this piece of metal? It is no surprise he could not identify it. Such alloy steel undergoes significant transformation once fashioned into handguns, altering its texture, hardness, and even color. Zhuang shooting pondered for a moment, realizing he should not directly state it was for handgun fabrication. Thus he shifted his approach to the matter at hand. Dao, how should I inquire about the price? Is there a particular protocol here? Perhaps there is. You may enter and investigate, Dao replied, blinking. 30 euros each. The stall owner quickly interjected. A mere trifle. No risk, no deceit. Bulk purchases receive favorable terms, and there are discounts. If you are knowledgeable, then it shall be 20. Chapter 60. Chapter 59. The Black Flag grocery store boss Qian collected 20 euros for a piece of gun alloy steel. If he could acquire 3 to 5 more pieces of the tamed shadow material, Zhuang shooting would be able to forge another pistol. The Bone Spear pistol, which is non-lethal and boasts superior accuracy, is currently with Zhuang Feifei. Zhuang shooting only possesses a Heisenberg Wild Monkey pistol. This weapon is undoubtedly a double-edged sword, inflicting harm upon both the wielder and the target, and unless circumstances are dire, he would refrain from using it in exchange for a life with an arm that would be essentially useless in a short period. The availability of gun alloy steel in the market surprised Zhuang shooting, although upon reflection, it makes sense. Despite being a controlled product, gangs and some underground craftsmen have channels to procure it. Its sole purpose is for the creation of firearms, and the mass sale of standard weapons spurred by the Self-Defense Equalization Act has struck a significant blow to the underground arms manufacturing sector. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Gugongdao chuckled. Let me introduce you. This is Boss Qian, the local braggart. He possesses an extraordinary talent for storytelling. Just enjoy the tales and don't take them to heart. If his business acumen were as substantial as his storytelling, he would have long been a millionaire. Following the direction of Gugongdao's hand, Zhuang shooting noticed the smiling middle-aged man behind the counter of the Black Flag grocery store. Boss Qian appeared to be in his 40s, slightly plump and unkempt, yet remnants of youthful vigor were still discernible. Dressed in a black silk long robe adorned with faded dark red dragon and phoenix motifs, he looked somewhat ostentatious, his belly protruding with the top button left undone. Call me Qian Meruo. He extended his right hand, revealing a mechanical prosthetic. The black steel arm and hydraulic system moved continuously, with wires coiling around the framework. Zhuang shooting was taken aback, but politely shook his hand. He soon noticed that the prosthetic was covered with an almost imperceptible protective layer that mimicked human skin's temperature and texture. With eyes closed, one might easily mistake it for a real hand. Just call me Nake. I follow Gugongdao. Zhuang shooting introduced himself courteously, unable to suppress his curiosity. Do you have a sister named Qian Tianxian? No. Boss Qian shook his head vigorously. If I had a twin sister, and we were to combine our names into Meruo Tianxian, I would definitely change my name. Maybe I'd just go with Qian Bushi. Zhuang shooting immediately found him insightful and likable. Boss Qian, Gugongdao patted Zhuang shooting on the shoulder. We'll be partners from now on. Don't bully him or deceive others with inferior products. Oh, I see. Zhuang shooting recalled hearing that Boss Qian had become active again, busy with numerous commissions. He wondered why. If he was making a comeback, he had not sought him out for supplies. Apparently, he was waiting for this partner. Boss Qian snapped his fingers, saying, Since you're Dao Ji's partner, you're my friend as well. I always favor friends. Come, let me treat you to some Legion juice. To be honest, Zhuang shooting had no desire for juice. He was no child, lacking such a taste, and modern agricultural practices had essentially devolved into industrial processing. The juices available on the market were synthetic, devoid of any natural essence. Boss Qian opened the cabinet behind him, revealing a pump connected to a container. He dispensed some Legion juice into a glass, which landed with a thud before Zhuang shooting. Give it a try. One drink, and you won't be hungry all day. Is it another concoction like the wild monkey porridge? Zhuang shooting cautiously took a sip, only to discover it was surprisingly delightful. Unlike the overly sweet juices sold outside, it lacked honey or other additives to mask the industrial flavor. It was simply a harmonious blend of various fruits, refreshingly sweet and invigorating. From small sips to gulping it down, he felt satisfied and let out a contented burp. Zhuang shooting raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, This is excellent. If sold, the poo-poo instant food bars would have no market. Precisely because it is exceptional, it cannot be sold. Cutting off someone's financial avenue is akin to killing their parents. I only have one neck. It's insufficient for the company to sever, Boss Qian replied. This is solely for entertaining friends. My main business remains a small venture. Now, what are you interested in? If you don't find anything suitable, feel free to tell me, and I can source supplies for you. We need a portable communication station of the Battlefield 88 model, equipped with a walkie-talkie, preferably with an interlink module, Gu Gongdao stated. Also, 2 sets of mosaic camouflage. Considering our physiques, don't forget the masks. 2 arm straps, hydraulic multi-tools. Gu Gongdao rattled off a lengthy list, while Boss Qian nodded along, jotting everything down until the paper was filled. He meticulously reviewed it and then showed it to Gu Gongdao, marking prices and confirming each item. Zhuang Shooting understood his role. During negotiations, he should remain silent and let Gu Gongdao handle it. He wandered around the small grocery store, which was roughly 30 square meters, featuring a half-enclosed counter with cabinets and shelves lining the walls and ceiling. The items were eclectic, ranging from clothing and canned food to battlefield radios and tactical flashlights, as well as manufacturing tools and lethal weapons. Scanning through the assortment, Zhuang Shooting noticed a peculiar characteristic. None of the items appeared to be related to household use. Mercenaries, gang members, and even the PCPD would likely find pleasure in this place, discovering items to their liking. How many shadow materials were there? Zhuang Shooting discreetly employed his shadow eye. As he surveyed the goods, he noted that at least 1/5 of the displayed items in the front cabinet elicited little to no response from the shadow material, likely indicating subpar products. Subsequently, he discovered a cabinet on the right side of the shop filled with live shadow materials, boasting no fewer than 20 items, although they were of the lowest grade. That was an astonishing quantity. Hey, your young partner is quite perceptive, eyeing my newly arrived treasures. Was I hiding them so conspicuously? Boss Qian's comment startled Zhuang Shooting, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. It wasn't a matter of Zhuang Shooting's perceptiveness. Boss Qian's observational skills and alertness were remarkably high, capable of detecting Zhuang Shooting's subtle changes in expression even while haggling with Gu Gongdao. What kind of person was he? A typical shopkeeper would not possess such awareness and capability. Gu Gongdao's eyes widened as he fixated on the implant and inquired, "Wow, you old rascal have connections. What functions do these serve?" Arm implants enhance strength and reaction speed, while alleviating the pressure from shadow pistols. This batch is intended for the PCPD. Then it trickles down into the market. 10,000. And you can procure them from me. 12,000, and I'll find you a reliable doctor. Zhuang Shooting felt somewhat enchanted. Outside, the PCPD served as guards, while inside, they sold PCPD products, both sides coexisting harmoniously, reveling in the pleasures of a market economy. Currently, this type of merchandise was in high demand. Boss Qian was not merely selling. He was also elucidating market dynamics to the two men. It was unclear why there had been a sudden increase in the supply of live shadow implants, which could be acquired without needing a hospital. Curiously, no one had reported discovering a shadow-rich mine. Where were these live shadows sourced from? Perhaps the technology for shadow cutting and splitting had matured, allowing companies to multiply their stock, thereby increasing the supply of live shadows. Zhuang Shooting could only speculate based on the intelligence surrounding Hercules, uncertain of its accuracy, and certainly would not voice such conjectures. 10,000 is too expensive, I'd rather wait. Gu Gongdao would never concede that his finances were insufficient. He always had an excuse. Once the supply increased, prices would inevitably decline, and only then would he consider making a purchase. If you don't buy, and he doesn't buy, will the unscrupulous merchants simply leap into the sea come tomorrow? Boss Qian shrugged and remarked, regrettably, the unscrupulous merchants will not leap into the sea, and I am not one of them. I understand your perspective, but it would be prudent not to delay too long. You all are engaged in perilous work, and it is inevitable that you will encounter adversaries. If your enemies are equipped with such devices, wouldn't that place you in jeopardy? Are there any that can be affixed to the legs? Inquired Zhuang Shooting. Such items are not currently available on the market, though they may emerge in the future. Having them on the legs would be advantageous for swift movement and more forceful kicks. Yet there are challenges, such as the impracticality of firing a weapon with one's foot. Boss Qian chuckled heartily, saying, just imagine, strapping a firearm to one's toe. What an amusing sight that would be. A sudden bang, and your shoe is destroyed. It appears one would have to resort to flip-flops for such an endeavor. All right, you always come up with peculiar ideas. Let us prepare these items and examine them. You would do well not to squander our time, nor to involve yourself with counterfeit goods. By the way, can you procure standard firearms? Not the current, watered-down versions. I shall inquire. Boss Qian replied. For now, I will retrieve the items listed on this paper for you to inspect while I seek further information. After the emergence of the low-caliber, restricted firearms, there have indeed been some avenues for trading old stock, unlike before when there were no channels whatsoever. However, such weapons are not inexpensive. They may even exceed the market price of brand new ones. Just don't be outrageous. Let me see what you have. Gu Gongdao gestured towards Zhuang Shooting, stating, he will be the one to use them. Chapter 61. All set to go. Beneath the floor where Boss Qian frequently stood lay a concealed door, which, when opened, revealed a staircase descending to a space reminiscent of a basement. Of course, the building lacked an actual basement. This was merely the foundational layer of the rooftop. The metal beam structure, arched in form, created a near 2-meter gap between it and the upper platform, thus repurposed by the black market as a makeshift underground chamber. The Black Flag grocery store possessed 2 small subterranean rooms. One was designated for the storage of valuable goods, while the other served as a modest, empty chamber for customer inspections. Inside, there was merely a table, a full-length mirror hung on the wall, and an overhead light, devoid of any other furnishings. Akin to a fitting room in a department store. Boss Qian transported the items from the inventory list in a large cardboard box, then closed the floor door and resumed his duties. To exit, one merely needed to flick the light switch on the wall 3 times consecutively, signaling the door to open. Zhuang Shooting, through his studies at PCPD, had gathered a considerable understanding of the necessary equipment for mercenaries. The focus should be on lightweight, user-friendly, and functional items, with aesthetics being secondary, ideally blending seamlessly into the environment. Attire was required to feature numerous pockets and minimal hooks to avoid snagging on corners and edges during movement. The use of metal components should be minimized, especially reflective metallic buttons, zippers, or similar embellishments, as one could never predict when a glimmer might betray their position. Velcro was advantageous, yet best avoided in stealth operations unless silent variants were chosen. As for boots, while those reinforced with metal could deliver a more painful kick, they also generated louder noise, making a stun baton a preferable alternative. Zhuang Shooting finally acquired the long-desired stun baton, fulfilling a personal wish. The multifunctional hydraulic pliers were invaluable, capable of disassembling most hardware, functioning as scissors, and creating access points through barbed wire and metal sheets. With sufficient strength, they could even sever certain locks, though this would significantly affect their longevity. Fortunately, they were not costly. Should they break, one could simply replace them, provided they remembered to invest in quality. The mosaic suit and headgear were particularly intriguing, though PCPD disdained them. It was understood that all surveillance equipment was equipped with shadow processing chips responsible for converting light and electrical signals. The fabric of the mosaic suit was interwoven with specially designed patterns, featuring colors imperceptible to the human eye. Once the shadow captured this characteristic, it became incapable of processing the image, resulting in a pixelated blur, ideal for concealing one's identity from surveillance cameras. Typically, a mosaic headpiece sufficed to obscure the face. But given Gu Gongdao's physique, he required a complete outfit. Notably, the unique spectral patterns of this mosaic suit could be detected by insects, thereby serving a secondary function of repelling bees, flies, and certain mosquito species. The communication device, the 31.8 battlefield radio, was the centerpiece of this procurement. A half-meter square box, it opened from the side to reveal a control panel comprised of 6 dials and over 20 knobs. With its extendable antennas, it provided basic signal coverage within a 2.5-kilometer radius or directional amplification, 120-degree cone, up to 6 kilometers. The radio came with 4 walkie-talkies, each palm-sized and easily stashed in pockets, connectable to headphones for use. Typically, the radio would be placed in a vehicle while the walkie-talkies were carried on one's person, allowing Zhuang Shooting and Gu Gongdao to communicate at any time. Bearing the designation 31.8 indicated it was the 31st generation product, capable of supporting up to 8 simultaneous conversations, perfectly aligning with the number of a small squad during wartime. It featured expansion slots for external shadow devices, and as it transitioned from war to peacetime, modern black market merchants adapted it with various functionalities. The most sought-after feature was civilian signal access, enabling phone calls, thus transforming the radio into a quasi-mobile communication device. compared to smartphones that began at exorbitant prices of 20,000 euros. This radio offered a means for financially constrained mercenaries to indulge in mobile communication. There were also versions that provided access to PCPD signals, but such use would allow PCPD to monitor conversations, rendering it unsafe. To ascertain PCPD's movements, one typically utilized a different radio solely for listening purposes. Observing the buttons and knobs on the radio, Zhuang Shuding gleaned an understanding of its operation. It was a direct descendant of contemporary police walkie-talkies, retaining complete consistency in essential functions. In addition to voice communication, the walkie-talkie could transmit coded signals via taps, useful when verbal communication was impractical. This was indeed a remarkable device, and Zhuang Shuding commended GE's discerning eye and judicious thinking. However, he had differing opinions regarding the tactical belt. My waist is not that large, and I can't hang much on it. This belt is too wide and uncomfortable to move in, Zhuang Shuding remarked. I possess a tactical backpack that can be flipped to the front with a pull of a cord, serving as a tactical vest. You bought that. A splendid idea. No objections here. I also believe that method is superior, but I am larger and lack a suitable size. I tried their largest version, and when I pulled the cord, the backpack struck the back of my head. It even contained armor plates. I can imagine what that must be like. Zhuang Shuding patted Gugong Dao on the shoulder. They inspected the medical kit, a low-light flashlight, a temporary breathing filter, effective only against smoke and tear gas, a buoyancy-enhanced waterproof bag, and cushioning arm protectors. After thoroughly checking everything and finding no issues, it was time to settle the payment. The two parties ultimately agreed on a price of 14,000 euros, considerably lower than Zhuang Shuding's initial estimate. Having gained a favorable deal, he deemed it unnecessary to speak further, opting to remain silent and compliant. At this juncture, he began contemplating purchasing some shadow tamers to craft a bone spear pistol. However, this was not a junkyard. Items utilizing shadow taming were priced as finished products, making such purchases impractical. Gangs vigilantly guarded their financial streams. Much like companies closely monitored your bank account, leaving individual efforts little opportunity to partake. Zhuang Shuding now sought affordable shadow taming devices, aiming to gather 5. As long as they were cheaper than standard firearms. Is this all there is? Gugong Dao expressed his dissatisfaction. The Karlok firearms are all produced from the same mold, hardly offering a gripping sensation. A person can fire 50 or 60 rounds in a day without exhausting themselves. Yet their power is too weak, often merely wounding rather than killing, and incapable of penetrating walls or metal plates. I've heard they struggle to pierce even thicker pots. Boss Chen sighed. Am I unaware of this? The crux is that there are no other options available now. Ever since that legislation on personal firearms emerged, PCPD and corporate agents have been keeping a vigilant eye on the arms black market, seemingly intent on monopolizing the market for their profit. Previously, there were still some decent weapons available for riot control squads, the military, and corporate expansion teams, but those channels have grown exceedingly quiet. If you desire a powerful firearm, you'll have to wait a while, at least 6 months. 6 months is far too long. You, the merchant, must surely have some stock. Why not sell me your personal firearm? You are the real merchant. Boss Chen shot back, his eyes narrowing in indignation. I have always operated with integrity, valuing genuine quality above all. If I had good items, I would never hide them. Why not profit from them, right? Very well, regardless of your reasoning. You cannot resolve this issue. Such low-caliber weapons can simply be purchased directly from the store. Do you think we would fail the firearm qualification check? Gugong Dao waved his hand dismissively and said, Humph, what a nuisance. He raised his middle finger and remarked, no matter how much you argue, you cannot meet our demands or produce standard caliber weapons. Gugong Dao nodded and added, who would use such a pathetic gun? Only in dire circumstances would one resort to it. Indeed, everyone echoes this sentiment, which is why no one buys guns from the Wild Monkey Gang, rendering them exceedingly cheap. Boss Chen rubbed his fingers together, grinning mysteriously. Depending on the grade, a gun that would render an arm useless after a single shot sells for merely 200 euros, while one that can withstand 2 shots costs 500 euros. The C'Armée de la C'Armée, suitable for an average person to fire 3 times, is priced at 1,800 euros. However, only one such firearm has been discovered so far. Zhuang Shuding's eyes lit up as a brilliant idea struck him. A handgun is also an influence weapon, and since they are all tamed influence weapons, they can certainly be utilized as guns. He already possessed one from the Wild Monkey Gang. Acquiring 4 more would suffice to make a total of 5. Gugong Yao shook his head and said, for 200 euros. You might as well buy grenades. They won't leave your arm incapacitated and might take out more people. He inquired, Boss Qian, you aren't hoarding these worthless guns, are you? Let me tell you, their value will only diminish from here on out. Once legitimate gun shops open, these will be the first to be eliminated. I have no such stockpile. Only a fool would do that, Boss Qian replied, shaking his head. These cheap guns do have their uses, such as for exercising one's arm. Zhuang Shooting interjected, asking, could you sell me a few to play with? Just 4 will do. Chapter 62. Development regardless of whether it is 3, 4, or 5. Whatever you desire, I have it in stock and shall sell it to you. Boss Qian patted his chest and declared, I never keep accounts. All transactions, once settled, dissipate into thin air, gone without a trace. Very well, I shall take the items at the price we discussed, Zhuang Suting nodded. Gugong Dao raised his hand to scratch his face, slightly perplexed. What do you need that broken gun for? To gift, and for self-defense. Although the suburbs R&T is crowded as Peiqing, there are still considerable risks. Zhuang Sutung glanced at Boss Qian, exchanged a knowing look, and continued. As for other uses, once I gift them, I no longer concern myself. Indeed, Boss Qian rubbed his belly and remarked, due to the recent legislation, all gang firearms in our city are depreciating in value, yet the outside world remains oblivious, leaving room for market opportunities. And since Peiqing's laws do not extend elsewhere, the demand for firearms persists, as some seek to live while others wish to end their lives. Wait here, I'll fetch them for you. You only want 4? Or perhaps 9. With that, Boss Qian exited, and Zhuang Sutung leaned closer to Gugong Dao, saying, I have a method to exchange guns for better ones. I just hope Boss Qian can keep a secret. Oh, you have connections. That clarifies much. Dao Gu pondered before adding, I cannot vouch for Boss Qian, but I can assure you he has a commendable track record. He has worked here for nearly 8 years without attracting trouble, nor has anyone used him to cause others distress. Furthermore, when I was wronged, he stood by my side, unaffected by rumors. For that, I am grateful. That is reassuring. Zhuang Sutung reflected. If we procure quality items through our entrusted tasks, will you choose him, Sister Lucy, or Sauce? Well, if we are working through an intermediary, the items we find should be prioritized for them. This way, we can share the profits, allowing the intermediary to earn a bit more, ensuring they think of you first for future tasks. Dao Gu imparted the intricacies of human relations, guiding Zhuang Sutung on navigating the mercenary realm. If the goods are plentiful, Boss Qian is your best bet, as he can handle bulk transactions. For particularly rare and intriguing items, consult Sauce. He is more interested in play than profit. I understand now. There is much more to this than I realized. Zhuang Sutung replied. You've barely scratched the surface. Without new firearms, all we have are the old wares, so take your pick. Boss Qian said as he placed a box on the counter and slid it toward Zhuang Sutung with a smile. You may test them, but do not fire. I am not concerned for your arm, but this market prohibits gunfire. Zhuang Sutung surveyed the selection, his shadowy vision revealing which were of quality. Nonetheless, he feigned interest, trying each one for its bite. Ultimately, he selected 4, returning the remainder to Boss Qian. Thank you for your patronage. Boss Qian beamed as he counted the cash, clearly relishing in his trade. Dao Gu, Nake, you are clearly aiming to make a name for yourselves in the mercenary business. Dao Gu, I shall refrain from further comments and wish you a resurgence of glory. As for you, young brother, may you ascend steadily. Should you come across good goods, feel free to entrust them to me. I assure you, I will offer fair prices. Enough. I have heard this countless times. Dao Gu waved his hand, ready to depart with his acquisitions. Wait, young man. As this is your first purchase from me, I have a gift for you. With a flourish, Boss Qian sent a shiny object flying toward Zhuang Sutung. He reached out and caught it, realizing it was a piece of alloy steel for crafting firearms. His expression shifted as he understood that Boss Qian had discerned his secret from the materials. 1 block of alloy steel combined with 3 to 5 tamed shadows equals a gang pistol. This formula had undoubtedly been leaked, and even those outside the culinary world were aware. This talisman is of superior quality compared to those outside, providing greater peace of mind, Boss Qian cheerfully remarked. Try its composition first. If it fits well without causing scratches or feeling excessively heavy, I can customize a complete set for you. It provides defense against bludgeons, knives, or electric weapons, truly a worthwhile investment. Zhuang Sutong comprehended that Boss Qian desired to continue their collaboration, contingent upon the firearms crafted being exceptional, not of the lowly caliber associated with the Wild Monkey Gang. He surmised that Boss Qian could not ascertain who was manufacturing the firearms, but could only speculate about his sources. After all, it was hard to imagine a chef abandoning the comfort of his kitchen to venture into the perilous world of mercenaries. This became Zhuang Sutong's ultimate cover. All right, I shall give it a try. Zhuang Sutong smiled, waved farewell, and exited the Black Flag General Store. Once the equipment was loaded into the vehicle, Gugong Dao provided Zhuang Sutong with an address, instructing him to drive there while he settled into the back seat to install the battlefield radio. Though compact, the radio would be challenging to fit between them in the front seat. The optimal solution was to place it in the center of the back seat, partly concealed between the rear seat and cargo area, masquerading as an armrest. Coincidentally, when closed, it resembled an inconspicuous box, serving its purpose quite well. Following the address, Zhuang Sutong drove to a warehouse district by the Pei River, conveniently located less than a kilometer from Sas's Wonton stall. The decline of the riverbank area was palpable, with the warehouses feeling the brunt of this downturn. Once bustling with traffic, it now stood eerily quiet. To survive, operators had rented portions of their warehouses to individuals, turning a blind eye in exchange for minimal profit. Due to its privacy, some mercenaries had rented warehouses here to store their tools, and Gugong Dao was no exception. His small independent warehouse also served as a garage, housing fitness equipment and remnants of his mercenary days. Dao Ge flicked on the lights, allowing Zhuang Sutong to sense the previous vibrancy and professionalism of the space. A large whiteboard adorned the wall for drafting task plans, accompanied by sponges for pinning schematics or photographs. In the corner lay 10 overturned chairs, indicating a previous congregation of talent, and a long table, now bare, bore the marks of former equipment. As a warehouse, the living facilities were rudimentary, featuring merely a water pipe with a faucet for washing up. The rear section likely served as a resting area, with glimpses of bunk beds visible through a half-open door. As Dao Gu turned on the lights, the ventilation fan whirred to life, buzzing loudly, with no indication of when it might clear the stagnant air within. Behold, this is our operational base, Gugong Dao introduced. In order to settle debts, I sold off everything of value, leaving only the items that, while not worth much, remain functional. Gugong Dao nodded. I purchased this place with that very intention. The back area is equipped for sleeping, complete with a makeshift toilet that can be bagged to contain odors before disposal in the outside trash. For convenience, one can exit through the back door and not stray far to find the Pei River for relief. Quite the colorful lifestyle, isn't it? How long has it been since your last visit? Zhuang Sutong now understood why the air felt so stale. Ah, Nake. Gugong Dao completed the moving-in ritual by plopping down onto the long bench and picking up a dumbbell to begin his workout. The large door is for vehicles, while the small door is for pedestrians. I changed the locks. Here is your key. Hold on. Don't work out just yet. Your speech is becoming oddly fragmented. Zhuang Sutong grasped the keys, one large and one small, both glimmering with a golden hue, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Their brilliance was so intense that they required wrapping in black tape. Why not use a combination lock? He inquired. I have never placed my trust in shadow locks or combination locks. A key brings a greater sense of security. There is a bed inside. You may select one first, but the largest one is mine. I cannot sleep in any of the smaller beds, Gugong Dao remarked, setting down his dumbbells. I understand. Zhuang Sutong ventured to the back, activating the Eye of Shadow to inspect the facilities, wary of hidden surveillance devices akin to those in Zhuang Feifei's apartment. Previously, Gugong Dao had resorted to selling possessions to repay debts, so the warehouse naturally lacked. Wait, why was the packaged toilet considered a shadow-taming device? Zhuang Sutong approached, discovering that it appeared surprisingly sophisticated, branded by the esteemed Blood Moon, a name synonymous with high-end products within the Scarlet Group. Very well, at present. The most valuable and luxurious item in the entire base was indeed the toilet. At least it would provide comfort. Zhuang Sutong believed this situation would not persist for long. They would soon procure superior items for the base, for otherwise, it could not truly be deemed development. Chapter 63, Section 62. The beginning of a third. Zhuang Sutong bid farewell to his sister and relocated to the warehouse base for rest. This decision established a buffer between the hired mercenaries and family, enhancing safety while affording greater freedom. The warehouse space was equipped with a telephone, which Daogu had reactivated, providing the number to his sister. Zhuang Shooting emphasized repeatedly that the phone should only be used in emergencies, and if such a situation arose, it was imperative to call. You have already provided me with a firearm. I can protect myself, Zhuang Feifei stated as she opened her bag, revealing the bone spear handgun within. See, I am quite obedient. By the way, this gun is quite effective. My arm feels cold, yet there is no pain at all. What brand is it? I've seen numerous advertisements, but none feature this model. It's an engineering prototype, essentially a first version. Naturally, it's not available for sale on the market. Just keep it discreet, Zhuang Shooting replied. The thought of the bone spear handgun sent chills down his spine. He had never anticipated the myriad issues that would arise from it. Just 2 to 3 months prior, the underground market for firearms was thriving. But with the emergence of the gun control legislation, the company and the PCPD were scrutinizing everything meticulously, leading the market into a distorted state. Aside from the dilapidated firearms from the Wild Monkey Gang, anything of decent quality that could potentially affect the company's standard weaponry had been thoroughly cleared from circulation, leaving no transactional volume. Since this was a self-manufactured firearm, it was essential to strive for perfection. Over the past 3 months, Zhuang Shooting not only learned methods to strengthen bones from the Lich Master, but also optimized the bone spear handgun. Originally, spell incantations should evolve through a dual spiral of experimentation and theory, despite the Lich Master's profound knowledge of spells. Adjustments were necessary in accordance with the laws of the real world. Indeed, the reasoning is sound, yet improvements were minimal, primarily due to Zhuang Shooting's limited resources for experimentation. He reflected. The Lich Master's mind might have been brimming with thousands of ideas, but Zhuang Shooting's finances could only support one trial, and it had to be successful. Therefore, he was compelled to select the most practical and safest approach. His solution was termed the Tiger's Claw. Zhuang Shooting happened to possess 2 blocks of alloy steel, sufficient to forge 4 rings for the Tiger's Claw, thereby augmenting the power of close combat. While this concept seemed reasonable, its actual execution proved to be quite complex. The Tiger's Claw consisted of 4 rings that needed to be worn simultaneously, and bending the fingers required simultaneous curvature, making it challenging to maintain the posture of extending the index and middle fingers for aiming while curling the ring and little fingers. This stance was crucial for the shadow firearms targeting. Without this aiming position, the ghostly energy projectile would fail to exhibit a tracking effect. After much contemplation, a compromise was reached. The rings for the ring and little fingers were modified into semicircles. When utilized as a tiger's claw, the back of the fingers would absorb the impact, and the absence of the fingertip in the semicircle would not hinder performance. Furthermore, Zhuang Shooting devised an additional posture, employing his left hand to support the 2 suspended semicircles of the tiger's claw, thereby stabilizing the aiming hand and allowing both arms to absorb the recoil from the shadow handgun, enabling several shots to be fired. Upon completion of the weapon, Zhuang Shooting discovered an added advantage. By casting a bone spear incantation with his left hand and synchronizing it with his right hand while gripping the gun, he could amplify the left hand's bone spear power. Testing with a comprehensive dictionary, if the penetration of a single gun was hypothetically 200 pages, dual guns could achieve approximately 370 pages, although not quite double. This enhancement would ensure that any equipment capable of withstanding a single gun would falter against this amplified power, showcasing the unique advantage of the Bone Spear Gun V2. Additionally, it could serve as a tiger's claw. Zhuang Shooting was thoroughly satisfied. This distinctive handgun design would undoubtedly attract attention, especially from Gugong Dao. Consequently, Zhuang Shooting confided in him, acknowledging that he had crafted this gun and could produce more. Gugong Dao blinked, his expression of surprise appearing somewhat exaggerated, as if performing. Naiku, if you wish to become a chef, I can introduce you to a relatively stable gang. Alternatively, you could work for an intermediary. Lucy is quite reliable and will treat you well. I want to be a mercenary. We are partners, Zhuang Shooting asserted. I understand, he nodded. Dao Ge. I suspect Boss Qian may have guessed something. Is it because you purchased for firearms? Gugong Dao stroked his cheek, contemplating. It's not a significant issue. His lips are sealed. He may attempt to probe you indirectly, but as long as you don't disclose anything outright, he won't confront you directly. That man is exceedingly cautious and rarely acts impulsively. However, once the fervor surrounding the gun control legislation subsides, the underground firearms market will rebound, and you could earn some side income through him. There is no doubt about that. Alas, I don't want to think about the future right now, Zhuang Shooting lamented. Dao Ge, when can we commence operations? Indeed, it had been a week since their relocation to the base. Zhuang Shooting had successfully crafted the second generation of the bone spear, yet had not received a single commission. It wasn't he entirely devoid of tasks. Deliveries were always required. But Gugong Dao was reluctant after having been fooled too many times. Items requiring mercenaries for delivery were either contraband or illicit goods, necessitating the ability to mitigate risks. This included equipping a radio capable of intercepting PCPD communications, ideally with a specialized team member proficient in monitoring to plan routes. The driver needed excellent skills, capable of handling emergencies and familiar with various routes and shortcuts. These two criteria effectively disqualified both Gugong Dao and Zhuang Shooting, especially since they required a reliable vehicle. During Zhuang Shooting's training, Gugong Dao had accepted several delivery tasks as an escort, without authority over the steering wheel or monitoring radio. The escort's share was minimal, and they faced idleness during downtime and overexertion during busy periods, rendering them most vulnerable to injury. Moreover, considering Gugong Dao's physique, he also took on the role of a porter, exerting himself for income. To accumulate a sum of 10,000 euros, he had not idled away the past 3 months. Since Zhuang Shooting's graduation, Gugong Dao had completely lost interest in running delivery orders. He had been busy reconnecting with old friends to identify suitable work that was neither too challenging for Zhuang Shooting nor too simplistic to bore himself. This peculiar requirement left many intermediaries scratching their heads, constraining their options. Nonetheless, Gugong Dao remained steadfast in his convictions. He had no intention of exhausting Zhuang Shooting's abilities, but rather aimed to facilitate his gradual adaptation and growth, embodying the essence of mentorship and partnership. Gugong Dao held firm to his beliefs, except in dire circumstances. Work would eventually arrive. All it required was a modicum of patience. On the 8th day at the base, they finally received a promising commission, relayed to them by Lucy from another intermediary. Recently, a shipment meant for the PCPD had been hijacked midway, consisting of 3 small containers, with both the truck and its cargo lost. The driver and escort were murdered, their bodies discarded by the roadside, inciting the ire of the PCPD. Lucy convened a meeting with the two of them, presenting the details of the commission she had compiled. Zhuang Shooting expressed his surprise, inquiring, having stolen from the PCPD, aren't they going to investigate thoroughly? Are they really that lenient? The goods were never delivered. The PCPD didn't pay. The missing items will surely be replaced, and even if they aren't found, the PCPD merely lost face due to the incident, without any financial loss. For the PCPD, anger and face are secondary to financial matters, Lucy clarified. Your mission is to retrieve this batch of goods. Wait, your calculations seem off. With a sweeping gesture, Gugong Dao remarked, you just mentioned 3 containers, which would require 3 vehicles. Are we to drive 3 cars with just the 2 of us? Although I could theoretically spare 2 slender individuals based on weight, I currently lack that capability. If you could manage to pilfer 1 container, that would suffice. Even if you could manage to steal 2, it would be prudent to only take 1. Zhuang Shooting and Gugong Dao exchanged puzzled glances before turning their attention to Lucy. Lucy lit a cigarette, taking a delicate puff and holding it between her fingers. This is the brief overview of the task. The intricate details will only be disclosed once you confirm your acceptance. That is the protocol. Understanding dawned upon Gugong Dao. So, you mean to say that we are to steal a small container? He pondered for a moment, then looked at Zhuang Shooting, inquiring, I find this endeavor rather intriguing. What are your thoughts? I share your sentiments, Zhuang Shooting replied with a smile. Gugong Dao, who was quite capable of making decisions independently, sought his input, demonstrating a gesture of camaraderie and respect. I am inclined to follow you, Dao Ge, and I trust Sister Lucy's judgment, so I am eager to accept this task. Then we shall proceed, Gugong Dao declared with a resounding slap on his thigh, signifying a firm decision. Yet, a lingering question remained. Why was it that the opportunity to seize 2 containers necessitated the restraint to only take 1? Chapter 64. Chapter 63. Manipulation. Let us not question the demands of the client. Instead, we should merely assess our ability to fulfill them. Lucy exhaled smoke slowly, speaking in a measured tone. From another perspective, if the request was to steal 3 containers, the 2 of you would be incapable of accomplishing it. Indeed. Gugong Dao turned to Zhuang Shooting and stated, Nake, generally speaking, if more manpower is needed, such as in the case of stealing 3 containers, we would typically recruit temporary help. I suggested to Lucy that it should be a two-person partnership for this assignment, allowing you to test your skills, which is why our options are somewhat limited. Zhuang Shooting waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right. I believe this approach is quite effective. Progressing step by step will lead to a positive cycle. However, I still do not comprehend the true purpose of this commission. Sister Lucy, I grasp the superficial details, but are there hidden depths beneath the surface? If I cannot comprehend them, I fear it may affect the commission. In truth, it is quite understandable." Lucy explained, "The goods were stolen during transit, and since PCPD has not yet paid, there is no loss incurred. Thus, the loss falls upon the manufacturer. However, the manufacturer has insurance, which leads them to feel indifferent about the matter. The insurance company is somewhat anxious, but this also pertains to the jurisdiction of the PCPD. Even if they are anxious, they cannot intervene." Both Zhuang Shooting and Ge Gongdao slapped their thighs in realization, exclaiming, "Ah, I understand." "Understanding? That is splendid," Lucy smiled. Continuing, "The PCPD is very adept at navigating through Peicheng with grace and ease. They have already contacted an intermediary through their informants to investigate who committed the robbery and the whereabouts of the goods. Thus, they have found them. I suspect the PCPD will also conduct an arrest operation, and what would be the optimal outcome for them?" Lucy deliberately prolonged her statement, waiting for someone to connect the dots. Zhuang Shooting eagerly responded, "Take one box, burn the rest, and fabricate the scene. The insurance company pays out, and the manufacturer suffers no loss and can dispatch another batch of goods. Meanwhile, the PCPD solves a case and profits from an entire container's worth of goods." Truly manipulative and insatiable, Ge Gongdao scoffed in appraisal. Zhuang Shooting pondered further, asking, "Sister Lucy, is it the PCPD as a whole that wishes to pursue this course of action, or is it merely an individual within the PCPD acting independently? What prompted this question? Please enlighten me." "Sister Lucy, my thoughts are as follows. If this is an operation sanctioned by the PCPD as a whole, then this task should be quite manageable, and we could even coordinate with the client. However, if it is merely the independent action of an individual within the PCPD, then we must remain cautious during our operation to avoid being mistaken for a gang of thieves ourselves." "Your concerns are quite valid. You do not seem like a mere novice," Lucy remarked. "Dao Ge, you have observed Nake's capabilities. If you too can perform well this time, do not treat him as a newcomer in the future. When one ventures into mercenary work, the primary goal is still to earn money, and other tasks must also be accepted. That is a matter for another time. Let us focus on completing this task first," Zhuang Shooting interjected. "Sister Lucy, we will deliberate thoroughly. Look at how quick-witted you are." "Quite impressive indeed," Lucy praised. "I have nothing more to add. The contact information and delivery location from the client are all here. I have organized the materials, and you will find black ink stains in the lower right corner of the papers. Those are the original documents provided by the client, which I have highlighted. The information with stains in the lower left corner comes from my channels. You can refer to these while executing the task, but remain vigilant." "Wow, Sister Lucy, you are incredibly meticulous. How fortunate I am to have you as the intermediary," Zhuang Shooting remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Holding the document bag, the two departed from Lucy's lair and drove towards the Riverside district. While Zhuang Shooting drove, Ge Gongdao meticulously examined the commission materials in the back seat. Upon nearing their target, Ge Gongdao took up the lookout while Zhuang Shooting studied the documents closely. "What are your thoughts?" Ge Gongdao inquired when Zhuang Shooting finally looked up from the papers. "Do you find the task challenging?" "Indeed, there are certain difficulties. We must find a way to infiltrate undetected and then drive away, which requires seamless cooperation. However, I am puzzled by certain aspects." Zhuang Shooting tapped the paper with his finger, saying, "After the goods were stolen, who pinpointed their location so accurately? Look, these pages are marked in the lower left corner, indicating they come from Sister Lucy's channel, not the PCPD. Why would you assume the PCPD could solve the case? They do not dare to delve into gang territories, and they hardly intervene in matters within apartment complexes. To locate something in Peicheng, aside from throwing money, manpower, and equipment at it like a company would, the only effective option left is through intermediaries. The reason intermediaries can find these items relies on what? Specifics elude me. That is the intermediary's business secret. In any case, Lucy would never divulge that to you," Ge Gongdao replied. "I can only tell you this. Once, an intermediary asked me to rescue one of his subordinates, a mere information broker. When I found him, he was busy erasing traces of his intelligence work. He certainly had live implants. I noticed 2 circular holes at the back of his neck, and at least one along his spine, but I could not see any further. Circular holes at the neck and back? Dao, does that mean he had a head ring? Would the head ring also have 3 antennas? It seemed to have a head ring, but there were more antennas, standing upright in a cluster. There was also a helmet style, half-covered. What? Do you know what they are for? I have been a zombie and used such a head ring. Once I donned it, I relinquished control. I recall you mentioning that Lucy employs zombies to mitigate risks. Do they also gather intelligence? Did I say that? Perhaps I did. Why are you so good at remembering? In any case, do not ask Lucy. If you inquire too much, she will become angry, and you will need to placate her for quite some time. Gongdao pointed at the commission paper, asking, "Now, how shall we proceed with this matter? We cannot strictly adhere to the documents. We must conduct our own reconnaissance. Dao, your physique is too conspicuous. You are neither suited for hiding nor for disguising. The reconnaissance will be my responsibility. I plan to circle around from the south while you try driving through the west gate to draw their attention, but only for a brief moment. Are you planning to scale the wall to get in?" "No, that would easily arouse suspicion," Zhuang Shooting replied. "On my way here, I noticed a factory to the south with several tall towers. It should not be overly difficult to blend in there. I will first assess the situation, including how the people inside react to you, and then we shall discuss our next steps. I will take a communicator and binoculars so we can maintain contact at all times." "All right, that plan is prudent. You may proceed." In the Riverside District, many bankrupt trading companies lay in ruins, having been stripped bare by gangs and larger corporations, leaving only vultures to scavenge the remains. Currently, a small gang named Fire Tower has stolen a truck and transported it to their stronghold, an abandoned trading company site in the Riverside District. The intelligence indicates that the truck is located in the warehouse of the trading company, and the Fire Tower gang is negotiating to sell these goods before making off with the profits. This gang lacks the capability to secure a stable territory. They either get consumed by other gangs or squat in someone else's domain to rise to power. To develop a gang, money is essential, and their audacity grows when it comes to stealing goods meant for the PCPD. However, once they acquire the goods, their courage wanes. They become preoccupied with survival and enjoyment, losing their ambition. This is precisely what Lucy's intelligence suggests, and such considerate evaluations left Zhuang Shooting at a loss for words on how to respond. Between the lines, one can clearly discern the palpable frustration of the intelligence personnel towards the Huota gang, a sentiment that leaves one pondering their true affiliations. The report concludes with an ambiguous note on the number of gang members, suggesting that further inquiries would necessitate additional funding. The phrase additional funding is underscored by numerous lines, presumably drawn by Sister Lucy, conveying her evident displeasure at that moment. Infiltrating the factory posed little challenge, as operations were not underway. The personnel stationed at the entrance could hardly be classified as employees. They appeared more akin to aimless drifters, devoid of responsibility and exuding an air of desolation. Zhuang Shooting took a running leap, grasping the edge of the wall with both hands, executing a pull-up coupled with a wall kick to effortlessly vault over the top. During his training, he had not only honed his physical prowess, but also refined his skills in navigating architectural obstacles. He identified a suitable chimney, adjacent to a ladder, facing northward, which provided a clear view of the Huota gang's territory while remaining concealed from the guard's line of sight. A sturdy lock hung from the base of the ladder. However, the door itself was flimsy, with hinges nearly corroded. Employing a hydraulic plier as a makeshift crowbar, Zhuang Shooting pried open the hinges, gaining entry through the door. Although the ladder was in a state of disrepair, causing a flicker of concern, he had no better alternatives and steeled himself for the climb. Once elevated, despite a slight wobble beneath his feet, the ladder held firm. Had Gongdao ventured here, he would not have maintained such stability, nor would he have been able to ascend to such heights. A series of 3 knocks resounded. Thump, 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 signifying Gongdao's acknowledgement of the situation. Chapter 65, Chapter 64. The big-hearted man Zhuang Shooting lifted his binoculars and activated the low-light mode, taking advantage of the cover of night to observe the abandoned trading company controlled by the Fire Tower gang. The company's yard was square-shaped, with 2 entrances on the east and west sides, suitable for truck access, conveniently located near 2 well-traveled roads by the riverbank. If one were to steal something from within, there were 2 possible exits, which was quite advantageous. The buildings of the company were concentrated on the northern side of the square yard, featuring a 6-story office building stretching from east to west, connected to 8 warehouses and 2 smaller buildings to the west. The small building was particularly intriguing. The first floor had large floor-to-ceiling windows, decorated like a dining hall, while the second floor had tightly shut windows divided into several small rooms. The interior furnishings remaining a mystery. It was said that many trading companies established dedicated reception centers to accommodate visiting clients. Ordinary guests only needed their food and drinks attended to, while key clients required proper resting arrangements, which seemed to be the purpose of the 2-story building to the west. This was precisely why the members of the Fire Tower Gang congregated more in the small building to the west. They could observe the situation on the west road through the glass windows of the dining area while enjoying their refreshments. A far more comfortable arrangement than standing on the street by the eastern entrance. To the south of the office building, warehouses, and dining area lay a yard, separated from the street by a wall. In fact, there was an east-west road behind the trading company, leading to a T-junction. This meant that a narrow alley, barely wide enough for a single vehicle to pass, faced the southern wall of the trading company, with a similarly configured east-west road. These 2 roads were unsuitable for trucks, particularly hindering their maneuvering, which was why the company did not have a southern entrance. Zhuang Shooting positioned himself on the factory chimney to the south, unobstructedly monitoring the activities of the trading company from the alley directly opposite the southern wall. If there were containers inside, they could only be hidden within the warehouses, but all the warehouse doors were tightly shut. The personnel entrance to the warehouses was on the eastern side, near the office building, and that small door was ajar, with no guard in sight. In fact, there were no guards at all in the entire yard. Wait, there were 2 individuals. They had just stood up, discarding the paper in their hands while adjusting their trousers. The gang members were conveniently situated beneath the southern wall, indicating a complete lack of interest in maintaining order in the area. Zhuang Shooting understood. Perhaps this phenomenon was precisely what frustrated the intelligence officers. How amusing it would be to meet that intelligence officer someday. It might prove quite enlightening. Thud, thud, I'm off, came the voice of Dao Ge through the earpiece. As he drove his pickup truck along the main road from the west, Zhuang Shooting observed through his binoculars, noticing the vehicle swerving erratically, nearly unable to maintain a straight line, thus grasping Dao Ge's plan. Dao Ge was feigning the role of a drunken driver, employing a dangerously reckless driving style that others should certainly not emulate. He always kept alcohol in his vehicle, never consuming it during missions or while needing to drive. He would spill some on his collar to rinse his mouth and rub a few drops into his eyes to redden them, creating the complete illusion of inebriation. Creak. He nearly rammed the truck directly into the western entrance of the trading company. Subsequently, he rolled down the window, shielding most of his face with one hand while shouting profanities at the Fire Tower Gang. You fools. You actually rear-ended me. Don't you know it's your fault? This was an outrageous injustice. Could the gang members tolerate this? Instantly, 4 individuals rushed out from the dining area, while 2 others ventured into the yard to summon reinforcements. Zhuang Shooting observed closely through the binoculars, noting that people were emerging from the eastern office building. Yet the warehouses remained eerily silent. Could it be that there was no one inside? Zhuang Shooting scrutinized the scene, noticing that those who exited the eastern office building crossed the yard towards the western entrance without casting a glance at the warehouses. Nor did anyone call out to check inside. It was highly probable that the warehouses were indeed vacant. They all seemed to have accepted this notion. Dao Ge, I've gathered sufficient information. You can withdraw. Avoid danger, Zhuang Shooting communicated, and immediately heard 3 knocks in quick succession on the intercom, indicating that Dao Ge had received the message. The commotion outside the western entrance concluded as Dao Ge delivered his parting insults while accelerating away, while 2 gang members dashed to the southern wall to retrieve a motorcycle. Due to the steam-powered motorcycle's slow start, they hadn't managed to pursue him before Dao Ge had successfully escaped. This was also crucial intelligence, clarifying the pursuit capabilities of the Fire Tower Gang. These ruffians even had the audacity to pile things beneath the southern wall, using it as a temporary restroom, and hiding the motorcycle there as well, truly a lack of discipline. However, this southern wall obstructed Zhuang Shooting's view from the chimney, compelling him to venture inside for a closer inspection. Only by confirming the location of the goods could he devise a plan to steal them. A standard shipping container measures 4.5 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 2 meters in height, as the intelligence provided neither the weight of the container nor the nature of its contents. It was impossible to determine how to handle it prior to seeing the container in person. Both Dao Gu and Zhuang Shooting leaned towards the belief that the truck was also under the gang's control. Otherwise, transportation on the road would pose an insurmountable problem. Time to take action. Dao Gu, I'll sneak in from the south to take a look. Zhuang Shooting communicated as he descended the chimney via a ladder. You wait for me on the eastern road. Don't let them spot you. If I encounter trouble, rush in through the eastern entrance and get me out. Through the eastern entrance? I noticed that the western entrance dining area isn't very sturdy. We could crash through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Just breaking 2 layers of glass would allow us to charge into the yard and take out most of the thugs. The eastern office building has fewer people, and their reactions are sluggish. The western side has glass windows, requiring you to hide further away, which would compromise your response time. What do you think, Dao Gu? Indeed, your reasoning is sound. The eastern approach is clearly preferable. Dao Gu pondered for a moment and then asked, what have you observed? Are you confident about sneaking in? The southern wall is about 4.5 meters high, right? Not a significant issue. The wall has a slope. I can scale it unassisted. As for the situation inside, I'll report as I go. Climbing directly over a 4.5 meter high wall without assistance is, in reality, quite challenging. Zhuang Shooting would be fortunate to succeed even once in 10 attempts. However, there were no guards on the street outside the southern wall. And with the night cloaking his movements, he could employ some tactics. On his way here, he had casually dragged a trash bin, emptied its contents, and turned it upside down on the ground, creating a makeshift step for climbing the wall. Peeking out first to check for any observers, he confirmed the area was clear before making his move. Unfortunately, the wall he chose was situated above a waste area, the stench rather unbearable, but on the bright side. 3 dilapidated single restrooms stood nearby. These were the portable toilets commonly found in outdoor parks or gatherings, equipped with wheels for easy maneuverability. Zhuang Shooting didn't know why such amenities existed in the yard, but they were fortuitously positioned for him to use as a foothold. He endeavored to minimize noise while adjusting his backpack to the front, transforming it into a tactical jacket. He secured his bone spear and sidearm, ensuring he wouldn't be caught off guard in case of sudden developments. Zhuang Shooting waited for the opportune moment, using the cover of night to cross the yard and arrive at the warehouse entrance. He slowed his breathing and listened intently. The interior of the warehouse was utterly silent, save for the faint dripping of a faucet. Thus, he swiftly slipped inside. The warehouse was engulfed in darkness, utterly impenetrable. Zhuang Shooting utilized his binoculars as makeshift low-light goggles, finally able to discern hazy outlines from the faint light filtering in through the entrance. Thank the heavens, 3 trucks were indeed present, backed up against the warehouse door, their fronts pressed against the northern wall, parked in a rather improper manner. Zhuang Shooting had frequently assisted in unloading and loading cargo during his time at the Magic Crystal Factory, even occasionally taking on the role of a truck driver. He understood well that trucks should enter loading docks with their backs first to effectively utilize the raised loading platform within the warehouse. Upon establishing a sturdy platform, one can directly load and unload without the need for a forklift. Positioned with their back to the warehouse door, exiting necessitates reversing and then maneuvering to turn around, which is exceedingly cumbersome. Zhuang Shooting shook his head, feeling a sense of regret for the unprofessionalism and lack of ambition displayed by the ruffians of the Huoda gang. At present, it was evident that the warehouse was devoid of any guards, and aside from 3 trucks, there was indeed nothing of value to pilfer. Zhuang Shooting circled to the front of the trucks, scrutinizing them in the dim light, and heaved a sigh. The 3 vehicles were all Matai Speed Millennium War God, 2 medium trucks, characterized by electric motor assistance, steam-boosted turbo structures, enabling swift starts, robust power, and commendable endurance. Another notable feature was their challenging maneuverability and difficulty in theft, as the control console housed a shadow control core, serving as a secondary lock beyond the key. Due to their anti-theft design, these vehicles enjoyed substantial sales, with numerous freight companies selecting them for transporting valuable goods. Zhuang Shooting had once listened to the grievances of delivery drivers while working at the Magic Crystal Factory. The trucks possessed a driver recognition feature, allowing freight companies to pinpoint the operator, which complicated long-distance driver rotations. Additionally, this feature restricted drivers from accepting private jobs, rendering it rather unpopular. No wonder there was no one guarding them. It was clear that theft was not a concern. Zhuang Shooting suddenly sensed that matters were becoming intricate, as the options for completing the assignment had diminished. If the trucks could not be driven away, he would have to resort to stealing the boxes or attempting to open them and transport the contents instead. He remained uncertain about the weight of the boxes and whether Dao Gu's vehicle could manage to tow them. His mind was awash with thoughts, none of which felt reliable, causing him considerable distress. Just then, a peculiar sound echoed through the silent warehouse. Was someone passing gas? Who was here? Chapter 66. Requesting a day off to rest, I find myself feeling a bit weary and in need of a substantial slumber. There will be no updates today. I shall resume tomorrow. Chapter 67. Double handcuffs in the warehouse. There were merely 3 vehicles, each burdened with a container, nothing else in sight. Despite this realization, Zhuang Shuding remained vigilant, prepared to inspect both the vehicles and their surroundings thoroughly. Approaching the middle truck, he finally discerned something peculiar nestled between the cab and the rear container. A young man was asleep beneath a tarp. The lad appeared to be in his 20s. His limbs slender, entirely bare save for a single pair of undergarments, lying sideways atop the water tank in a deep slumber. As he slept, drool dribbled from his open mouth, his breathing scarcely audible. He was quieter than a cat. The dim light mode of the display mirror rendered colors indistinguishable, only allowing for a rough grayscale representation. Thus, Zhuang could tell that the young man's hair was dyed and his face bore a chaotic array of colors, potentially tattoos or grease. How could he sleep here? Zhuang hesitated to wake him abruptly. Upon closer inspection, he realized the young man's right hand was restrained by an apparatus resembling handcuffs, the other end tethered beneath the vehicle. As he lay on his side, his arm dangled through a gap in the truck's frame, making it difficult to notice. One could not deny that the fellow slept soundly, utterly oblivious to the approaching presence. Oh, maintaining the same position. Surely he felt discomfort in his arm? Zhuang glanced at the same spot on the other 2 trucks, confirming no one else was hidden away, which alleviated his apprehension somewhat. But wait, why should he feel at ease? He still had no idea how to handle this individual, given his restraints. It was unlikely he belonged to the fire tower gang. Observing his surroundings, Zhuang noticed wrappers from energy bars, empty beverage bottles, and what seemed to be urine stains, clear evidence of a prisoner-esque treatment. Yet, Zhuang could not fathom why he was locked here instead of being confined within the office building, which surely had vacant rooms. Zhuang was not an assassin and had no desire to end the young man's life. So what should he do? If left unaddressed, the theft of the vehicle, along with the impending inspection of the containers, would inevitably disturb him. If he were to shout and alert the fire tower gang, it would surely jeopardize subsequent operations. Regardless, it was imperative to ascertain the identity of this young man and determine if he could be extricated, ideally in a cooperative manner. Zhuang first considered silencing him. However, looking around, there seemed to be no suitable materials at hand. Were those his dress shoes? Inside were a pair of socks. Surely he wouldn't object to his own socks. They could either belong to him or to Zhuang. Zhuang was confident he could make the right choice. He retrieved the socks, rolled them into a bundle, and prepared to stuff them into the young man's open mouth. Yet, midway through he hesitated, unsure whether the young man could expel the socks with his tongue. To be prudent, he untied the shoelaces, pierced the socks, and fashioned a makeshift gag, securing it with a slipknot. With great care, he placed the socks in position, wrapping the shoelaces around, readying himself. He paused to listen for any external sounds. Then with a sudden, forceful tug, tightened the bundle and thrust it into the young man's mouth. No one could possibly remain asleep under such circumstances. The young man's eyes flew open, and he struggled desperately, his lone free hand and entire body thrashing about. Zhuang tightened the cord and covered his mouth with one hand, pressing his knee against the young man's shoulder while using 2 fingers to press against his forehead. The bone spear pistol charged with energy, and the young man must have felt its chilling presence. "Do not move, or I shall end you," Zhuang warned. Suddenly, a thought struck him. In the darkness, with no visibility of the ringed pistol, how could the startled young man discern whether the fingers on his forehead were adorned with a ring? Moreover, the effects of the pistol's energy were not uniform. They varied in sensation, stinging, cramping, cutting, cold, heat, or electric shock, depending on the individual's physique. Initially stunned, the young man's struggles intensified, with Zhuang's weight pinning him down. He could not free his hands, so he resorted to kicking and attempted to dislodge the gag with his shoulder, striving to scream. Yet all his efforts were futile. His cries reduced to low, muffled sounds, significantly diminishing their impact. Zhuang realized this method of intimidation was ineffective. He withdrew a collapsible baton from his calf, swung his arm, and pressed the button. Electricity crackled at the baton's tip, providing a brief illumination that revealed the pistol. The young man's expression shifted momentarily, his struggles waning, prompting Zhuang to press his fingers against the young man's brow once more, declaring, "This is your final warning. Disobey, and I will pull the trigger." The young man nodded, ceasing his erratic movements. Zhuang then loosened the slipknot and removed the socks from his mouth. "Do not kill me. I will cooperate. I am a good person," he stammered, desperately lowering his voice as he pleaded. "I am a truck driver, not a member of the Fire Tower gang. If you seek vengeance, pursue them, not me. Your name, address, and identification number, speak now." Buck Dormont, residing at XXXX, his responses flowed smoothly, displaying apparent cooperation. Zhuang kept the pistol trained on him, inquiring, "What are you doing here?" "The Fire Tower gang hired me as a driver, but they did not pay me the agreed amount, insisting I must sell the container's goods before receiving the rest. I refused and locked myself to the vehicle. Little did I expect they would add another lock, trapping me." Buck shook his wrist, revealing 2 electronic handcuffs, flashing warning lights as he moved. "If you were the driver, what of the others?" "The other 2 are with the Fire Tower gang. I was responsible for assisting them with the vehicle's control systems. Without me, the vehicles cannot start or move, nor can the containers be opened. The vehicles can lock the containers with an anti-theft system. You must know this, right? Do not attempt to deceive me. A vehicle without a tracking device yet equipped with anti-theft mechanisms? Do you take the freight company for fools?" Realizing he was conversing with someone knowledgeable about vehicles, Buck admitted, "There is a tracking system, but it has been dismantled. The Fire Tower gang had the original driver remove the tracker during the heist, claiming they would spare him, yet they killed him nonetheless. The Fire Tower gang is treacherous. Do not engage with them unless you have leverage." "Do you have leverage?" Zhuang chuckled. "You are shackled to this vehicle, a mere prisoner. And yet you believe you can outmaneuver the Fire Tower gang? If the Fire Tower gang has not murdered all the drivers, I would not dare provoke them. But presently, I am the only one capable of starting these vehicles or unlocking the containers. The containers are rigged. If opened forcibly, they will explode." Zhuang snorted, pressing his fingers harder against Buck's head. "Concerning the containers, I offer you a chance to revise your statement. This is a rare opportunity. You would do well to seize it. Brother, please do not kill me. I can open the container. It will not explode, but forcing it open will create a significant noise, which would be detrimental to you." Buck implored, "I have no other demands. Do not kill me. And grant me what I am owed, and I shall be satisfied. That constitutes 2 demands. I need money to survive, not just for myself, but for others I must care for. If I had the means, I could eat, drink, and indulge in whatever I pleased. Why would I bind myself to this vehicle? Becoming a laughingstock for the Fire Tower gang? If they did not require my assistance to unlock the vehicles, they would have killed me long ago. Look at my back. I bear the marks of their violence." "Lower your voice," Zhuang commanded, his tone icy to suppress any hint of sympathy. "If you cannot remain calm and follow my instructions, you will undoubtedly perish here, destitute." "I have no other choice," Buck remarked. "Money is life, and life is money. I will remain discreet." "Very well." Zhuang shooting nodded and said, "Tell me how the Hoda gang employed you and how you all operated." "They approached me 4 days ago, inquiring if I could drive a Matthias truck. I suspected they were planning a heist, targeting the Millennium War God 2 model. This vehicle is often utilized for transporting valuable goods and enjoys considerable popularity. I prepared in advance, capable of disabling the war god-locking mechanism." Buck shook his head and continued, "At that time, I only knew the Hoda gang had recently formed and was highly ambitious, yet I was unaware of their brutality. They took me to the highway to hijack a vehicle. After seizing control, they demanded the drivers disable their tracking systems and drive. I sensed something was amiss. If they needed those drivers, wouldn't they discard me? Seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, I altered the locking mechanism of the containers. Upon completion, I discovered they had murdered all 6 drivers. They instructed me to drive the vehicle in the middle, and when I entered, I noticed that the truck driver's lock was only temporarily disengaged, not permanently unlocked. To prevent them from killing me, I informed them of this, claiming I still had work to do. Consequently, I modified the 3 vehicles from a temporary unlock to a state only I could access, and then I followed them here. When they ordered me to leave without compensation, I asserted, without me, you cannot properly open the container. Forcing it will trigger the internal alarm. Driving it is also impossible. I have set it up accordingly. Only by adhering to our agreement and providing the full amount of 10,000 euros will I disable it for you." Zhuang shooting shook his head and remarked, "You truly dare to gamble with your life. Are you not afraid of their torment? Yes, but I am left with no options. I have already invested money in the equipment to unlock the vehicle. If they refuse payment, I face bankruptcy, which leads to death. Buck smiled faintly and stated, as I always say, as long as you provide me with money and a means to survive, I am willing to work for you. Chapter 68, Chapter 66, a dual perspective. After listening to Buck's statement, Zhuang Shooting contemplated granting him an opportunity to join in the completion of the current assignment. If Buck truly was the sole individual capable of unlocking the truck's driving privileges and the container's insurance mechanism, then he would be a pivotal figure in the successful execution of this task. However, Zhuang could not unilaterally make such a decision. He tapped the communicator, connecting with Brother Dao, and recounted the present circumstances. Upon hearing the truck model and the status of the container, Dao let out a disdainful scoff, clearly troubled by the situation, which presented the perfect moment to mention Buck. You captured the truck driver? You want him to join us? Brother Dao quickly grasped Zhuang's intent and replied, Nay, you misunderstand. He must collaborate with us, not the other way around. Why is that? Zhuang inquired. Let us do this. Relay my words to Buck and then tell me his response, Dao instructed. If you desire for him to remain alive after the mission concludes, do not disclose our identities to him. I understand, Zhuang concurred. Then, following Dao's guidance, addressed Buck. My boss has a message for you. Buck nodded eagerly, proclaiming, I am willing to cooperate and work for you if... Silence. Pay attention, Zhuang mimicked Brother Dao's tone, stating, if we were to suffocate you and fabricate a scene, the Fire Tower gang might not realize anyone had been here. They would require new means to start the vehicle. And with our preparations, we could masquerade as the driver, managing the vehicle situation with ease. Your continued existence hinges on the fact that the Fire Tower gang has yet to find a substitute, and they perceive you as no threat. You have two paths: seek our assistance for your escape, or wait for the Fire Tower gang to find someone to replace you. Oh, and there's a third option. We could notify the owner of the goods, prompting him to summon the PCPD, leading to your demise along with the others in the warehouse. Encountering you was an unforeseen twist in our mission. Encountering us is your sole lifeline. If you wish to survive, heed our directives. If you seek monetary gain, serve us well and demonstrate your added value. Dao's assertion was indisputable. The current dynamic was clear. They were not pleading for Buck's assistance. Rather, Buck was desperately seeking theirs. Zhuang also gleaned an important lesson: a narrow perspective, derived solely from the viewpoint of employing mercenaries, would yield limited insights and restricted advantages. Even in a shared environment, individuals of varied identities harbor distinct aspirations. Only through meticulous thought and precise action can one truly excel. I understand. Buck lowered his head. Lift your head. Zhuang grasped Buck's chin, aligning his gaze with his own, and stated, the Fire Tower gang has stolen your money, and now you are to steal their vehicle. If you are willing, express it clearly and commit to the task. If not, I shall leave you here to await your fate. Damn the Fire Tower gang, fine. I'll work with you. I have no other choice, Buck replied. Tell me what to do, and I shall. I require you to articulate it now. Zhuang adjusted the communicator to amplify its range, ensuring Brother Dao could also hear Buck's words. I can start the vehicle and unlock the container's locking mechanism, but I am unsure how to exit this place. The Fire Tower gang possesses motorcycles and a few off-road vehicles, capable of deploying grappling hooks and stun weapons. They have previously used such means to hijack vehicles. Hold on. I've just thought of my utility. I can short-circuit the wiring to unlock the container's control mechanism without starting the engine, thus avoiding any noise. However, the container is locked, and I cannot open that. Zhuang contemplated for a moment and replied, so, you can provide us with an opportunity to unlock the container in this garage. I cannot pick locks. I only drive and control vehicles. Buck shook his arms, the handcuffs clinking together. I cannot unlock these cuffs. I am utterly immobile. Are the cuffs shockproof? Yes. The cuffs are designed to deliver a severe electric shock if forcefully tampered with. I might faint from the shock, rendering me incapable of assisting you. In this regard, Buck spoke truthfully. He was shackled with two sets of cuffs, both of which were favored by the PCPD for their electric shock capabilities, featuring electronic locks with anti-tampering and anti-cutting designs. If damaged, they would release a potent electric current. The connecting portion of the cuffs utilized insulating materials, causing the current to travel along the arm towards the torso, potentially leading to cardiac arrest or at least incapacitation. An inmate must exercise utmost caution to protect the cuffs to safeguard their life. Buck had managed to free himself from one set of cuffs, leaving the gang's pair remaining. Zhuang observed the situation, placing his left hand on the electronic lock while raising his right hand to draw his weapon. Bang! The bone spear gun struck and shattered the circular ring of the cuffs, yet no electric discharge occurred. Zhuang neutralized the internal chip by siphoning its energy, rendering it incapable of responding to external stimuli. I will work diligently for you, but I ask that you guarantee my release at the end. Certainly, I assure you. Zhuang nodded in affirmation. Then I shall first unlock the container's locking mechanism to prove my capability. However, as I mentioned, I cannot pick locks. Zhuang handed over a small flashlight and gestured with the bone spear gun, the implication glaringly apparent. Get to work. Buck accepted the flashlight and requested the multifunctional hydraulic pliers attached to Zhuang's armored jacket, then dove into the driver's seat to begin his tasks. Zhuang monitored him while conferring with Brother Dao concerning their subsequent plan. In accordance with the assignment's requirements, Zhuang and Brother Dao needed to contact their principal before commencing their operation, namely, their allies within the PCPD. Once they initiated their actions, the principal would ensure that the PCPD commenced their operation to apprehend the Fire Tower gang. They would establish a timeline, allowing Dao and Zhuang the opportunity to depart with a truckload of goods. They were also to set the truck ablaze, ensuring the destruction of the vehicle while impeding the Fire Tower gang's operational capacity, thereby buying time for their escape. The ultimate objective was to transport a load of goods, evade the Fire Tower gang, and subsequently deliver it to the PCPD's principal. As for the PCPD, their mission entailed storming in to eliminate the Fire Tower gang, which had wreaked havoc on all property, and converting 2 burned-out trucks into 3, ultimately taking possession of the inexplicably surplus vehicle. Upon completion of the mission, Zhuang and Brother Dao would each receive 4,000 euros, a sum considerably less than Buck's 10,000 euros. If they adhered strictly to the assignment's protocol, the two would incur significant risks without commensurate rewards, a scenario far from ideal. Zhuang and Brother Dao fixated on the goods. If they could procure a portion, it would enhance the quality of this assignment considerably. On their way to the Fire Tower gang, the two devised a preliminary plan, subsequently refining it based on reconnaissance findings. From their observations at the scene, it was evident that the Fire Tower gang's mobile pursuit capabilities stemmed from their motorcycles and off-road vehicles. With the motorcycles stationed on the western side of the yard, near the southern wall, while the whereabouts of the off-road vehicles remained uncertain. According to the intelligence provided by Buck, the Fire Tower gang's off-road vehicles were merely standard steam-electric hybrids, lacking rapid startup capabilities. At least not as swift as the Millennium War God 2 truck. My suggestion is to charge directly through the southern wall, reversing through the adjacent alleyway to make our escape, Zhuang proposed. Before that, we should use the other 2 vehicles to crash into the southern wall, effectively pinning the Fire Tower gang between 2 walls. You will drive over to ignite a fire, setting ablaze 2 vehicles to create a wall of flames, allowing us to dash through the middle. I remain uncertain, yet the impact is minimal. Zhuang shooting stated, as he prepared to drive. I could easily crash through in the other truck. Although the plan has undergone alterations, the mission remains achievable. The crux of the matter now lies with the 3rd vehicle, which must possess sufficient allure to entice Buck, ensuring his willingness to collaborate with us. Indeed, there must be both incentive and intimidation. But the primary focus should be on the benefits. Have you inspected the container? Is it accessible? I have observed it. It is a standard shipping container, designed to resist tampering, yet merely secured with a combination padlock, which can be easily breached with a firearm. Once we neutralize the truck's locking mechanism, we will be able to open the door without triggering the tamper-proof system. A combination padlock? They truly overestimate their security. How much longer will you require to manage the container? We shall expedite the process. Just as Zhuang shooting concluded his statement, a series of clicks resonated, accompanied by Buck giving him a thumbs up. 1 vehicle has been unlocked, leaving 2 remaining, yet we shall first examine the container. Stay in touch. Exercise caution. Gogong advised, when the moment demands ruthlessness, do not hesitate. Chapter 69, Section 67. Unboxing the lottery. As the night deepened, the activity within the warehouse intensified. Buck had short-circuited the control lines of the Millennium Warrior truck, disabling its locking mechanism. Accompanied by a low, resonant hum, the hydraulic fastening panels around the container descended, akin to a hand releasing its grip, unveiling the treasures it held within. Zhuang shooting had devised a universal method to tackle the padlock. First, he would render the electronic devices useless through absorption techniques, and then shatter the physical structure with a handgun. The bone spear gun possessed a far greater penetrating power than a conventional pistol, coupled with its ability to track targets through precise aiming, resulting in an exceptionally high hit rate. Even if one shot failed to unlock the padlock, two would suffice. He opened a small gap to inspect whether any additional anti-theft measures were in place. Buck stood by, seemingly more anxious than Zhuang shooting. Your method of unlocking is rather brutal, yet astonishingly efficient. I must admit, I cannot comprehend how you accomplish this. Ignoring him, Zhuang shooting focused intently on the container with the Eye of Shadows. Besides the purely physical anti-theft systems, any electronic-based security would inevitably be susceptible to the shadow chip control. Whether it was taming the shadow or harnessing its energy, they would be laid bare under the watchful gaze of the Eye of Shadows. The only potential issue Zhuang shooting faced was the limited reach of his arm, preventing him from accessing the device before triggering the shadow mechanism. If he couldn't touch it, he couldn't absorb it. The container door swung open, revealing a series of silver aluminum cases, varying in size, stacked neatly and secured to the floor and walls with taut straps. Shipping invoices adorned the surface of the cases, alongside the logo of the freight company spray-painted in black. Zhuang shooting and Buck entered, utilizing a dim flashlight to peruse the inventory list. A plethora of clothing, shoes, batons, and tear gas. These were roadblock spikes. Buck shook his head and remarked, "These items hold little value. Is there anything else?" Indeed, while these items lack the worth of shadow devices, it would be inaccurate to deem them worthless. They comprise standard patrol uniforms, equipped with cut-resistant and stab-proof features, lightweight and breathable, making them commendable tactical gear. However, Zhuang shooting mused, considering their weight and bulk, these items are indeed of minimal value. "Hey, look, this should be valuable," Buck exclaimed, moving deeper into the container. The 3 boxes here were not only secured with belts, but also wrapped in sponge for added cushioning. Inscribed on them were the words Communication Radio, PX 307. "What model is this?" 307. "It appears to be the latest model. Previously, they used the 204. Zhuang shooting observed, stating, "This is a portable radio for patrol officers. Worn on the shoulder, equipped with video capabilities. I've forgotten what other functions it has. Even in mass production, each unit originally costs 4,000 euros. The new model should fetch an even higher price. Do you have a channel for sale?" Zhuang shooting shook his head, continuing his inspection. He had withheld the most critical function of this portable radio, its locating capability. Patrol officers often faced emergencies where time was of the essence. They could activate the locating feature to allow fellow officers to gauge their relative distance and direction through the changes in the alert tones, facilitating a swift rescue. This function could also be activated via the vehicle's communication system, sending a command to all radios within a 2-kilometer radius to disable their locating features. At that moment, the person needing to be located would not need to manually respond to the command. Their radio would enter a locating state, enabling comrades to find them. Most individuals only understood the setting for activating their location. Only those truly patrolling the streets would be aware of the additional function. The significance of this feature, often a final lifeline for officers, necessitated utmost confidentiality. Zhuang shooting had learned of it while rescuing victims in a fire, relying on it to locate and save them. If these new communication radios inherited the functions of their predecessors, they would essentially be a collection of locating devices. The PCPD isn't incapable of finding this equipment. They simply choose not to. Even the freight company and product manufacturers have been kept at bay, denied access within a 2-kilometer radius of these goods. How corrupt the PCPD is. Zhuang shooting lamented. Each of the 2 boxes contained 20 radios, their value approaching 200,000 euros. However, their marketability was hampered by the need for constant vigilance when carried. Zhuang shooting's interest waned until he reached the final box. "What is this? It's locked specifically?" "Folding arm shield model LCB. Do you know what this is?" Zhuang shooting scoffed. "I've heard of it. A newly released folding shield that claims to block ghost energy projectiles. However, it seems it can only deflect low-power projectiles and requires 2 palm-sized shields to actively block ghost energy shots, making it quite demanding. While it didn't pique the interest of others, the procurement department often had its own inclinations." Zhuang shooting nodded, yet his thoughts diverged. The LCB folding arm shield was an unissued new product, yet tales of it had circulated within the PCPD long ago. Its predecessor, the LCA folding arm shield, had garnered widespread acclaim as a specialized protective shadow device, capable of not only safeguarding against cutting instruments, but also absorbing impact damage and electrical injuries, rendering the PCPD nearly impervious to electric weapons unless struck directly in vital areas. In the face of shock weapons, concealing one's head behind the shield provided dual protection when combined with a helmet, effectively reducing the weapon's impact by 80. Legend had it that the improved B model could attract ghost energy projectiles, causing them to veer towards a point 20 centimeters adjacent to the shield. Consequently, the tracking shadow handgun would miss its target, thus safeguarding the shield's bearer. While advertisements boasted it could deflect over half of energy projectiles, skepticism lingered. Even if it could only divert 1/10, it would still be a remarkable asset. Zhuang Shooting was uncertain of its exact value and would need to consult Lucy, Sauce, or Boss Qian. Buck, I've discovered that this box contains nothing but items for street patrol officers, Zhuang Shooting remarked. What about the other two? Could they belong to different police divisions? If there are riot control team items, wouldn't that be? Indeed, equipment from the riot control team is the most valuable. I'll immediately short-circuit the lines. Buck clapped his hands in excitement. If it truly contains riot control gear, would you dare to take it? First of all, the riot control team is affiliated with the PCPD, but operates under a different command. They belong to separate systems, each with their own procurement and usage. Anyone with a modicum of understanding would recognize that riot control items are exceedingly unlikely to appear in a PCPD container. This is a test of intellect. Even if such items were present, one should not be thrilled, but rather apprehensive. The riot control team's equipment is military grade, closely aligned with internal company standards, and would be classified as a weapon of mass destruction in the market. While large gangs or legendary mercenaries might possess some, ordinary individuals and common mercenaries should avoid them at all costs. The PCPD might accept bribes and let you go, but the riot control team would not hesitate to take lives. The default status of the combination lock was closed, requiring shadow energy to temporarily unlock it. Once drained, it could no longer perform this action. Concealed within, the lock was not as exposed as a padlock, leaving Zhuang Shooting uncertain of where to shoot. Though a violent approach would eventually open the box, what he lacked was the luxury of time. I am merely invincible against the padlock, Zhuang Shooting lamented to himself. To truly unlock it, one would require a professional. He shook his head and promptly altered his strategy, searching within the container for a box of similar size and shape to substitute, extracting the box containing the high-value folding shield and concealing it outside the container. The truck in the middle was similarly filled with an array of cargo boxes, the variety of goods surpassing Zhuang Shooting's comprehension. He could only discern that the boxes contained various devices and their components, the item numbers and names exceptionally lengthy, likely indicating highly specialized equipment. He surmised these to be police analytical and investigative instruments, either intended for criminal investigation departments or forensic specialists, certainly not meant for street patrol officers. And he had no inkling of their worth. He could only assess the container's value based on the quantity and quality of items, concluding that it was likely more valuable than the previous one. However, the third container astonished him. It was filled entirely with police vehicle components, including sirens, loudspeakers, grenade launchers, tactical shovels, armored tires, armor plates, bulletproof glass, and mesh grates. Frankly, these items were quite valuable, particularly the armored tires and bulletproof glass. If one were to consolidate them into a single set, their worth would multiply, potentially exceeding that of the box in the middle, albeit they were the heaviest. Buck gazed at these objects, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth, his hands rubbing together in anticipation. These items were too cumbersome to carry away. The optimal solution would be to incinerate them on site. Zhuang Shooting declared, "We shall burn 2 vehicles, taking only one with us, which will also be set ablaze. If you desire compensation, select a box that you can manage to carry. I suggest you choose something from the middle cargo box. The more intricate and lightweight, the better. This type of armored tire sells for 3,000 on the black market, yet, damn, it's too heavy. I lack knowledge regarding precision instruments, but comparatively, a communication station seems more fitting. I shall select that. It may not be the best choice, but since you have decided, I shall not dissuade you," Zhuang Shooting remarked. "Why burn them? It seems rather wasteful," Buck muttered. "If we do not burn them, we shall wait for the PCPD to surround us and finish us off," Zhuang Shooting retorted. "Now, follow my instructions, move a quarter of the tires to the middle, placing them at the edge of the container. Is there anything else that is both lightweight and resilient? Chapter 70. Chapter 68. Breaking out of the fire scene. This is the situation on my end. We are merely left to organize the cargo. Zhuang Shooting lowered his voice and spoke with Dao Go. How prepared are you over there? All set. I'm in position right outside the south wall, ready to act at any moment. Keep your distance from the wall. We need to charge out, Zhuang Shooting instructed. Remember, first west then east. As the clock approached the late hours of the night, the moment for action was ripe. Zhuang Shooting and Buck took one last glance at the warehouse entrance, pinpointing the stopping position of the Huata Gang's motorcycle before preparing to start their vehicles separately. Their plan was to first activate the two vehicles on the east and west sides, crashing through to provide cover, and then together, they would drive the central cargo truck through the wall. Someone's coming. Zhuang Shooting observed two Huata Gang thugs approaching from the restaurant direction to the west, shoulder to shoulder, carrying bulging bags. It appeared they were bringing meals and water. They might be delivering food and checking on Buck's truck. It was either time for Buck to act, feigning captivity in the truck, or to commence their escape immediately. Zhuang Shooting made his decision. They would charge out. Start all vehicles, act now. I'll hold them off, Zhuang Shooting instructed Buck. If we miss this chance, the PCPD will trap us in the courtyard, and it will all be over. The Millennium Battle God 2 cargo truck, equipped with electric power, could swiftly start with stored energy for short distances until the steam engine reached the necessary temperature, pressure, and power. The mere 7 or 8 meters from the warehouse to the south wall required only the electric motor. The only concern was insufficient power. The acceleration distance was short, and the impact might not suffice. Thus, the two outer vehicles would first smash into the wall, giving the central truck a better chance to burst through. As the electric motor roared to life, the steam engine also initiated its startup sequence, naturally producing a thunderous sound. As the first vehicle revved, the two delivery thugs stumbled into the warehouse. Zhuang Shooting, concealed near the doorway, raised his finger to aim at head height. He steadied his breath, preparing to fire. The first thug, illuminating the area with a flashlight, spotted Buck moving towards the third truck. He shouted, taking a few steps forward when suddenly a flash caught his attention from behind. Zhuang Shooting fired from the shadows, taking down the second intruder, then swiftly aimed at the first. The thug hurled the flashlight at Zhuang Shooting and lunged forward. Zhuang Shooting understood the thug's actions and reactions, but did not allow him to succeed. He decisively fired again, and the second man fell. Including the shots fired to unlock handcuffs, Zhuang Shooting had already discharged 8 rounds today. Despite the bone spear pistol being less deadly, his arms began to feel the adverse effects. A cold chill enveloped his arm, as if the harsh winter had arrived early, and he stood bare-armed against the biting wind. He continuously stretched his arms to enhance blood circulation, mitigating the pistol's side effects. Alternatively, he could simply switch the pistol to his other hand, allowing both arms to share the burden. Zhuang Shooting transferred the pistol to his left hand, just as all 3 vehicles were unlocked. Buck peeked from the driver's seat of the westernmost truck, wanting to shout but hesitating to raise his voice. I'm ready. How about you? What is their status? They're all dead. I'll honk the horn shortly, and we'll reverse together. Now, Buck had no retreat. He could only continue to follow Zhuang Shooting's lead, escaping from the clutches of the Huata Gang. He gritted his teeth, mentally repeating the value of the communication equipment he had obtained, envisioning the profits from selling it, which bolstered his courage to proceed. Action! Zhuang Shooting commanded over the intercom. As 3 knocks echoed through the device, he pressed the horn and accelerated. The cargo truck began to reverse. The electric motor exerted all its might, but the vehicle's weight hindered any swift escape. Thus, the 2 trucks moved sequentially, crashing into the warehouse door. Both drivers felt the jolt and bump of the vehicles, momentarily losing speed before continuing onward. Here, forward meant backward. The 2 trucks forced open the warehouse door, then backed up against the southern wall. Beneath the rear of the western truck lay the mangled bodies of 3 motorcycles, crushed like toys between the cargo truck and the brick wall. With 2 thunderous crashes, the truck's rear slammed into the south wall, breaching it. Then the entire vehicle came to a halt, perfectly blocking the path. The western restaurant and eastern office building were stirred. Members of the Huata Gang would be emerging shortly. Zhuang Shooting and Buck exited the vehicles as swiftly as possible, rushing through the damaged warehouse door towards the central cargo truck. Meanwhile, Gugongdao outside commenced his actions, tossing barrels of incendiary oil mixed with accelerants over the wall, igniting the western side first, then the eastern. Gongdao knew how to concoct an incendiary capable of igniting steel, with Zhuang Shooting's training enhancing his formula. Each vehicle was allocated 2 barrels of flammable material. Unless the Huata gang's firefighting equipment matched the standards of the PCPD, they could only watch helplessly as the flames engulfed everything. "You drive, I'll handle the pursuers," Zhuang Shooting shouted to Buck, then leaped onto the rear cargo section. The open back of the container truck held a single container, secured with ropes on the top and sides, anchored below. Zhuang Shooting positioned himself between the container and the driver's cabin, in the very spot Buck had previously rested. This space was ideal for standing, with room to maneuver on both sides of the vehicle. "Which direction should I drive?" Buck inquired. "First, back straight. Turn when we reach the end of the alley. Either left or right will work. I'll guide you. Now step on the gas." The truck jolted momentarily before reversing, and Zhuang Shooting quickly found a place to hold on, using the container for cover. First, the vehicle crashed through the warehouse door, shaking violently, and then accelerated, hurtling towards the south wall. His head throbbed, arms ached, and every part that had been jostled was in pain. Yet Zhuang Shooting could not afford to focus on the discomfort. He had critical tasks ahead: to assess the fire's intensity, ensuring the blaze spread from the open container door to ignite the cargo within. He needed to relay the situation to Gongdao outside to determine if Daoge needed to add more fuel to meet the client's expectations. Moreover, he needed to throw out the most valuable box. The fire blazed intensely and accurately, requiring no embellishments. Zhuang Shooting seized the previously hidden silver box and, as the truck jolted through the breach in the south wall, tossed it eastward. He and Gongdao had agreed to ignite the west first, ensuring Daoge would be positioned more eastward, thus aiming better towards that side. Furthermore, with the truck's cabin on the left side, reversing southward also placed it on the west side, making the east a less sensitive direction for Buck. That individual was not one of their allies. The less exposure, the better. The box flew out, landing on the ground, as the cargo truck barreled into the alley. Buck anxiously glanced at the rearview mirror, striving to control the steering wheel based on his observations and Zhuang Shooting's directions. Maneuvering such a long cargo truck in reverse was highly demanding. A misstep could lead to a collision with the surrounding buildings, creating a troublesome scenario. "Quickly hide, don't collide with them," Zhuang Shooting urged. "I'm in the vehicle. They seem not to have noticed me," Gongdao gasped, explaining, 2 trucks in total, with the front row driving and an open cargo bed behind. "I saw a harpoon launcher and 3 thugs, plus a driver, for men per vehicle. They're definitely after you. Don't panic, I'm on my way. You drive with the cargo. Get out of here," Zhuang Shooting insisted. "Leave myself to them. I can't do that." Listening to the sound, Dao's vehicle has already commenced its pursuit, the roar of the engine distinctly audible. The truck cannot match the speed of the off-road vehicle. "They will soon catch up with you. I will take care of them, but you must also exercise caution." "Take care of them? You are alone. How will you manage that? I am faster than they are. They cannot ram into me." "Enough of this chatter. They have already turned into the alley. I see them now, preparing to shoot," Zhuang Shooting remarked. "You should also be careful.